Chapter 1. The Fusion of Souls. In the realm of the mind, our protagonist, a character of both virtue and vice, finds himself inadvertently ensnared by the misconceptions of a well-meaning friend. Despite not being inherently malevolent, some readers hastily condemn the author upon discovering the protagonist's moral ambiguity. The narrative begins. On the planet Vegeta, a bewildered Wu Yu awakens, his weary eyes fluttering open to an abyss of darkness. A mere 20 years of age, he had met an untimely demise, tragically drowning after a fateful plunge into a river, an incident stemming from his naivete and reckless abandon, for he had never learned to swim. Ah, how pitifully my life has slipped away. Yet, where am I? Enveloped in an all-consuming darkness, he muses, is this truly the infernal realm? Suddenly, a faint blue light flickers into existence amidst the void, pulsating as if on the brink of vanishing. Fusion? Wu Yu is taken aback, bewildered by the notion. Could this be a specter? Are you suggesting that we are both on the verge of extinction, thus necessitating our mutual survival and reliance? He is left speechless, pondering whether he would still retain his essence after such a merger. After all, the other entity was already dead. Could it perish anew? Initially dismissive, Wu Yu's perspective shifts after several days in this enigmatic realm. As the ancients have proclaimed, essence begets energy, energy begets spirit. How true it is. His state is indeed peculiar. He exists as a soul, an entire soul. Yet, devoid of vital energy, his spirit teeters on the brink of dissolution. The blue orb represents a fragmented soul, a spirit equally on the verge of vanishing. Very well, let us unite. With no other recourse, he resolves to avert total obliteration from existence. Thus, the two souls resonate in harmony, instinctively unleashing their spiritual essence, engaging in a dance of absorption and fusion. Ultimately, they amalgamate into a singular new soul, one of a silvery blue hue. In an instant, the darkness recedes like a tide, leaving behind an expanse of blankness. Wu Yu emerges as the dominant consciousness, not through the demise of the blue soul, but rather because it lacked the essence to cultivate self-awareness. Hence, in the fusion process, he naturally ascends to the role of the primary consciousness. During this transformative experience, he perceives an intangible gas, formless and colorless, intricately connected to his soul, nourishing it. Could this be the essence, the sustenance of the soul? Suddenly, I seem to be attuned to this energy. He feels as though he has inherited the memories of the blue spirit. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realizes there are none. It appears this world is imbued with extraordinary powers. Wu Yu's heart swells with anticipation, for who does not harbor a dream of conquering the skies? Who has not yearned for the allure of transcendent power? Yet, exhaustion overtakes him. I shall rest now. I am utterly fatigued. Thus, after a prolonged slumber in the sanctuary of his consciousness, several months pass. In the home of Bardock, a cry pierces the air. Jine, having just given birth, collapses heavily onto the bed, drenched in perspiration. Combat power, 20. What is this? A lowly warrior. Raditz' face contorts with disappointment. To think his father would sire such an inferior warrior. As a naturally gifted elite, he cannot fathom the existence of a feeble sibling. With a huff, Raditz turns away from the room, choosing to disregard the matter entirely. Such a lowly scion is unworthy of being his brother. Chapter 2. The Tenfold Potential of the Soul. The Scion Incubation Chamber. What is this? Wu Yu stirred his tail behind him, glancing at the slumbering Broly beside him. I have become Son Goku. Broly, a scion with the legendary bloodline. I wonder if this is the new version or the old one. The new one seems to be called Ultra Scion. Pure of character, inherently kind-hearted. He dislikes conflict and abhors fighting. If it were the old version of the legendary Super Scion, that would be quite malevolent. This must be the old version. I recall the new one wouldn't be beside me. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Broly's body, Wu Yu found himself unable to weep. Nor did he wish to cry, but he would certainly shout. As for why I would intentionally provoke Broly, what a silly question. I have become Son Goku. If I still harbor fears, then what was the point of becoming Son Goku? Broly furrowed his brow, turning over in an attempt to block out the noise. Wu Yu eagerly anticipated the day Broly would seek him out. As for the possibility of being overpowered, what nonsense. He is incredibly strong now. Becoming Son Goku isn't so bad. Although he currently lacks proficiency in the universal language, he is not concerned. With his innate talent, mastering the universal language will be exceedingly simple. Both his memory and comprehension have been significantly enhanced. Even a speck of dust, should he wish to observe it, would be visible to him. The clamor of the outside world, the buzzing of flying insects, and the patrolling psiots. Is this the realm of geniuses? It is truly marvelous. Time flowed like water, swiftly arriving at the day Bardock sent Kakarot to Earth. My child, if my premonition proves to be incorrect, I shall bring you back. Boom. The spacecraft launched like a rocket, swiftly departing planet Vegeta, a shooting star of wishes transforming into a white light hurtling toward Earth. Countdown to the destruction of planet Vegeta, 1 day remaining. Roar. Let destruction reign upon planet Vegeta. Frieza, seated in his exclusive infant carriage, slowly emerged from the spacecraft. He raised his index finger slightly, a yellow energy sphere gradually materializing at its tip, swiftly transforming into a colossal energy orb radiating with the brilliance of the sun. Frieza. Bardock bellowed in fury, gathering a blue energy sphere in one hand. The fate of planet Vegeta, Kakarot, and your destiny as well, shall end here. He hurled the blue energy sphere with great force. Roar. Frieza remained expressionless, unleashing an energy sphere the size of the sun. Bardock's minuscule energy, upon contact with Frieza's, was as insignificant as a breeze across a lake, creating no ripples. It was utterly obliterated by Frieza's power. What? The sun-like energy struck Bardock, propelling him at an astonishing speed toward planet Vegeta. Kakarot. Haha, Kakarot. Bardock's previously vacant gaze suddenly widened, as if he had glimpsed something extraordinary in his final moments. He departed this world with a satisfied smile. A colossal energy enveloped all the psions in space, hurtling them towards planet Vegeta. Boom. In an instant, planet Vegeta erupted in a magnificent explosion, presenting a grand display of fireworks to the surrounding celestial bodies. As the last dazzling light faded, planet Vegeta vanished entirely, leaving behind only scattered remnants of meteors. Such an insignificant monkey, daring to represent fate? Frieza scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain, utterly unconcerned. I possess a battle power of 1 million, a formidable talent among the frozen demons. Mere psions, mere monkeys, HMPF. To represent fate? However, as the most gifted, it is time for me to exert myself. Frieza elongated his form, resolving to train for a mere second each day. The Milky Way. At last. Have we arrived on Earth? Does the Dragon Ball possess the power to annihilate the entire world? Wu Yu thought to himself, his determination unwavering. Memories of his childhood animations whirled vividly in his mind. Reflecting on his life on Blue Star, his yearning for strength intensified. He had left university to work, not out of choice, but because he had run out of money and refused to borrow, fully aware that individuals are not equal. How could someone devoid of talent and unwavering resolve hope to surpass others? After graduation, would he not merely become part of the societal underclass? It would be better to have worked from the start. At least he could have embraced hardship sooner. I shall become the strongest in this world. A wise saying echoes, endure all suffering without weariness. He had endured enough. This cursed thing, let whoever desires it indulge. His longing for power grew ever more fervent. After all, he had never truly experienced the beauty this world could offer. I will seize all the beauty of this world. It is mine. All of it is mine. Next, in the name of Son Wukong, I shall roam freely across this universe. A surge of audacity erupted from his heart, his aura subtly ascending under the nurturing of his spirit. The spaceship traversed one celestial body after another, ultimately arriving at Earth, a stunning blue planet. The vessel streaked through the atmosphere like a white comet, descending towards the Earth at an astonishing speed. Is that an alien? Such a formidable presence. The god, wielding a staff resembling a giant tooth, regarded the scene with calm eyes. Though his aura bore a tinge of malevolence, he could still be considered a figure of justice. After all, the majority of humanity on Earth possessed similar auras, straddling the line between good and evil. Rather than impede the unexpected visitor, the god allowed Son Wukong to descend upon the Earth. Boom. Following a tremendous sound, the elder abruptly lifted his gaze, focusing on the mountains several kilometers away. Is that a shooting star in broad daylight? Son Gohan, foraging for herbs, was taken aback at the sight of the meteor plummeting to Earth. In a quest for understanding, A few leaps brought me to the site where the meteor fell. There, I beheld a colossal crater, at the bottom of which lay a circular object, within which resided a peculiar child clad in strange attire, sporting a tail reminiscent of a monkey. Sun Wukong attempted to embrace Sun Wukong, but was interrupted by the child's small hand. "Who are you? Why are you here?" the child inquired, babbling incoherently. Sun Wukong was unable to articulate a response, only managing to utter nonsensical sounds. Observing that the child was still in the early stages of growth and unable to convey anything meaningful, Sun Wukong decided to take him home. "I do not know whence you came or what celestial being you are, but seeing that you can hardly speak and appear uneducated, if you have no place to stay, you are welcome here. I can teach you many things." Sun Wukong quickly prepared some steamed buns with wild vegetables. Having spent considerable time in the incubation chamber, Sun Wukong was naturally inclined towards consuming meat and vegetables, although he could not comprehend Sun Wukong's words. When the buns were presented, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he eagerly grabbed them with his bare hands. Watching the child devour the food ravenously, Sun Wukong chuckled. "Let me give you a name. Since you have come to the Sun family, you shall bear my surname. Given your descent from the heavens, I shall call you Wukong. It is a beautiful name, is it not? Haha, though I am not particularly skilled at naming." Sun Wukong pinched Sun Wukong's face, finding him increasingly endearing. 2 years passed swiftly. Time, like a relentless blade, transformed Sun Wukong, who had once been unable to grasp even the universal language of the cosmos. "Grandfather, I have learned to read and write. Does this mean I need not attend school any longer?" After 2 years, Sun Wukong had mastered the universal tongue. "Well done, Wukong. However, education provides insight into various truths, enriching your knowledge and possibly shaping your spirit," Sun Wukong replied. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression turned sour, and he hastily diverted the conversation. "Grandfather, I wish to practice martial arts." Sun Wukong was reluctant to squander time on studies, for in his previous life, he had already formed his own worldview. Education, in his view, was merely a means to accumulate knowledge and, in his case, seemed futile, considering not everyone possessed Bulma's extraordinary talent. His diligence in learning was but a mere fraction compared to the scholarly prowess of Sun Wukong. Upon hearing his thoughts, Sun Wukong promptly devised a plan, as he recognized Wukong's formidable martial talent and wished to prevent him from wasting it. The pursuit of knowledge had reached a conclusion. After all, to labor within the confines of one's innate abilities, rather than striving beyond them, would be folly. Thus, Sun Wukong began his training under Sun Wukong, mastering the martial techniques of the Turtle School. 8 years later, after a profound transformation of his spirit, Sun Wukong could maintain his consciousness even while assuming his great ape form, ensuring that he did not harm Sun Wukong. Leaving the Bun Mountain behind, Sun Wukong embarked on a journey without purpose or destination, wandering wherever the path may lead him. After much effort, he finally emerged from the mountain of buns. Had it not been for his exceptional martial prowess, his grandfather would surely have barred his exit. Training since the age of 3, he began hunting the dinosaurs surrounding the mountain of buns at 5, and by 9, he had bested all challengers there, save for his grandfather. Such accomplishments were sufficient to make him stand tall among his peers. Sun Wukong then arrived in what was heralded as the most prosperous city in the world, the home of the Capsule Corporation. The bustling streets resembled Tokyo in the 1990s, vibrant and opulent. Navigating through the throngs of people, he noticed that instead of street vendors, the shops lined the streets like countless stars, abundant and varied. Having exhausted the funds provided by his grandfather, he pondered what to do next. If you think that Sun Wukong is a law-abiding citizen, you are mistaken. With no money, he naturally resorted to robbing the rich to aid the poor. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong grabbed a garbage bag, cut 2 holes in it, and dashed toward the bank. How could a lavish city thrive without his involvement? Now possessing a combat power of 50, he was nearly invincible, save for Master Roshi. As for training, wasn't that merely a natural progression? Chapter 3, Robbing the Bank? Why not? In both his past and present lives, Sun Wukong had never robbed a bank, and the novelty of the experience filled him with an inexplicable excitement. He found a secluded corner and changed into an all-black outfit. "Hello, little brother, what's wrong?" A bank teller, noticing the small child clad in black with a plastic bag on his head and holes cut out, couldn't he help but chuckle. "Where's the vault?" Amused by the audacity of the little thief, she replied, "Over there, over there." The bank teller dismissed him, thinking it impossible for a child to rob a bank. Are you playing a role-playing game? Haha, you're so cute. If you keep pretending, I'll give you some candy. Son Wukong, feeling exasperated, realized she mistook him for a mischievous child wanting sweets. Following the teller's directions, he walked over and unleashed a powerful punch, bending the iron door severely. Bang! Bang! With 3 swift blows, the door collapsed, revealing a dazzling sight. Gold bars piled upon the floor, and green paper money scattered like dust. Surrounded by paper wallets, the gold lay neatly in the center of the room, emanating a radiant glow. He grabbed a few gold bars, weighing approximately 30 pounds, not out of greed, but with the intention of returning for more later. After all, he was an undeniable master of the world. Who could rival him, except for those at the very top? Moreover, he had not revealed his identity. With a swift motion that resembled the wind, he vanished from sight. My heavens, what kind of monster is this? The bank teller gasped, quickly pressing the alarm button. Daolu gold jewelry. My first experience was rather splendid. Haha, it was truly exhilarating, something I had long desired to do. Countless times in my previous jobs, I fantasized about robbing a bank, and now, I have finally accomplished it. Son Wukong laughed heartily, his gaze gradually deepening. This sensation is simply marvelous. After departing from the bank, Son Wukong arrived at a jewelry store. Much like the bank he had just robbed, the store was resplendent, adorned with precious jade and diamonds at its entrance. Upon his entry, he was greeted by a throng of individuals hesitating at the counter, all accompanied by stunning women. Each one was fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, and possessed exquisite features. Hey, summon your manager, and convert these into cash for me. A booming voice resonated throughout the store, capturing everyone's attention. Son Wukong tossed the gold he had pilfered from the bank onto the counter. A burly man trembled as he replied, "Young lad, spare us the chatter, or you may end up like this stone." With a swift motion, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, shattering a stone pillar with a thunderous sound, causing the building to tremble violently and showering the interior with countless tiny debris. I'll fetch him right away. The burly man hurriedly summoned a bearded manager, hastily exchanging the gold for cash, carefully handing it over to Son Wukong. The manager dared to give more, fearing to offer less. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes. As Son Wukong gazed at the bag filled with money, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, most problems dissolve effortlessly. The aura surrounding Son Wukong subtly transformed, tinged with a hint of ink, unnoticed even by its master. The heart mirrors the aura, as one's heart is. So too is the aura. In the past, protagonists often remarked that villains lose themselves in overwhelming power. Now he understood why villains become disoriented in the face of such strength. Concentrating a blue energy orb in his palm, he hurled it towards a distant mountain. Boom. The mountain instantly lost a significant portion of its mass, countless stones cascading down, toppling the surrounding trees. Is losing oneself to power truly so bad? Wow, what formidable strength. A middle-aged man was sent flying, crashing into a pillar. You are simply too weak. Son Wukong frowned. The man had barely tapped into 1/10 of his power. Don't get too cocky, little brat. One day, you too shall be defeated by someone else. You merely rely on your youth. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, his pride wounded by being mocked by a child after dedicating half his life to martial arts. Although he recognized the child as a rare genius, insecurity gnawed at him. Yet he could not let his demeanor falter. Hearing this, Son Wukong shook his head, laughing. At merely 10 years of age, he had already reached heights that this middle-aged man would never attain. The man was but a jester. Yield your martial prowess. Pathetic fool. How dare you bully me? I could kill you. You little rascal. Bang, bang, bang. The middle-aged man, suddenly devoid of anger, sat silently, his face swollen, clutching the family martial arts scrolls. They are all here. Take them all. The middle-aged man remained silent, tears streaming down his face. Please copy these books. Son Wukong was speechless. Could it be that this fellow hadn't copied more than a few books of his family's martial arts? Really? Thank you. Thank you. I thought these skills would be lost forever. I am truly grateful to you. The middle-aged man, filled with surprise, bowed deeply in gratitude, believing he had done right by his ancestors, and indeed he had guessed correctly. As Son Wukong observed the man's bowing, he couldn't help but smirk. Fragmented gold fist, heavenly coin-step, is this it? Weaker than the turtle school by more than a little, I shouldn't have held too high expectations. Son Wukong. who initially held an interest in Earth's martial arts, felt his enthusiasm wane significantly. A young and beautiful woman was sent flying. Hand over your martial arts. Silent fist wow. Hand it over. Dragon tiger body wow. Hand it over. Shadowless foot 100 mountain skill wow. Golden light spell. This golden light spell is indeed remarkable, allowing for the manipulation of energy with great finesse. The creator of this technique is nothing short of a genius. Son Wukong was filled with delight as he seized hundreds of martial arts manuals. Despite the sheer number, their assistance to him was still quite limited. One must understand that energy is a challenging force to shape, with spherical energy blasts being the norm in the Dragon Ball universe. King Zamasu, as a deity, possesses formidable control, yet can merely shape energy into weapons. Even this is an extraordinary feat, as attacks derived from shaped energy far surpass those of equivalent energy blasts. The creator of the Golden Light spell demonstrated a profound comprehension of energy manipulation, worthy of in-depth study, for Son Wukong remains a novice. His grandfather, Son Wukong, could only execute the Kamehameha and the Spirit Bomb, lacking a deeper understanding of energy. In the Dragon Ball world, weaker beings often possess a greater understanding of energy, while the strong wield overwhelming numerical superiority. What are you rambling on about? I'll just launch an energy blast. With the techniques from the Golden Light spell, creating energy blasts or circular energy slashes will be considerably streamlined. After a decade of utilizing energy, Son Wukong had also come to grasp that the concept of energy in the Dragon Ball realm diverges significantly from that of Taoism. The energy system in Dragon Ball is a fusion of chi and divinity, not merely a singular force. Akira Toriyama's conception of energy encompasses vital energy, courage, righteousness, mental fortitude, and life force. No wonder I previously witnessed Super Saiyan Blue being wounded by a mere novice with a gun. It turns out that energy and the body are distinct entities. Once the mind relaxes, any firearm in the universe could spell doom for even the strongest of warriors. It is well known that in one's most perplexing moments, laughter often ensues. Uncertain whether it is the fusion of souls that has bestowed him with such extraordinary martial prowess, he now embodies a veritable marvel of innate talent. In the original narrative, Son Wukong could effortlessly master the Kamehameha upon witnessing it. Yet, he requires only a glimpse of its principles to discern a martial art that surpasses the original, adeptly synthesizing the strengths of various disciplines to forge an even mightier technique. Grandfather, I have returned. He longed for Son Gohan, who had ventured out for a few months of playful exploration. Oh, Wukong has returned. Was everything smooth? Certainly, everything went splendidly. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the faces of the elderly and the young. Though their smiles were not overt, one could faintly perceive the warmth of joy illuminating their expressions. Throughout the night, Son Wukong regaled Son Gohan with tales, while the latter propped his head on his hand, listening intently. Occasionally, he would erupt into hearty laughter at particularly amusing anecdotes. There were no inquiries regarding the origins of the martial tomes. Son Wukong chose silence, and Son Gohan refrained from questioning. In truth, Son Wukong relished this time together. In the early days of their acquaintance, he was reluctant to acknowledge Son Gohan as his grandfather. After all, one does not casually accept familial ties, much like the discomfort of 100 ants crawling upon one's skin. However, through 5 years of gradual understanding and a decade of shared experiences, they had become true kin. He had genuinely and wholeheartedly embraced Son Gohan as his grandfather. Half a year later, as white snowflakes descended from the sky, blanketing the earth and trees in a cloak of white, he nudged the now stiff Son Gohan. Grandfather, had he truly passed away? He instinctively took 2 steps back, momentarily stunned before the reality sank in. He shook his head. After all, life and death are the natural order of existence. How many on this planet could evade death? Yet, it was shocking that Son Gohan, a formidable warrior, had departed this world before reaching a full century. Chapter 4. Transformation of Heart. A peaceful end was not an inadequate conclusion for Son Gohan, as he had not succumbed at the hands of his beloved grandson, which alleviated some of Son Wukong's sorrow. Gently grasping Son Gohan's hand, energy flowed from Son Wukong into Son Gohan's lifeless form. There is no other way. Silver light cascaded down, the moonlight glistening upon the sharp strands of hair, creating a somber atmosphere. He pinched a firefly, transforming it into a wisp of smoke. Tenderly, He arranged Son Gohan's hair, imbuing it with a semblance of vitality before departing from the Baozi mountain. The forest echoed with the sounds of nature. Insects and bats stirred to life in the nocturnal realm. As night deepened, the creatures retreated to their nests for slumber. Yet, to one who had been attuned to the presence of energy since birth, sensing it was as effortless as a radar seeking the Dragon Balls. Though Son Gohan's energy had dissipated, Son Wukong harbored a flicker of hope. What if he had not truly perished? What if he merely existed in a state of suspended animation? On the first day, Son Gohan did not awaken. The snow continued to fall, and the accumulation outside the house remained deeper than the day before. He shuddered, unleashing a powerful gust that blew away the snow piled before the door. In an instant, a blanket of white snow enveloped the surroundings, seemingly rendering Son Wukong's power even more challenging to control than before. This change brought forth silvery strands in his hair, deepening his sense of solitude. The following day, Son Gohan remained in slumber. The snowfall intensified, accumulating heavily upon the rooftop, making it impossible for even an adult man to push open the snow-laden door. Yet, with a gentle push, Son Wukong effortlessly opened it. A sigh escaped him as the snow within a 100-meter radius vanished, leaving behind a stark desolation. His energy appeared more tempestuous than the previous day, as he blew away all the white snow from the house, even dislodging the snow atop the mountains. On the third day, with a full moon illuminating the sky, stars twinkled in the vast expanse, and the sky was devoid of clouds. Son Wukong carried Son Gohan out of the house, and as he raised his gaze, his heart raced, blood coursing rapidly through his veins. At that moment, it was the night of the full moon, transforming into a colossal ape. Son Wukong looked up at the moon that had granted him tenfold strength. Instead of feeling joy, he was engulfed by an unusual restlessness. Raising his hand, a gap appeared, and blue light flickered. Kamehameha, may you vanish forever. Boom, boom, boom. With a thunderous explosion, the moon was obliterated by the Kamehameha wave, sending countless meteors plummeting to Earth. Several dozen kilometers away from Baozi Mountain, while it would not be unthinkable to bury him there. Son Wukong yearned to find a site of exceptional feng shui for Son Gohan. He swiftly discovered an auspicious location, unleashing his energy to create a pit, and soon erected a grave. Once all matters were settled, Son Wukong did not depart, but instead found a stone to sit upon. In truth, Son Wukong was not a patient being. Although he never lost interest in tasks within mere moments, he had never possessed the fortitude to sit idly for an entire day. Yet today was distinct. He remained unusually still upon the stone, neither speaking nor moving, merely gazing at the grave. This continued until dawn broke, at which point he rose, brushed off his backside, and returned to Baozi Mountain. After a simple hunt and an early meal, he lay down on his bed. With a sigh, he contemplated the loss of his first kin in this world. Closing his eyes, he drifted into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, Son Wukong turned over, a solitary tear cascading down from beneath his eyelid, an expression of grief, not sweat. 3 days later, Son Wukong closed the door behind him, embarking on a new journey. Along the way, he encountered ducks and chickens, which he swiftly dispatched for sustenance. He met pigs, cows, and sheep, slaughtering them as well. And even dinosaurs met the same fate. Half a year later, he confronted a man with glasses. "This is my family's ancestral medical book. I cannot give it to you. Spare me your nonsense. If you do not relinquish it today, your entire family shall perish. Did you think I was a benevolent gentleman?" The audacity of such a young individual, possessing monstrous strength and brazenly seizing what belongs to others, was infuriating. Would he unleash chaos upon the world as he matured? "I have shown you mercy." A single punch landed upon the bespectacled man's face, shattering his glasses and transforming his eyes into those of a panda. Another punch. Another eye has transformed into a panda eye. Will you give it or not? "Brother, please stop. I was wrong. Will you accept my apology?" The bespectacled man was soon left covered in dark bruises. "It would have been better had this been done earlier. I never intended to inflict harm." Son Wukong chuckled heartily. The bespectacled man then whispered to an elderly gentleman, who returned shortly with a new book in hand, which he presented to Son Wukong. After a thorough inspection, Son Wukong found it to be devoid of any issues. Although it was a copy, the content remained unchanged and harmless. He casually purchased a candied hawthorn on the street, having heard of the existence of medical tomes here, and was pleasantly surprised to find one. That fellow had initially threatened him with energy blasts. leading Sun Wukong to believe he was tough all over, but after a few punches, it turned out his mouth was the only hard part. Sun Wukong had now amassed dozens of medical books, and with his prodigious insight and talent, he had committed them all to memory within 6 months. His combat prowess had already surpassed 100. However, his physical capabilities lagged far behind the enhancement of his ki. The rate of ki enhancement was several times that of physical improvement. If ki's battle power stands at 100, then physical prowess is merely 10. Reflecting on the Dragon Ball universe, he knew that no matter how formidable one's ki became, one could not escape the limitations of the mortal body. Was the only path to transcending human limitations through divinity? Aside from the eternal dragon, Sun Wukong pondered whether he could make wishes with other Dragon Balls. Yet he yearned to tread an unprecedented path, one that no one had ventured before. After all, to achieve immortality, having Bulma create a super dragon radar would suffice. Contemplating the demise of Gohan, he realized that even being among the strongest humans on this planet meant nothing after a century. One would merely become dust. He felt an urgent need to comprehend the human body structure. If essence, energy, and spirit could converge into ki, what wonders might unfold? Essence generates energy, and energy gives rise to spirit. Ki embodies the fusion of energy and spirit. If one were to add essence, which pertains to the physical body, what transformations might ensue through this amalgamation? Here, the concepts of essence, energy, and spirit have been slightly modified, drawing inspiration from cultivation novels. Indeed, they are a creative adaptation. The essence of divinity and divine power are distinct. The essence is key to achieving ultra instinct, whereas divine power is essential for wielding divine techniques. Could this lead to immortality? He craved more, much more material. With this thought, an inexhaustible drive surged within Sun Wukong, propelling him to fervently collect more medical texts. Fools, you took advantage of my solitude to ambush me. Did you not expect this? You novices will probably never defeat me in your lifetimes. Ha! Truly pathetic. A golden-haired girl donned a black outfit paired with a blue denim skirt. The four assailants, failing in their attack, found themselves overwhelmed and stripped of their combat capabilities. How vexing, as they had sullied my beloved attire. Chapter 5. The Golden-Haired Maiden Sister. It's time for dinner. A black-haired youth stifled a laugh as he observed the scene. The golden-haired maiden, with a forceful shove, promptly secured the door. Bang! Huh. It's all those people's fault. To suddenly declare they seek vengeance upon me is one thing, but to assault me with lime powder is utterly ridiculous. I can't take it anymore. Has the hot water finished? I am off to bathe. Ha. Well, who would have thought you'd have such a day? The black-haired youth finally succumbed to laughter. The room was modest, inherited from their parents who had passed away years ago, and though not spacious, it was equipped with all necessities. The golden-haired maiden swiftly entered the bathroom and shed her garments. The bathroom featured a large mirror, of which more than half had been shattered and discarded, yet the beauty-conscious maiden had salvaged what remained. In the reflection, her skin glowed like freshly fallen snow, the contours of her abdominal muscles distinctly visible. With a soft drip, the bathtub was filled with warm water. Today is the last day. Next week, it will be your turn to cook. And remember to wash the dishes. The youth's voice echoed from a distance. The golden-haired maiden furrowed her brows, irritation evident as she retorted, I know. Sighing, she lamented, what a stroke of bad luck today. I finally wore my favorite outfit only to encounter a group of ruffians. With frustration, she struck the water, causing a tumultuous wave to surge within the tub. The morning dawned clear and bright. The maiden pondered. Having endured an entire day of misfortune yesterday, surely today cannot be as unfortunate? She opened her wardrobe and retrieved her second favorite dress, a pure white gown, immaculate and unblemished. Although she adored the color white, she seldom wore this particular dress, for it was prone to stains, making her hesitant to don it. Without a bread maker at home, she resorted to frying some bread in a pan, along with 2 eggs. Breakfast is ready. I know. The black-haired youth, yawning and clearly fatigued from a late night, acknowledged her. Eat up. Dressed in her outerwear, the golden-haired maiden stepped outside. Hailing from the southern region, she had never witnessed snow. The sun shone brightly, its warmth gentle rather than oppressive. The trees, once adorned in lush green, had donned garments of yellow for the season. This one, and oh yes, this one too. The maiden cheerfully selected vegetables at the supermarket, where prices were significantly reduced for the day. Could she save enough to perhaps buy another dress? As she whimsically hopped about, a smile crept upon her lips. Scoundrels! Worthless fools! You four cannot even best a mere child. Didn't you get beaten by them as well? The four ruffians knelt at the feet of their gang leader, too intimidated to speak. Let us go. I refuse to believe this. The gang leader, having been schooled by the siblings before, was convinced that their previous defeat was due to their small numbers. Now they boasted 10 members. What is there to fear? The notorious gang leader immediately summoned 10 of his subordinates, which constituted their entire group. Nonetheless, their gang perpetually boasted to the outside world, claiming to have over 300 members. What do you intend to fight us with? They declared, for they believed that maintaining an imposing presence was paramount. Where are they? Asked the leader. We have no idea, responded the others. You incompetent fools, how can you not know this? The gang leader unleashed a flurry of punches, landing them squarely on the heads of 4 hapless individuals. From morning until noon, the blonde-haired girl appeared to be in high spirits. La, 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 she sang, her hands clutching 2 large bags filled with provisions for her and her brother for the upcoming week. Stop right there. It's time to settle the score for a month's worth of grievances. The gang leader suddenly appeared, blocking her path. Just you? The girl scoffed. Of course. It's us. 9 delinquent youths emerged from around the corner, brandishing baseball bats and iron rods as they slowly advanced. Realizing the imminent threat posed by the gang, the blonde girl sensed peril and turned to flee. Don't let her escape, one of them shouted in frustration. Damn it, my brother isn't here, she thought, gritting her teeth as she ran for her life. Being caught would mean dire consequences. Ultimately, the blonde girl was cornered by the river and had no choice but to confront her pursuers, ultimately succumbing to their aggression. Still buying food, huh? You parentless wretches deserve nothing but to perish, they taunted, threatening to leave her lifeless in a forgotten corner of Z City, akin to a mere rat. The gang of delinquents continued to beat and berate her, even trampling the food she had just purchased. You, of all people, only deserve this, the gang leader sneered, smearing the ruined food across her face. Eat it. Why aren't you eating? Don't you love it? After what felt like an eternity, the delinquents finished their torment and departed. The girl sniffled, suppressing the pain from her injuries as she rose to her feet. I have no money left. The food is gone, and even my favorite clothes are now filthy. They want to wash clean. This particular outfit was notoriously hard to clean, which was precisely why she wore it so infrequently. Slowly, she began to clear the remnants of the encounter from her person and made her way to the riverbank. As dusk approached, her once pristine appearance was now marred by dirt. She had always prided herself on cleanliness and was eager to return home for a bath. Yet today was different. She felt uncertain about how to explain her condition to her brother, as ripples danced across the tranquil surface of the lake. Hey kid, what is wrong with you? You're all dirty. Did someone bully you? Meanwhile, Son Wukong had pilfered a few ancestral medical texts and a hospital's database in this city. Originally intent on leaving, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the scenery. The sunset bathed him in warm light, momentarily alleviating the weariness in his heart. Mind your own business, the blonde girl snapped, incensed by the child's scrutiny of her disheveled attire. How can you shout at someone who expresses concern while you remain silent against your aggressors? You truly lack manners. How do you know I didn't resist? You're the one who's rude. A young child, in comparison to someone older. Calling them little ghost is perhaps the most discourteous act imaginable. Isn't it? You are. Little ghost. You are. He. The golden-haired girl found an outlet for her emotions, furiously venting her frustrations towards Son Wukong, a torrent of invectives pouring forth from her lips. Son Wukong listened quietly, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. The girl, misinterpreting his gestures as playful teasing, raised her voice again. As time swiftly passed, the stars twinkled above, and the moon of this world, had undoubtedly wandered off. Gradually, the girl's voice began to weaken, and her anger subsided considerably. Observing her diminishing ire, Son Wukong took out a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the dirt from her face. With a mischievous glint, he teased the golden-haired girl, asking, "Could you tell me why they bully you so? How utterly despicable. They actually harmed you so severely." Feeling the soft texture of the tissue, the girl frowned slightly, but managed to endure it. She truly despised having anyone touch her face, even if it was merely a tissue. Why do they bully you? Can you share that with me? Son Wukong's gentle voice resonated in her ears, causing her to momentarily pause before her anger erupted once more. It's that group of little ghosts. They came seeking revenge. We never provoked that delinquent leader in the first place. He approached us uninvited, seeking trouble, and we merely taught him a lesson. The girl hadn't intended to cry, but upon hearing words of concern, tears fell uncontrollably. Chapter 6. The fist of my heart's desire. All right, little ghost, you still dropped a tiny pearl. Son Wukong gently patted her head in comfort. Thank you, but could you refrain from calling me little ghost? You resemble one far more than I do. The girl immediately retorted, adamantly refusing to be labeled as a little ghost. Very well, little ghost. I told you not to call me that. Understood, little ghost. Ah, fine. Do as you wish. The girl's face contorted in distress, resigning herself to Son Wukong's teasing. From her brief account, it became clear that the delinquent leader had initially instigated trouble with her and her brother, only to be soundly beaten by them, thus sealing their enmity. Days later, their retaliation commenced, with 4 individuals ambushing her in a narrow alley, culminating in the current assault by the delinquent leader. Son Wukong was astonished by the girl's strength, far surpassing his own as a child when he struggled to best even 2 opponents. He beckoned her to the riverbank, urging her to wash off the refuse clinging to her, as it would surely be repugnant to anyone. Hurry, what are you afraid of? I have no interest in your childish form. The girl ultimately shielded her most sensitive areas, knowing Son Wukong was just a child and understood little of such matters. Yet she couldn't help but feel shy. Using her energy, she transformed it into ropes, binding her legs. Be careful. Son Wukong tossed the young girl into the river, where the rope spun wildly, ensuring she was thoroughly cleansed. Wait, I don't need your help, Gulu. Was this an act of personal vendetta? It must surely be. Ugh, this is so uncomfortable. Son Wukong spun the girl around several times, and the grime and odor that clung to her began to dissipate. There was no choice. The debris on her was simply overwhelming. Vegetables, fruits, and seasonings all adhered to her skin. Without such drastic measures, a proper cleanse would be nearly impossible. You can wear this dress for now. I haven't worn it before. The girl shielded her most vital areas, her cheeks flushed, her eyes wide as she bit down on the fabric. But it doesn't fit me. No worries. Just cover yourself for the time being, and I'll be back soon. Son Wukong patted her head and turned to leave. He recalled that she was donned in white attire, and after purchasing several food packages, he headed to a clothing store to find a dress of suitable size. As for how he determined the size, it was due to his absolute mastery over the energy around him, allowing him to discern the fit at a glance. Yes, it must be. A few minutes later, Son Wukong approached the girl, carrying several bags. Sorry for the wait. I wasn't sure of your size, so I bought something at random. And here's dinner. You must be hungry, so put on the dress and eat quickly. Thank you. Thank you. The girl caressed the luxurious fabric, astonished at its quality. This must be expensive, right? I've never seen anything like it. It's fine, I suppose. It's nothing special, Son Wukong replied nonchalantly, urging her to eat, as he still needed to find a place to stay. All right. The girl devoured half of her meal in no time, truly demonstrating her impressive appetite. Why are you staring at me? She asked, turning back for another bite. Son Wukong chuckled, gently removing the rice from her hands, and said earnestly, I'm admiring how you eat. After all, you're quite adorable. Upon hearing this, her previously pale cheeks flushed with color. I'm not. Ha. Son Wukong laughed heartily, finding her even more charming. He had never encountered someone who blushed so easily from mere teasing. Are you full now? Once you finish, I'll take you home. Yes. Under the night sky, the bright lights illuminated the boy and girl, their shadows stretching and eventually merging into one. Do you wish to become strong like me? I do. Oh, quite resolute, aren't you? But why do you want to grow stronger? Is a reason necessary? The girl inquired, puzzled. Indeed, not needed at all. Son Wukong chuckled. He had heard many reasons before, but today he was taken aback by such a unique response. As they walked slowly, step by step, and after several hours of mutual understanding, they finally arrived at the girl's home. Thank you so much, little crabhead. I'm home now. Oh, so you really are an impolite little rascal. Here, can you read? This is my first creation of martial arts. It can aid you in becoming the foremost martial artist in the world. Take this book and protect your younger brother. Do not allow him to be bullied like you were today. This martial art was first conceived by Son Wukong, synthesizing the experiences of predecessors. However, this book does not represent traditional martial arts. Rather, It resembles a form of unorthodox cultivation technique, offering a shortcut to swiftly becoming a formidable figure in the martial world. Rest assured, it will not compromise your lifespan nor impose any costs. Grasping the girl's cheeks with both hands, a fervent tugging ensued. All right, but can you please stop pulling me? She protested, pouting as she accepted the book. Until we meet again. Wait, I still do not know your name. The martial arts are inscribed within. The girl clutched the book, standing silently in place. The appearance of this youth brought a warm sensation to her heart, and soon, he vanished from her sight, leaving her gazing vacantly at the silhouette that had disappeared. After a while, she exclaimed, "Thank you, little rascal. Just like a prince from a fairy tale, you pulled me from the mire." Regaining her composure, she took the remaining 2 portions of food and pushed open the door. "I'm back. Why are you so late? I've been searching for you everywhere." "Don't mention it. I took a tumble by the river and was covered in mud, had to wash up before returning." "Sis, what about this outfit? Did you use the grocery money to buy new clothes again?" The boy's pupils contracted as he scanned left and right. "No. Really? Are you certain?" The raven-haired boy's eyes fixated intently on her. "Look into my eyes. You scoundrel." No. It's a gift. Hurry and eat. I specifically bought it for you." She spoke with unwavering conviction, devoid of any guilt. At 10 o'clock that evening, back in her room, the girl finally focused on the martial arts. Mind Heart Fist. The first page read, Creator, Son Wukong. Son Wukong? What a delightful name. Her legs unconsciously swayed, her pink toes instinctively curling together, supporting her chin with her hands. Mind follows the heart, the fist moves at will. The essence lies in transcending the body's instincts, allowing the fist to strike as desired, shape-shifting without form. While this sounds simple, in reality, it is quite challenging. Without profound comprehension of martial arts, grasping its quintessence is difficult. However, this is of little concern, as enhancing physical attributes is also a commendable choice. The techniques created by Son Wukong extend over 30 pages, detailing methods to improve physical fitness, perceived chi, and various techniques to counter others' martial arts, along with straightforward assault formulas to facilitate ease of mastery. Gradually captivated by the content, the girl turned to the final page. What is this? Money. 100,000. Her eyes widened in astonishment, exuding a striking allure. Who on earth is you, Son Wukong? Blushing, she embraced the book to her face, gently inhaling, attempting to discern the essence of its creator. I am truly benevolent, assisting a helpless girl in acquiring the strength for self-preservation. Indeed, I am the greatest philanthropist in the universe. It is time to return. As the narrative of Dragon Ball finally commences, how astute is Bulma, renowned as the most formidable and beautiful scientist. What is the extent of martial comprehension possessed by Master Roshi, Kirin, Bobo, and the Supreme Kai? When watching the anime, one finds it challenging to grasp the intricacies. For how can an outsider discern the profundity of the situation? Over the years, Son Goku has sought Master Roshi whenever he had the chance. Yet that old man is elusive, who claims he can be easily found. Master Roshi suppresses his energy to that of an ordinary person. Searching for him in the vast ocean is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. I have returned. This excursion has yielded abundant rewards. No one responded. Son Goku, unfazed, tossed his bundle onto the ground. This is the power pole. Although Son Goku has never utilized it, his prowess has made weaponry unnecessary. Seasons change. Winter gives way to spring, and spring to summer. 6 months later, Son Goku transformed his dwelling into a bedroom and a study. He has thoroughly absorbed the books within. Yet that does not preclude him from collecting them, as they are indeed his trophies. Through years of traversing the world, Son Goku's martial experience has surpassed that of the 999 martial artists globally, allowing him to rightfully claim the title of martial arts master. Techniques such as the flight technique, energy blade, and energy sphere have all been comprehended by him. However, he remains at a loss regarding how to enhance his physical condition. Though he has devised the Ape King's energy absorption technique, which involves consuming the life force of animals to bolster his physique, this is not a form of cultivation. Rather, it is the application of energy to aid in perfect digestion. With diligent practice, his stomach is in good shape. His combat prowess has not seen significant improvement. Presently, his energy has reached a combat power of 180, while his physical strength stands at 20. Of course, this remains within the realm of energy, as stamina is also considered a form of energy. Chapter 7. A fateful encounter suppressing the agitation within. He drew aside the paper curtain. Here she comes. The genius beauty. Son Goku possesses an innate and formidable perception ability, capable of sensing anything from several kilometers away at will. Moreover, should anyone attempt a sneak attack, he receives immediate warning. Akin to the observation haki of a pirate, he fears no ambush. A car traversed the steep rocks, surrounded by lush greenery. The Dragon Balls are nearby, yes. Soon, I shall gather 3 Dragon Balls. The girl with blue hair, adorned with a large red bow and sporting a ponytail, wore a pink dress. She radiated youth and vitality. Her slender figure complemented by flawless, fair skin that glowed with a hint of rosy hue. Who shall I choose today? It will be you, the red dinosaur. The energy blade sliced through the dinosaur's neck, severing the trees behind it in two, as its enormous form crashed down, obliterating the nearby foliage. With a head in the left hand and a tail in the right, the aroma of roasting is simply irresistible. Get away. Run. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out. As Son Wukong turned around, he was struck directly in the face by an oncoming car. In an instant, his youthful body was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing against a large tree. I've killed someone. Woe is me. The girl's heart plummeted. If anyone were to discover this, she would be utterly doomed. I'm going to die. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in the girl's ears, and the previously sweltering air turned damp. I will kill you. Join me in death. Descend into hell together. No, I don't want to die. Mother, help me. Son Wukong supported himself against the glass, his hands drenched in blood, presenting a horrifying sight. His crimson hands opened the door, and he tightly grasped Bulma's legs, sensing the sticky warmth of blood. The girl's complexion turned pale, her fear deepening. Oh dear ghost, I am still young. I beg you spare me. I won't dare again. Bulma knelt on the chair with her hands clutching her head, tears streaming down her face, soaking her long dress. It seemed she had been overly frightened. However, Son Wukong remained indifferent. Compared to the girl's recklessness, the fright she experienced was not overly harsh. After all, not everyone possesses extraordinary strength like him, and she needed a profound lesson. Enough. This girl who loves to call for her mother, please cease your cries. How could there be ghosts in broad daylight? As Bulma regained her composure, she noticed that the person she had just knocked over was miraculously unharmed. Moreover, the blood that had terrified her was merely a little from the boy's palm. She had truly frightened herself. You little brat, you're insufferable. Son Wukong tightened his grip on the dinosaur carcass, realizing that the girl was frantically retaliating, a smirk creeping across his lips. She was even more formidable than the blonde girl he had encountered before, and he quickly changed the subject. What brings you to this desolate wilderness alone? Why does it matter to you? This remark snapped Bulma back to reality. Indeed, she had come in search of the Dragon Balls. Shortly thereafter, Son Wukong's voice resounded again. The day is fading. Many man-eating monsters lurk here at night. There are even dinosaurs over 10 meters long that could crush a house with a single step. Is that true? Bulma's face turned ashen. After all her effort to arrive here, she was on the brink of finding the Dragon Balls, only to discover how perilous this place was. She felt an immense sense of discontent. Then, a thought struck her. Wait. If it's so dangerous, why do you live here? You're not trying to deceive me. Are you? Certainly not. I am a martial arts master. Just you? Huh. Bulma was convinced she had unraveled the truth. This little brat was clearly lying. What kind of martial arts master is merely a teenager? Seeing Bulma's disbelief, Son Wukong rubbed his forehead. In the realm of Baotou Mountain, dinosaurs roamed freely. And for Bulma to enter this perilous place was a testament to her fortunate fate. It was not a mere whim to venture in and out at will. Suddenly, a spiraling surge of energy cleaved Bulma's vehicle in twain. My goodness! Bulma knelt in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. Was this truly a human? Yet, why unleash such power upon my car? I apologize for startling you. Would you care to take refuge at my home? Tomorrow, I shall escort you outside. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Son Wukong. I am immensely grateful. I am Bulma. How utterly revolting. Bulma hesitated for a moment, but ultimately grasped Son Wukong's bloodied hand. After much contemplation, she decided to accompany Son Wukong back home, for her life was of utmost importance. The Dragon Balls awaited her research to forge mightier weapons for future pursuits. Incredible. Son Wukong, you have survived in such a treacherous environment for 12 years. Indeed. Welcome to my abode. Along the way, Son Wukong could hardly contain his eagerness to share, having communicated solely with his grandfather, a golden-haired maiden. And Bulma throughout those 12 years. Loneliness had rendered him exceedingly talkative. Please, make yourself comfortable while I fetch the grilling tools. Very well. Bulma glanced around and instantly recognized the Dragon Balls. She hurriedly placed her 2 Dragon Balls beside the prominent one in the center of the room, and suddenly, the 3 Dragon Balls began to shimmer with radiant light. Huh. It is indeed true that fortune often comes without effort. Hey, it is quite impolite to tamper with the belongings of the owner. Control the crane. The 4-star Dragon Ball soared from Bulma's grasp into Son Wukong's hands. Ah, my Dragon Ball. This is capable of granting any wish. Now, Wukong, how about you give me this Dragon Ball? I could offer something else in return. No, I shall not trade, regardless of Bulma's pleas. Well then, Wukong, what if I let you touch it? Would you part with the Dragon Ball? Bulma playfully swayed her skirt, revealing her undergarments. To her surprise, she had been quite forward, yet Son Wukong held no interest in Bulma's current self. Perhaps the 24-year-old Bulma would have been a different story. Here, take it. I have no use for it. What? You are simply giving it to me? You refused to trade just moments ago. Compared to the Dragon Ball, I desire you far more. You are far more significant than any Dragon Ball, which can wait 8 months without consequence. Son Wukong tossed the Dragon Ball to Bulma, silently deeming the dragon a rather unimpressive entity. As the sun began to set, it was time to dine. The 2 figures busied themselves. On the grill, the dinosaur meat sizzled to a golden crisp, enhanced by a sprinkle of chili powder, a true delicacy. Wukong, why did you offer me the Dragon Ball? After all, you had been so adamant about not trading. It must hold great significance to you, does it not? With a piece of meat in her right hand, Bulma turned to the ravenous Son Wukong, voicing her innermost curiosity. I see your desire for the Dragon Balls is profound. It is known that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish, and I can only surmise that you possess a wish of great significance. Upon hearing this, Bulma hastened her movements as she savored her barbecue, a gentle blush gracing her cheeks. Thank you. Indeed, I have a wish of immense importance, she confessed, her face flushing a deeper shade as her gaze subtly drifted towards Goku's cheek, her thoughts swirling. Ah, I see through you, Goku chuckled softly. As night fell, the stars twinkled above. The fire had long extinguished, and Goku lay asleep in his bed while Bulma, utilizing a universal capsule, had conjured a house beside him. Chapter 8. The journey begins. The midday sun scorched the earth, warping the very air. Goku, join me in the quest for the Dragon Balls. On this journey, you will encounter formidable opponents and enhance your skills. Seclusion will not suffice. There will be thrilling adventures awaiting us. What do you say, Goku? The girl spoke fervently, extolling the myriad benefits of their expedition, as if to suggest that not accompanying her would be the greatest regret of his life. Bulma's invitation to Goku was not merely for companionship, but also stemmed from a desire for him to protect her. More significantly, she yearned to forge a connection with this boy and understand him better. Was she infatuated with Goku? Not quite. For Bulma, it was merely a budding curiosity and nascent fondness. All right, I accept, Goku replied. Really? That's fantastic. Though he was not particularly enthused about the upcoming journey. His interest was piqued by Oolong's transformation techniques, and, most importantly, by Bulma herself. With a swift motion, she tossed a universal capsule, which instantly morphed into a motorcycle. Hop on. Bulma, don't you have a car? Why this? Oh, that's on you. In an instant, Bulma transformed into a fierce persona, her sharp hands clutching Goku's shoulder with vigor. Ha, my apologies. Hey, Goku, don't hold on so tightly. Bulma felt Goku's firm embrace around her waist, her fair complexion tinged with a delicate flush. You're the one turning red like a teapot. Goku loosened his grip slightly, feigning ignorance. With a roar, the motorcycle surged forward, causing Goku to jolt against the back. A subtle fragrance wafted in, reminiscent of gardenias, instilling a sense of tranquility within him. The bike sped through the countryside like a wild racer, reaching speeds of 200 miles per hour. It must be said, a survivor's fate is often dictated by their fortitude. Wow, it's really tight. Bulma shifted her waist, causing the boy behind her to sway with her movement, and sighed with resignation, wondering who could possibly fall asleep upon embarking on a ride. As the sun descended, the blue sky succumbed to the encroaching golden hues. The verdant leaves, akin to dyed hair, swiftly transform into a resplendent golden hue. Awaken, gradually acclimated to the surroundings, Bulma's demeanor shifts dramatically, although her initial attitude was far from amiable. With a resounding thud, a house materializes out of thin air, shaped like a semi-sphere. Let me slumber a while longer. Initially, Son Wukong had no intention of dozing off. Yet the alluring fragrance in the air lulls him into an unintentional slumber. Get up. I've driven all day, and you've been asleep the entire time. Are you a pig? How can you sleep so soundly? Bulma's demeanor morphs once more into a fierce expression, her sharp teeth seemingly poised to bite down on Son Wukong's head. The juxtaposition of sharp and smooth is indeed quite intriguing. Son Wukong gazes off, somewhat entranced. Hey, are you even listening? I am, Bulma replies. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Son Wukong immediately straightens up. Huh, where did you learn that? From your heart. Ha ha. And where did that rustic flirtation come from? Aren't you a martial arts master? How do you know such things? Being a martial arts master is no idle boast. I have journeyed far and wide, proving myself with my fists, once unmatched in combat. None could withstand a single blow. I find that hard to believe. A mere 12-year-old child, how could that be? Are you deceiving me? The girl's eyes widen, bright and alert, resembling bells. Her pupils sparkling with curiosity as she fixates on Son Wukong, seemingly challenging him to prove himself. Unfazed, Son Wukong strides into the room, settling onto the couch. You will soon find out. Is that so? She gently presses a button, and the screen displays, heating in progress. Food emerges from the universal capsule, pre-prepared delicacies, which he places into the device before turning to the bathroom to heat water. Whether it be true or false, Bulma remains indifferent. Her sole interest lies in witnessing Son Wukong's pride. That proud visage strikes her as somewhat endearing. As the daughter of a capsule company tycoon, Bulma has encountered countless individuals and perceives Son Wukong as inherently proud. Is it due to his exceptional martial prowess at such a young age, or something else? Though Son Wukong conceals it well, Bulma still senses it. The instinctual curiosity of a girl compels her to uncover the myriad expressions of the youthful warrior. I'm off to the restroom. That device will ring. Remember to answer it, you fool. Report back, and if you fail to find anything, do you think that suffices? The blue dwarf gnashes his teeth in frustration, his anger palpable. My sincerest apologies, King Pilaf. I am at fault. The dog-like figure clad in a blue cloak fervently apologizes to Pilaf. Do you realize? We are not the only ones seeking the Dragon Balls. Others may have already gathered 6 of them. They could very well be plotting to seize our Dragon Balls. Pilaf retrieves a Dragon Ball from the box, placing it before Asu. Behold, this radiant beauty belongs solely to me. If I can seize all their Dragon Balls, this world will be mine. Pilaf, raising the 1-star ball high, was consumed by greed, his desires almost spilling from his eyes. A master shall emerge in this world, and that master shall be none other than I, King Pilaf. Bulma, you certainly possess considerable wealth. Your abode is exquisitely furnished. Of course, Son Wukong. After Bulma finished her bath and rinsed her mouth, promptly retired to bed, for staying up late is hardly a commendable habit. Morning arrived. The sun ascended. The air was crisp, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Son Wukong engaged in his usual exercises. Could you fetch me a cup of water with salt? Seaweed would be splendid as well. Suddenly, the turtle appeared, tapping Wukong's calf with an arm. You really know how to indulge yourself. Bulma stepped out, turning back to retrieve it, deeming it a trivial act of kindness. Here you go, dear turtle. Ah, you know I am a sea turtle. How touching. Throughout my journey, I've been called merely a turtle, when I am distinctly a sea turtle. The turtle then recounted his myriad experiences along the way. Aren't sea turtles and turtles rather similar? Who even asked you? Son Wukong and Bulma exchanged glances, both recognizing the mutual exasperation reflected in each other's eyes. Eventually, the turtle divulged his ultimate purpose. I am lost. Do you know where the sea is? Bulma produced a map, exclaiming in shock, Goodness! We are 150 kilometers from the coast. What? 150? Boo-hoo. Aren't you a large turtle? Why are you crying? Shouldn't you be striving to return? Son Wukong remarked, bemused, though it did strike him as odd. Turtles were not typically known for weeping. Even after 12 years, his memories remained vivid, and the narrative seemed to deviate. Could it be that deviations from reality are customary? Changes could occur at any moment. If time were to reverse, events should ideally continue along their original course, yet one's thoughts might diverge from their intended trajectory. Should a novel idea emerge one day, chaos could ensue. altering the thoughts of others. For one cannot guarantee that a person's mind will adhere to its previous path. Unexpected inspirations may give rise to uncharted territories. Very well. I shall escort you home. Really? Thank you, young one. Why dwell on such thoughts? Let the challenges come as they may. In the past, I failed to comprehend why the most formidable antagonists did not resort to cunning schemes against the protagonists. Now I understand that possessing absolute strength guarantees victory. All fears stem from insufficient power. A strong warrior must harbor a robust heart. If one is fearful of this or that, perhaps it would be wiser to return home to seek comfort from mother. Chapter 9. The Turtle Hermit. Wukong, that's too far. I refuse to go. I absolutely will not go, not even if it costs me my life. Moreover, he should crawl back himself. What concern is it of ours? Bulma shook her head in exasperation, questioning how long it would take to gather the Dragon Balls for this old turtle. She resolutely refused to assist. Do not worry. I shall be quick. I can accomplish it in half a day. Is that true? Of course. Bulma, somewhat skeptical, recalled Goku effortlessly slicing through a car and ultimately nodded in agreement. Thank you so much, Goku. The turtle, moved to tears, had not anticipated such kindness from a stranger. All right, Mr. Turtle, I shall carry you. Oh no, that would be too much. The turtle waved his hands in protest. It is quite all right. I am very strong. Goku hoisted the turtle onto his back, arms outstretched. Bulma, I shall carry you too. We will arrive in no time. Huh, really? Is that true? Bulma took 2 steps back, crossing her arms. Of course. Otherwise, it would take several days, and you wouldn't want to delay, would you? Ignoring Bulma's concerns, Goku swept her up in a princess carry and soared into the sky. Flying technique. Ascending 5 meters above the ground, he swiftly traversed hundreds of meters. We are going to crash. Bulma instinctively clung to Goku's neck, her body squished against his. Goku maneuvered around the mountains. The snow is so soft. At that moment, Goku had but one thought, to hold Bulma a little tighter. Hey, Goku, what are you doing? Bulma's cheeks flushed, feeling that Goku was being intentional. You are holding too tightly. This has nothing to do with me. Goku adamantly refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing, insisting it was Bulma's fault. As his speed increased, they soon reached the seaside. Along the way, they encountered a tiger-like creature attempting to rob them, which Goku effortlessly dispatched with a gust of wind, sending it flying far away. Goku thought to himself, I can fly. How audacious to attempt a robbery. But if you manage to survive my grasp, it is simply fate. After a few minutes of flying, they arrived at the beach. Thank you ever so much, Goku. Could you wait here for a moment? I wish to present you with a gift. The turtle walked away without acknowledging Bulma's words. Honestly, we cannot afford to wait for him. And Goku, did you just take advantage of me? Surely you did. Bulma cast a cold glare at him. Absolutely not. It was you who held on too tightly. Goku turned away, flustered. Look into my eyes and answer me. Bulma insisted. I have a slight squint. You little pervert. Bulma tugged at her hair, exasperated by Goku's unapologetic demeanor. She resigned herself, lacking any evidence. Moments later, the turtle returned, carrying an elderly man with glasses on his back. Thank you, young man, for bringing my old friend home. Is that all? Shouldn't there be a gift? The turtle grumbled. Just a moment, just a moment. Immortal bird. Immortal bird. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. This is the legendary immortal creature. A phoenix, perhaps? You are getting ahead of yourself. It is merely a name. How amusing would Bulma's expression be upon learning the truth? Goku's thoughts turned slightly mischievous. After a considerable pause, he recalled that the creature had perished last year due to food poisoning. My young friend. I shall choose another gift, the turtle hermit said, feeling somewhat awkward. Bulma, with disappointment in her voice, replied, What a letdown. I only desire this yellow orb. He had no need for the flying nimbus, his speed having far surpassed it, and his intentions were not entirely pure. A fall would indeed be embarrassing. Besides, the Rui Bang he carried was not intended as a weapon, but merely served as a means of identification. When venturing out, one must be shrewd. This is merely a worthless glass bead. Are you truly certain you wish for it? Goku had already memorized the turtle hermit's aura and intended to seek him out for mentorship after collecting the Dragon Balls. Though his strength exceeded that of the turtle hermit, there were surely invaluable insights to be gained from the original Goku's mastery of the ultimate martial arts. The turtle hermit gazed at the youth, who bore the Rui Bang on his back, and felt certain he was the grandson of Gohan. 3 years prior, Gohan had visited him. bringing several bottles of wine and boasting of his grandson's remarkable talents, vowing that he would become the strongest in the world within a few years. Little did he expect that, in just 3 years, Goku's prowess would far exceed his own. Your grandfather is named Gohan, correct? Has he spoken of me? Indeed. How has Gohan been lately? The turtle hermit tossed the Dragon Ball he wore around his neck to Goku, subtly adjusting his attire. He was keen to avoid embarrassment in front of his disciple's grandson. Grandfather passed away a year ago. Is that so? Truly? The turtle hermit kicked the sea turtle, indicating it was time to depart, his gaze fixed on the sun shining upon the ocean's surface, 2 golden orbs. He had not anticipated that their last meal together 3 years prior would be their final encounter. Gohan was gone, along with memories of mentorship and training. Oh, it has been decades. You are Master Roshi, are you not? My grandfather spoke of you, though Gohan had never mentioned him directly. Farewell, Goku. I hope we may meet again one day. The sea turtle waved its flipper, fond of the boy with the tail. The turtle hermit waved back, retreating behind him, vanishing over the ocean's surface. For reasons unknown, his silhouette appeared somewhat solitary. Goku, you are remarkable. Without much effort, we have acquired another Dragon Ball. Bulma exclaimed, filled with joy, astonished that they had collected a Dragon Ball on the very first day of their journey. Goku was indeed her lucky star. She embraced Goku's head with both arms, but as he was half her height, he found himself somewhat compressed against her chest, struggling to breathe. Ha ha ha, my apologies. With 4 Dragon Balls in their possession, their wish would soon be within reach. Hey, Bulma, what is the wish you desire? In a moment of joy, Bulma abruptly halted, a wave of embarrassment washing over her face. Never mind that. It's just very important. Oh please, do you think I am unaware? Son Wukong scoffed. Let us see how you fare once we gather them all. He once again encircled Bulma's waist with his arms. It must be said, it felt rather delightful. As a motorcycle approached the village, the villagers scattered in fright, hastily shutting their doors. The location of the 5th Dragon Ball lay within. Bulma, clutching the dragon radar, lightly tapped Son Wukong, having long since grown accustomed to his embrace. Oh, you seem quite terrifying. The moment you appeared, the villagers fled in terror. What did you say? Son Wukong, in his sharp-toothed form, playfully clawed at him, but it hardly grazed him. Bulma sighed. This fellow was like a fortress, impervious to any assault. The dragon radar scanned the area. Is anyone home? Hello? Son Wukong understood that the villagers feared Oolong and dared not open their doors. If a person of high moral standing were to knock first and declare, I am entering, would Son Wukong fit that description? He unleashed a powerful punch, creating a gaping hole, his hand slipping through to twist the doorknob, effortlessly dismantling the door. A man wielding an axe approached, but with a slight movement. Son Wukong evaded him effortlessly. Exhaling, the man was swiftly blown back against the wall. Impressive, Wukong. You sent him flying with just one breath. Please, Lord Oolong, do not slay me. Discarding the broken door, they soon spotted the Dragon Ball in the middle of the room. Chapter 10, Transformation Technique. Hey, I'll be taking this, he declared, claiming the Dragon Ball as the price for his surprise attack. He rummaged through his pockets, tossing some money to the man. This is for the door repairs. The amount was sufficient to purchase a dozen doors, and Son Wukong, uninterested in wealth, knew that money was a trivial matter he could conjure at will. He tossed the Dragon Ball to Bulma and settled beneath the shade of a large tree. Bulma, let us rest a while. I am waiting for someone here. Bulma, lost in the joy of acquiring the Dragon Ball, snapped back to reality, though she was unsure how Son Wukong would wait without any means of communication. She chose to trust him. After all, he was the one who had helped her obtain 3 Dragon Balls in just 2 days. A little patience was only natural. As the villagers gradually emerged upon realizing that Son Wukong and his companions were not Oolong, a few bold souls began to discuss them, yet none dared to approach. Time passed slowly. Bulma took out a universal capsule and released a house, as the heat was unbearable. She certainly did not wish to turn her fair skin dark from the sun. Finally, Son Wukong opened his eyes slowly. Oolong, you have kept me waiting. He thought to himself, just don't die on me now. Has he finally arrived? Bulma awoke from her recliner, feeling utterly refreshed after a delightful slumber that lasted from noon until the afternoon. Suddenly, a sense of alarm washed over her as Oolong approached. The villagers hurried back to their homes, securing their doors and windows with utmost haste. A man clad in a suit, bearing the countenance of a sophisticated rogue, could scarcely conceal his lecherous demeanor. With a surge of energy, Son Wukong transformed his essence into golden ropes, ensnaring Oolong before he could even react. Ah, Oolong, you have kept me waiting, Son Wukong exclaimed. Who are you? Oolong trembled in fear, unable to recall having wronged this formidable youth, having never even encountered him before. Son Wukong's left hand morphed into a whip, delivering a series of strikes. 1, 2, 30. You dare arrive so late. You, who transformed into a human. You, who are but a pig. You have made me wait far too long. With no entertainment to occupy him, Son Wukong's patience, having endured for hours, was now utterly exhausted. As he lashed out at Oolong, he voiced his grievances. Bulma, overhearing Son Wukong's complaints, found herself momentarily speechless. Realizing that his intention was to assist the villagers in dealing with the troublesome Oolong. Misunderstanding his motives, she thought him to be an arrogant man. How mistaken she was. Please, brother, spare me. I will do anything you ask. Oolong cried out, desperately pleading. Where have you hidden the abducted women? Over there. Over there. Oolong gestured while wincing in pain from his battered body. The agony was unbearable. He felt as though he could perish from it. Go tell those villagers. Very well. Bulma responded, and after relaying the situation to the villagers, they swiftly located the abducted girls. Meanwhile, Son Wukong took Oolong away, intent on extracting the secrets of the transformation technique. The vehicle roared to life and set forth once more in search of the elusive Dragon Balls. On the journey, Son Wukong quickly discerned the transformation technique, only to find Oolong to be a complete failure, having retained but half of the knowledge after all this time. Sadly, over the years, Son Wukong had been unable to find any animals capable of transformation. Had he encountered Oolong sooner, he would have dispatched him with ease. However, his focus had been on acquiring martial arts manuals, leaving him little time for such pursuits. Enough. You are of no use to me, Son Wukong declared, committing Oolong's ineptitude to memory. Without a second thought, he discarded Oolong by the roadside. The worthless creature was hardly deserving of a glance. As Son Wukong deemed it a waste of life, Bulma, too, offered no objections. After all, sparing someone who had kidnapped children could be seen as an act of kindness on Wukong's part. Ah, the pain, Oolong lamented, left to suffer alone. Thus, Oolong was callously abandoned by the roadside, while Son Wukong and Bulma continued their quest for the Dragon Balls. In the desert, the winds howled, and the heat was oppressive. So hot, so hot. Wukong, Wukong, will you not hold me? Bulma clutched a wooden stick, straining to support her weary body, drenched in perspiration. This is utterly unfair. Just because you can fly, you think you're so remarkable. Perspiration dripped from my brow, while Wukong appeared utterly unperturbed, a testament to his remarkable abilities. Wukong floated around Bulma, seemingly questioning the usefulness of convenience, given her inability to harness it. Previously, Bulma had solicited Wukong's assistance in retrieving the Dragon Balls, a request he had callously dismissed. It was a clear case of enduring hardship without reward. Frustrated, Bulma lamented her own words, wishing she could retract her foolish remarks. Nevertheless, Wukong, sensing her plight, acquiesced, not merely due to her playful demeanor. Wonderful, splendid, Bulma exclaimed, raising her arms and leaping joyfully, the majestic peaks swaying beneath her. What are you doing? Wukong scratched his head in confusion. You silly girl. Of course, I want you to hold me. Bulma transformed into her fierce persona, extending her hands toward Wukong, urging him to hurry. Wukong marveled at how Bulma's defenses crumbled each time. Stop right there. A man clad in red, his hair slightly long, approached, accompanied by a floating cat. It was Yamcha, unmistakably. Yet, he had no intention of robbing them. Upon seeing the innocent child and the young girl, he recognized they were devoid of wealth. He scoffed at the thought of robbing such impoverished souls, finding them unworthy of his efforts. As for Wukong's ability to fly, he found it laughable. Even his poo-er could soar. What brings you here? Lost, are you? Head left for the city. In a good mood today? He benevolently pointed the way, inviting gratitude for his kindness. Wow, a handsome guy. Bulma's heart fluttered, though she couldn't help but think Wukong was even more striking. Ah, just imagine how handsome Wukong will be when he grows up. He was so adorable as a child. Not at all. You're a martial artist, aren't you? Let us have a match. I am Son Wukong, a true warrior. Who are you? Humph. You? Yamcha scoffed. I am Yamcha, a grand martial artist. Intrigued, he wondered how a mere child dared to claim such a title. Little brat, Don't mistake a few comic books for real skill. When you lose, go home and enjoy your meal. Meal? Just the thing you'd relish. Wukong delivered a punch towards Yamcha's face, but the latter dodged effortlessly. Indeed, a mere child. Yamcha laughed, but before he could finish, Wukong struck him in the abdomen with his left hand. Uffed. Yamcha coughed, propelled backward, losing consciousness. Is that all? Wukong mused. He had not even exerted 1% of his strength. It was merely a display of superior technique. Yamcha had let his guard down, unaware that even a rabbit fights fiercely when cornered. Yamcha, what are you doing? Pu'er exclaimed in alarm. As my spoils, you belong to me. Son Wukong firmly grasped Pu'er's head, allowing no chance for escape despite its frantic struggles. Turning around, he saw Bulma had completely reverted to her original state. Truly a master of transformation. Let us go. This is dull. He is far too weak. Is that so? Bulma glanced back at Yamcha, feeling speechless. She anticipated he would be so easily defeated. Let me go? I want to return to Master Yamcha. Pu'er cried out desperately. Very well. You shall be released if you teach me the transformation technique. Agreed. It's a promise. Upon uttering the transformation spell, Son Wukong verified its authenticity and then flung Pu'er away. You are of no further use to me. Chapter 11. Chi-Chi Chapter 12. Ox King, a Western-style castle. Engulfed by flames and surrounded by a turbulent atmosphere, distorted the very air itself. The rising temperature felt as if it could reduce a person to mere bones. Wukong, you are incredible, Chi-Chi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. How could he traverse in such a brief time what had taken her 3 days? Just basic maneuvers. Son Wukong replied nonchalantly. But how did you extinguish the great fire? Bulma asked, slightly annoyed, as Chi-Chi seemed to be entirely captivated by Son Wukong, neglecting her presence. Did he look down on her? Don't fret, I'm sure the fire will be extinguished. As for whether the castle will remain intact, that is uncertain. Oh, is that so? Bulma plopped down beneath a nearby tree, producing a multi-purpose capsule. With a thud, she settled into a chair, donned sunglasses, and discreetly communicated with Son Wukong. Hey, Wukong, what do you think about her? Chi-Chi tilted her head, gazing blankly at Bulma, pondering. Why had her demeanor shifted so abruptly? Had something occurred? I'm not sure. Son Wukong was immersed in the inspiration brought forth by the transformation technique, paying no heed to Bulma. In his eyes, such inspiration was rare and must not be squandered. His focus was entirely devoted to the study of the transformation art. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Bulma clenched her sunglasses with such force that they shattered into pieces. What was wrong with him? The thought that Son Wukong had ignored her since they left the desert fueled her anger. This little brat had been conversing with Chi-Chi since her arrival. Did he perhaps harbor feelings for her? Wukong, wait. I need to call my father. Chi-Chi recalled her father and hurried back home. Marvelous. Marvelous. The control over energy is extraordinarily potent. Son Wukong once more devised a new martial technique, enveloping his energy around his fingertips. With a slight bend of his right hand, he exerted formidable control, golden light encasing it, gradually transforming into a golden hand. With a claw-like motion directed at the air, a resonant hum filled the air. It was razor-sharp, as if it could rend the very fabric of space. The energy coalesced into a dragon-esque claw. In that fleeting moment of release, 5 slashing strikes, as sharp as the round energy cut, surged forth from the tips of his claws. A humming sound echoed as trees and rocks 20 meters away began to topple, their edges impeccably smooth. Once again, the genius within me has conjured a miracle. This move possesses tremendous advantages in ambush, ranged combat, and close quarters alike, even surpassing sheer brute force. Indeed, he has applied the principles of the circular chi slash to the dragon claw, causing the energy within his 5 fingers to whirl rapidly, transitioning from the thumb to the index, middle, ring, and little fingers, ultimately forming a flowing, razor-sharp claw. This not only achieves a striking aesthetic but also embodies practicality. Krillin's circular chi slash is capable of severing Frisia's tail, and with a well-timed ambush, he could even rend Frisia's head asunder. Bulma, accustomed to such spectacles, remains unfazed. However, she notices that Goku is ignoring Chi-Chi while the oddly dressed little imp makes his exit. Hooray! Splendid! The bothersome little imp has finally departed. Elated, Bulma decides to indulge in a delightful afternoon nap, reclining on her chair as a gentle breeze caresses her face. The Rui Bang, you truly are the grandson of Gohan. A tall man with a bull's head and crimson skin approaches. His gaze follows the Rui bang, his pupils filled with nostalgia. Yes, that Goku. How would you extinguish a fire without the banana fan? Goku leaps directly onto the wall, gathering energy in his hands, leaving a gap. Came. Huh. That is Master S' ultimate technique. The Bull Demon King is astonished. He has trained for decades without mastering it. A blue wave of energy shoots skyward, hurtling toward the castle. Boom. In an instant, half of the mountain vanishes, and the castle begins to tremble precariously. Kamehameha. With another Kamehameha, the mountain crumbles further, unable to sustain the castle built upon it, which plummets from the sky. Incredible. Goku, at such a tender age, you have already mastered the true teachings of the Turtle School. The fallen castle shows cracks upon hitting the ground. Though somewhat damaged, it remains serviceable. Goku nods in satisfaction. The Bull Demon King's heart aches for his castle. Yet, fortunately, it has been fundamentally preserved. At the same time, a spark ignites in his eyes. Heroes emerge from youth. If they could become in-laws, wouldn't he that ensure generations of extraordinary talent? Uncle Bull Demon, I require a Dragon Ball. It is within your castle. No problem. Take it as you wish. The Bull Demon King agrees readily. It is merely a matter of some treasures. Goku, how old are you this year? The Bull Demon King inquires expectantly. 12. Goku, what do you think of my daughter Chi-Chi? She is far superior to most women. Dad, how embarrassing. Chi-Chi instantly comprehends her father's implication, her face flushing as she covers her cheeks, peeking at Goku with hopeful eyes. She is quite taken with this formidable youth. His strength and handsome visage leave her captivated. I appreciate strong women, so rest assured. My Chi-Chi is exceptionally powerful. She is surely worthy of becoming your bride. Very well. If Chi-Chi's strength meets my approval in 7 years, I shall take her as my wife. With great delight, Son Wukong accepted his unexpectedly beautiful and virtuous bride. Chi-Chi instantly blushed, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Marriage. 7 years later, marriage. Clearly, Chi-Chi had not fully grasped the extent of her own excitement. Son Wukong discovered the Dragon Balls within the castle and bid farewell to the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi. Goodbye, Wukong. You must marry me. Chi-Chi shouted. Her gaze resolute, her fair and delicate skin slightly flushed. Son Wukong waved his hand, forming an OK gesture with his thumb and index finger. Hey, Bulma. How long are you going to sleep? Huh. Oh, right. The Dragon Balls. Bulma stirred awake, still drowsy. You say you're looking for the Dragon Balls. And yet it's all the effort I put forth. I've done my part with the Dragon Balls. From now on, I'll make sure you work hard. Son Wukong tossed the Dragon Balls to Bulma and retrieved a capsule from his waist, conjuring a motorcycle. Let us go. Before night falls. He lifted Bulma and placed her at the front of the bike, while he settled behind her, relishing the warmth of her back. All right. Bulma placed the 6th Dragon Ball into the container, secretly thinking, this time, I'll forgive you. The motorcycle roared to life. A red specter racing into the distance like a long trail of crimson mischief. In the western region village, darn it, did we lose them? Yamcha and Pure strolled down the street, where a few stalls were sparsely scattered. The motorcycle's rumbling echoed as the red specter executed a perfect drift at an astonishing speed. Son Wukong glanced at Bulma, puzzled. Are you trying to die by driving so fast? Or are you simply overconfident in me? Hey, isn't that the so-called Yamcha? Bulma remarked. What a coincidence to run into this pretty boy while getting gas. You despicable scoundrel. How dare you ambush me? Yamcha exploded with rage upon seeing Son Wukong. Yet he could not bear to look at Bulma, as he had always harbored a fear of women. Huh, you a mere novice. Blame me for being too quick for you to react? Son Wukong retorted, momentarily speechless. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Liang Jingru. Less chatter. Take this, Wolf Fong Fist. Yamcha, go for it. Yamcha charged at Son Wukong, unleashing a flurry of punches aimed at his face. Slow as a snail. Son Wukong closed his eyes, effortlessly dodging the onslaught, then feigned an attack. Yamcha immediately reacted, raising his hands defensively to avoid a blow. You are going too far. Yamcha's eyes widened as he realized Son Wukong was merely playfully waving his fists, with no intent to strike. Ha ha. Wukong, you are too mischievous. Bulma laughed uproariously from the side, her laughter having a remarkable effect. Yamcha turned crimson, his speed and power increasing slightly. Despite all of Yamcha's myriad techniques, he could not even graze Son Wukong. I concede. Yamcha admitted defeat, ultimately realizing he was outclassed. Son Wukong disregarded Yamcha and resumed his seat on the motorcycle, closing his eyes. Such an opponent failed to pique his interest to engage. Although a lion exerts its full strength even when hunting a rabbit, this sluggish, harmless creature was not worth the effort of extermination. Chapter 13 concluded. Let us go, Yamcha slumped his body, as if all his vitality had been drained. Young Master Yamcha, concerned, noted that his master, usually brimming with confidence, now seemed defeated. I just want some peace. It was an utter humiliation. After 20 years of existence, he felt reduced to insignificance. That boy with a tail was truly a monster. But so what? One day, I shall be as powerful as Son Wukong, perhaps even surpass him. Yamcha was unwavering in this belief. He was convinced that his own talent was not inferior to that of Son Wukong. The latter merely benefited from superior training. If he could find a renowned master, he would soon exceed his rival. I have made up my mind. I shall seek out the greatest martial arts teacher in the world. What is wrong with that guy? He was knocked out by you with a single punch and still dares to return. It's quite strange. Who knows? Let us hurry. Don't waste time. We need to collect the Dragon Balls and make our wish. Son Wukong squinted, having grown fond of napping since he hopped onto the motorcycle. Indeed, it was the most comfortable slumber he had experienced since arriving in this world. You seem quite carefree. Once the fuel tank was filled, Bulma retrieved the radar to ascertain their location and set off to find the Dragon Balls. King Pilaf, the Dragon Balls are in their possession. Fortune smiles upon me. If I seize their Dragon Balls, I will make significant strides toward world domination. Xiao Wu, you and Ashio go retrieve the Dragon Balls. Yes, King Pilaf. Ashio and Xiao Wu each piloted a machine and departed, while Pilaf himself took out a tablet. Meanwhile, Son Wukong had lost all patience. This journey had come to an end, and he no longer wished to squander time. His agreement with Bulma stemmed from two primary reasons: to learn the transformation technique and to cultivate their relationship, both of which had been accomplished. He felt it was time to seek out Master Roshi. After 3 centuries of existence, the turtle hermit surely possessed knowledge worth acquiring. After all, one must have self-awareness. To shut oneself off from learning is to stagnate. As one who aspired to attain immortality through his own efforts, he naturally sought to humbly learn from the strengths of others. Transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon, Son Wukong took Bulma to the location of the final Dragon Ball. Ashio, did you sense someone passing by us just now? Xiao Wu, our priority now is to complete the task assigned by King Pilaf. Trivial matters can wait. In Ashio's eyes, nothing was more important than the mission set by King Pilaf. Xiao Wu and her companions successfully missed Son Wukong. Right here, the last Dragon Ball is within this castle. Bulma, holding the Dragon Ball radar in her left hand, was instantly filled with excitement. At last, can one's wishes be fulfilled? Yet, Bulma's heart is a tumult of excitement and trepidation. The thrill arises from the prospect of wish fulfillment, while the anxiety stems from the deception she has woven against Son Goku. Should he uncover the truth, the embarrassment would surely be unbearable. She wishes she could obliterate her past self for uttering such foolishness. No, he must not find out. It is evident that in the presence of those we cherish, we fervently desire to conceal our flaws and present only our finest selves. Bulma finds herself ensnared in this dilemma. Observing Bulma's troubled countenance, Son Goku secretly revels in his amusement, elated by the unfolding moment. He has long anticipated this instant since their journey began, and now witnessing her expression feels akin to the climax of a riveting novel. It is inexplicably gratifying. Nevertheless, Son Goku refrains from exposing her secret, as he still relies on Bulma's assistance to construct the gravity chamber. Though Bulma possesses a thick skin, should she truly feel awkward enough to avoid him for a month or two, he would be at a loss. In Pilaf's castle, the anxious ruler paces restlessly. Sensing impending danger, his heart inexplicably agitated. Suddenly, a tremor shakes the castle, debris cascading from the crevices. It is under attack. Who could it be? Hastily, Pilaf seizes the Dragon Balls and rushes to the control room of his robot, activating the launch sequence as the machine ascends rapidly. Just as Pilaf emerges, he witnesses the Golden Dragon unleashing an energy blast. Oh no, he exclaims, recognizing the monstrous threat and instinctively seeking to evade its onslaught. The dragon unleashes a Kamehameha wave, sweeping from left to right. The robot is propelled several dozen meters away from the castle, and in an instant, the Kamehameha wave cleaves through, leaving half of the castle in ruins. My castle. How infuriating. I shall remember this. Just you wait. Pilaf cries in anguish, for this is his entire fortune. I have found you, little pest. Once the dragon was hundreds of meters away, it now appears right before Pilaf, with a glint of mischievousness in its eyes. The dragon's claw seizes the robot's head, methodically dismembering its limbs one by one. The Dragon Balls are within this silver box, are they not? It shatters the glass, extracting Pilaf from the robot's confines. Snatching the box, he clutches so desperately. No, that is mine. Please, do not. My family. Pilaf, feeling the hope of world domination slip from his grasp, pleads pitifully, hoping to invoke the dragon's mercy. But Son Goku is indifferent. The fate of Pilaf's family is of no concern to him. If they perish, so be it. He carelessly flings his right hand westward, sending Pilaf soaring thousands of meters away, his survival depending solely on his resilience. The dragon's claw contracts slightly, and the box is crushed in an instant. When released, nestled within the claw's center lies a Dragon Ball. The golden dragon reverts to human form, akin to a thunderclap, swiftly returning to Bulma's side. Splendid. We have finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaims joyfully. Why not make a wish now? Son Goku smiles. Oh, I can only make a wish once I return home. Haha. Oh, is that so? Are you in a hurry? It seems rather urgent this time. Bulma quickly changed the subject. I must first pay my respects to a master. Allow me to escort you home. What? You still wish to seek a mentor? I never imagined that someone as formidable as Sun Wukong would seek a master. Who is this mentor? Could it be someone even stronger than Wukong? Of course. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. On the vast expanse of the tranquil sea, a small boat carried a little bald figure. This time, I am determined to learn from Master Roshi. Krillin silently vowed. Sun Wukong cradled Bulma as they made their way home, during which Bulma gifted him a device to stay in touch. Remember to keep in contact. Certainly. Sun Wukong sensed Master Roshi's energy, soared into the sky, and flew towards him. This truly is splendid. Ha ha ha. Master Roshi held a magazine, seemingly lost in its world. Master Roshi, you old immortal. Are you reading something orange? Startled, Master Roshi quickly concealed the magazine behind him, maintaining a facade of composure. How rude, that little brat from the Gohan family. Master Roshi noticed Sun Wukong peering through his window and discreetly hid the magazine beneath the sofa, while fanning himself in Sun Wukong's direction, as if to say, go away. This is not something for a little rascal like you to see. What brings you here? Master Roshi wondered, as it was only logical that Sun Wukong, now undeniably the strongest in the world, would seek him for guidance. Chapter 14, Seeking Master Roshi. The pursuit of knowledge is endless, hence my desire to become your disciple. Master Roshi nodded, acknowledging Wukong's extraordinary strength and talent, which rendered further training unnecessary. The only true cultivation lies within the heart. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across Master Roshi's face. Wukong, ha ha ha. What do you intend to do? Sun Wukong shivered, already anticipating what Master Roshi would say next. To become my disciple, you must bring a beautiful girl along. Sun Wukong immediately collapsed. He knew it. He created the personality correction fist. Bang, bang, bang. Do we still require a beautiful girl? No, no, that's unnecessary. Master Roshi, rubbing his 3 smoking bumps, immediately adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze becoming noticeably clearer. Thus, Sun Wukong successfully became a disciple. Master Yamcha, is that martial arts master really here? Puar clung to the railing, nearly toppling over. Of course. I procured the address from some esteemed martial artists, which took considerable effort. Yamcha firmly believed that once he found a mentor and learned the arts, he could redeem his past failures. Master Yamcha, look, a small boat carries a bald figure. How strange. Is someone else here? Could they also be seeking a mentor? Let us go and meet him. After some time, Yamcha and Krillin's small boat successfully converged. Thank you so much. I never expected the waves to be so fierce. No worries, no worries. Yamcha waved his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Krillin. This is peculiar. Is this little monk truly here to apprentice under Master Wutian? Are you here to seek a master? Indeed. Could it be you are as well? Yamcha, feeling a surge of joy, realized he had not made a mistake after all. The two conspired to share the information they possessed, each aiming to secure their apprenticeship smoothly. What manner of training is this? Sun Wukong sat upon a wooden plank, which rested atop a round stone. If you doubt it, you may leave at once. If you wish to depart, I shall not hinder you. Master Roshi, holding a magazine, wore a stern expression but involuntarily turned a page. "Oh, this is quite risque." Master Roshi's face flushed slightly, fully engrossed, his eyes glued to the contents. Son Wukong chuckled softly, remarking on the old man's lecherous nature, though he too was not without his own flaws. The training method required sitting on the plank for an entire day, with 2 branches inserted into holes on either side. The objective was to keep the leaves utterly still. The slightest movement necessitated a complete restart. The foliage was lush and lightweight, responding keenly to the slightest disturbance. The gentle rustling of the leaves felt to Son Wukong as though he were being tormented by a seductive melody. Thus far, after 3 hours, he had caused the leaves to flutter numerous times. It is indeed a challenge. Son Wukong's energy surged violently, as if it were an innate trait, stirring turmoil within his heart. If the heart cannot find tranquility, neither can the energy. His natural disposition made it exceedingly difficult to master this energy. Wukong seemed to suppress his ferocious energy with an impressive tenacity, truly remarkable. Master Roshi's gaze remained fixed on the magazine. Yet he meticulously observed the tumultuous energy swirling within Son Wukong's being. The first step in Wukong's training was to calm both his energy and heart. As his energy was excessively restless, perhaps it would take a month, or perhaps 3 years, or even a decade. Let us allow this young lad to progress at his own pace. Master Roshi's attention returned to the magazine. "Ah, this is quite captivating. Arise, Shenron, grant my wish." The dragon balls glimmered with brilliance as dark clouds gathered ominously, thunder roaring towards them, culminating in a resounding boom. Shenron appeared amidst the tempest. The dragon that manifested bore little difference from the one transformed by Son Wukong, save for its 4-fingered claws and greenish hue. "Now state your wish." "Shenron, I wish for Son Wukong to fall in love with me." "I am sorry, that wish cannot be fulfilled." Shenron responded, somewhat embarrassed. "Then find me someone as handsome and powerful as Son Wukong. I desire him as my boyfriend." "I am sorry, that wish cannot be fulfilled either." "Huh? How is it that you can fulfill none of my desires? You dare to claim you can grant any wish?" Bulma exclaimed in frustration, lamenting that this wish could not be granted, nor that one, feeling as though she had wasted her time seeking the Dragon Balls. Regret filled her heart. Was it truly only the opportunity to meet Shenron that awaited her? Bulma believed that the sole reward from this journey was her encounter with Son Wukong. "Then grant me a strawberry orchard that is eternally abundant." She held no hope for this worthless dragon, which seemed to possess only charm. "As you wish." The dragon, feeling somewhat embarrassed, had a fleeting glimmer of red in its eyes, eager to depart from this place after 2 failed wishes that left it utterly humiliated. The dragon transformed into the Dragon Balls, swirling together, as the 7 orbs dispersed across the globe. It appeared that the dragon still had some utility after all. The orchard, though small, was remarkable. The strawberries, once plucked, would instantly regenerate and grow larger. Delicious. As time passed, the sky was bathed in golden hues, as if intent on claiming the world as its domain. The golden sunlight illuminated Son Wukong, whose eyes were tightly shut, his body drenched in sweat. His muscles twitched slightly. It was not his physical limits he faced, but those of his spirit. His heart was tumultuous, as if pleading, "If only I could move. I would feel so much better. Just a little movement." Despite the restlessness within, Son Wukong remained steadfast. "Let us eat first. Today's training has concluded. We shall resume at dawn." Master Roshi had long prepared the meal, offering bowls and chopsticks to Son Wukong. "Once you finish, you shall do the dishes." Master Roshi's hands moved deftly, and in an instant, nearly half of the food on the plate had vanished. Son Wukong joined in, relishing his meal. That night, the sky was thick with dark clouds, thunder roaring as lightning occasionally burst forth. The rain fell in a relentless patter, pounding against the windows. Son Wukong lay beside Master Roshi, each wrapped in their blankets. It must be said, Master Roshi had a keen eye for teaching. He quickly discerned Son Wukong's shortcomings. "Wukong? Still awake? I cannot sleep." After using the restroom and washing his hands, Master Roshi remarked, "What troubles could you possibly have at your age? Often, many concerns seem insignificant in hindsight as you grow older. Focus on sleeping well, eating well, and growing up quickly. That is what you should be doing now." He patted Son Wukong's head and, pulling up his blanket, fell asleep instantly. Good night. In truth, Son Wukong was only pondering how to keep the leaves still, and he had no real worries. But thank you for your comforting words, master. The ocean stretched infinitely, waves crashing with a force that seemed to rival mountains, their crests reaching the clouds. Large and small ships alike struggled against the tumultuous waters. Krillin, are you certain this is the right direction? Yamcha shouted frantically, it's too dangerous. My heavens! Had it not been for his apprenticeship, he would have never realized that the ocean was the most perilous place in the world. They had nearly capsized several times. Should their vessel tip over, their fate would be sealed. Young Master Yamcha, Puar flew to Yamcha's chest, determined to face death alongside him. Indeed, this is the right direction. Klin's complexion was pale, and a resolute glint shone in his eyes. Chapter 15. Klin and Yamcha. Have you heard? That villainous brigand, Lan Shi, is coming to our vicinity. Indeed, the notorious Lan Shi, a stunning woman with golden hair, is a fugitive beyond the grasp of the police. The bounty on her head is exceedingly high. The wanted poster featuring her exquisite visage has lingered for ages. Yet no one has dared to tear it down. As the bounty hunters in the bar gazed upon the alluring figure depicted in the poster, their eyes gleamed with avarice and malevolence. Lan Shi is formidable, but the bar is teeming with bounty hunters as well. Should a confrontation arise, perhaps fortune may favor me. Many astute individuals prepared to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos, ready to commandeer a vehicle at the slightest chance. The blue-haired beauty appeared distressed, clutching her forehead as the door slowly creaked, seemingly indicating, I've been struck. Upon seeing that the newcomer was a young maiden, the bounty hunters lowered their guard, spooked by their own imaginations. A gentle breeze tousled Lan Shi's azure locks, causing them to sway gracefully. Achu, the blue-haired maiden transformed into the golden-haired woman, leaving the bounty hunters in utter shock. For this was none other than the Lan Shi from the wanted poster. With a wicked smile, the golden-haired Lan Shi brandished an assault rifle that had inexplicably materialized in her hands. Moments later, with a hefty bag of gold in tow, the golden-haired Lan Shi beamed with delight and drove away. Yamcha, we've arrived, Klin exclaimed with fervor, shaking Yamcha's arm with wild enthusiasm. Yes, we have finally arrived. Yamcha, still groggy from slumber, was instantly awakened and filled with excitement. At long last, we are here. Do you know the perilous journey I undertook to reach this point? Puar, with eyes tightly shut and tears streaming down, lamented that he had no desire for martial training. Had it not been for young Master Yamcha, he would never have braved this treacherous sea. A quaint red house loomed by the shoreline. Wukong, it appears you have made significant progress today compared to yesterday. Master Roshi still clutched his photograph, marveling internally at the beauty depicted therein. Yesterday, the leaves rustled every hour. Today, after 3 hours, they remained still. It seems that this cultivation will soon reach its conclusion, and in a few months, I shall no longer be able to instruct him. Someone approaches. A grand ship and smaller vessels converged, their hulls riddled with wounds, as though they had endured a fierce battle. After a while, the ships finally reached the shore, and a child, a young man, and a flying feline creature leaped from the vessels. Might you be Master Wutian? Please accept us as your disciples. Klin and Yamcha knelt before Master Roshi, each grasping his legs fervently. How curious. The Nimbus Cloud, Master Roshi exclaimed, though sensing the high potential of these two. He resolved to test them. Golden clouds descended from the western skies, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the heavens, arriving instantaneously before Master Roshi. Come up here, and let me witness your resolve. Krillin and Yamcha were instantly stirred, realizing that the strongest in the world had presented them with such a rare challenge. It hurts. Krillin was the first to leap onto the flying Nimbus, only to plummet immediately. Master Roshi frowned and raised his voice. Next. Yamcha, feeling the pressure, took a deep breath and followed suit, meeting the same fate as Krillin. What are your intentions? Your mental fortitude is clearly lacking. Master Roshi chastised them, remembering his own ability to ride the Nimbus in his youth, only to be hindered now by the weight of experience. While these two had not even begun with pure intentions. Master Roshi, please calm down, Krillin and Yamcha hastily explained. With Krillin confessing he trained to win the affection of girls, while Yamcha sought to surpass others. Prepared, Krillin retrieved a bundle from behind him. This is my treasure. Please accept it. As he unfolded the package, dozens of photographs were revealed, some even rare and unavailable in the market. What do you mean by this? Are you concealing information? How despicable! Yamcha exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the monk was more cunning than he had anticipated. Very good. Remarkable indeed. This young lad is truly a prodigy. Such a treasure is something I have not seen in decades. How exhilarating. Master Roshi's cheeks flushed with excitement as he turned his gaze toward Yamcha. Your companion has contributed. What do you have to offer? Yamcha gritted his teeth, his eyes signaling Puar with urgency. I'm sorry, Puar. I can make you experience something extraordinary. Understanding the implicit request, Puar, though reluctant, transformed into a stunning red-haired woman, shedding her top. Incredible. Master Roshi's nose bled profusely as he collapsed, giving Puar a thumbs up with his left hand. Krillin gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is utterly outrageous. This is 100 times more powerful than my treasure." Well done. Yamcha silently commended Puar, thinking this would surely secure their apprenticeship. Just wait. Son Wukong, I will stand above you and claim my title as the strongest. After several tense minutes, Master Roshi finally regained his composure. His expression grave and his tone serious. Though you have passed my test, you must bring me a beautiful girl as payment for your apprenticeship. With that, his face flushed again. If you know it's inappropriate, why bring it up, you lecherous old man? Krillin and Yamcha wondered if this infamous Master Roshi truly was the world's greatest martial artist. Surely, he couldn't be this shameless. Is it too late to have regrets? Yamcha suddenly noticed a young boy sitting on a nearby plank, flanked by lush branches. Son Wukong is here too. How infuriating. I can't believe he is a disciple of Master Roshi. Yamcha promptly made a decision. Although beautiful women are rare, it is certainly better to take action than to remain idle. Yamcha is not inferior to anyone. All right, I will search. So will I? Klin quickly echoed, harboring doubts in his heart. However, having come so close to completion, how could he be content? Klin was akin to a gambler. As long as he had not lost everything, he would not cease his pursuits. Wukong, today as training has concluded, please take these two with you on your Nimbus. Master Roshi had two reasons for summoning Son Wukong. First, to test his character, and second, his ancient flying tortoise simply could not carry two individuals. Very well. Son Wukong had no objections. Fortuitously, he also wished to meet Lan Chi, this dual-faced beauty. Long time no see, Yamcha. I never expected you would come here to seek a master. Son Wukong leaped onto the Nimbus, remaining aloft, a testament to his month of successful training. Yamcha clenched his fists, surprised by the vast gap between himself and Son Wukong. Klin was ecstatic. What is wrong with you, Yamcha? If you have connections, why didn't you mention it sooner? Son Wukong, valuing efficiency, had no desire to engage in their banter. He transformed his energy into ropes, binding Yamcha, Klin, and Puar together. Chapter 16. Lan Chi, since Master Roshi has entrusted you with this task, let us not waste time. Nimbus. The Nimbus emitted a sound akin to a tractor, a golden light slicing through the heavens. Yamcha, with such connections, why didn't you inform your brothers? That's quite ungracious. Klin nudged Yamcha with his elbow, grinning mischievously. Who said I am his friend? Yamcha, still irked by the matter of concealed information, had no desire to entertain the irritating little bald head. Were it not for Puar, he might not have passed the test today. Yamcha is not a friend of Son Wukong. Puar jumped up to refute. That despicable human stole my transformation technique. What? So you're not friends? Klin shut his eyes. Golden-haired Lan Chi sped down the mountain roads on her motorcycle, pursued by several police cars, determined to apprehend the criminal Lan Chi. This foul criminal deserves nothing less than death. Halt, Lan Chi. You have nowhere to escape. Enough nonsense. You fools will never catch me. In response, a few bullets flew, one narrowly missing the portly officer's ear. The officer was drenched in sweat. He had come perilously close to losing his hearing. Wukong, brother. Look, there's a woman below. The astute Klin addressed him as brother, eager to cultivate a favorable relationship, not wishing to be bullied like before in the temple. Without Klin's prompting, Son Wukong had already commanded the Nimbus to descend, casually depositing Yamcha, Klin, and Puar atop the mountain. You go on your own. The opponent has a firearm, which is too dangerous. A stray strand of hair brushed against golden-haired Lan Chi's nose as her motorcycle gradually came to a halt. What is happening? Why are you summoning me at this moment? She exclaimed, clutching her submachine gun, astonished and on the verge of tears. Do not even think about escaping, you villain. The rotund officer pulled out handcuffs from his waist, binding both Lan Chi's wrists and his own. Resolute in his determination that this wicked criminal would not evade capture, even at the cost of his own life. Help! Someone please. Lan Chi's complexion turned pale. her eyes brimming with tears from sheer terror. Help! All of this is a result of your own actions. Had you not resorted to robbery, you would not find yourself in this predicament. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He leaped from the nimbus cloud, landing upon a rock and surveying the crowd from above. Who are you? The onlookers gasped in horror as he descended from several meters above, landing unscathed. Suddenly, a small air projectile struck the plump officer, sending him flying but sparing his life. No! Help! Lan Shi followed the officer into the air, flailing her limbs in panic. The energy blade severed the handcuffs, allowing him to embrace Lan Shi's slender waist with his right arm. The delicate fragrance of her maidenly essence wafted into his nostrils, stirring tumultuous emotions within him. Thank you, she stammered. It was nothing, a mere act of kindness, he replied. The girl possessed fair skin and blue hair adorned with a bow, set against the backdrop of towering, snow-capped peaks. Her peach blossom eyes gazed quietly at him, each of her movements imbued with an alluring charm, as if she sought to captivate him. Oddly enough, despite the innocence reflected in her gaze, there lingered an enticing allure. It reminded him of an expression from a past life, pure yet seductive. Moments later, she inquired, could you set me down? Oh no, my self-control is alarmingly feeble. How inadequate my training appears. This place is perilous. Damn it, do not flee. The other officers, regaining their composure, swiftly drew their firearms. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets hurtled towards him, only to crumple inches away, seemingly halted by an unseen force. A flash of golden light erupted as both the officer and his vehicle were blown away. At times, one must possess the wisdom to recognize their own limitations. Preserving one's life is paramount. This does not imply inaction, but rather, it is most prudent to escape from those stronger than oneself. Nimbus Cloud, in a fit of anger, he surged upward at a speed 200% faster than his norm. While he could ascend without such fervor, he felt it was appropriate to unleash his energy now. Lan Shi, watching them ascend from the ground, instinctively wrapped her arms around his head. The maidenly fragrance enveloped him once more, now even more pronounced, reminiscent of lavender blooms. A warm soul indeed possesses a warm scent. To be embraced while sleeping would surely invite blissful slumber. After several minutes of flight, they finally perched upon the nimbus cloud. Oh no, I can't seem to sit properly. Surely, brother, grant me some grace. This is the nimbus cloud. Only those with pure intentions can ride it. He effortlessly settled onto it, appearing to sit while actually relying on his own energy for flight beneath him. Lan Shi, perched atop the nimbus cloud, found its texture astonishingly soft. She could only imagine how comfortable it would be to sleep upon it at night. Where do you reside? I have no place to stay. I have never settled in one location. Lan Shi's expression was somber. Due to her golden-haired counterpart's thievery, she would rob from one place to another, unable to linger for long. Come stay with me. I am quite honest, Son Wukong declared earnestly, his demeanor reflecting a seriousness he had never exhibited before, as if he were about to enlist. All right, I promise you. Lan Shi covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped. She believed that her future with the youth would be splendid. The girl's eyes sparkled like the moon, her smile radiant, and her earnestness seemed to embody the most exquisite treasure in the world. In that fleeting moment, a subtle blush crept onto the boy's face, only to vanish in seconds. Blushing? Though it dissipated quickly, the girl had noticed. She gently touched the boy's face. Her hand as pure as jade, cool and refreshing. Son Wukong snapped back to reality. Could it be that his composure was so fragile? His training was evidently insufficient. What's wrong? It's nothing, nothing at all. Can I admit that I suddenly wished to touch your face? But that would be quite awkward. Be careful. Son Wukong once more grasped Lan Shi's slender waist, finally and justifiably protecting her. The cloud is incredibly fast and quite dangerous. Come, hold my hand. I will take you to my master's home. Is that all right? No problem at all. I'll take care of everything. Son Wukong patted his chest confidently, assuring her that the old man would certainly agree. The clouds soared like a shooting star, streaking across the sky, leaving behind a trail of golden light. Your training is still lacking. Although Yamcha and Krillin hurried to the scene, their strength was insufficient. They hadn't even completed half the journey. Golden ropes entwined the two along with a creature, wrapping them into a bundle. The sky was clear, the sun bright, and the air crisp. The blue and white sky was sliced open, leaving a yellow trail behind. Wow, this is perfect. They had accomplished their task splendidly. Son Wukong left a few remarks before pulling Lan Shi back to the Kame house. And you, old man, do not lay your hands on her. What on earth? Very well, you have succeeded marvelously. Let us eat first, and we shall begin training early tomorrow. The Kame Senin, feeling somewhat dejected, waved his hand at his newly arrived disciples and turned back to the Kame house. He had prepared a meal long ago, waiting for his students' return. In the pitch-black night, the stars twinkled and the sky was clear. 6 shadows moved. It turned out the people in the Kame house were enjoying a feast. Brother Wukong, I toast to you. You truly helped today? Krillin clinked his juice against Wukong's. It's nothing. It's all your own skill. This is delicious. Indeed. Poo or eat more. All right, Yamucha. You too. Haha, children, eat well. The old turtle hermit's eyes shimmered with nostalgia, reminiscent of his own past experiences, in which there was someone named Son as well. It has been too long. Too long. The elderly gentleman struggles to recall events from such a distant past. The group enjoyed a delightful dinner that evening. Although it was merely home-cooked fare, it appeared to possess a flavor more exquisite than usual. Chapter 0. The inherent gift of the Scion's rise and shine. Goku, the sun is about to warm your backside. Lan Shi exclaimed early in the morning, playfully nudging Goku with her clothes before turning to hang them out to dry. Everyone else has begun their training. Why are you still asleep? Today is my rest day. Are you not aware of the importance of balancing work and leisure? My mind and body require relaxation today. Could you save me some breakfast? I'll eat it at 10. All right, but remember to eat. A month had passed since Yamcha and Krillin began their training under Master Roshi, and Goku was nearing the completion of his own training. Yamcha and Krillin diligently practiced outside the turtle hermit's abode, their martial arts uniforms drenched in sweat. It's so hot. Hot. The phrase calm mind brings coolness applies here. Feeling hot merely indicates your training is insufficient. Goku, have you never exercised before? Your muscles appear rather flabby. After finishing his breakfast, Goku brushed his teeth and washed his face. Was this a habit of his, to brush after eating? How peculiar. Indeed, I am not an ordinary human. I am a Scion, a member of a warrior race. As you can see, I am 12 years old yet only stand at 1 meter 30. Typically, humans reach 1 meter 40 or 50 by this age. In my race, physical growth does not occur during childhood. It accelerates rapidly as one approaches adulthood, resulting in enhanced training effects, and strength grows exponentially. What a formidable gift. The savage growth reaches a level of despair. After you mature, no matter how powerful you become, I doubt I will be astonished. Indeed, by that time, I shall train fervently until I fully unlock the potential inherited within me. Is it talent? Truly, it is an enviable trait. What follows will be 7 months of foundational training, during which you shall practice alongside Yamcha and Krillin. Though you are young, the realm of martial arts knows no bounds. Your true cultivation has only just commenced. The turtle hermit placed a small piece of watermelon on the table, fanning himself with a wooden fan as he ambled outside. Enjoy your dessert after the meal. It's time for you to emerge from your own world. Remaining there too long could be detrimental. Humans are social creatures, regardless of their race. Interaction with others is essential. Therefore, Goku, you too should engage in activities with your fellow disciples. Train diligently, study earnestly, play joyfully, rest well, and eat heartily. Only then can you lead a vibrant and fulfilling life. Now, I must go supervise your foolish disciples. That clever Krillin tends to take shortcuts during training. Farewell. Son Wukong's lips gently brushed against one another. And amidst the sweltering summer heat, a refreshing coolness emanated from his mouth. How sweet. You are right. I should emerge from my own world. For 12 long years, apart from a handful of individuals, he had never fully opened his heart. Even in casual conversation, his tone often came across as condescending. Perhaps I ought to shift my perspective? If I allow things to unfold as they may, I might end up resembling Vegeta in temperament. The following day, today, Brother Wukong joins us in our training. Krillin laughed heartily, having assumed that Son Wukong's training was complete, only to discover that he still had foundational work to do. Shut it, Son Wukong exclaimed, delivering a playful smack to Krillin's bald head, leaving a red mark. My apologies. I cannot believe I am experiencing such emotional fluctuations. It seems my training is still lacking. However, that little rascal Krillin is truly annoying in a peculiar way. Ouch, that hurts. Krillin clutched his head, though he was uninjured. The pain was quite overwhelming. After tilling the fields, ascending the mountain stairs, and running around some trees, the four disciples settled beneath a few trees to rest. The sound of cicadas filled the air as the breeze danced around the great trees, bringing a refreshing gust to the four of them. All right, from now until 1:30 is our break time. Train diligently, study well, eat heartily, and then take an afternoon nap. This is the training philosophy of Master Roshi's Turtle School. With that, Master Roshi's nose bubbled as he promptly fell asleep. How astonishingly swift. I find myself somewhat enamored with the quality of Master Roshi's slumber. At 3 in the afternoon. All right, this session's training will be reading. Master Roshi emerged from the house with a hefty tome that appeared to age him beyond Krillin. How itchy. I can't take it. My mother is about to return. Margaret protested, refusing Paul, yet he persisted with an obstinate demeanor. What on earth? Master Roshi, do you not feel any shame in this? Son Wukong and the others wore expressions of disbelief. I know you're eccentric, but who would present a little orange book to their disciples for reading? What's the matter? Why aren't you reading? You old lecher, be serious. Bang, bang, bang. Each took turns assisting Master Roshi with a massage, while the 3 large lumps on his head made him sit upright, his gaze clear and earnest. Why does Master Roshi possess such books? Are there not any of a more respectable nature? They rummaged through dozens of books in Master Roshi's abode, all of which were rather dubious, even including some on Chi Pao. Indeed, after 300 years, this martial arts master had a collection that was truly eclectic. Don't touch that. It's my most treasured possession. You are something else. Honestly, Son Wukong has only contacted me twice in 2 months. The pen spun from his fingers and fell beneath the table. Bulma, do you need something? The teacher inquired, walking towards Bulma and gently touching the girl's forehead. You're not ill, are you? Is everything all right today? If you are feeling unwell, please remember to take a leave of absence. No worries, all is well. The teacher sighed in relief, as she remained quite patient with this prodigy. Bulma, on the other hand, could hardly wait for the holidays to arrive. After a year of rigorous training, the blonde maiden's combat power had soared to 32, while her brother, having inherited the Mind Flow Fist, had reached a commendable 34, showcasing the exceptional talent of the siblings. Hey, keep lying down. If you move again, you'll have to crawl back here tonight. The blonde girl kicked the delinquent leader away, her muddy shoe pressing down harshly on his face. Sister, today is indeed dull. Shall we invite them to partake in something more entertaining tonight? Sure. I've heard of certain items that could be quite intriguing. Understood. They just arrived yesterday. No, please, have mercy on us. The delinquent leader instantly comprehended and hurriedly knelt down, begging for forgiveness. Truly, as long as you refrain from that, we are willing to serve you. Please, don't. The beautiful and kind-hearted elder sister implored. Enough with the nonsense. The blonde maiden swiftly rendered the delinquents unconscious. Now you know to beg for mercy? Why didn't you speak up when you soiled my beloved clothes? A dark-haired youth retrieved a small amount of powder from his pocket, mixed it with tap water, and personally administered it to the unconscious delinquents. Chapter 18. The Maiden's Revenge. Is this all right? Will it be effective? Absolutely. I obtained it from a notorious gangster. If it doesn't work, he'll be next. After feeding the delinquents, the youth produced a length of rope he had prepared earlier and bound them in a rather undignified manner. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the dilapidated floors cast an eerie yellow glow, seemingly narrating untold tales. On the 10th floor, the youth tossed the delinquents into a room and securely closed the door. Shall we take a look? Let us not. I have no interest in witnessing this trash's downfall. Since we've handled this, let us treat ourselves to a grand meal with the money we've earned. Sounds great. The youth's eyes sparkled. He had never indulged in a lavish feast before, surviving solely on discounted food. Now, it seemed, he could afford a feast every few days. The maiden smiled, as it appeared that their lives were steadily progressing toward a brighter future. What about you, Son Wukong? How have you been? With your prowess, perhaps we shall meet again someday. When that time comes, will my presence astonish you? The silhouettes of the two siblings were elongated by the setting sun, as their arduous past faded away, illuminated by the promise of a bright future. Why hasn't Wukong come to find me? Chi-Chi lamented, struggling to eat even her favorite dishes. Chi-Chi, Wukong is training, and you must train as well. Do you remember the conditions he set for marrying you? The bull demon king admonished his daughter, having closely observed her recent transformation. However, there is no however. You are the daughter of a martial artist, and it is only fitting that your future husband will also be a martial artist. Thus, you ought to become a martial artist yourself. Therefore, Chi-Chi, In the eyes of martial artists, as a wife, you should strive to grow stronger. Your strength need not match Goku's. But you should at least possess the ability to protect yourself. In the future, your husband will undoubtedly test your abilities, so dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to becoming stronger. Yes, father, I understand. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. How reasonable. I must become stronger to be worthy of my husband. At that moment, she could hardly wait to finish her meal and rush off to train. I truly am a genius. This not only alleviates Chi-Chi's longing for Goku, but also addresses her previous lack of interest in martial arts. Inwardly, the Ox King nodded in approval, congratulating himself on his brilliance. What is taking them so long to return? Lanky stood by the window, the setting sun casting a golden hue over half her face. Reminiscent of a fairy from a fantastical realm. With a twinge of worry, she thought, will the food still be delicious if it gets cold? It's frustrating. They always return around this time. At least they could have given a heads up about being late. Do you want ice pops? I do. X2. Boss, bring 6 ice pops. Let us go. Lanky S prepared the meal and is waiting for us. Goku, you seem quite concerned about Lanky, Yamcha remarked, unusually engaging Goku in conversation. Though his mind was racing with thoughts. Haha. Goku did not respond, instead remaining silent as they walked back to the Kame house. We're back. We brought ice pops for you. The 4 of them pushed open the door, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Goku playfully placed an ice pop on Lanky's neck, causing her to retreat in surprise from the chill. You're so annoying, Goku. I brought it just for you. The group, having completed their training, exchanged few words, with only the clattering of utensils and plates breaking the stillness. The evenings at Kame House were always particularly serene, as if time itself slowed down. After dinner, the group sat together at the dining table without leaving, quietly savoring the rare moment of liveliness. Some contemplated how to improve their training, others frolicked with animals, a few gathered to peruse magazines, while some washed the dishes in silence. Listening to the cheerful commotion behind her, Lanky's eyes glimmered like a crescent moon, seemingly forgetting the strife and clamor, wishing only to immerse herself in this simple, unadulterated happiness. As night fell, the group drifted into slumber. Hey, Goku, do you have feelings for Lanky? Krillin, having grown more relaxed over the past 2 months, teased with a mischievous grin. Go to sleep. Hey, come on, Goku, just say it. What is there to be shy about? No matter how much Krillin called out, Goku remained unfazed, as if the words were mere whispers in the wind. If you like her, just say it boldly. You have no manly spirit at all. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't be like Goku. Such a coward. Krillin waved his hand in disbelief, shaking his head. Goku, you're really pathetic. With that, he stretched his neck and fell asleep. As the sun rose slowly, a new day began. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. As the accomplished disciples slumbered, Son Wukong sat in opposition to Master Roshi. Why is it that the physical body cannot be enhanced, no matter the effort? Son Wukong inquired. Our corporeal forms possess limits, while the essence of Qi is boundless, Master Roshi responded. Shaking his head, Son Wukong engaged in prolonged discourse with the master, yet remained unconvinced that there existed a method to augment the strength of the body. Strength of the body. I shall endeavor to enhance it. The first wish upon gathering the Dragon Balls would be to obtain a physical model identical to his own. Indeed, a replica of his own form. Thus began Son Wukong's experiment. Perhaps in this world, few comprehend that while Qi is infinite, so too can the body be. He was determined to succeed one day, regardless of the failures that lay ahead. Do not become obstinate, Master Roshi cautioned, recognizing his inability to alter his disciple's convictions. He could only allow him to pursue his path. Time flowed like a swift stream, and 6 months passed since their dialogue. Son Wukong immersed himself in the mysteries of the physical form, diligently training while fostering his relationship with Lan Qi. As the sun reached its zenith, casting a blazing light upon the earth, Yamcha, with a flushed face, finally mustered the courage to express his gratitude. Thank you for assisting me in my apprenticeship, Wukong. Despite his pride, after 8 months of training, he acknowledged, without your aid, how could I have approached the lovely ladies alongside Krillin? To receive help from a rival and express gratitude was an unfathomable notion for Yamcha. Yet the harshness of reality loomed, had it not been for Son Wukong's emergence. He might have spent his days as a bandit in the desert, living a life of crime, rather than standing strong as he was now. In the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, I shall show no mercy, and you shall do the same, Yamcha declared as he turned to depart. This fellow truly possesses a thin skin, Krillin mused, accustomed to such quirks. The World Martial Arts Tournament? If I were to win, would I attract the affections of many young ladies? He chuckled. Wake up. Do not dream in broad daylight. Son Wukong interjected, dispelling Krillin's fanciful reverie. The pursuit of training for the sake of admiration seemed trivial to him. In the forthcoming tournament, I too shall not hold back, just as Yamcha. Krillin promptly retreated to the mountains for his final preparations. With each of them brimming with confidence, did they genuinely believe they could defeat him after 8 months of training? His combat power had soared to a staggering 400. Entering the dark, unlit forest, he arrived at the dilapidated hut he had constructed. Opening the door and passing by numerous animal carcasses, a glimmer of red light flashed in Son Wukong's eyes as he sifted through several papers. Had the years of research finally borne fruit? It was time to make a wish. With a thunderous blast, he obliterated the animal remains and the hut itself. The time for the monkey's body had passed. Chapter 19, The World Martial Arts Tournament. I have purchased your plane tickets. Master Roshi gleefully waved his airplane ticket. Overjoyed that his disciples were finally ready to embark on their journeys, allowing this old man a well-deserved respite. Hooray, 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 let us celebrate tonight. I have procured an entire premium wagyu for a hot pot feast. Wow, Goku, you must be quite affluent. Who would have thought a hidden millionaire was among us? Goku, Goku. Master Roshi's face flushed with excitement as he leaned in conspiratorially. Could you lend me some money? I wish to purchase books and continue my education. After all, one must learn as long as one lives. Is that truly learning? I feel rather embarrassed to lend you anything. Despite his words, he dutifully relinquished some gold coins. After all, money was plentiful for him. As night fell, stars twinkled above in a clear sky, a gentle breeze carrying the fragrant scent of distant flowers, creating a serene and beautiful atmosphere. The group gathered around a long table laden with an array of delectable dishes. The vibrant hot pot steamed enticingly, releasing an alluring aroma. Lan Chi's culinary skills are extraordinary. Indeed. Indeed. Hey, Yamcha, you're eating far too quickly. You devoured the grilled food as soon as it was ready. Slow down. I, an old man, cannot compete with your appetites. Ah, Goku, you can fit so much in your mouth. Are you even tasting it? Hand it over. The enticing steam wafted from the room, mingling with laughter and joy. As the sun rose, Lan Chi bid farewell. After the competition, I will buy you some local specialties. Goodbye, Lan Chi said softly, gently stroking Goku's hair and smoothing out his suit. Master Roshi and his disciples donned blue suits as they traversed the airport and boarded the plane. A slender flight attendant passed by Master Roshi. Startled, the flight attendant did not coddle Master Roshi and promptly directed her tray towards his face. My apologies. Not at all, you old lecher. Before long, they disembarked the plane, arriving at the martial arts tournament venue. Wait, are 2 of you children also competing? Enough chatter. Hurry and register them. Master Roshi urged, and the staff, though incredulous, complied. Goku, Bulma is finally on break and has come cheerfully. Have you finally recognized my charm? You are so slow. Right here. Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, I'm off now. See you after the competition. Darn it. Why does Goku have so many girls fawning over him? Krillin lamented, wiping his nose with Yamcha's suit. Don't dirty my suit. With a punch. Yamcha struck back, feeling nothing. Girls were truly formidable creatures. Hey, Goku, wear this martial arts uniform tomorrow. Master Roshi retrieved a turtle-emblazoned GI from his box, extending it towards Goku while casting a sidelong glance at Bulma. Scram. Son Wukong did not indulge him. With a single punch, he sent Master Roshi into the stone, then retrieved some rubble to fill the pit before departing. He climbed into Bulma's car and drove away. Serves him right. During the 8 months of training, whenever Master Roshi attempted to take advantage of Lan Chi, Son Wukong would appear and give him a severe lesson, each time causing Master Roshi's head to swell considerably. It inflicted no serious harm, yet proved to be exceedingly painful. If the lecherous old man did not change in Son Wukong's presence, he would inevitably devise even harsher techniques as he grew older. Krillin and Yamcha, ignoring the sleeping Master Roshi on the ground, retrieved martial arts uniforms suitable for their sizes from the box. Clearly, Son Wukong showed no mercy, nearly sending him to the hospital. What a little brat. Such a heavy hand. Meanwhile, Son Wukong lay on Bulma's lap, a request she had made of him. How has the training been over these past few months? Is it arduous? Not at all. It's been quite relaxed. Then why haven't you kept in touch more often? 3 lines appeared on Bulma's forehead as she clenched her teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Is she angry? Why is she upset? When Bulma was angry, even with her eyes closed, she could sense the slightest change in her expression. Have I offended her? Son Wukong pondered, meticulously recalling the moments since collecting the Dragon Balls. Remember to stay in contact, she said. We promised to keep in touch, yet I only reached out once a month. She was just fishing for information earlier. In an instant, beads of cold sweat cascaded down Son Wukong's brow as he tightly shut his eyes, too fearful to open them. How to explain to a girl with high emotional intelligence in a flirtatious manner? Given the circumstances, perhaps it was best to sleep for now. As the luxury car entered the parking lot, Bulma gently lifted Son Wukong, and although she was angry, she understood that it was normal for someone so young to be oblivious to matters of love, as long as she guided him properly. Her inexplicable excitement was akin to nurturing a boyfriend in a game. It is well known that Bulma desired a perfect partner, and cultivating one herself seemed far more advantageous. 2 people? Yes, 2. 2 can eat that much? The customer service representative was astonished, thinking they had encountered a reincarnated pig. Quickly, they arranged for a private room. Bulma entered the private. The fish meat, when savored, is delicate and smooth, possessing a harmonious blend of elasticity and tenderness. Indeed, it is delectable, isn't it? Let us indulge once more after the competition concludes. Agreed. The 2 of them gradually devoured all the food, with Bulma having a modest appetite, while most of it was consumed by Son Goku. Following this, Bulma led a leisurely stroll from the eastern streets to the western ones. At times, accompanying someone dear to one's heart can be a form of cultivation. Although Goku and Bulma had not spent much time together, the impression she left on him was profound, and the sentiment was mutual. The sun hung high in the sky, its blazing rays causing sweat to pour forth with every few steps taken. Bulma released a vehicle from her multifunctional capsule, stepping onto it as a flying cat named Pure observed them stealthily from the side. The World Martial Arts Tournament has officially commenced. This time, 137 skilled fighters are participating, yet only the top 8 shall emerge victorious. Goku and Krillin find themselves in the 2nd division, while Yamcha competes in the 3rd. Farewell. May we meet again in the finals. Yamcha, donned in his turtle-emblazoned martial arts attire, sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. The matches are determined by a draw, with Goku and Krillin picking their lots in succession. Goku draws the first match, his opponent a hefty brute. The match begins, with a hairstyle reminiscent of a crab. Before the opponent could finish speaking, Goku unleashed a powerful gust, sending the large contender flying out of the arena. Goku emerges victorious. It seems he has encountered an acquaintance. However, I have already acknowledged your martial prowess. I find no interest in squandering time on such a weakling. You are simply too feeble. Goku turned and walked away, hoping the subsequent contenders would wisely concede, allowing him a full day of rest. When will he ever possess such charm as Goku? A gentle breath, and the opponent is sent flying. Krillin gazed on with envy, lamenting that he could not even perform the Kamehameha wave currently. Goku's strength has evidently increased. The transformed Master Roshi, now resembling a dragon, sensed impending doom. He had not anticipated Goku's current prowess, and the ensuing battles may lead to his defeat. He believed he could secure victory through combat intuition, yet now, uncertainty clouded his mind. The opponent is too weak. Krillin, be cautious not to accidentally defeat him. Oh, very well. Krillin, elated at Goku's acknowledgement of his strength, felt confident that his place in the top 8 was assured. Oh, is that not Krillin? The chubby duo of his senior brothers made their appearance. Indeed. Do you recall when we reduced him to a whimpering puppy in the corner, begging us not to strike him? That lad dares to participate in such a tournament. Is he not inviting ridicule upon himself? After the taunting from Krillin's seniors, the referee declared that the opponent was none other than Krillin's slender senior. Krillin was instantly struck with dismay. The confidence sparked by Goku's words evaporated, for his senior was exceedingly formidable. Krillin felt a profound sense of trepidation as he unsteadily ascended the stage, the waves of fear surging once more within him. The match commenced. I never expected it to be you, Krillin. The lean senior brother launched a punch aimed squarely at Krillin's face, intent on securing an instant victory. Yet, to Krillin, The speed of the lean senior brother appeared as sluggish as a snail. Indeed, Wukong had not deceived him. Klin deftly evaded the attack, fueled by a simmering resentment towards the lean senior brother, and retaliated with a kick that sent the lean senior brother crashing through 3 walls, hurtling several meters away. Nanny, when did Klin become so formidable? The portly brother, gripped by fear, hurriedly rushed outside to assess the injuries of the lean senior brother. Alas, I might never practice martial arts again. Klin's kick has surely crippled him at his core. The portly senior brother hastily withdrew from the competition, dragging the lean senior brother away with great urgency, fearing that they might never escape if they lingered any longer. Yamcha swiftly kicked his opponent off the stage and turned to glance at Son Wukong and Klin. With such an effortless victory, it seemed their entry into the top 8 was a foregone conclusion. Son Wukong, Klin, Yamcha, and Jackie Chan continued their path, triumphing over numerous foes and advancing into the top 8. The finals of the top 8 officially began, with the conclusion of the preliminary rounds. The qualified contestants included the enchanting Miss Lan Fong, the Azure Dragon Kirin, the practitioner Namu, the foul-smelling Stinky Man, and Jackie Chan, masquerading as the Turtle Sage. The first match featured Jackie Chan against Yamcha. Observing Jackie Chan's demeanor, which radiated the essence of a martial arts master, Yamcha felt an immense pressure. No matter how he probed, he sensed no vulnerabilities. What's the matter? Aren't you going to attack? Jackie Chan appeared relaxed, seemingly dismissive of Yamcha. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that Jackie Chan's gaze never wavered from Yamcha for even a moment. Yamcha's strength was already nearly half of Jackie Chan's. Should he fail to take the match seriously, he risked losing. Yamcha dared not delay. The Wolf Fong fist surged forth with ferocity, each strike lethal. How terrifying! To employ such formidable techniques against an elder. Jackie Chan effortlessly dodged, executing a sweeping leg kick, but Yamcha evaded it. So swift. Yamcha was taken aback. Jackie Chan's prowess loomed like an insurmountable mountain, causing Yamcha to question his chances of victory. Can I truly win? Is it even possible? Facing me, he dares to be distracted. Jackie Chan's martial arts experience was astonishingly seasoned. In an instant, his fist was upon Yamcha's face. Pooh! Yamcha was sent flying but quickly regained his footing, adopting a fighting stance. Wukong, do you think Yamcha can win? No. Jackie Chan far surpasses Yamcha in both combat experience and inherent strength. It is merely a matter of time before he loses. Stay calm. Stay calm. I can find his flaw. Flaw? Yes. He is aging and frail, while I am in my prime. Yamcha unleashed an upgraded version of the Wolf Fong fist. And in an instant, dozens of fist shadows emerged, intent on exchanging injury for injury. Yet, Jackie Chan had already anticipated this, retreating several meters in the blink of an eye. Cursed be this fate. In a fleeting moment, as Jackie Chan seized the opportunity during Yamcha's attack, he leaped behind him and unleashed a powerful strike. Instantly, Yamcha felt as though he had been struck by an imposing mountain. Gritting his teeth, Yamcha retaliated with his ultimate technique, the Wolf Fong fist, surpassing its previous form. Ultimately, he managed to transform Jackie Chan's eyes into panda-like bruises. Yet he himself was sent plummeting from the ring by Jackie Chan's Kamehameha technique. In a duel of masters, brevity often equates to ferocity. Yamcha, you deserve commendation. You compelled me to exert my full strength. Jackie Chan gasped for breath. Remarkable. The exhilarating clash between Jackie Chan and Yamcha stirred my very soul. Let us extend our congratulations to Jackie Chan for advancing to the semifinals. Yamcha descended from the stage, despondent. The opponent was simply too formidable. Yet, one could not help but wonder why Jackie Chan possessed the Kamehameha technique of the Turtle School. Yamcha reasonably suspected that Jackie Chan might be the Turtle Hermit himself. My apologies, I did not foresee my own defeat first. Son Goku and Krillin nodded in understanding, recognizing that the opponent was far superior. Had he faced Jackie Chan, he likely would have fared no better than Yamcha, perhaps not even landing a single blow. Krillin felt a sense of foreboding. His training was insufficient. Lacking the strength of Son Goku and the techniques of Yamcha, he felt like a blank slate. Do not fret, it is merely a competition. If this ranking does not satisfy you, there will be another opportunity. When on stage, one must be bold. Losing is not terrifying, but losing one's spirit is. Son Goku patted Krillin on the shoulder and noticed that he was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. The pressure must be immense. All right, Krillin jolted, his eyes widening in surprise. Next, we welcome the competitors Lan Fong and Nam Wu to the stage. Lan Fong, exuding charm, winked at Nam Wu, who instantly blushed, closing his eyes in shyness. A perfect moment. Lan Fong executed a side kick, sending Nam Wu flying several meters away. Upon regaining consciousness, Nam Wu swiftly adjusted his stance and unleashed a flurry of strikes, injuring Lan Fong in rapid succession. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Lan Fong deployed her ultimate move, yielding remarkable results. Wow! Jackie Chan was left bleeding from his nose, while Nam Wu's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Ultimately, with unwavering resolve, Nam Wu triumphed over Lan Fong. Truly lacking in romantic finesse, Jackie Chan exclaimed in frustration, wishing his opponent had been Lan Fong, for then he would have. What a captivating match it was. Next, we invite Son Goku and Kirin to the stage. Kirin and Son Goku ascended the ring, when suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky. Thunder roared, and the gentle rain transformed into a torrential downpour. It seemed a heavy rain was imminent, an ominous portent. Kirin remained cautious, unwilling to underestimate this renowned martial arts master. Are you afraid? Son Goku's eyes blazed with intensity as he severed a nearby tree, seemingly urging, surrender quickly. Do not waste time. Chapter 21, The Semi-Finals. How impressive. Allow the energy within to radiate outward. Is this truly the pinnacle of mastery in the world? The disparity with previous adversaries is staggering. Am I afraid? Kirin closed his eyes, recalling decades of martial arts experience. Has he ever flinched in the face of adversity? No. Bring it on. Let me witness the most formidable spectacle this world has to offer. Such ambition. What is this nonsense? Shouldn't we seek shelter from the rain first? Indeed. 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 What is happening? The audience is growing restless. They purchased tickets without any cover from the rain. And now they must endure being drenched just to watch a fight? Silence. If you do not wish to watch, then leave at once. Referee, you agree, do you not? Kirin fumed, turning to the referee, impatient to begin. This opponent represents a significant opportunity for him. The blonde referee hesitated, though he yearned to declare the match underway. He could not disregard the audience's comfort. If they were soaked, the reputation of the event would be tarnished, and who would return? The match is paused. We will continue once the rain has ceased. Infuriating. Kirin longed to confront the referee physically but restrained his anger, resigning himself to await the resumption. Is that so? What a pity. I had hoped for a swift resolution. Sun Wukong expressed his disappointment, returning to the audience seating. Let us go. I have reserved a restaurant for you all, Bulma proclaimed, holding the key with great flair. How splendid. Bulma and Krillin, among others, warmly welcomed each other in the audience area, generously inviting them to dine. Wow, this place is delectable. I have longed to visit. Master Roshi salivated. Lamenting his lack of funds, he had only visited once a decade ago, courtesy of his sister. The restaurant, though modest, was filled with cherished memories. Sun Wukong. This young man is truly enviable. His charm with women surpasses mine by only a smidgen in my youth. One by one, waitstaff delivered exquisite dishes, and the guests devoured them with equal fervor. Hurry up with the dishes. We have finished. Are you all pigs? She thought only Wukong was like this. But these disciples were just as ravenous. Who would marry them? They would need to prepare hundreds of dishes in an hour, even with a communal pot. It would take an eternity. Bulma shuddered at the thought. All right, coming right up. The manager rubbed his hands together, rushing out from the private room and darting into the kitchen at an astonishing pace. Hurry up. Take care of the clients in the private room. And we can close early today. Salaries will be paid as usual. Understood. The chefs worked with fervor, not for any other reason than the prospect of an early departure. 30 plates, 50 plates, 70 plates, 150 plates. At last, these gluttons were sated, departing amidst the astonished expressions of others. It is truly challenging to sustain oneself without any income. Hearing Bulma's lament, Master Roshi wholeheartedly agreed, feeling the weight of the sentiment. These individuals nearly devoured me into poverty. Bulma gazed ahead at the three, laughing and chatting, and hurried to catch up. Wait for me. The torrential winds transformed into a gentle drizzle, which then gave way to a bright, sunny day. Now, in a fierce battle between the illustrious warrior Sun Wukong and the formidable Kirin, both contenders stood poised on the arena. Come at me. Kirin unleashed a straight punch aimed at Sun Wukong, who deftly evaded the blow. retaliating with a swift kick that sent Kieran hurtling through the air. So swift. Must one resort to underhanded tactics? Of course. This is how I navigate the world. Kieran declared, gesturing towards the sky. Do you truly believe I would fall for such ruse? Only a fool would. Where is it? Where? A member of the audience exclaimed in astonishment, unable to see it. Nanny, you don't believe this. Do I appear to be a fool? Son Wukong remained silent, delivering another punch that sent Kieran flying, followed by a Kamehameha wave that shattered a lion statue, leaving Kieran sprawled on the ground. You truly are weak. As the smoke cleared, Son Wukong approached Kieran, only to suddenly retreat 10 paces. In the next moment, a white powder erupted from Kieran's wings, enveloping the vicinity in a dense fog. Unbelievable. Kieran possesses the ability to wield magic. He can conjure toxic mist for his attacks. In this universe, magic exists. It has been wielded in martial arts tournaments, and the referee classified it as such. Is this permissible? Clearly, it's a sneak attack. Had it not been for Wukong's quick reflexes, he would have been ensnared. Clinton sensed impending doom. If exposed to this mist, his strength would surely wane. Clinton, think of something, Bulma urged, her anxiety palpable as she feared for Wukong's impending defeat. If my opponent encircles the entire arena, caught you, did I? This is my ultimate technique, whose ultimate technique involves poison. In an instant, a tempest arose as Kieran used his wings to envelop the arena in white smoke. Son Wukong, with this, you shall not overcome me. After I defeat you, I shall bask in glory. Kieran laughed heartily, envisioning his triumph and the admiration of a magnificent, statuesque beast folk. Boom. Son Wukong unleashed a powerful palm strike that dispersed the smoke like a tornado, sending Kieran tumbling from the arena. Nanny. Kieran was left bewildered. The sudden gale struck him squarely, and in the blink of an eye, he was cast out of the ring. What just transpired? Our champion, Son Wukong, emerges victorious. With a mere gust of his palm, he effortlessly bested Kieran. Remarkably, throughout the match, Son Wukong defeated his opponent with a single move. What power does he possess? Quite the ambition, yet it is of no consequence to me. On what grounds did the referee deem it magic? How did that blonde figure discern it as such? Leaving those words behind, Son Wukong turned to depart, as it was now Clinton's turn to face the foul-smelling adversary. As he passed the odorous foe, a wave of revulsion washed over him, sending chills down his spine. Now, let us welcome Clinton to face the stench-ridden opponent. Clint was utterly repulsed by the foul-smelling man, ultimately realizing that he lacked a nose. With formidable willpower, he triumphed over his adversary. Excellent. Now, let us take a brief respite. The time had arrived for the semifinals. Hey, Yamcha, do you believe Clint can emerge victorious? Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. Clint's opponent appeared quite formidable, having effortlessly defeated Yamcha previously. Chunlong. He is indeed exceptionally strong. I have harbored suspicions that Chunlong might be Master Roshi, and now I am even more convinced. Yamcha subtly distanced himself from Bulma, finding women rather intimidating. What about Goku? I have yet to witness Son Goku unleash his full power, but I believe he possesses an 80% chance of claiming the championship. Is that so? Pu'er, who had been standing beside Bulma, retreated to Yamcha's side, affectionately patting the latter's head. The match between competitor Clint and competitor Chunlong commences. Clint, noticeably weaker than Yamcha, seemed on the verge of defeat, while Son Goku leaned against a lion statue, feeling quite bored. What a drag. I can see the end from here, but for the sake of becoming a 3-time champion, I shall endure. Chapter 22. The semifinals. What are you watching? A blonde girl, her neck wrapped in a scarf and glistening with sweat, evidently having just finished a workout, asked. This martial arts tournament features numerous skilled fighters, and we, too, are martial artists, came to observe. What is a martial arts tournament? Is it merely a series of small competitions? No, it is a grand-scale event. The contestants possess remarkable techniques. Look at those 2 children. They are far more powerful than we are. What? The girl quickly wiped the sweat from her face and dashed to the television, where she was met with the sight of Son Goku battling Kieran. It's him. Her eyes fixated on the screen, and as Kieran resorted to underhanded tactics, she inwardly cursed the scoundrel, yet felt concern for him. Upon his victory, her beautiful face unconsciously blossomed into a smile. Once Son Goku departed the arena, the girl finally tore her gaze away from the television. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The television is broken, the dark-haired boy replied, feeling anxious and perplexed by his sister's sudden outburst. Women truly were troublesome. Get away from me. Intent fist. The siblings engaged in a playful tussle. After completing their formalities, Klin faced off against Chunlong, who had previously bested Yamcha. Klin summoned all of his usual energy, adopting a fighting stance with both hands. Prepare yourself. Klin launched a straight punch aimed at Chunlong's face, piercing through the air. I've hit him. Alas, it's merely an afterimage. Chunlong appeared behind Klin, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into the lion statue, shattering it once more. What? That wretched old man can truly conceal himself. Klin quickly regained his footing, scanning left and right, but failed to spot Chunlong. It seemed he must resort to his ultimate technique. This is a lovely pair of flight attendant's panties. Klin produced a white garment from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. Wow. Jackie Chan observed the white garment falling and, heedless of everything else, dashed forward. A splendid opportunity. Just as Klin was about to launch a sneak attack, Jackie seized the white garment in an instant, his hands glowing with a brilliant blue light. What? How could this be? Your strength is formidable. How could I possibly be careless? Jackie had already concentrated the Kamehameha in his hands, unleashing it in a split second, striking Klin and sending him hurtling off the stage. I shall claim this prize and victory as well. Magnificent. Jackie donned the garment upon his head and left with panache. What a thrilling duel. Jackie emerges victorious. Curse be you, despicable old man. Klin, battered and bruised, stood up, glaring fiercely at the direction Jackie had departed. Returning to the audience. Though he had not suffered severe injuries, being instantaneously defeated was a profound humiliation. The referee, accustomed to Jackie's demeanor, swiftly initiated the next match, unwilling to tarnish the reputation of the martial arts tournament. Next up was Son Wukong against Namu. Bearing the hopes of his entire village, I cannot afford to lose. Namu clasped his hands together, his gaze intense, muscles subtly defined. How intriguing. It has been quite some time since I encountered such an opponent, thought Son Wukong. Standing on the opposite side of the ring, merely standing there imposed immense pressure on Namu, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Having observed the previous combats, Namu had already noted the formidable prowess of his adversary, realizing the odds were slim. Nevertheless, I, Namu, remain undaunted. The martial arts expert who gained fame 2 years ago. Come forth. Son Wukong tempered his power to match Namu's, for overwhelming superiority lacked excitement. He preferred to dominate through skill. Leaping into the air, Son Wukong propelled himself towards Namu. So swift. Namu, relying on his perception of the air currents, barely evaded and struck at Son Wukong's neck with an elbow. Crack. With astonishing speed, Son Wukong's tail lashed across Namu's face, sending him flying back with equal velocity. I thought it was mere decoration. Namu steadied himself and, using the momentum, leaped into the air, executing a fierce flying kick in retaliation. Son Wukong performed a backflip to evade, instantly reaching Namu once more. How fast? A soaring dragon punch struck Namu from a distance, sending him crashing into a lion statue, which shattered upon impact, leaving Namu momentarily dazed. Brother, water. We have no water left to drink. A gaunt little girl, clutching a wooden bowl, looked on with an expression of desperate thirst as villagers emerged slowly from their homes, bowls in hand, silently watching him. The prize for this martial arts tournament is 500,000. I cannot lose. With unwavering resolve, Namu surged upwards once more. Though the odds seemed bleak, he had compelling reasons to fight. Namu leaped to 100 meters high, descending like a meteor, leaving a trail of white vapor in his wake as he fell from the heavens, arms crossed protectively over his chest, his gaze resolute. Prepare to receive my strike. All right. Son Wukong stood resolutely, refusing to evade. Since you are so eager to triumph, I shall grant you the opportunity. He summoned every ounce of his energy, channeling it through his hands and feet, employing the same technique as Namu. Now, receive my strike. The two techniques collided with a fierce intensity. Alas, in the end, Son Wukong's prowess prevailed, forcefully propelling Namu off the stage. Despite exhausting all his strength, he could not achieve victory. You have won. Namu lay beneath the arena, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the might of his opponent. The seasoned combat skills and mastery over his body were beyond Namu's reach. Victory to Son Wukong. With the referee's announcement, Namu's heart was heavy with sorrow. What was he to do? At some point, he returned to the competitor's room and, coming to his senses, Spotted Jackie-chan, may I speak with you? In his profound despair, although not one to burden others with complaints, Namo felt an urgent need to share his plight. It turned out that Namo's village was suffering from a severe water shortage and desperately needed financial assistance. Upon learning of this, Jackie-chan produced a universal capsule from his possession and led Namo to a wellspring. Here, the water is inexhaustible. Use it freely. Handing over the capsule, Namo knelt in gratitude. Thank you. I am at a loss for words. Wherever you need me, I shall bravely face any peril. Oh, no need for that. Jackie-chan ambled back into the martial arts competition, but soon encountered a familiar figure. Ah, Jackie was startled to find Son Wukong before him, though his heart settled slightly. Why do you not rest after your recent battle? I merely wish to see my next opponent, Son Wukong replied, turning his gaze away from the universal capsule in Namo's hands as he returned to the resting area. Though not a saint, he did not wish for a formidable martial artist to be ensnared by water. He wanted to take a closer look at a worthy adversary. Namo left for the restroom and was about to pull out a leaf from his pocket for personal hygiene when he stumbled upon something unexpected. A $10,000 note emerged, with a piece of paper nestled among the bills, inscribed with the words, "I hope to face you again at the next martial arts tournament." After washing his hands, Namo hurriedly dashed out of the restroom, racing to the audience area, where the referee's voice echoed, now introducing competitors Son Wukong and Jackie-chan. The champion of this tournament will be chosen from among them. Son Wukong and Jackie-chan appeared in succession, clasping their fists, their eyes resolute. This was the grandson of Gohan, proud of his lineage, confronting the strongest opponent he had faced to date, and he intended to give nothing less than his utmost effort. The match commenced. Jackie-chan launched the first strike, his palm thrusting forward, the air crackling with energy. Son Wukong swiftly evaded, delivering a counterpunch to Jackie-chan's abdomen. Penetrating through a mere afterimage, Jackie-chan materialized behind Son Wukong, executing a flying kick from above, while Son Wukong responded with a similar afterimage. Buzz! Son Wukong kicked Jackie-chan, sending him crashing against the wall, whereupon a cloud of smoke erupted, enveloping the area in a haze. The engineering was indeed subpar. Chapter 23. The final duel. The elderly opponent exuded an overwhelming strength. The young girl could not help but feel a wave of anxiety for Son Wukong, her snack crumbling into fragments within her grasp. Jackie-chan's reflexes and combat experience were so formidable that she felt there was no way to evade him. Even discerning the trajectory of his punches proved challenging. The dark-haired youth shared a similar sentiment, yet his concern was not for Son Wukong, but rather an acute awareness of his own insignificance. It dawned on him that there existed such powerful martial artists in the world. There were such extraordinary beings, and the martial experts in this realm were astonishingly formidable. He silently resolved to leave this small city. One day, he too would stand in that exalted place, aspiring to be one among them. The world was vast and beautiful, and if he remained in this desolate locale, all its wonders would remain irrelevant to him. Sister, let's depart in a few days. Let us venture into this world and challenge all its mighty warriors, ultimately defeating them one by one. The boy brimmed with youthful exuberance, his heart filled with dreams of a splendid future, considering himself extraordinary. Very well, the girl pondered for a moment and readily agreed. She too yearned to escape this dreary place. The backward transportation, the antiquated education, the impoverished living conditions, the ineffectual police, and the rampant gangs amidst the bustling crowd. It seemed this city lacked something vital beyond a few petty thugs. What was it? It was vitality. She was determined to break free from this underdeveloped city, to escape the impoverished countryside that had confined her for over a decade, leaving behind this emotionless place. Yamcha clenched his fists, imagining himself on the stage, contemplating how to counter Jackie-chan's techniques. Bulma also tightened her fists, anxious for Son Wukong, barely able to keep up with the unfolding spectacle. Son Wukong, you are indeed formidable. Jackie-chan swayed, appearing as though he might collapse at any moment, his complexion slightly flushed. Drunken fist. Son Wukong launched a kick aimed at Jackie-chan, but he narrowly evaded it, retaliating with an elbow strike to Son Wukong's arm joint. Bang! Son Wukong's aura transformed into an armor, mitigating the damage, while his tail lashed out like a whip, sending Jackie-chan flying. To be honest, I have encountered Drunken Fist before, and I have also studied it. Having fought against masters of Drunken Fist in his youth, Sun Wukong was well aware of its weaknesses. Defeating Jackie Chan felt akin to a father besting his son. This would not do. He needed to showcase something different. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. Jackie Chan's previously frail physique surged with muscle, transforming in an exaggerated manner. An elderly muscular man. This was not good. He was about to unleash his ultimate move. Oh, what effect would it have? His speed and strength surged in an exaggerated fashion. I had been defeated by him in an instant. Yamcha gritted his teeth, realizing he had not reacted in time. At the moment Jackie Chan's muscles bulged, a blue light flashed before his eyes, and the next thing he knew, he had already fallen off the stage. Muscle, akin to a dragon, unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Sun Wukong's head. However, with a swift evasion, the punch met only air, resulting in a thunderous crash as the stone arena shattered, sending a plume of dust into the air. Within the cloud of dust, Muscle charged forth, and as a gentle breeze swept past, the dust was propelled towards Sun Wukong. Receive my strike. Muscle, utilizing the dust as cover, emerged from Wukong's left side, delivering a fierce blow towards his leg. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, leaping into the air with a kick, his hands coming together, summoning a tempest that scattered the dust upon the arena and unleashed a fierce gust towards Muscle. Not good. It's a phantom fist. You've fallen for my trick. Muscle appeared above Sun Wukong, his hands radiating blue light as he descended with great force. This is bad. Wukong is in danger, Krillin shouted from the audience, his tone urgent, eyes fixed intently on the arena. If struck by the Kamehameha wave, Wukong would be perilously close to being knocked out of the ring. With a display of agility, Wukong evaded the Kamehameha wave in the blink of an eye. I always knew you were formidable, but mere strength is futile. Multiple phantom fists. Universal thunderclap. Muscle had anticipated Wukong's movements, unleashing the pre-charged universal thunderclap from his hands. Lightning roared as if a wrathful deity transformed into a thunder dragon, surging through Wukong's form. This is the wisdom of the ancients. Wukong, you have lost. Muscle, now appearing gaunt and weary, had evidently expended considerable energy in executing that technique. The universal thunderclap could incapacitate an opponent. Wukong, your body lacks the time to recover. All I need to do now is knock you out of the ring, and I shall be the champion. Do not underestimate me next time. Muscle sighed, gradually approaching Wukong, ultimately pushing him back with a final palm strike. Impossible. Yamcha leaped from his seat, incredulous that such a powerful youth could succumb to Muscle. Indeed, it's hard to believe. Krillin gaped in disbelief. What? This is air. Phantom fist. Why do phantoms still exist? This defies science. Muscle's eyes widened, resembling two bells as he heard the echo. Rather than confront head-on, I prefer to counter the incoming strikes. Do not underestimate me next time, Mr. Muscle. Sun Wukong first transformed into stone using his metamorphosis technique, then employed his clone technique alongside the phantom fist to successfully deceive Muscle. The clone technique, an enhanced version of the phantom fist, lacking consciousness. Merely an illusion formed by energy. Indeed, after the recent battle, he had successfully mastered the universal thunderclap. A thunder dragon erupted from his palm, accompanied by a crack of lightning, striking with tremendous force, piercing through Muscle's body. Muscle staggered, barely maintaining his footing as the electric energy from the universal thunderclap coursed chaotically through him, making it difficult to control his body. Grandpa Muscle, it seems you are on the verge of defeat. Sun Wukong waved his hand casually, summoning a fierce wind that coalesced into a hurricane, surging towards Muscle. You little rascal. Do not let your guard down either. Learning the techniques of others inflicts little harm upon the creator. Jackie Chan is already aware of how to counter them. Just moments ago, seizing the opportunity amidst Sun Wukong's words, I managed to execute the phantom fist and stealthily retreat. Jackie Chan reappeared behind Sun Wukong, the Kamehameha energy gathering, poised for release. Lan Shi covered her eyes, unable to bear witness to Sun Wukong's potential defeat. Turning her head away. The victor is Sun Wukong. What? Lan Shi could hardly believe it. How could this be possible? How did he achieve victory over Jackie Chan? Hurriedly, she dashed from the curtains to the television, where the youthful champion, brimming with vigor, raised his right hand in a symbol of triumph. Splendid. And what of the one fallen on the ground? A radiant blue light surged forth as the Kamehameha unleashed its formidable power. Sun Wukong, you shall fall. Jackie Chan concentrated the last of his strength into the Kamehameha, a beam of blue light descending from above like the final judgment of thunder. Fall. Son Wukong. For readers who notice any typos or awkward phrases, please feel free to provide feedback. Chapter 24. The Birth of the Strongest. Champion. Your sneak attack seems ineffective against me. Jackie Chan's Kamehameha was already sensed by Son Wukong ahead of time. This is my gift. Brace yourself, Jackie. As the Kamehameha approached within a meter, Son Wukong deftly evaded to the left, unleashing his own Kamehameha towards Jackie Chan. Ah, wow. Jackie Chan was engulfed by the blue light, his eyes rolling back as he plummeted from the sky. Ah, Son Wukong. Son Wukong. Son Wukong. Let us congratulate Son Wukong for becoming the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Wukong raised his left hand, a slight smile gracing his lips as a tempest swirled around him, emanating from his very being. Ha ha ha. We won. We won. Son Wukong has triumphed. The blonde girl grasped her brother's hair, her heart racing from the myriad of twists and turns just witnessed. What's with the excitement? It's not like you won. The boy retorted, smoothing down his tousled hair, which had cost a pretty penny to style. Splendid. We won. Krillin and Yamcha embraced. Son Wukong had finally avenged them. How wonderful. Indeed. Bulma, beaming with joy, took out her camera. Click. Amidst the cheers of countless onlookers. The moment the youth raised his hand was forever captured on film. Jackie Chan. I have triumphed. Son Wukong would not expose Master Roshi. Placing his hand on Jackie Chan's shoulder, he directed energy into Master Roshi's body, slowly stimulating his cells for healing. Witnessing Son Wukong's victory, Namu in the audience beamed with joy, a blend of congratulations and happiness. Son Wukong. Jackie Chan. Thank you both. The next World Martial Arts Tournament? Nanwu, unable to leave the audience seats, placed the universal capsule against his heart, feeling a warmth that even permeated his very soul. Are you leaving, Nanwu? Lan Fang's voice resonated from behind. As rivals, Nanwu had triumphed over her with formidable willpower, and Lan Fang harbored a certain concern for him. Indeed, Nanwu navigated through the bustling crowd, traversing the vibrant streets and soaring edifices. I must take my leave. The ones I cherish are waiting for me. After purchasing some snacks, his silhouette gradually faded from view. Ah, you are quite ruthless, aren't you? Jackie Chan grasped Son Wukong's hand and stood, his injuries having healed somewhat. Go on. Do not mind this old man. Very well. Son Wukong retrieved some high-energy food from his pocket and tossed it to Jackie before turning to depart. He still had photographs to take. Humph. At least you possess some conscience. Jackie hastily consumed the food, his stomach growling with hunger. After a round of photographs, Son Wukong finally received the grand prize of 500,000. Hey, Master Roshi, where have you been? Indeed. Indeed. Ha ha. I had a bout of diarrhea and spent the entire time in the restroom, only to emerge just as the competition concluded. Truly, you are incorrigible. Son Wukong approached with the prize money, waving it in his hand. Let us go. I shall treat you all to a grand feast. Splendid. The crowd erupted in cheers. They returned to the same restaurant as before. Tonight, we shall dine well. Indeed. However, Bulma pondered if Son Wukong's 500,000 would truly suffice. Upon meeting Master Roshi, Son Wukong and the others linked arms, brimming with joy. Never mind. If it falls short, I shall supplement it. Boss, bring us 10 portions of every item on the menu. Certainly. Ah, these esteemed customers again. We shall profit handsomely today. Ha ha. It seems every World Martial Arts Tournament brings in substantial revenue. Table 10, 10 orders. The dishes began to arrive in succession, and Master Roshi, already famished, first devoured a bowl of rice, then seized a piece of thigh meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Children should not drink alcohol. Krillin. Master Roshi snatched the drink intended for Krillin and gulped it down in one breath. You are ridiculous. Yamcha first procured a piece of thigh meat for Poor, followed by several bowls of rice, then joined the main group in the culinary frenzy. Son Wukong served Bulma a few bowls of rice before placing meat dishes in her bowl. Here you go. A large drumstick. Son Wukong then joined Krillin in the hunt for food, for he too felt ravenous. If he did not seize the dishes, he wondered how long he would have to wait. Thank you. Bulma savored her meal slowly. Unlike Wukong and the others, her energy expenditure was minimal. As time passed, amidst the clinking of countless glasses, the group finally indulged in a hearty feast. Sir, the total comes to 800,000. Bulma was preparing to make a payment of 300,000 when she heard Goku's voice behind her. Huh? What? Bulma trembled, pointing at Goku in disbelief. You have money. What's the matter? You look as if you've seen something terrifying. You have money. Of course, I can easily earn that much. Well, Bulma felt disheartened, realizing that Goku was not putting on airs in front of her. She reserved a room for Goku, while Master Roshi and the others returned to their own quarters. You all go back first. I'll take my Nimbus Cloud. Okay. Goku and Bulma walked to the hotel, where they were greeted by 2 beds. I'm exhausted after a long day. Bulma stretched and tossed her clothes onto the bed, then, clad only in her undergarments, walked straight into the bathroom. I'll wash up first, she announced. Goku set down his bag and took out a change of clothes, gently pressing down on the bed. It seems quite comfortable to sleep here. After a while, Bulma emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, boldly walking past Goku. Fresh from her bath, her skin glowed with a rosy hue, and the blush on her cheeks lingered. Her youthful face took on a hint of allure as she gently sat on the bed, the mattress yielding slightly beneath her. Goku, it's your turn to shower. She retrieved a face mask from her bag and applied it, placing slices of cucumber on her eyes, then playfully pinching Goku's face with her delicate toes. Okay, Goku, caught off guard, slowly made his way to the bathroom, not wanting to sleep in a bed smelling of sweat, as he had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Drip, drip. Goku used his tail to wash his back. Having a tail isn't so bad, it's convenient. After drying off, he stepped out of the bathroom and immediately spotted Bulma. Goku maintained a calm demeanor, even pausing in front of her. Don't look, Bulma exclaimed, her face flushing as she shielded his eyes. All right. Goku turned away, disappointment evident in his expression. Chapter 25. Dragon Ball Radar. After finishing her face mask, Bulma tossed the cucumbers into the trash. Noticing that Goku was still in the shower, she took out her clothes. As Bulma removed her towel to change, she slipped and fell to the floor. Just as she stood up, Goku stepped out of the bathroom, standing right in front of her. Hurry. Bulma quickly dressed, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment for anyone with keen eyesight to notice. Pervert. Don't blame me. Goku retorted, as he had merely done what any man might do, but he had not peeked. Shut up. After an interval of 8 months, Bulma once again transformed into her fierce form, delivering a stern reprimand to Son Wukong. While others would have shied away, Son Wukong remained unabashedly bold. I'm sorry. The Dragon Ball radar you wanted. Son Wukong accepted the radar, pressed a button to reveal the location of the Dragon Balls, and tucked it into his pocket. What about the gravity chamber? What gravity chamber? The one I asked you to build after gathering the Dragon Balls. Oh, that one. I can't do it. You haven't forgotten, have you? Son Wukong grasped Bulma's cheek, turning her face towards his. Look me in the eye. Just kidding. I'm halfway through it. It will be ready in a few months. In truth, Son Wukong was correct. She had done nothing. After becoming addicted to the strawberries granted by Shenron, the gravity chamber had slipped her mind entirely. There's no helping it. The strawberries are simply too delicious. Rest assured, it will be done by next year. Bulma patted her chest in assurance, claiming that a gravity chamber was a trivial task for her. After all, she was a genius beauty. All right then. Son Wukong was not in a hurry. As the saying goes, cultivation is not solely reliant on numerical values. He had his own path to tread and his own way to cultivate. Merely increasing his energy would not benefit him. Dr. Gero, I hope your genius in creating androids proves useful. If Dr. Gero failed to meet his expectations, then his demise would be imminent. Let him perish. He certainly did not wish to leave behind any future troubles after vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army. I'm going to sleep now. Having expended some mental energy today, he felt quite satisfied after encountering formidable opponents. In the clash of techniques, he ultimately emerged victorious. Hey, so soon? Bulma had not finished speaking when Son Wukong's breathing echoed through the room. All right then. The clouds obscured the twinkling stars, and for some inexplicable reason, the moon seemed to vanish. Returning to her own bed, Bulma tossed and turned, her thoughts swirling like a tide, rendering her unable to sleep. Why can Son Wukong sleep so soundly? Bulma gradually became exasperated. An hour passed, yet her state remained unchanged, her eyes weary, but her mind was far from fatigued, seemingly capable of remaining exhilarated indefinitely. Squinting, Bulma found herself unwilling to sleep in her own bed. Grasping Son Wukong's tail, she gradually crawled onto his bed. Though I've mitigated that weakness, this area is quite sensitive. Without waiting for Son Wukong to respond, fatigue washed over her, and she wrapped her arms around him, even curling his tail around her arm. I'll bear it. Son Wukong employed a forced sleep technique, releasing a hypnotic energy that lulled him into slumber in an instant. At 4 o'clock in the evening, Son Wukong felt a slight discomfort and gently leaned his head forward. A crimson sun ascended languidly. Ah, what a relief. Bulma awoke from her slumber, cradling Son Wukong and placing him gently on the bed. What is this tail? Bulma shook the tail bracelet entwined around her arm, discreetly set it down, and hurried off to brush her teeth. Son Wukong gradually roused, pondering the events of the previous night, confused by the absence of any candy. What could it possibly mean? It's quite perplexing. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Son Wukong and Bulma strolled through the city, during which he procured several garments for launch, alongside some local specialties, of which Bulma was blissfully unaware. Shall I accompany you to seek the Dragon Balls? No need. I'll fly there. It won't take long. I'll make my wish and return to find you. With that, Son Wukong soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of white vapor in his wake. That guy, Bulma sighed, retrieving a multifunctional capsule from her waist, and with a pop, a car materialized before her. I came house. Launch had just finished washing her clothes and was now seated at a table, gazing silently at the tranquil sea, resembling a statue of serenity. You should be back soon, right? Hey, Launch. Ah, Son Wukong's voice emerged from behind her, startling her considerably. You're so fast. How can you walk without making a sound? You nearly scared me to death. Launch had almost toppled from her chair. My apologies. Here, I brought you some local specialties. Son Wukong took Launch's hand and led her into Kame House, where Krillin and the others were still aboard the plane. He had returned ahead of them. The plane was too slow, taking ages to reach their destination. He could fly there in no time, for wasting time was certainly not in his life-vest philosophy. Try this dress on. It will look splendid on you. How beautiful. Thank you, Wukong. Launch exclaimed, accepting the purple dress from Son Wukong. It was her favorite style, and she was pleasantly surprised that he remembered. He had brought back 2 dresses and a Western outfit, closely resembling Launch's usual attire. The one in her hands was a newly released design. After trying them all on, she found each one delightful. Ultimately, she donned a yellow dress. A gentle breeze brushed her face, tickling her nose. Launch struggled to suppress the urge to sneeze, but it proved impossible. Achoo. After 8 long months. Launch sneezed once more, her blue hair transforming into golden locks. What a coincidence, right now of all times. Do you have something to say? Golden-haired Launch, upon hearing Son Wukong's jest, became instantly incensed. What do you mean? Am I frightening? Son Wukong, have the courage to say that again. Golden-haired Launch retrieved a submachine gun from her pocket, gently pressing it against Son Wukong's forehead, while using her other hand to firmly grasp his face, lifting him up. The muzzle of her weapon pressed forcefully against Son Wukong's brow as their eyes locked in an intense gaze. Son Wukong, unperturbed, chuckled at the sight of the mere submachine gun. With a swift motion, he sent the golden-haired Launchy flying, shattering the firearm with a gust of energy, and seated himself upon her abdomen. Though he harbored no fear, it did not imply that she could domineer over him, brandishing a weapon as a means of intimidation. He placed his foot upon Launchy's arm, while his left hand grasped her cheek. Oh, what do you intend to do to me? Please, don't. Launchy pouted, her eyes wide with disbelief, taken aback by how swiftly she had been subdued. Chapter 26. Launchy, what do you want? Launchy gasped, worn from the torment inflicted by Son Wukong, lying flat on the ground. What is the matter with you? Is our memory intertwined? Why do I feel as though you recognize me? Launchy remained silent, merely turning her head away. Answer me. Son Wukong seized her delicate face once more, turning it back towards him, only to notice a faint blush gracing her cheeks. The once fiery demeanor she possessed now bore an unexpected touch of allure. Hey, Launchy, your personality is quite endearing. Come on, smile for the camera. I just bought one, and you look absolutely delightful. No, absolutely not. She would never fall for such flattery. And Son Wukong, get off me already. Son Wukong retrieved the camera from his bag, intertwined their hands, and forcefully shaped Launchy's hand into a peace sign beside her face, capturing the moment as her cheeks flushed. Click. A fresh image was born within the confines of the camera. Click, click, click. The continuous sounds echoed forth. No. Lan Shi thrashed violently, finally breaking free from his grasp, hastily shielding herself from the camera, utterly mortified. Ha 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 ha. His tail playfully swayed the camera before her. What are you up to? Tell me, is your personality a shared memory? So what if it is? Nothing. I'm merely curious. I've been intrigued by this ever since I watched anime, and only now do I find clarity. You jerk. Lan Shi once again retrieved the submachine gun from her pocket and struck Son Wukong forcefully on the forehead. Ouch. How painful. Humph. Lan Shi stormed into the kitchen, tossing a medicine packet at Son Wukong. Humph. You brought this upon yourself. Hurry and apply the medicine, you little rascal. With a bang, she retreated to her room, leaving the door ajar. TSK. Son Wukong feigned a gesture of cleaning himself up, turning back to his own room to tidy his belongings. He had been away for an indeterminate time, perhaps never to return. What is he up to? Is he planning to leave? A solitary eye peeked through the crack of the door, intently focused, motionless as it observed Son Wukong's retreating figure, instinctively biting her lip. Countless thoughts flitted through her mind as he completed his tasks, yet she remained motionless, trapped in the stillness of reality. Lan Shi had seen enough. Ah, when did you? Just now, on the rooftop, I noticed you peeking through the door crack. Were you watching me the whole time? I wasn't. I was just. Lan Shi, with her golden hair, fell silent, unable to convince even herself, let alone expect others to believe her. Fine, I'll leave for a while. You can stay at my place. It's not convenient here. Wait, who do you think I am? I am Lan Shi. How could I? Before Lan Shi could finish, Son Wukong had bound her up and left a note before departing on his Nimbus cloud. He wasn't negotiating with Lan Shi. He merely wanted to inform her in advance, as he was not at ease with her staying at Master Roshi's place. In City A, next to Bulma City, stood a 3-story villa. This is your new home, Son Wukong said as he pulled the golden-haired Lan Shi inside and handed her some money. Are you trying to keep me? I didn't expect you to be so generous, Lan Shi replied with a teasing smile, playfully flicking Son Wukong's tail. Be quiet. While I'm gone, you'd better not go robbing. I don't want you to end up on the wanted list again. TCH. Just promise me. All right. I understand. Turning to enter the house, she found it adorned with charming decorations, all reminiscent of a young girl's taste. How is it? Not bad, right? You must love this style. Who said that? I don't. Lan Shi blushed, adamantly refusing to admit it. If not you, then who? Don't think I can't recognize you just because your personality is different. Son Wukong gently patted Lan Shi's head. Got it. It's not you. As long as you understand. I'm off now. Understood, hurry along. Lan Shi waved her hand, urging him to leave quickly. Son Wukong glanced back once, hopped on his Nimbus cloud, and departed, leaving behind a trail of yellow smoke. TCH. Lan Shi stood in a daze for a long while before finally turning back to the kitchen, tying her smooth golden hair into a ponytail and surveying the room. This yellow dress is quite lovely. Lan Shi pulled a yellow dress from her bag, changed into it, and twirled in front of the full-length mirror before switching to a Western outfit. Son Wukong, your taste is truly terrible. Who gifts such a color of clothing? It's so tacky. It's not tacky. I assure you it's the latest style. Wukong, I'm back home. Got it. My next step in training is to conquer the world. What about you? I don't know. Krillin fell silent, pondering what to do next, something he had never considered before. Since you don't know, let us just keep moving forward. We will find our way. Wukong, can you teach me some techniques? Krillin hesitated slightly, but ultimately resolved. Remembering Master Roshi's words about understanding techniques on one's own. Yet he felt that learning from others was more suitable for him. He needed more techniques to draw upon. All right. Without questioning the reason, I took out the Follow My Heart fist, which is indeed more potent than the Mind Following Heart fist, as it is an enhanced version. Naturally, it is slightly thinner than the previous one. If the Mind Following Heart fist is the foundation, then Follow My Heart stands as the pinnacle of martial arts on earth. This creation of mine, the Follow My Heart fist, is a culmination of years of experience. Son Wukong genuinely regards Krillin as a brother, and such martial arts wisdom is not easily passed down. Of course, you may also impart it to Yamcha, but this book must not be shared carelessly with outsiders. All right, I understand. Thank you, Wukong. Krillin felt a surge of emotion within. The martial arts experience of a champion is invaluable. Clenching his fists, he couldn't help but doubt himself. Can he truly keep pace with Son Wukong? While others at 12 have already created their own martial skills, he is still striving to learn from others. Reflecting on this, Krillin shook his head. His current achievements are, after all, the lifetime accomplishments of others. In the journey of life, encountering those who excel beyond oneself can evoke humility. Meeting those who fall short may instill a sense of superiority, while encountering the affluent can breed envy. Sometimes, the true challenge lies not in surpassing others, but in transcending oneself. And now, my goal is not to outshine others, but to exceed my own limits. Chapter 27. The Red Ribbon Army, have you found them? No, Mr. Silver. The Marshal is tyrannical. Anyone we find will be executed. We must search at all costs. Yes, Mr. Silver. With a swift motion, the Nimbus cloud descended. The Dragon Ball radar indicated a location below, and Son Wukong dove down, landing near the Dragon Ball. Nanny? A little brat fell from the sky. Look, he isn't even injured. How peculiar. Upon seeing the Dragon Ball nestled within the crevices of rock, Son Wukong grasped it firmly with his left hand and exerted all his strength. Bang! The rocks shattered, debris flying and smoke billowing, revealing the Dragon Ball's true form, a 5-star ball. Ah, what immense power. Two beastmen quickly drew guns from their waists. Hey kid, hand over the Dragon Ball. How did you find it so accurately? I'm in a good mood today. Leave now, and I might spare your lives. Son Wukong replied calmly, unfazed. As he retrieved a candy from his bag, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Hey, kid. Before Mr. Silver could finish, an energy blast was already upon him, reducing him to ashes in an instant. I mentioned I was in a good mood, yet you persistently disrupt my tranquility. Run, losing patience. Another energy blast was unleashed from his hand, swiftly splitting into two, annihilating the fleeing beastmen one by one. Now you wish to leave? Too late. The Nimbus cloud. Although its speed may not match his own, it is quite comfortable to ride, and there is no rush. After Son Wukong departed, those nearby gradually relaxed. It was excessively brutal. What did you say? That fellow possesses a Dragon Ball radar more advanced than ours. What do you mean that he is merely a little brat? Silver was actually slain by him. Silver, that worthless fool. Damn it. Sentence his entire family to death. The Marshal, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand on the table. Speaking menacingly into the phone, notified General White to eliminate that little brat and retrieve the Dragon Balls. Yes, Marshal. Did I not instruct you to refrain from standing beside me? Do you wish to make me appear diminutive? Ah, my sincerest apologies. The burly man immediately bowed in contrition. On the snowy peaks, silvery flakes descended to the mortal realm, akin to angels gracing the earth. At the Red Ribbon Army's base, Muscle Tower. Received. I shall undoubtedly seize the Dragon Balls and the radar. After bowing, General White slowly lowered his hand, his gaze ominous. If you encounter a child with a tail, you must inform me. Yes, Commander. A child with a monkey-s tail? I shall torment you severely and put you to death. The Dragon Balls are here. The silhouette of Son Wukong gradually materialized, having donned casual attire, a white t-shirt paired with a blue jacket and black cargo pants. The red lighthouse before him marked the Red Ribbon Army's White Team base, Muscle Tower. General White. Notified General White. The tailed brat has arrived. Has he finally come? Why has he come to us? General White, slightly perplexed, suddenly slammed the table. Ah, no wonder I could never find the Dragon Balls. They have been right here in my base all along. Who would have thought beneath this tower? It seems I must dig 3 feet into the ground. Heaven is aiding me. Ha ha, what is that fool laughing about? Gathering the Kamehameha wave. In a hasty manner, a mere trifle, a token of respect. Please accept it. Ah. The glass in the window shattered under the Kamehameha wave, shards slicing into his skin. General White gasped, the terror in his eyes still fresh, as he beheld the youth's hand glide across his neck from left to right, as if to say that his demise awaited the moment he approached. Curse it. Hey, gather everyone to kill him. General White exclaimed in fear, this is too terrifying. I nearly met my end. After so many years, I once again feel death so close. He touched his damp back. He was soaked with sweat. No, this is insufficient. His hand stealthily moved towards the switch. If he could obtain this, everything would be resolved. General White's heart began to calm slightly. Humph, General White, then I shall slowly play with you. Withdrawing his hand, fine needles erupted from his body, piercing each soldier who dared to peek, leaving minute holes on their foreheads, blood oozing forth. Creak. The door opened slowly, revealing several small Karami sitting together playing cards, with a few bottles of liquor on the table. Come on. Ha ha ha, I've won again. General White. Can I kill this little brat? Ha ha ha. Whatever you wish. This little brat is weak. Shoot him with a gun. General Bai abandoned this group, awaiting the Iron Army captain, the purple captain, and the android number 8 to converge for a coordinated assault. This group of inept individuals served merely as expendable pawns to drain the enemy's stamina. How pitiable you all are. What a foolish child you are. Indeed. Soon to be slain by us. Ha ha ha. You truly are a simpleton. The Han officers erupted in laughter, as if the head of Son Wukong was already theirs to claim. Abandoned by his superior and on the brink of death at my hands, who should I pity? Ah, you are the monster, the devil. In a mere second, the Han officers were cleaved in half by an invisible force. They collapsed, their expressions frozen in time, utterly motionless. Son Wukong was never a virtuous being. He merely found no pleasure in killing, though it did not mean he was innocent of it. In truth, at the age of 10, he had robbed others of their martial arts, encountering countless thieves along the way, yet few escaped his grasp. Look, is this not truly pitiful? Son Wukong shook his head, slowly ascending the staircase until he reached the 3rd floor. This level housed 3 types of beings, a mindless android, 5 invisible ninjas, and a self-aware, benevolent android. Android number 8, attack. No, I detest fighting. I do not wish to harm any living being. Iron Army Captain, you go first. You worthless piece of scrap. Your creator is from the Red Forge Legion. Do you dare defy orders? I cannot, I apologize. The purple-clad ninja was nearly driven to laughter by this failure. Utterly useless at a critical moment. Your body is rigged with explosives. I have the switch, and you wouldn't want to explode, would you? Apologies. But I still cannot commit evil acts. Android number 8 persisted in refusal. Just as the purple ninja was about to retort, he was instantly sliced into numerous pieces. Ah! The purple ninja fell before android number 8, his demise grotesquely tragic, blood splattering across android number 8's face, causing this hulking figure to cry out in fright. Such a coward. Meanwhile, after dispatching the Iron Army captain, Son Wukong seized the opportunity while the purple ninja was speaking. With a swift motion of his dragon claw, he unleashed a powerful wave, obliterating all the purple ninjas. Hand over the Dragon Ball, and take that village elder away with you. Chapter 28. Tao Bai. After a moment of contemplation, android number 8 relinquished the Dragon Ball to Son Wukong, indifferent to what wish he might conjure, as long as it did not result in the death of those he cherished. Moreover, he held no belief that Son Wukong was the type to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. What? The Dragon Ball is in the hands of android number 8. You foolish pig. Useless. Idiot. General Bai felt his lungs nearly burst with rage. Astonished that the Dragon Ball he had desperately sought for days was in the possession of his own subordinate. Who would have expected this? Son Wukong finally arrived at the floor where General Bai was located, tossing the 2-star ball in his hand. How infuriating. Do not revel in your triumph. General Bai was well prepared, pressing the button with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Ha ha. Fall to your doom, little demon. General Bai envisioned himself presenting the 2 Dragon Balls to the marshal, becoming a celebrated hero and basking in the adoration of the masses. The Red Ribbon Army was destined to dominate the world. With a piece of territory, he would be the sovereign of that land. What? General Bai's eyes bulged in disbelief. Was that figure soaring through the air? Was he even human? This was nothing short of divine. A wave of despair washed over him. Did he truly stand a chance against such a being? Could the Red Ribbon Army truly conquer the world? Indeed. Indeed. I find your expression quite delightful. Son Wukong remarked gravely, his index finger radiating brilliance as he gradually condensed a small energy sphere the size of a marble. Then, you may rest assured in your descent to hell. For your countless innocent slaughters, General Bai, there is only hell awaiting you. Bang! The watermelon exploded, its pieces scattering everywhere. Pulp sticking to the walls as juice trickled down. Son Wukong, enveloped in a faint glow, deftly shielded himself from the splatter, unwilling to tarnish his new attire. Boom! The energy sphere obliterated the machine, igniting flames that gradually engulfed Muscle Tower, ultimately reducing it to charred remnants. While the dinosaur hiding underground was left as nothing but a skeleton. Snowflakes danced in the air, and Son Wukong's silhouette gradually faded into the snow. The footprints on the ground being filled by the blizzard, vanishing without a trace. I truly owe my gratitude to that young man. Indeed. The android no. 8 fell silent for a few moments, ultimately saying nothing. His opponent was fierce. Yet he did not strike him, for he too was a member of the Red Ribbon Army. He only eliminated the wicked, so surely he must be a good person, right? Marshal Bai's team has also failed. The base has been destroyed by that little rascal. How infuriating. That little rascal is incredibly strong. Which area is closest to the snowy ground? The response to the marshal is the blue team. Quickly, notify the blue team. Also, summon the other captains. We must exert every effort to eliminate him. How infuriating, no? We cannot allow him to pick us off one by one. I must corner that little rascal by the seaside. Go hire Tao Bai Bai. This should ensure our victory. Tao Bai Bai is the world's foremost assassin. We absolutely cannot allow that little demon to thwart his grand scheme. Absolutely not. He has endured being belittled for so many years. He must become tall, so that everyone will look up to him. This is his lifelong dream. Yes, I understand. General Blue, also known as General Blue, received the orders and immediately instructed his subordinates to be vigilant. That incompetent fool truly lacks ability. He cannot even defeat a mere child. Oh ha! General Blue, with a flourish of his fingers, caressed the face of a handsome soldier beside him, gliding from his forehead down to his cheek. Exactly. The dashing soldier was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that his dignity might be compromised tonight, as the twisted pervert had set his sights on him. Here, confirming the location of the Dragon Ball, he leaped from the Nimbus cloud. Goku's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he descended upon the Dragon Ball. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue light surged forth, cleaving through the cave and creating a gaping hole, while seawater rushed in frantically through the breach. Following the Dragon Ball radar's guidance, he navigated through several large openings and finally acquired the third Dragon Ball. At last, he had it in his possession. Stowing the Dragon Ball away, he approached the statue laden with treasures and collected all that it held. Kamehameha. The cautious Goku sensed that more treasures might be concealed within, prompting him to obliterate the entire cave. Releasing 3 successive Kamehameha waves, he indeed uncovered several more hidden troves, gathering all the riches into his versatile capsule before departing the cave. Mission accomplished. Is the Red Ribbon Army capable of anything more formidable? Tao Pai Pai, riding atop a stone pillar, finally arrived at General Blue's base, only to find himself waiting for the target's appearance. The helpless commander, ensnared by Tao Pai Pai's ominous presence, had no choice but to increase the bounty. As long as that little rascal was eliminated, all would be well. Observing the commander double the reward, Tao Pai Pai fell silent, closing his eyes in anticipation of Goku's arrival. You will heed my words, understand? Nanny, you? General Blue scoffed, dismissing the notion that a balding elder with a pigtail could rival his new breed of humanity. My strength surpasses yours, and I could defeat you with mere words. Tao Pai Pai chuckled inwardly, thinking he could easily take on hundreds of such weaklings. General Blue intended to teach this old man a lesson, activating his psychic powers as a blue light flickered in his eyes. What? Before General Blue could finish his sentence, Tao Pai Pai effortlessly dodged the psychic attack and, in an instant, stood before him, using his tongue to render him unconscious. Consider this a lesson, you weakling. Tao Pai Pai unleashed a flurry of stones, marring General Blue's handsome visage into a grotesque state, his hair reduced to an unkempt mess. Those who offend the strong never meet a favorable end. This shall serve as a minor admonition. Hours later, General Blue awoke from his stupor, his expression darkened. Damn it, Tao Pai Pai. As time passed, all squad leaders of the Red Ribbon Army convened under General Blue's command, utilizing radar to track Goku's whereabouts. 3 days had elapsed. What is the matter with you incompetent fools? I shall grant you one final day. Calm down, calm down. After being chastised by Tao Pai Pai, General Blue reluctantly complied, his posture slightly bent as he cast a glowering glance downward. Damn it. One day, I will see you dead, Tao Pai Pai. Should I seize the assets of these worthless fools? A greedy glint flickered in Tao Pai Pai's eyes as he contemplated his next move. It is futile. Their weaponry is incapable of defense. If they fail and attract the attention of that foolish group, trouble will undoubtedly ensue. After Tao Bai Bai's departure, General Blue let out a sigh of relief. He was finally free. Someone come, he called. Yes, General Blue. The soldiers responded with a salute. Are the preparations complete? All is in order. Oh, Tao Bai Bai. After completing your mission, your demise will follow. How dare you humiliate me in such a manner? Ever since being taught a lesson by Tao Bai Bai, General Blue felt as though his heart was shattered. His beautiful hair, his exquisite visage, How could he have been so humiliated? 200 bombs. How will you evade them? Tao bye-bye. Chapter 29. Subduing the Red Ribbon Army. Upon acquiring the Dragon Balls near Corinta, we are now conveniently close to that effeminate fool. I shall eliminate him as well. That artifact will be invaluable for Gero's research, though it may require funding. Once the Marshal is dealt with, Son Wukong believes he can conquer the Red Ribbon Army and subsequently rule the world. What marvels might Gero uncover with the resources of the entire globe? The anticipation is indeed thrilling. Riding on the Nimbus cloud, Son Wukong arrived at the temporary camp of the blue team. It's that little brat with the tail. Hurry, sound the alarm. Suddenly, the camp was ablaze with alternating red and blue lights, as several aircraft materialized and soldiers promptly donned their uniforms, emerging from the camp. At last, you have arrived. Son Wukong, I have awaited your presence for far too long. Tao Baibai opened his eyes and stretched lazily. I intend to torment you mercilessly for making me wait so long. Finally, you're here. General Blue exclaimed excitedly. If Son Wukong and Tao Baibai were to mutually annihilate one another, he chuckled sinisterly. Tao Baibai, do not fall into my hands. Is my arrival truly so exhilarating? From a distance, the soldiers appeared like ants. Son Wukong could easily crush a multitude with a single step. Son Wukong, surrender the Dragon Balls and radar, and we shall spare your life. Hand them over. Boom, boom. Before the soldiers could finish their demands, a shockwave obliterated the two aircraft in front. Such unnecessary chatter. Son Wukong remarked, shaking his smoking hand and slowly extending his middle finger while shouting, "Bring it on, fools. What? Who do you think you are? Let's attack together." 10 aircraft surrounded Son Wukong, unleashing a barrage of bullets from their machine guns. Rat-a-tat-tat. Nanny. Tao Baibai stepped out of the camp, eyes wide in disbelief. He withstood hundreds of bullets without a scratch. Is he even human? No. This is beyond my capacity to kill. In a panic, Tao Baibai snapped a pillar in half and forcefully hurled it away, following in its wake. Several billion tasks, and you wish to play with your life? Trying to flee? Is that even possible? The energy blast rapidly reached Tao Baibai, severing half of his body, which fell to the ground, leaving a pool of liquid in its wake. What? General Blue was taken aback, devoid of any joy at the demise of Tao Baibai, only engulfed by profound dread. He hastily discarded a universal capsule from his waist. With a resounding boom, smoke dissipated, revealing a robot in the clearing. General Blue swiftly entered the cockpit and activated the machine. There was an urgent need to flee. If Tao Baibai could be effortlessly slain, then that Son Wukong could eliminate him with the ease of breathing. Boom, 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 boom. 10 aircraft were systematically obliterated by Son Wukong, crashing near the encampment. Some landing amidst the soldiers, resulting in fatalities. Run for your lives. Oh, merciful heavens. This is a deity. Only a god possesses such formidable power. The morale of the soldiers plummeted. Some fled in panic, others knelt in prayer, while a few brandished their weapons in defiance. Son Wukong observed the disarray of the troop without interference, merely dispatching those who dared to resist. The Red Ribbon Army shall undoubtedly triumph. You worthless wretches, rise and resist. What are you standing there for? Although a fraction of the soldiers fled, the majority resolutely held their ground, believing that the dawn of victory would soon arrive. I offer you a chance. Depart from this place now. How naive. We shall fight to the death to protect what is ours, and those who flee must perish. The majority of the soldiers, fueled by fervor, felt no fear. We have sacrificed so many, and you expect us to abandon our post? Not a chance. I do not wish to unleash a massacre, for I still harbor kindness within. However, your loyalty is commendable. Since you refuse to leave, you shall remain here forever. Meanwhile, their commander, General Blue, had long since discreetly departed the camp aboard the robot, fleeing alone. Slowly raising his hands, the prince's battle technique unleashed dozens of energy blasts, annihilating all who resisted. Son Wukong thoroughly searched the area, yet failed to locate General Blue. Has that coward fled? Tao Baibai was indeed slain by my hand. Ha ha. Flee as you like. General Blue, you may escape, but I shall personally deliver the Dragon Balls to you. Next, I shall take control of the Red Ribbon Army. Son Wukong did not utilize the flying Nimbus. He was now unable to sit, allowing the Nimbus to roam free. Son Wukong made his solitary way to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Ha ha. That demon has left. Splendid. In the blink of an eye, Son Wukong vanished from the scene, departing the camp. The remaining soldiers, realizing his absence, burst into tears of joy. Blue light. What is that? I have no idea. The huddled soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be a signal? You are being deceived. Even if you plead for mercy, I shall not spare you. Son Wukong's voice echoed, causing the soldiers' faces to pale in fear. What does this mean? Before long, the recently fled soldiers began to swell, transforming into grotesque balloon-like forms, culminating in a resounding explosion. Fireworks of destruction, behold, infuse the soldiers with energy, guiding their essence to swell gradually until it culminates in an explosion, effective only against those unskilled in harnessing their power. The Kamehameha wave has arrived, obliterating everything within the camp. What? General Blue, too, lacks the ability to wield energy. His body expands and engorges until, with a resounding blast, it erupts. This is also the reason why Son Wukong cannot mount the Nimbus cloud at present. His heart is steeped in bloodlust. Report, Marshal. The demon Son Wukong is upon us. What did you say? Are you implying that neither Tao Bai Bai nor General Blue can vanquish that little imp? The Marshal slumps in his chair, taken aback by the strength of that boy, seemingly unbeatable. Is his dream of growth destined to end here? The taunts of his youth and the jests of his adolescence cling tightly to the Marshal's nerves. No. Activate all missiles. I shall perish alongside him. What? Marshal, we still have a chance. If we retreat now, we will surely have an opportunity. I can wait no longer. I am in my twilight years. If I delay any longer, I shall find myself in a coffin before I have a chance to grow. What do you mean? Did you not seek the Dragon Balls to conquer the world? Black Charcoal, astonished, inquires, what need have you for height? As long as you can rule the world. What else matters? Ruling the world is merely a matter of time. My height, however, cannot be augmented with the passage of time. The Marshal slams his hand on the table, venting his frustrations at Black Charcoal. How could this foolish giant understand the woes of a shorter man? You imbecilic Marshal. Truly beyond salvation. Black Charcoal's expression darkens, his grip tightening around his pistol as he glares fiercely at the Marshal. Meanwhile, Son Wukong dispatches all the soldiers. For he must leave a few to carry on the work, after all. Though he does not require these inept individuals to conquer the world, he needs them to generate funds for Dr. Gero's experiments. You, Violet? Chapter 30, Violet indeed. I am the colonel of the Red Ribbon Army. A short-haired woman, with a slightly yellow complexion, smooth features, and an air of spirited elegance, finds herself ensnared by Son Wukong's grip around her neck. Do you wish to die? Or do you wish to live? Violet reflects on her past, recalling moment after moment. She does not desire death, for she is still young, with abundant wealth and beauty. I wish to live. Very well, submit to me, or else. All right, I submit. Violet readily concedes. In the aftermath of defeat in war, one either becomes a captive or meets death. She has witnessed far too much. For her, betraying the Red Ribbon Army carries no psychological burden. Son Wukong binds Violet and compels her to reveal the Marshal's location, leading her to the rooftop. You fool. Black Charcoal finally erupts, aiming his pistol at the Marshal's forehead and firing, quickly creating a gaping wound. He continues to unload bullets, ensuring the Marshal does not escape death. Do you have any notion of how many soldiers have perished for this matter? This worthless fool, unworthy of the title of Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army. From this day forth, I shall assume the mantle of the new Marshal, the Azure Marshal. Clap, clap, clap. Who is it? I find it quite amusing that upon my arrival, a power struggle unfolds. It's you, Son Wukong. Indeed. May I propose a matter for your consideration? Oh, what is it? Let us gather the Dragon Balls and together rule the world. Rule the world? Precisely. Dominate the entire globe. Ha ha ha. Son Wukong could barely contain his laughter, astonished at the naivete of this new Marshal. What do you mean? The Azure Marshal, perplexed, could not fathom why his words elicited such mirth. Foolishness. If I eliminate you, I would rule the world alone. Ha ha ha. What? You scoundrel. Before the Azure Marshal could finish his retort, Son Wukong struck him down, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Violet let out a soft sigh, acknowledging their shared history. May he rest in peace. You think you are worthy? Heh. Violet, bring Dr. Gero before me. Yes, I understand. How shall I address you? Call me Marshal. Son Wukong chose to retain the title of the Red Ribbon Army, preferring not to waste time on a new name. Yes. My Lord Marshal. Moments later. My Lord Marshal, I have brought Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero, visibly shocked, could hardly believe that in just 3 days, The Red Ribbon Army had a new marshal. The youth before him, renowned as Son Wukong, the enemy of the Red Ribbon Army, now unexpectedly held the title of marshal. Truly unbelievable. Are you the brilliant mind behind the androids? Yes, my Lord Marshal. With his Mediterranean hairstyle and aged physique, Dr. Gero stood before him. Although a new marshal, Dr. Gero felt no trepidation. Instead, he smiled confidently, composed as ever. Oh, take me to your laboratory for a tour. Certainly. Dr. Gero was secretly thrilled. Could the new marshal be interested in android technology? With ample funding, his creations could become even more formidable. While the previous marshal supported his endeavors, could he ever match the resources of the victorious Son Wukong? In a dimly lit laboratory, constructed with vast sums of money, lay numerous green glass vials, some empty, others containing humanoid machines. Colonel, the soldiers saluted. Yes, this is our newly appointed marshal. Hail, my Lord Marshal. Son Wukong nodded, gesturing for Dr. Gero to lead the way. Along their path, Dr. Gero elaborated on the capabilities of Android 8 and other creations. In essence, my Android 8 possesses autonomous consciousness, truly remarkable, extraordinarily powerful. Clap, clap. Son Wukong clapped his hands, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion, which heightened Dr. Gallo's anxiety. Was he dissatisfied? Your invention surpasses the majority of technology in the world, yet you question the utility of this rubbish? Son Wukong challenged Dr. Gallo, mercilessly undermining his confidence. Tell me, what is its purpose? But be silent. Can you defeat me? A bunch of worthless robots. Dr. Gallo's face was a mask of defiance. Yet he had to concede that his creations could not match the might of the marshal. Seeing his goal achieved, Son Wukong pretended to stroll around the laboratory, then gently patted Dr. Gallo on the shoulder. Your talent is formidable, yet it remains untapped. I believe genius should not be squandered. Yes, Marshal, but what should I do? Upon hearing the Marshal's commendation of his genius, Dr. Gallo's discontent evaporated. The Marshal indeed had a discerning eye. What do you think of the human body? Is it truly incapable of transcending its limits? Dr. Gallo, your potential is remarkable. I hope you can shine in this field. But, Marshal, throughout history, regardless of strength, the physical form is inherently frail and cannot become stronger. I know. That is precisely why I need you. Are you not gifted? Then use your talent to create miracles. But I have researched for decades. Have I not delved into this already? Do not jest. It is quite the challenge for Dr. Gallo. Are you not a genius? I will allocate most of the funding to support your research. Do not let me down. Yes, I shall not hesitate. Even if it means risking my life for the Marshal. You are correct, Marshal. I am a genius. How could I ever say no? Such a slight to my intellect. Son Wukong exited the laboratory and said to Violet, notify all senior members to return. A meeting will be held tomorrow. Yes, Marshal. Witnessing the Marshal's departure, Violet felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed the new Marshal was not a difficult person. At last, her life was spared. With a cheerful heart, Violet reflected that the Red Ribbon Army merely needed a new leader, and her own position had inexplicably elevated. The old Marshal met his rightful end. She retrieved her contacts and hastily informed the remaining senior members. Indeed, hurry over. The new Marshal intends to reorganize the Red Ribbon Army. Yes, Lady Violet. Son Wukong had previously sensed Pilaf's energy and swiftly located him and his companions, seizing the Dragon Balls. No, don't. Pilaf, having the Dragon Balls snatched yet again, was overcome with tears and profound sorrow. Get away. Son Wukong kicked Pilaf to the roadside. Chapter 31. Shenron deep within the forest. Son Wukong placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground, where they attracted one another, radiating golden light. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. In an instant, the vast expanse was devoid of escape. The once serene azure sky was engulfed by darkness, as ominous clouds loomed overhead, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning and the resounding claps of thunder. With a thunderous roar, the skies rumbled, striking the Dragon Ball, which summoned forth the mighty dragon. Entwined in thunder, soaring skyward, transforming into a celestial dragon. Speak, what is your wish? The voice of the dragon resonated like thunder itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Son Wukong articulated a wish he had long contemplated. My desire is to possess a corporeal form identical to my own, one that will grow taller with the passage of time. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as it scanned Son Wukong, remaining silent for several moments. I cannot replicate your strength. I understand, Son Wukong nodded, indicating his comprehension, refraining from imposing upon the dragon, for its creator lacked such power. As you wish. The dragon transformed into a Dragon Ball, spiraling through the sky before departing in all directions. Suddenly, a blue barrier emerged, obstructing the path of the Dragon Ball. And with a resounding thud, the Dragon Ball lost its power, descending into Son Wukong's hand. Did you not anticipate this? Ha ha ha. Son Wukong placed the petrified Dragon Ball into a box, which reverted to a universal capsule, nestled within a container adorned with a label. On the ground lay a youthful figure resembling Son Wukong, his expression vacant and motionless. It was his replica, identical in every respect save for consciousness. My plan has finally commenced. Son Wukong entrusted the replica to Dr. Gero, explicitly instructing him to observe only, forbidding any dissection. In truth, Son Wukong did not entirely trust Dr. Gero. The reason for his choice was that he intended to remain with the Red Ribbon Army for a time. Having expended considerable resources at the martial arts tournament to procure a mind-reading technique from Master Roshi, he sought to explore whether he could alter others' thoughts. Son Wukong was not so naive. If he could not instill loyalty in others, he could not afford to place his trust in them. Should that rascal Dr. Gero transform the replica into a renegade android, the situation would become exceedingly troublesome. The following day, under a blazing sun, the skies were radiant. Commander, the higher-ups have arrived. Lead the way. Yes, Commander. Violet escorted Son Wukong to the assembly chamber, where several captains awaited. It seemed he had dispatched many, leaving only a handful of lesser Karami. Son Wukong quickly discerned that these individuals possessed strengths akin to that of Mr. Silver from before, barely adequate for his needs. I shall not linger on words. Those unwilling to pledge their loyalty may depart now. No one responded, and none chose to leave. Son Wukong nodded in satisfaction and articulated his purpose. My aim is to establish a formidable nation. Do you comprehend? He gestured for Violet to take the floor, as he was ill-suited for speeches but adept at utilizing talent. To squander ability would be folly. Violet nodded, knowing that should Son Wukong succeed, he would stand as one above all. Violet articulated Son Wukong's meticulously devised plans, revealing the cities she had painstakingly selected overnight, ultimately identifying the most suitable for their impending conquest. After 2 hours of collaboration, Violet and the higher-ups presented the finalized strategy to Son Wukong, with a planned invasion set for 3 months hence. Despite the advanced weaponry of the Crimson Satin Brigade, there remained a necessity to recruit additional personnel. Son Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, retreating into the depths of the forest, where the enhancement of his mind-reading abilities demanded urgent attention. 3 days later, a multitude of small creatures encircled Son Wukong, gently nudging his feet with their heads. Each animal that he caressed would exhibit a blissful expression, as if perceiving him as their deity. It appeared that he had succeeded. Calm and composed, Son Wukong regarded the adoration as merely a natural occurrence. Devoid of any particular joy. Time to return, he thought, patting the heads of the animals before soaring skyward, arriving swiftly at Dr. Glow's laboratory. Commander, open the door, Son Wukong declared, and as he entered, soldiers saluted him with evident admiration in their eyes. At such a tender age, wielding immense power, the scales of fate seemed cruelly unbalanced. Why him? Upon crossing the threshold, he found Dr. Glow engrossed in research on his physique, eyes sparkling with excitement, lips curling into a smile of awe. Remarkable. This is truly a physique that transcends human limitations, Dr. Glow exclaimed, astonished by the extraordinary natural prowess exhibited by Son Wukong. Ah, Commander, it is good to see you. What brings you here? Dr. Glow inquired. Indeed, I have a matter to discuss, Son Wukong replied, revealing a predatory grin, his previously placid expression transforming into one of foreboding. What is it? Dr. Glow stammered, suddenly rendered speechless, rooted in place by an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Son Wukong's eyes glimmered with a faint light, penetrating Dr. Glow's gaze. You. Dr. Glow fell silent, lost in a daze, his once bright eyes now dulled. After a prolonged moment, he awakened, questioning, Who am I? Of course, you are my magnificent master, the deity of the world, Lord Son Wukong, he proclaimed, kneeling fervently, consumed by fervent prayers and peculiar inquiries. This cognitive transformation is indeed a remarkable tool, Son Wukong mused, placing a blank sheet of paper upon Dr. Glow's head as if bestowing a sacred gift. Tears of gratitude welled in Dr. Glow's eyes as he expressed his profound appreciation. These are my findings, you understand? Sun Wukong said with a mysterious smile, departing the laboratory. Yes, yes, great deity. I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task you have entrusted to me. Dr. Glow fervently vowed, bowing nearly 100 times before finally rising to his feet. Once outside the laboratory, Sun Wukong followed Violet's lingering essence to her office. Commander, Violet, upon seeing the newcomer, respectfully lowered her head, clutching a document in her hands. She felt an overwhelming sense of panic as she realized that the very document she was perusing contained information about Sun Wukong and his past experiences. Should she be discovered, her fate would be sealed. Regret gnawed at her, lamenting her foolish curiosity that had led her into this predicament. Sweat began to trickle down her body, dampening her attire. Ah, you are looking at my information. I am truly delighted, Sun Wukong said with a cheerful smile, casually glancing at the document before placing it on the table. Violet exhaled softly, relieved that the immediate danger had passed. Is that so? My dear Marshal, do you genuinely believe I am happy? Sun Wukong's once cheerful visage darkened, his gaze piercing into Violet with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Chapter 32. Kalinta Violet's smile faltered, her heart sinking as it raced at an unprecedented pace. Quickly, think of a way out. I do not wish to perish. The once smooth skin of her face glistened with perspiration, her clothing rapidly becoming drenched. My dear Marshal, I did not. What a pity. It seems you no longer have a reason, Sun Wukong interrupted, denying her the chance to defend herself. A sinister smile curling upon his lips. In truth, even if Violet had not perused the document today, her doom was already sealed. He had merely been toying with her. Please, I do not wish to die. Panic surged within her. As she prepared to leap from the window to escape, Sun Wukong forcefully restrained her, draining the color from her face as if death loomed just a heartbeat away. Please, no? Sun Wukong compelled Violet to meet his gaze. Cognitive transformation. This ability could only alter those significantly weaker than oneself. It had no effect on those with formidable willpower. While ineffective against the strong, it sufficed for others. Light flooded into Violet's eyes, her former despair dimming into lifelessness, as if all emotion had been extinguished. After a long pause, Master, I will perform my duties diligently. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. Very well, my master. Once Sun Wukong departed, Violet returned to her previous self, unchanged and unaltered. The cognitive transformation had not modified her thoughts or consciousness. It merely altered her perception of the user. For instance, if your secret crush favored another, possessing cognitive transformation could render you the object of their affection. Having left the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, Sun Wukong set his sights on Kalinta. This must be Kalinta. At this height, I can reach it in a minute. With astonishing speed, Sun Wukong soared upward, scaling halfway in mere seconds, soon catching sight of the tower's pinnacle. Unbelievable. I truly succeeded. Kalinta's eyes widened, her astonishment palpable, as she marveled at the strength of this remarkable child. You must be a celestial being, indeed, for you are but a white cat. Karen, the immortal, wiped away the non-existent cold sweat, astonished that it could not even glimpse into one's thoughts. Although Karen Tower is a sanctuary for martial artists across the realm, I find myself unable to impart further knowledge to you. The immortal candidly confessed that she had witnessed Sun Wukong's battles. Each of his strikes was executed with utmost precision, devoid of any superfluous movements. Your attacks lack unnecessary gestures, and thus, I am unable to teach you further. If you desire the divine water, I can provide it. But you must possess a stamina and mental fortitude that rivals the most toxic of poisons to unlock your true potential. Sun Wukong nodded, having confirmed in his heart that indeed, Karen the Immortal had little left to teach him. Karen, how about I trade you some fish for your celestial beings? He proposed. Oh, really? The eyes of Karen sparkled with delight at the thought of exchanging mundane food for exquisite delicacies. 1 fish for 2 celestial beings, such a splendid deal. Excellent, excellent. A total of 5,000 fish. Karen drooled in anticipation, overwhelmed with joy. It was the pinnacle of feline existence. I shall exchange these celestial beings with you. Karen returned to the shadowy corner where 2 large jars of celestial beings were kept. She lifted one jar and placed it before Sun Wukong, brushing off the dust from her hands. In total, there are 10,000 celestial beings. Do you truly possess so many fish, Sun Wukong? Karen harbored doubts about the authenticity of Son Wukong's claim. She presented such a bounty of celestial beings merely to allow him to exchange as much as he could muster. Of course. Wait for me a moment while I prepare, Son Wukong replied before leaping into the vast expanse of the clouds. Contemplating how wonderful it would be to have such fluffy clouds transformed into a grand bed at home. An enticing thought indeed. Upon returning to solid ground, Son Wukong arrived at the seaside and announced his intention to procure a significant quantity of fish, causing fishermen to scatter with excitement, hurrying home. Is this true, my friend? Over 5,000? They inquired eagerly. Absolutely. Once Son Wukong purchased the entirety of one fisherman's catch, the others became even more exhilarated. Realizing the magnitude of the opportunity, generous payment for substantial quantities. After 3 hours, Son Wukong successfully gathered over 5,000 fish into his universal capsule, albeit not live fish. He acquired solely dried and salted fish, as only such provisions would satisfy Karen the Immortal. With the universal capsule secured, Son Wukong somersaulted a staggering distance, performing several flips before swiftly returning to Karen Tower. You truly are swift, Wukong. Here are your 5,000 fish, though they are not live, but rather dried, Karen exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She promptly hurled the universal capsule, which burst open with a resounding thud, releasing a cloud of smoke. Wow. Thank you, Wukong. How thoughtful of you. A mountain of dried fish materialized out of thin air, filling Karen Tower to the brim, and a smile stretched across Karen's face. Unable to contain her joy. So much. How many years would it take to consume all of this? The thought is overwhelming. This is sheer bliss. Observing the enthralled Master Karen, Son Wukong chuckled softly as he tucked away 10,000 celestial beings into a universal capsule. This should suffice for the time being. After tossing one into his mouth, he felt his belly swell rapidly, sensing he could easily go 10 days without food. The taste was acceptable, though undoubtedly. He would indulge again tomorrow, for the world's culinary delights are as plentiful as the stars, and one must never forsake the pleasures of exquisite food. Farewell. Until next time. Wukong. Master Karen waved, vigorously tearing into a dried fish, swallowing the meat with a hint of pungency. Having secured the celestial beings, he returned to the Red Ribbon Army to inquire about Dr. Gero's progress. How goes the research? Have we made any advancements? It is quite challenging. Leaving aside the feasibility of merging body and ki, our current technology cannot observe it at all. However, another experiment has taken shape. We have made preliminary advancements in physical enhancement. Are you implying that the Super Soldier project has yielded results, albeit not yet tested? Indeed. Once we successfully create the Super Soldier, we will possess a multitude of formidable beings, bringing us closer to our goal of world domination. A steel body, immense strength, and extraordinary regenerative abilities. This is precisely the blank slate provided by the Divine, which left Dr. Gero in awe, prompting him to work tirelessly, culminating in a week's worth of breakthroughs. My God, we require several human trials. Seek out Violet for this task, present your findings, and all your requests will be fulfilled by the Red Ribbon Army. Ha ha ha. The focus of Dr. Gero's research is the enhancement of the physical form and the fusion of ki with bodily power. The origin of the current Super Soldier initiative stems largely from the foundational concepts laid out by Son Wukong, with Dr. Gero completing the remainder. Chapter 33. The Super Soldier Bulma is a genius. Yet Son Wukong is reluctant to involve her. She would never accept such a primal and bloody scheme. The success of the Super Soldier program could entail countless experimental subjects perishing, along with a significant waste of time and resources. In recent days, Son Wukong has remained in the laboratory, engaging in extensive discussions with Dr. Gero about the composition of ki and its essence. My God, what constitutes the energy of life within the body? As time slipped away, he finally voiced a long-buried question that had plagued him for ages. Dr. Gero, perplexed, felt as though a thorn pricked at his heart, rendering him sleepless through the night. It is life. Do you know what the most vital essence of the human body is? The kidneys? They are the foundation of vitality, governing growth, development, and reproductive capabilities, serving as the essence of life's activities. Indeed, that is the essence of the kidneys. But what if we were to triple their potency? What would transpire? The essence would indeed increase threefold. Yet is this not merely a form of ki? It does not equate to life itself. Then, what do you perceive life to be? It is composed of cells, a complex system endowed with genetic and adaptive capabilities. Dr. Gero remained somewhat bewildered, still grappling with the elusive nature of life itself. I perceive life as a form of energy, the very essence that sustains human existence, determining both longevity and the body's capacity for recovery. Son Wukong rose to his feet and patted Dr. Gero's shoulder, his diminutive stature appearing rather comical. I wish to convey that the energy of the flesh embodies life itself. What if this energy could supplant existence? Would it not herald eternal youth? Dr. Gero suddenly became animated. If this energy could indeed replace life, then the notions of immortality would no longer remain mere fantasies. As long as this energy persists, he would not perish. He had aged significantly, and before long, he would find himself in a coffin. Regardless of success, even failure would grant him several more years of life. Yet, he pondered, this energy also possesses a spiritual dimension. How could it possibly replace life? Dr. Gero mused, recognizing that energy encompasses both physical and mental aspects. How could spiritual energy substitute for life itself? But what if we were to create a form of energy that could be freely transformed or fused? It could represent both life and energy. What do you think of this, Mr. Gero? Son Wukong took a few steps, turning his back to Dr. Gero, his lips slightly pursed. Ha 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 ha. Yes, Divine One, I have discerned the path forward. Go forth and unleash all your ideas and methods. Spare no effort in your research. Rest assured, you have my unwavering support as the Marshal of the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Son Wukong turned to exit the laboratory, pausing at the door to add, pursue your endeavors. I shall allocate half of all resources to aid your research. And my clone is of use. Do not let it perish. Gero, do not disappoint me. With a faint sigh, Son Wukong reflected on his extensive, yet merely introductory studies. The road to success remained arduous. The dragon might possess the knowledge he seeks. Son Wukong resolved to wish for knowledge in the future, for his current understanding was insufficient. Marshal, Violet exclaimed, rushing towards Son Wukong, her eyes gleaming with admiration and her cheeks flushed. Yes, remember to fulfill any resource requests from Gero. Understood, Marshal. Violet nodded fervently, resembling a little chick eager to please its master, inching closer to Son Wukong's face. Let us proceed. Son Wukong affectionately ruffled Violet's hair, signaling that she could depart as he had other matters to attend to. Yes, Violet left reluctantly, glancing back at Son Wukong with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. I seem to have altered her too drastically. Son Wukong mused, speechless. He had merely intended for her to be obedient, never anticipating such a transformation. Had he not redefined her perception of a master? Did her understanding of a master not align with his own? Had he known that modifying her perception could yield the desired results, he would have chosen differently. Son Wukong exited the Crimson Ribbon Legion, contemplating his next destination, the celestial beings, or perhaps a visit to Grandpa Son Gohan. After some consideration, he employed the sky dance technique to journey to the home of the fortune-telling elder, seeking to meet Son Gohan. This may be our final meeting, grandfather, as you shall soon return to the underworld to enjoy your rest. Reflecting on Son Wukong's fondness for the serene Taishang Laojun, a wry smile crept across his lips. After all, the old sage was still a striking figure, a young calf consuming old grass. His days might well surpass my own in comfort. Moments later, Son Wukong swiftly arrived at the residence of the fortune-teller. Hey, please form an orderly queue. This is indeed the dwelling of the fortune-teller. Yes, esteemed guest. Please hold on a moment. Is it just you? The pink specter glanced around, bewildered, pondering whether a mere child could possess such wealth. What does it matter? I'm merely a laborer. Why concern myself with such things? The specter turned away. After quite some time, the pink specter lazily floated back. It's your turn. Please follow me. The specter guided Son Wukong through the corridor and into a room where an elderly woman, diminutive in stature and with a somber expression, sat beside a crystal ball. Ah, you are quite young, aren't you? I hear that your skills are formidable. I have come to challenge you. Oh, such confidence. You are indeed quite bold. Humph, let us proceed. I eagerly await the encounter. The fortune-teller chuckled coldly, asserting that even if he possessed unparalleled abilities, her 5 experts would surely wear him down, ensuring his inevitable defeat from the outset. Moreover, she was a seasoned champion, having won the martial arts tournament twice consecutively. The fortune-teller escorted Son Wukong to a nearby arena and instructed the pink specter to fetch some medical supplies, lest Sun Wukong be defeated. Are you ready? Sun Wukong laughed heartily, mused on how much the old woman resembled a villain. Had he not seen her before, he might have genuinely believed so. He nodded, signaling that the match could commence. Come forth, Batman. Suddenly, a bat flew from a nearby room, and with a resounding thud, it transformed amidst smoke into a blue-skinned boxer. Let the match begin. Barely had the words left his lips when Sun Wukong, without waiting for a response from Batman, delivered a single blow that sent him tumbling from the arena. What? Defeated in one strike. The fortune teller wiped non-existent sweat from her brow. Astonished by the strength of this young boy, Transparent One, emerge, deplete his stamina. While losing would be unfortunate, she could not allow herself to acknowledge that her carefully recruited 5 elite fighters had succumbed to a mere child. Begin. Ha ha ha, you cannot see me. I could close my eyes and still know your location. Why even look? Once more, Sun Wukong struck, displaying his disdain in his eyes. How infuriating. The fortune teller gritted her teeth, and with another strike, she thought, this cannot be. Chapter 34, Son Gohan, follow me. Oh, a change of venue. The fortune teller grinned malevolently as she led Sun Wukong back to the previous palace, entering the chamber of the demonic statue. 2 formidable demon statues extend their long tongues, each nearly a dozen meters in length, hovering above a bubbling green lake. You must engage in battle upon the tongues of these demonic figures, lest you fall. For such a fate would surely spell your demise. Hee. The fortune-telling crone cackles sinisterly as she tosses a piece of meat into the lake, which quickly transforms into charred remains upon contact, enveloped in a plume of purple smoke moments later. How do you fare? If you feel fear, perhaps it is wise to concede. Hee. Let us commence. Your recruits are quite lackluster, and I feel no pressure. How dull. Sun Wukong exhales dismissively, not regarding his opponent with even a hint of concern. Emergence from the underworld. Demon, present yourself. I shall take the lead. This child possesses remarkable skills. But it ends here. The demon manifests from the mouth of the statue. Ends here? The elder, adorned with a cat mask, shakes his head, recalling that his grandson was unparalleled in combat prowess 2 years prior, and is likely even stronger now. Little boy, you have reached this place. I concede your strength. But it will come to a halt here. With wings sprouting from his back and horns adorning his head, he resembles a sprite from the depths of hell. Spare us your trivialities. Unleash your full might. The fortune-telling crone scolds vehemently, realizing belatedly how verbose the demon is. This little boy is strong. It is the first time the demon has witnessed the crone so anxious. It seems he must resort to a final technique. Hell's light. After all, it was the crone's request. Should it perish, she bears no responsibility. Wait, demon, cease your assault. Who the devil permitted you to unleash such a formidable attack? Are you unaware of its terrifying nature? Ha ha ha. Perish, little boy, your chatter is excessive. The demon's grand technique is indeed powerful, but if it cannot strike its target, it is rendered useless. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong appears before the demon during its casting phase, ruthlessly sending it flying. The demon crashes through the roof, soaring thousands of meters away. The demon has lost. It is astonishing that Sun Wukong only required a single move. After all, he is a 2-time champion of the martial arts tournament. The fortune-telling crone's mouth hangs agape, disbelief etched upon her features. Call forth the next challenger. No need. Your strength is considerable. Let us conclude here. The crone manipulates her divination ball to hover beside Sun Wukong, taking a whiff. I shall remember you, Sun Wukong. Once Sun Wukong enters the underworld, she will recruit him as her enforcer. Regardless of his talent, centuries later he will be but dust. She can afford to wait. Wait. Crone, allow me to battle that Sun Wukong. But you, trust me. The elder's resolute gaze compels the crone to relent. How could she be unaware? Yet she concedes. Very well, let the contest begin. Wait, dear crone, I implore you to change the venue. I wish for a fierce clash with Sun Wukong. Please grant this request. Very well. The crone leads everyone back to the original arena. How do you feel? Do you believe victory is attainable? Uncertain. Humph. You are indeed peculiar. The fortune-teller chuckled, fully aware of her impending defeat, yet resolutely determined to fight until the end. This was her nature, both in the past and present, unyielding. What? Sun Wufan, unable to hear clearly, turned to regard the fortune-teller. None of your business. Hurry up, she urged impatiently. With determination, Sun Wufan ascended to the arena, where his opponent awaited. His own grandson, Son Wukong. The once silent youth finally spoke. I never expected to witness my grandfather's spirit today. The halo above your head resembles that of an angel, a symbol of death, is it not? You discern that, little Wukong? You have become a formidable martial artist. Sun Wufan replied as he slowly removed his mask, revealing a familiar visage. Nanny, Sun Wukong is your grandson. The fortune teller was genuinely astonished. No wonder that child with a tail had summoned him. No wonder he possessed such exceptional skills. Come on, I shall show no mercy, Sun Wukong declared, adjusting his strength to match that of Sun Wufan. That is precisely what I desire. Sun Wufan responded, adopting his stance and initiating the attack with a graceful craned fist. Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a kick that struck Sun Wufan in the abdomen, sending him soaring into the air. With both hands, he gathered energy into a powerful wave, releasing it with a resounding ha. The yellow light surged forth with immense force, piercing through Sun Wufan's form. Was it an afterimage? Sun Wufan emerged from above, poised to unleash his counterattack. Boom. What? Sun Wukong also retaliated with an afterimage, which slowly faded away as he remained in place. Sun Wufan glanced around, unable to locate his opponent. Not in the sky nor on the ground. Could he be underground? He guessed incorrectly. A stone at Sun Wufan's feet flickered. And as the smoke dissipated, Sun Wukong revealed his true form, grasping Sun Wufan's foot and executing a powerful throw. You have lost, grandfather. I concede to a sneak attack. Seizing the moment of Sun Wukong's momentary lapse, Sun Wufan clutched his grandson's tail. The tail is your weakness. But before he could finish his thought, he was struck in the face by Sun Wukong's elbow, causing him to release his grip and be violently hurled away. You have overcome. Of course. Grandfather, fall. Sun Wukong concentrated blue energy in both hands. I still have other techniques at my disposal. How could I possibly fall now? As Sun Wufan prepared to retreat, he felt an unseen force restraining him. What is this? Chains had ensnared his feet, rendering him immobile. When did this happen? Why did I not sense it? Sun Wufan's eyes widened in disbelief. Throughout the battle, he had been completely unaware of the chains binding him. It was when I seized your foot. My energy had tightly ensnared you. Now, no matter how you struggle, you cannot break free. Kamehameha. Wait. Sun Wufan's cold sweat poured down his brow. Energy wave. I concede. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Sun Wufan realized the gravity of his situation. Merely a few exchanges had led to a complete and utter defeat. It would have been better to do this earlier. Sun Wukong retracted the last wave of energy, releasing the grip that bound Son Gohan's feet, and casually dusted off the non-existent specks from his attire. His leisure wear was shrouded in a gentle radiance, seemingly impervious to any dust. You have grown significantly and have also gained considerable height, Son Gohan remarked, reflecting on how his combat skills and energy control had improved remarkably compared to 2 years prior. Shall we go to a restaurant for a meal? We can chat leisurely. What about Grandma? Let us go. There is plenty of time left in the day. So hurry up, don't act like a grandfather and grandson here. The fortune-telling grandma turned to leave. Chapter 35. Dominating the world. Son Gohan and Sun Wukong arrived at a local eatery. They exchanged tales of their experiences over the years. When Son Gohan reminisced about his first encounter with Bulma, he felt a sense of pride, astonished that he had garnered such admiration from girls at such a young age. The mention of the dragon shocked him. He had never imagined the existence of such a powerful artifact. However, Son Gohan had no desire for resurrection, as he believed the afterlife was not a place for him to return. When discussing his master and his victory at the martial arts tournament, Son Gohan was astonished to learn that his grandson had trained under Master Roshi and triumphed over his own teacher. He realized that Wukong had surpassed his master, indicating that he was not merely an exceptional martial artist, but a renowned martial arts master. Son Gohan felt a deep sense of satisfaction, realizing that a fleeting decision of his had birthed the strongest martial artist of this era. Don't worry about me. How is life in the afterlife? Ha. My life is splendid. You need not be concerned. Son Gohan scratched his head, recalling how much better his existence in the afterlife was compared to before. That's good to hear. Son Wukong nodded, having brought it up casually. As the sun set and night fell, Wukong said, "Enjoy your meal. Goodbye, Grandpa. I hope you find happiness in the afterlife." All right, it's time. I understand, Grandma. Son Gohan waved his farewell, and the fortune-telling orb glowed brightly, quickly drawing him inside. Now, Son Wukong, it's time for you to depart as well. the fortune-telling grandma urged, noticing that he lingered. I know. I was merely pausing for a moment. Is it necessary to rush me? Hurry up. The fortune-telling grandma clearly wished for Son Wukong to leave without delay. I never expected that Wu Tian would take you, this anomaly. As a disciple, how fortunate your inept brother is to have such good fortune. Thank you for the compliment. I should have shown some deference to those masters. Hurry along. Yes, yes. With a few light-hearted chuckles, Son Wukong leapt gracefully into the sky, departing from the fortune-telling grandma's abode. For months later, at the new headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, within the royal palace, a subordinate reported, Master, we have successfully taken control of the kingdom and are preparing to establish a new regime. Well done. Have those individuals been eliminated completely? All have been eradicated. Additionally, Dr. Glow has successfully completed version 20 of the Super Soldier program, with 30 soldiers having been injected and surviving. How many have perished? Over 100 participated, 30 have died. While more than 40 have been injected without fatality, yet they are not far from death. These 70 soldiers possess physical fortitude that cannot endure, leading to their collapse. Son Wukong nodded. The Super Soldier program has achieved preliminary success, yet the aspects of energy and life remain elusive. Patience is required. The Super Soldier initiative has yet to be fully refined, and haste is unwise. What of the other cities? The majority of the work is complete, and in 2 months, it will be fundamentally finished. Violet approached Son Wukong from behind, her delicate, smooth hands gently massaging his shoulders, her crimson lips near his ear, exhaling softly. The establishment of the Red Ribbon Army has been finalized and implemented across various regions, with soldiers recruiting in major cities. You may leave now. Yes. Violet gracefully withdrew from Son Wukong's embrace, departing from the commander's palace. Violet has become increasingly feminine. Much has transpired over the past 4 months. Son Wukong first cohabited with Lan Shi for a month, followed by another month with Bulma. The remaining 2 months were devoted to conquering the world, obliterating the previous nation in merely half a month, thus completing his dominion over the realm and becoming its sovereign. Dr. Glow, in the 3rd month, concluded the Super Soldier project, resulting in over 100 super soldiers appearing in just 1 month, alongside the 30 who had recently transformed. These soldiers possess bodies akin to steel and iron, with the strength to move mountains and remarkable recovery capabilities. In simple terms, their combat power is rated at 40. Once injected with the Super Soldier Serum, they become martial arts experts, instantly soaring to a combat power of 100, rivaling Master Roshi. Should Master Roshi himself be injected, he would become even mightier. To dominate the world? It is merely a matter of convenience. Son Wukong rose from his throne and soared into the sky, swiftly arriving at Dr. Glow's laboratory. In the lab, a gaunt old man raged vehemently. Opposite him stood several luminaries of the medical field, while other prominent figures from biology and technology observed. Regardless of Dr. Glow's tirades, these distinguished individuals remained as silent as withered trees, standing still. It was neither out of respect for Dr. Glow, their superordinate, nor in awe of his intellect. Rather, their lives were under Dr. Glow's dominion. Dr. Glow, welcome. My esteemed presence. Dr. Glow bowed respectfully before Son Wukong, his eyes filled with gratitude. The entire world knows of Dr. Glow now. It is all thanks to my divine intervention. Were it not for me, Dr. Glow would still be toiling away in some dark corner, unlike his current fame and acclaim, with reporters clamoring to cover this world-renowned genius. Now, he stands as the most formidable and renowned figure of this era, destined to have his remarkable achievements chronicled in history, basking in the adulation and reverence of countless generations. How is the progress? The essence of chi and life yields but a mere glimpse of results, without precise instruments. It remains exceedingly difficult. To date, over 300 death row inmates have been squandered, leaving only superficial understandings. No matter, let us set this aside for now. The completion of the Super Soldier project is of utmost importance. Yes, my lord. Son Wukong nodded with satisfaction, finding Gro's capabilities truly commendable, not disappointing him in the least. In due time, I shall delve deeper into my studies. Yes, it is an honor to have your esteemed presence, my lord. Dr. Gro's eyes sparkled with fervor. Having witnessed Son Wukong's world domination, he had reached a state of frenzy. Should anyone dare to speak ill of Son Wukong in his presence, Dr. Gero would undoubtedly impose the harshest of penalties upon them. With such a confidant, what more could one desire? Tears of joy welled in Dr. Gero's eyes. After decades of mediocrity, he had finally achieved success. He promptly turned and returned to his laboratory. Hurry, you bunch of good-for-nothings. If you fail to produce something that meets my satisfaction, you shall vanish from this realm. Yes, Dr. Gero. The group gritted their teeth, compelled to follow suit. With no other option available, they had never engaged in such endeavors. What is this chi? Martial arts? The plans regarding chi and life are utterly incomprehensible. Thankfully, there is a library housing the majority of the materials related to renowned martial arts experts. 3 days. You must master the vast majority of martial arts knowledge. Those who cannot will have their heads relocated. Chapter 36. 3 years later, 3 months later, in the Red Satin Empire, the capital. My lord, the first martial arts tournament has been acquired by us and is currently under construction in the capital. Violet donned military attire, radiating an aura of valiance, embodying a victorious general. After more than 3 months, Dr. Gero's success rate for the super soldier serum has approached 100% after receiving the injection. Violet's combat ability has soared to over 60 points. Her abdominal muscles have formed a defined six-pack, though her physique is not overly large. It exudes an undeniable sense of strength. What about Gero? Dr. Gero has tailored the super soldier serum specifically for you, and it is currently being tested in your clone, ensuring 100% absorption. Following Son Wukong's orders, Dr. Gero is conducting experiments on the clone to significantly enhance physicality and potential. It is well known that the super soldier program enhances all aspects, including internal organs. Regular soldiers receive the serum injected into their bodies, while Son Wukong immerses himself to guarantee perfect absorption. In a few months, the divine dragon will grant wishes once more. Son Wukong closed his eyes, returning to his meditative practice. 5 months later, the city has been completely reclaimed, and the proliferation of mobile phones is nearing its conclusion. Violet personally dressed Son Wukong, placing the latest mobile device before him, its screen bright, yet gentle on the eyes. Hasten to upgrade your mobile device, for its appearance is rather unappealing. Indeed, my master. Furthermore, the martial artist program has commenced, with 2,000 soldiers receiving the super soldier serum and successfully mastering the art of chi. Excellent. It appears that Violet has executed her assignments commendably, and I am quite pleased with you. Son Wukong felt a sense of gratification. Violet proved to be remarkably efficient, resolving matters autonomously without any intervention needed. Suddenly, Violet clutched her garment tightly, her face flushed, and her voice unconsciously rose in pitch. Thank you for your kind words. My master, I shall strive to improve even further. What is the cause of such excitement? One might think you have taken some medication. Son Wukong covered his eyes, his lips twitching slightly, startled by an unexpected sound. Very well, in a few months, we shall release the news of the super soldier program. You know what to do, correct? Yes, my master. Extract the wealth of the aristocracy entirely. The super soldiers must not leave the capital. And what else? Utilize the super soldiers to draw out the geniuses hidden across the globe. Capture them all in one fell swoop. Indeed, quite commendable. Son Wukong, satisfied, caressed Violet's purple hair. She, akin to a small pup, blissfully closed her eyes, relishing her master's affection. As night enveloped the capital, the Dragon Balls united, shimmering with a golden light. Arise, Shenron! Dr. Gero exclaimed, his eyes reflecting contemplation. What wish must he articulate to gain the utmost advantage? Speak your wish. I desire all knowledge pertaining to the mysteries of the physical form that you possess, Shenron. Let this knowledge reside within the Imperial Library. As you wish. With a flash of red light, Shenron manifested hundreds of volumes within the Imperial Library, quietly resting upon the shelves. 1 year later. My God, please enter. Doctor. Gero respectfully guided Son Wukong to a serene lake, the result of countless experiments conducted by clones, yielding the most perfect outcome. The Divine Soldier, also known as the Divine Water, was a name conceived by Dr. Gero. The 100-meter golden lake lay beneath a colossal glass dome, where numerous researchers employed sophisticated instruments for testing. My God, please. Dr. Gero's expression brimmed with excitement, having created the Divine Water through the wisdom bestowed by Shenron. Indeed. Well done, Gero. I have observed your efforts closely. Has the time finally arrived? Allow me to witness whether this so-called super soldier can undergo transformation. Son Wukong stepped into the divine water, and with a splash, the water surged like a torrential tide, flooding every pore of his being. The golden light transmuted into energy, coursing throughout his body, cells rejoicing, and organs evolving. The physical form appeared to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis, gradually strengthening at a snail's pace. The golden light began to rise from his internal organs, progressively enveloping his bones and skin. Half a year later, I await you. Violet turned away as the laboratory doors slowly closed behind her. She had yet to fulfill the tasks assigned by her master and could not remain by his side. After spending a day with Son Wukong, Dr. Glow returned to his research. The Qi and Life project was officially underway. Numerous soldiers who had mastered Qi entered the experiment. However, Dr. Glow regarded them not as mere subjects, but as entities to observe and gather physical data from. Half a year later, Son Wukong opened his eyes, his body radiating energy. A shimmering lake of gold and green stretched before him, its surface rippling and gradually giving rise to towering waves. With a crash, a pane of glass shattered, releasing torrents of water, 2 streams, then 20. Was this the super soldier? He diminished all his Qi and reached into the shards of glass, slicing his skin deeply without suffering any harm. Yet, he craved more. With a forceful grip, his arm was torn apart, leaving a gruesome gash. 1 second. 2 seconds. His blood began to congeal, and his arm restored itself to its original state. It appeared to be quite satisfactory. Son Wukong nodded in approval. His defensive capabilities had significantly increased, and his recovery rate had become far more formidable, with his Qi also notably enhanced. Previously, his recovery rate was at 30, but now it soared to 200. The elevation of his physical form was indeed magnificent. His Qi had reached 600. One should not underestimate this. A body that grows wildly cannot be compared to one that is trained. How does it feel, my God? The enhancement of physical potential, the brutal growth of strength, and the invigorating vitality of the body's organs. The ecstatic sounds echoed throughout the laboratory, with Dr. Glow's almost frenzied voice reaching Son Wukong's ears. It was utterly remarkable. Since utilizing the super soldier enhancement, his back pain had vanished, his legs felt revitalized, and he felt an overwhelming sense of positivity and vigor. He was thoroughly satisfied. Son Wukong had never felt so unburdened. The elevation of his physicality intoxicated him, imbuing him with an effervescent aura as if he had been reborn. Was the 3 years of grueling training worth it? Was the expenditure of some Qi to augment his physique worthwhile? Absolutely. It was a pursuit that was hard to come by, regardless of how long he trained. The additional hundreds of Qi could not possibly compare to the strength of his body. As the Second World Martial Arts Championship approached, with the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo, Son Wukong would have his declaration of loyalty. He had no notions of benevolence in seeking the deities. They might not even permit Bobo to teach him martial arts. Given his character, the deities had likely observed him from the heavens for quite some time. With the threat of the Demon King Piccolo looming, the deities must ensure that he, the one destined to defeat Piccolo, enhances his strength to prevent a new generation of the Demon King from wreaking havoc upon the world. With Bobo as his mentor, endowed with a battle prowess of 1,000, the enhancement of his Qi would undoubtedly yield incredible results. 3 years of relentless training could not compare to a year under the guidance of a master. Confidence is not frightening. What is alarming is blind self-assurance. Chapter 37. Laziri haha, how marvelous. Glow, has the Qi and Life project yielded results? My God, not yet. We have yet to even probe the energy of life. Son Wukong remained undeterred. If results could be achieved within a year or two, this universe would have already manifested, and there would be no need for their research. He encouraged Dr. Glow, understanding that merely relying on their studies would not lead to success, as their comprehension of energy was still rather superficial. Indeed, I, the Divine One, shall have King Violet prepare the materials you require. Now be on your way. After Dr. Glow departed, Son Wukong soared into the palace. He had no aspirations of kingship. Strength was paramount, and as for the governance of this nation, anyone who aligned with his ideals would suffice. Master, you have finally awakened. King Violet beamed upon recognizing Son Wukong, his previously weary eyes now sparkling with vitality. So, how is the preparation for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament coming along? I have consolidated and publicized it. Its fame has spread far and wide, and it will soon become the focal point of national discourse. Indeed, after Son Wukong established his dominion, his first endeavor was to enhance the tournament's prestige, increasing its intrinsic value. Masters of martial arts from across the world would flock to participate, with some mixed martial arts competitions becoming mere sideshows, cheered on by throngs of admirers. As if the very center of the world revolved around him, Son Wukong. After all, who does not harbor a dream of becoming a champion? The Grand Martial Arts Tournament promised to be exceptionally lively this year. Understood. Having acquired the information he sought, Son Wukong departed the palace. Can't you spare me a moment longer? King Violet lamented, tossing her dark circles to the ground in frustration. Curse it, how useless. Who was the fool who concocted such a dreadful idea? With everything in place, Son Wukong made his way to Dr. Glow's laboratory. My divine one. Here are the materials from our research. Dr. Glow knelt respectfully, presenting the documents. How many test subjects do we have? Over 100 in total. Already awaiting in laboratory number 1. Son Wukong nodded, eager to commence his experiments after years of medical study, finally ready to apply his knowledge in practice. In the southern forest, a conversation unfolded. Sister, it seems this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament is quite extraordinary, with lavish prizes at stake. Goodness. They are even offering the Super Soldier enhancement. Rappies, clad in a black jacket and an orange scarf, exuded a newfound vigor compared to 3 years prior. The Super Soldier? It is said that possessing it grants one the prowess of a martial arts master. Lazuli, adorned in a high-end black top, made of luxurious fabric, complemented by bespoke athletic pants, displayed a charming allure that softened her typically stern visage. The juxtaposition of gentleness and coldness added a unique charm to the young lady. Roughly speaking, the Super Soldier enhances physical capabilities, which is immensely beneficial for us. Lazuli snatched the phone, and the screen displayed. First prize, 50 million in cash, Super Soldier. Second prize, 20 million in cash, Super Soldier. Third prize, 1 million in cash, Super Soldier. This is quite an extravagant reward. The Empire has truly invested heavily in the martial arts tournament. Lapisai wholeheartedly agreed, for Super Soldier is a strategic asset, and it is astounding that they would offer such a prize for the world's foremost martial arts competition. It seems that all the masters from around the globe will participate, which is exhilarating. Haha, we are bound to reach the finals. Perhaps first and second place will be ours. The siblings have undergone tremendous growth over the years. Their capabilities now remarkable and extraordinary. Are you not being overly confident? Lazuli did not counter. She was rather eager to see her overly self-assured brother face defeat at the hands of other competitors, especially Son Wukong. Should I buy a camera? Hee. What are you laughing at? Do you not believe it? Of course not. I was merely reminded of something delightful. Is that so? In the West. To her surprise, the prizes for this year's martial arts tournament included Super Soldier. Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment, followed by his 2 disciples, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Tien, with his 3 eyes, possesses the ability to see at incredible speeds. Kaiatsu, clad in white, wields extraordinary powers. This seems quite intriguing, wouldn't you agree, Kaiatsu? Yes. At the Kame House. Due to the Empire's takeover, the martial arts tournament will now occur every 3 years? You fool. That newspaper is 2 years old. You have a phone and only just noticed this? Pu'er complained while sitting atop Krillin's head. There was nothing I could do. I have been diligently training for the past 3 years and hardly paid attention. Huh? Krillin chuckled, rubbing his bald head, which glimmered under the sunlight. So have I? After 3 years of relentless toil, he could hardly wait to register and redeem himself. Jackie-chan, this time I shall defeat you. What about Wukong? No idea. He didn't even say goodbye. What kind of departure is that? At that moment, you were engrossed in your book, and when Wukong bid you farewell, you told him to go away. He was quite restrained not to retaliate. Who knows where that brat has gone? Master Roshi continued to boast while holding a magazine. Never mind him. How about we have a gathering tonight? Let us go. Krillin, Yamcha, and Pu'er were in unison, eager to head out for a meal nearby. Hey, I want to go too. Master Roshi immediately insisted on joining. How could he miss out on such merriment? Half a year later, laboratory number 1. A man was bound upon a platform, with a child standing beside him, deep in thought. I have a glimmer of understanding now. After conducting experiments with over 200 participants, we have garnered a deeper understanding of the interplay between energy and life, yet further experimentation is requisite. As for why I would not undertake personal trials, that is but a jest. I cherish my existence too dearly to engage in such perilous endeavors. The only righteous path lies in conducting numerous experiments to yield the most flawless results. At present, there is no necessity for such risks. It is prudent to first enhance one's capabilities. One must rise to greater heights to attain broader perspectives. My master, the registration for the martial arts tournament commences officially tomorrow, and I have taken the liberty of enrolling you. Violet kneels gracefully outside the door, her demeanor regal and composed. 2 years of royal life have seemingly rendered her even more remarkable. Very well, understood. Yes, let us persist with the experiments. Over the past 6 months, in the pursuit of controlling others' energy, I have indeed devised a number of nefarious inventions. For instance, energy bombs and energy puppets. A man appeared as if he were a balloon, his life force dissipating at an alarming rate. It was likely that within mere seconds, he would be bereft of breath. Chapter 38, Immortal Crane. Bang! The man's energy completely vanished, his fearful gaze turning vacant, ultimately fading into dullness. He has perished. Son Wukong maintained a stoic expression. These condemned souls ought to be grateful for the extra years he has afforded them, for without his intervention, they would have long since met their demise. Such test subjects possess no rights. Their deaths provoke no sympathy, unlike the soldiers who volunteered for experimentation. Time for cleanup. He instructed his assistant beside him to change attire and leave the laboratory. This time, there were some intriguing outcomes. Son Wukong stretched his limbs slightly and returned to the palace to enjoy a restful slumber and recalibrate his state of being. Under the blistering midday sun, the heat scorched the earth, warping even the air itself. What is the matter with Wukong? Why has he yet to arrive? Surely he is keeping an eye on the martial arts tournament, is he not? Regardless, Yamcha, let us seek refuge in the shade from this relentless sun. It is unbearably hot. Pu'er panted, having grown unaccustomed to the desert climate after an extended absence, finding even the slightest warmth intolerable. Very well. Lingering here will yield no results. You may go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Master Roshi does not intend to register this time, yet Yamcha, in his fervent desire to defeat Jackie Chan, has been training incessantly, even dreaming of besting himself. Thus, I have no choice but to let him proceed. Oh, I wondered who it might be, Master Roshi. Immortal Crane, adorned in his crane hat, floated gracefully before Master Roshi. Oh, it is you, Immortal Crane. You still draw breath? Humph. You remain as unattractive and sardonic as ever. I have heard that your disciple is quite active in the martial arts tournament, even securing first place. However, the current tournament is not what it once was. I fear your disciple may not even reach the top 8. My pupil far surpasses yours. So you would do well to take your disciple and return home. Humph. You are utterly unaware of your own limitations. What did you say, old bald head? Silence, half-bald. Humph. We shall see. The crane hermit chuckled coldly, confident that his exceptional disciple would bring the turtle hermit's student to tears. He departed with his pupils. Who could that be? Bulma and Launch exchanged glances, surprised to discover that the turtle hermit and the eccentric old man were of the same lineage. The genius who invented the mobile phone truly deserves admiration. Acquiring most information has become astonishingly effortless. Long time no see. Suddenly, Son Wukong appeared behind them, as if he had silently materialized without anyone noticing. Bulma gasped, instinctively leaping into Launch's embrace. Hey, am I really that frightening? Wukong, it's been ages. Bulma sighed in relief, brushing her forehead. Goodness, it's not that scary, is it? Indeed, I was startled as well, Krillin added, theatrically placing his hand over his heart. Haha, you all are being overly dramatic. I stood there for several minutes, and none of you noticed. Son Wukong conversed with the group for quite a while, learning much, such as Krillin's training in the West and Yamcha's endeavors in the South. Bulma had diligently mastered the transformation technique, blossoming into a more mature beauty, shedding some of her youthful naivete. Launch reverted to her blue hair, her innocent eyes now seemingly harboring a hint of something more. The turtle hermit, having lost to Son Wukong, had diligently trained over the past 3 years, his strength significantly augmented. Have you registered? I have. Let us go. We should eat first. It's been a long time since we gathered for a meal. Let us go. The group raised their hands, laughter echoing as they departed from the registration booth. What's wrong? Lapis inquired, a hint of confusion in his eyes, as if he had unearthed some peculiar quirk of his sister. It's nothing, wait. What kind of look is that? Nothing at all. I always have this expression. Speak as you wish. Once Lapis averted his gaze, Son Wukong turned his head. What is going on? Krillin asked. Nothing, let us move. Is it Lapis? Why does she seem somewhat familiar? After the siblings registered, they headed to the hotel they had booked in advance. Lapis sighed, pondering how to cope with his sister's apparent preferences. What can be done? Just act as if you know nothing. I can't believe this restaurant is here in the capital. What a surprise. Has the owner struck it rich? Perhaps this small establishment has evolved into a chain. Son Wukong smiled mysteriously. Once the group had feasted, they arrived at their lodging for the martial arts tournament. Upon realizing they were among the top 8, the staff offered them exclusive accommodations. The place was resplendent, opulent in every regard, with every corner exuding the scent of wealth, and each room boasting a unique design. I never imagined the martial arts tournament would feature such elegance. Indeed, compared to now, the hardships they endured previously seem quite distant. As night fell, the air was crisp, and the stars remained visible in the clear sky. A few white clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the moonlight. Krillin, Yamcha, and Poir resided together, while Master Roshi lived alone. Son Wukong, Bulma, and Launch shared a dwelling. In previous years, the moon had been absent. What could have caused its sudden reappearance? Bulma furrowed her brow, pondering if someone had made a wish with the Dragon Balls. Launch stared blankly, the moonlight illuminating her face, making her appear as if she were a sprite dwelling on the moon. Hey, Launch, did you hear that? Oh, I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought. Launch replied, her face suddenly flushed with color. What's wrong? Son Wukong entered the room, leaping onto the bed. Nothing much. By the way, you're 16 now? Yet you barely seem to have changed, Bulma remarked, surprised that Son Wukong had only grown a little taller, similar to Krillin. Bulma mused whether his martial arts training was the cause of this stunted growth. Should they wish for something using Shinron? Launch felt a pang of concern, fearing that beginning martial arts too early might have detrimental effects. If she were to have children in the future, she would certainly not let them start training at such a young age. Bulma and Launch surrounded Son Wukong, their eyes filled with worry. You don't understand the innate talents of my race. I can withstand bullets with my body. Of course I'm different from you, Son Wukong explained earnestly, even tossing a gun from the hoi poi capsule and shooting himself in the head. Bang! The bullet struck his head, shattering like an egg against a rock. You really shot yourself. Launch gasped, rushing to check for any injuries on Son Wukong's forehead. Bulma, however, was unconcerned. If he could be harmed by bullets, he would no longer be Son Wukong. Rather than the bullet incident, she was particularly attentive to Launch, sensing a hint of affection Launch might have for Son Wukong. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Aside from Launch, who else would harbor feelings for a child? It's nothing, Launch nodded, relieved to find no marks on him. You scared me. Martial arts are truly formidable. Not even bullets can harm you. Indeed. Would you like to learn? Forget it. I'm not interested in that. Compared to martial arts, she preferred gardening and arranging flowers. There was a wealth of knowledge available online, and she had cultivated an abundance of flowers at home. Chapter 39, Prelude to the Competition. Wukong, sleep with me tonight. Yuhum. What's wrong? Launch's head was filled with question marks, her large, dark eyes blinking innocently. Seeing Launch's bewildered expression, Bulma felt her words caught in her throat, sensing that Launch harbored the most impure thoughts. It's nothing. I'll join you too. With that, she shot a fierce glare at Son Wukong and headed to the bathroom to take a shower. What's her deal? The perplexed Launch could only turn to Son Wukong for answers. I don't know. Let us not worry about her. Let us just go to sleep. For Launch, it was best not to dwell on things she couldn't comprehend. Perhaps one day, clarity would come. Embracing tightly, she pressed Son Wukong's face against her own, fervently rubbing them together as the soothing scent of lavender enveloped them. After a while, Son Wukong touched his slightly flushed face, wearing an expression of helplessness. He truly disliked having others touch his face, not even a gentle caress. Breathless, he exclaimed, "Did you not just lie down? How quickly time passes. It seems I have encountered a formidable opponent." Without hesitation, Son Wukong wrapped his arms around Launchi, resting his head upon her chest, drawing them closer together. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Why have you both fallen silent? Just moments ago, you were quite chatty. Upon entering, Bulma observed the two, embracing like affectionate pigs, her lips twitching in bemusement. How do they seem so much like a couple? Just a few minutes ago, they were conversing, and now they have succumbed to slumber? With a snap, she conceded. After a quick facial mask application and drying her hair, she donned her pajamas and prepared her camera for the next day, pulling Son Wukong into her embrace. She closed her eyes. In the stillness of the night, Launchi tightly shut her eyes, slightly furrowing her brow as she searched left and right, as if something of utmost importance had vanished. Eventually, she grasped Sun Wukong's tail, her tightly closed eyelids calming into tranquility. Who could it be this time? Sun Wukong instantly opened his eyes, noticing Lan Chi's hands clenching his tail, refusing to release it. After taking several deep breaths, he pondered, why cling to my tail? Should I consider severing it? No, Ultra Instinct is indeed striking. Perhaps it is best to keep it. With a wave of drowsiness washing over him, he slowly closed his eyes once more. As the sun began to rise, its first rays filtered through the window, casting a golden hue upon Bulma's face, bestowing her with an ethereal quality. Stretching languidly, Sun Wukong pried Lan Chi's firm grip from around his neck, tossing her back onto the bed before retreating to the bathroom. Squinting, Sun Wukong groggily awoke to find his posterior resting upon Lan Chi's face, while she had bitten down on his tail as if it were a piece of meat. It's barely 6 o'clock, he exclaimed, tossing his phone back onto the table and reclaiming his tail from Lan Chi's mouth. As the tail was withdrawn, Lan Chi's tightly shut eyes flew open, staring blankly at Sun Wukong. What have you done to me? She inquired. Nothing at all, he replied, reaching out to playfully tug at her cheeks, alternating between round and oval shapes. Don't cover your face. Lan Chi gazed at him with her large, innocent eyes, appearing woefully pitiful. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he released her cheeks. Okay. Lan Chi's previously sorrowful expression transformed into one of joy as she embraced Sun Wukong and dashed into the bathroom. Be careful. Startled by their sudden appearance, Bulma chastised them vehemently. After a brief period of morning rituals, a loud knock echoed. Hey, rise and shine for morning exercises. Krillin and Yamcha immediately opened their eyes, hastily reaching for their phones. The screen displayed 6:30. What on earth? Wukong, have you ever engaged in morning exercises at 6? Krillin grumbled loudly, lamenting that Sun Wukong had never risen early, invariably remaining in slumber until after 8. Indeed. Yamcha sighed in exasperation, having finally enjoyed a good night's sleep only to be roused by this ruckus. Let us not dwell on such trifles. Onward. He flung open the door and strode in. Nanny, how did you enter? I distinctly remember locking the door. Have your 3 years of training turned you into a thief? Krillin inquired. Silence, Wukong retorted curtly. After a brief tussle, the two managed to rise, only to discover upon descending that it was not a morning exercise at all. So, where are we headed? Pu'er queried, a question mark hovering above his head in confusion. To savor all the culinary delights of the imperial capital. Bulma had anticipated this moment, promptly retrieving her phone to display a map. You mean we will traverse the entire capital in just 2 hours? Master Roshi was taken aback. Do you not comprehend the vastness of the capital? It would take 3 days to sample even a fraction of it. Enough. We shall visit but a few establishments. With a light tap on Bulma's head, Wukong replied with exasperation, the competition commences at 8. We cannot indulge in excessive feasting. He harbored serious doubts about the intentions of others who might be impersonating spies. Bulma stuck out her tongue, her eyes crescent-shaped, adorably playful. Now that is more like it. After visiting several renowned breakfast spots in the capital, the 6 companions, along with their animal friend, finally dined, and the clock struck 8. The grand tournament, renowned for its prestige, required each contestant to undergo rigorous assessments of their abilities to qualify. However, the top 8 were exempt from this scrutiny. With over 10,000 participants, the competition utilized a collective elimination system. Over 300 gathered in the arena, with only 3 advancing. It was not merely a test of martial prowess, but also of intellect. Ultimately, 100 would enter the elimination rounds, leading to the top 16, top 8, top 4, and finally the championship. Greetings, everyone. I remain your judge. A blond man, clad in a suit, emerged from within. The audience, 10 times larger than a football stadium, was filled to capacity, a testament to the global significance of the event. Wukong, this is far superior to our previous experiences, Krillin mused, reflecting on his 3 years of training, vowing not to be easily defeated as he had been by Jackie Chan. Let you all witness the prowess of Krillin. His spirit soared, brimming with a warrior's resolve. Ha. See you in the arena. Do not falter midway. Indeed, I too have grown significantly stronger over these 3 years. Wukong and Yamcha departed with a nonchalant air. See you in the arena. Krillin grasped his martial arts uniform tightly against his back, pristine and unblemished. This time, he felt no anxiety, no fear. Wukong was on platform 1, Krillin on 2, and Yanchuan 5. Humph. This will allow me to observe their martial capabilities. Tin Shinhin sat distantly in the audience, his gaze fixed not on the screen, but squarely upon Sun Wukong. The previous champion, what is your strength now? The competition in Tianjin is scheduled for the afternoon. Sister, what is there to watch? Just a bunch of weaklings, rabies complained, gnawing on a piece of meat. Just a rabble, really. You may leave. Do you understand? All right, goodbye. Rabies immediately stood up and lifted his feet. Did you not tell me to leave? His clothes were tightly grasped by Razali, rendering him unable to depart. Her golden eyes were fixed on Rabies, the tension between the siblings thickening as time slowly passed. Fine. Ultimately, Rabies acquiesced. Razali calmly turned her head, a slight smirk appearing, her cold demeanor softening a fraction. Chapter 40. The competition in progress. No way. Over 300 participants. Indeed. Is there something wrong with the martial arts tournament? Many martial artists expressed their discontent. The previous competition was one-on-one. How had it devolved into this chaotic scene? Humph. You are all too weak. Only truly powerful martial artists would remain unfazed by such numbers. King Chaba scoffed, dismissing the thousands as mere extras, foolishly daring to register without any understanding. It was truly laughable. That is the champion of the martial arts tournament. Other martial artists stepped back, acknowledging the increased prestige of the tournament, though its previous value had also been considerable. King Chaba was renowned among martial arts experts. A small child descended from the sky, landing beside King Chaba. That is Sun Wukong, another champion of the martial arts tournament. The surrounding martial artists clenched their fists, with two champions on one platform. The prospect of advancement seemed bleak. King Chaba felt a secret unease. The speed of this newcomer was as swift as lightning, surpassing his own. Shall we team up? No need. Aside from you, they are merely ordinary individuals. Sun Wukong shook his head, deeming them weaklings incapable of even moving a boulder. Here, the number of such individuals was abundant. Only martial arts prodigies could secure a place among the top 100. These weaklings were merely fodder, highlighting the strength of the formidable. As the contestants entered the expansive arena, the voice of the referee resonated through the air. Thank you for your patience. I hereby declare the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. 10 observers piloted flying vehicles, emerging from the buildings. Let the competition begin. Charge. 300 individuals engaged in a melee, fists and feet colliding. Within the 400-meter arena, numerous martial artists exchanged blows, and within minutes, dozens were thrown off the platform. King Chaba and Sun Wukong remained still, a 10-meter radius around them devoid of challengers, as all others instinctively kept their distance. A few reporters on various platforms, seated in their flying vehicles, captured the event live. What is happening? Why are they not attacking these two? Indeed. Why? The audience watched in astonishment as the two on platform number 1 stood unmoving, while the other participants dared not approach. Could this be a conspiracy? The audience buzzed with speculation. Could there truly be underhanded dealings in such a prestigious national competition? Humph. What do you all know? That was a former champion. Who would dare to challenge him? A devoted fan of the martial arts tournament retorted loudly, declaring that those who knew nothing should refrain from making baseless accusations. Let us observe closely what true mastery looks like. Do not compare those sports like boxing or taekwondo to this. This is the realm of true strength. Some seasoned viewers of the contest voiced their agreement, even producing cherished footage to share with others. As 20 minutes elapsed, only 20 renowned masters remained in the arena, all celebrated figures in the martial arts world. I am Wang Cheng, a martial artist from the southern region, where none can rival my prowess. In this grand tournament, comprising 300 participants, these contenders are merely insignificant. They are no match for me. Humph. A champion? That title merely eludes me. Wang Cheng felt no fear. Having vanquished dozens of opponents, his confidence soaring. What champion? Only because he had not yet participated. If he entered, he would undoubtedly claim the title. That fellow truly dares to compete? One remarked. Pay him no mind, just a country bumpkin, likely unaware of the tournament's existence. As Wang Cheng displayed his unwarranted bravado, the martial masters around him erupted in derisive laughter, initially viewing him as a formidable adversary, only to witness his self-destruction. Ah, splendid. This increases our chances, one chuckled. Wang Cheng smirked. These weaklings presume their strength equates to mine? You, young lad, your potential to win is solely due to my absence. The seemingly feeble opponent, with a tail, appeared to be an easy target. If he dispatched him, he could then eliminate the formidable King Chai from the arena. With a sudden leap, Wang Chung soared into the air like a winged dragon, his hands shaped into claws, exuding an ancient and fierce energy. Taken aback, are we? In an instant, he was before Son Wukong, attacking from both sides. Crack! The tail struck like a tempest, sending Wang Chung hurtling away, akin to a kite severed from its string. Soaring hundreds of meters beyond the arena, dust swirling in his wake. How bold! Son Wukong closed his eyes once more, while the other martial artists lost their fighting spirit, merely awaiting the conclusion of the match. Those who had contemplated a sneak attack quickly abandoned the idea and resigned themselves to contest for the final available spot. They are on an entirely different level. They cannot hope to compete. Why is Tianjin Fan not watching? Jiaozi inquired, tilting his head in confusion. There is no need. I have gleaned all I require, Tianjin Fan replied, as he and Jiaozi exited the arena and returned to their lodgings. Their opponent was formidable. They needed to continue their intensive training without wasting a moment. Wang Chung gasped for breath, the terror still evident in his eyes, his body quivering slightly. How frightful. Is this person even human? A nearby staff member rushed to assist, fearing for Wang Cheng's life. Wukong is truly overdoing it. Yamcha laughed heartily. Around him, there were also some audacious masters who, one by one, gathered at his side, only to be swiftly defeated by his newly acquired Wolf-Fang fist. You are all still too weak. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of shadowy fists erupted, coalescing into a black wolf that sent dozens of competitors flying off the stage. In these 3 years, I have transcended my limits and become a new version of myself. Yamcha dashed into the crowd, determined to vanquish all and seize all 3 coveted spots for himself. This Yamcha is truly ruthless. An opening. Krillin evaded a sneak attack, delivering a swift punch that sent his assailant soaring off the platform. His movements resembled that of a bee, always evading with precision, penetrating the throng, and within mere encounters, dozens were sent tumbling off the stage. Indeed, impressive progress. Meanwhile, on another platform, Jackie Chan stood firm. The competitors dared not challenge him. Yet there were always a few reckless youths who, undeterred, approached one after another. Jackie remained unmoving, and before the assailants could close in, they suddenly felt a stinging pain on their faces as they were propelled off the stage at astonishing speed. Youngsters truly do not understand their own limits. How infuriating. That old man is incredibly strong. Indeed, I couldn't even discern his punches. Witnessing Jackie's prowess, the competitors could only retreat. That Grandpa Jackie is formidable. Wasn't he the runner-up in the last martial arts tournament? Bulma, following Launch's gaze, adjusted her camera, soon capturing Jackie effortlessly dodging his opponent's attacks and consecutively sending several competitors flying. I can't believe he is competing this morning. His strength remains unparalleled. Bulma sighed, marveling at the wonders of fate. Yes, when Jackie was present, Goku faced a fierce battle. I wonder if he can still prevail this time? Rest assured, 3 years have passed. Goku must be even stronger now. No. Shouldn't you be more concerned about the other 2 disciples? Something feels amiss. Chapter 41, The Top 100. What's wrong? Launch's dark eyes reflected confusion as she tilted her head, staring intently at Bulma. It's nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking it, scaring myself. As time passed, the sun hung high in the sky, the scorching heat causing the competitors to sweat profusely, panting heavily. All right, now, all the competitors on each platform have determined their victors. The preliminaries will resume at 2 o'clock this afternoon. My goodness, did you see how several competitors effortlessly dispatched dozens of opponents? As if it were as simple as eating or drinking. They are simply too weak. Relying on sheer numbers won't suffice. They are just giving away spots. What do you know? Those individuals have reached a superhuman level. Ordinary martial artists don't even get the chance to approach them. In the past, encounters with superhuman martial artists were rare. How could it be anything like now? Indeed, do not think that merely piling up numbers will work. These individuals, in ancient times, would have been unstoppable, even with an army. Some longtime viewers, after more than 20 years, are thrilled to finally witness a martial arts master akin to Superman. Naturally, they eagerly rush to the capital to purchase cameras, for such opportunities were scarce in the past. All right, that should suffice, said Lazuli, a slight smile gracing her lips as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Let us go and enjoy a meal. Inside the top 8 contenders room at the martial arts tournament, a voice echoed. Aren't you going to observe your opponents this afternoon? Why return and immediately lie down? What is there to observe? Only if strengths are comparable can one truly assess. If the disparity in power is vast, the outcome remains unchanged regardless. Indeed, you are quite exasperating. Adjusting the air conditioning to a cool 19 degrees, Lan Shi retrieved a blanket from her luggage and draped it over Son Wukong. Aren't you going to sleep? I shall not. Bulma has invited me to go shopping. At 2 p.m., a voice chimed in, Sister. I never imagined we would meet on the same arena. Shall we not take down the others? No, I have no interest. You may handle it yourself. With a scoff, La Bai Si sought amusement elsewhere, randomly selecting a target. You then. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she gathered energy into a small orb, releasing it at minimum power, resembling a bolt of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, several contenders were sent flying off the stage, their eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? Get away. The more experienced fighters leaped away, taking several steps back to maintain a safe distance. What does this mean? Due to the crowded conditions, most did not witness the unfolding chaos. Their expressions clouded with confusion. But in the next moment, they understood. La Bai Si charged through the arena like a formidable giant. Make way. Within mere seconds, dozens of contestants were sent sprawling, some even fracturing bones and requiring medical attention. Run, run. Panicked cries reverberated throughout the arena, accompanied by the sound of footfalls. Those who were caught off guard were trampled underfoot, enduring a flurry of impacts. How utterly dull, not a single worthy opponent. La Bai Si mocked. They lack even the prowess of martial arts masters yet dare to compete in such a tournament? Jiaozi. It appears this martial arts tournament boasts numerous formidable challengers. Tianjin Fan hovered above, his three eyes fixed on La Bai Si, recognizing the boy's exceptional strength. Indeed, Jiaozi replied, his expression unreadable as he nodded slightly. With a flash of blue light emanating from his white arms, several contestants were hurled off the stage, landing outside the arena. As time progressed, the afternoon's contestants eventually determined their fates. Countless dreams lay shattered upon the arena floor, the once pristine surface stained crimson, resembling a shattered white mirror. Congratulations on entering the top 100. You are the elite from around the globe. Yet here, you are merely ordinary competitors. No one knew who would emerge victorious. But all present understood they had arrived with an unwavering resolve to win. The official competition begins tomorrow. Here is your dinner. Savor it. It is quite delectable. Lan Shi playfully stuck her tongue out while perched on Son Wukong's head, retrieving the remote control to turn on the television. What a pity it's over. I wanted to watch the live broadcast, she lamented, switching to another channel in hopes of finding a replay. Son Wukong squinted, groggily awakening, and reached out to grab a portion of food meant for several people. Not bad, he remarked, maintaining a stoic expression as he finished eating. The meal was neither delectable nor distasteful. He then pulled out some magic beans from his pocket, consuming a few. Ever since the transformation brought about by the divine water, basic food had become insufficient to satiate hunger. It was either about eating or being on the way to eat. Huh, Wukong, what are you eating? I want some. Lan Shi exclaimed, noticing him immediately and jumping off the sofa to rush in front of him with outstretched hands. You can't have it. No, I want to eat. She protested, convinced Son Wukong was unwilling to share, continuously reaching out in an attempt to awaken his sense of justice. All right, but don't come crying to me later about how your stomach is still full after 10 days, he warned, tossing another magic bean to Lan Shi, who eagerly swallowed it whole. This tastes terrible. How can you eat such a thing? Don't you feel anything happening to your body? She queried, her cheeks flushing. Could it be? Wukong, I never expected this from you. What kind of expression is that? You're truly exasperating, he replied, forcibly rousing Lan Shi from her reverie. What are you thinking about? He teased, placing his hands on her face and playfully tugging at it. You're not hiding anything, are you? Suddenly feeling quite full, Lan Shi rubbed her stomach. That means I won't need to eat for 10 days. What? No eating for 10 days? Lan Shi stammered in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality. Of course. Isn't it wonderful? 10 days without food. Amazing. Is that so? As long as you're happy. Do you have more of those beans? I want to go a month without eating. Yes. I have some. Son Wukong quickly retrieved 3 magic beans and placed them in Lan Shi's palm. Fantastic. Do as you wish. After all, you can't die from it. Time flew by like lightning, leaving one feeling utterly numb. The following day, The competitors advancing to the top 100 gathered together. Hurry up. I spent a fortune to secure this spot. I want to see the competition up close. Bulma commanded, striding forward with Pu Air and Lan Chi. It's so heavy. Pu Air, resembling a beleaguered servant, was being bossed around by Bulma. Master Yamcha, I wish to go home. Pu Air, hurry up, don't fall behind. Yes, I understand. The beleaguered Pu Air, panting, nodded vigorously, struggling to keep pace while clutching the camera. Hey Pu Air, do you need any help? Lan Chi inquired with concern. Yes. Pu Air replied, nearly exhausted, nodding fervently. I'll help too, she offered. Bulma, in a state of exasperation, lamented the agreement to treat him to a sumptuous feast in exchange for his assistance, only to discover that Puar was so inept. It was merely a few kilometers. Yet it seemed as though it were a matter of life and death. Chapter 42, Krillin vs. Nam. The match commenced. As the golden-haired referee concluded his announcement, the mechanisms of the arena activated, with platforms 1, 2, and 3 slowly shifting, debris cascading onto the grass below. Ultimately, they converged to form a grand and sturdy arena measuring a kilometer in length. 6 judges hovered in individual flying devices, suspended hundreds of meters above the arena. The golden-haired commentator descended from the heavens, holding a state-of-the-art microphone that resonated throughout the venue. Now, let us welcome contestant number 1 to face contestant number 36. To everyone's astonishment, the first contender was none other than Goku. Hurry up, Puar, shift the camera to the left. Bulma commanded, realizing she should have hired someone more capable, unaware that Puar was so inadequate as to struggle with such a trivial task. Indeed, Goku, it has truly been ages. Lazuli's gaze was fixed intently on the youth below the arena. Upon seeing the one she had longed for, her heart surged with joy and excitement, intertwined with anxiety and anticipation. The concern lingered. Did he remember me? The thrill arose. If he did remember, what would his expression be upon seeing me? A slight smile graced her lips, sweetness illuminating her previously stoic visage, transforming it into one of warmth and radiance. What has come over you? The previously languid Lapis was taken aback, his expression twisting in disbelief. Is this really my sister? Following Lazuli's gaze toward Goku, he pondered in horror. Could there truly be a hint of pedophilia? Cold sweat trickled down his brow, wondering if he ought to feign ignorance of this unsettling preference. All right, the match begins. The tiger humanoid stretched, joints creaking, disdain evident in his demeanor as he scoffed. I can't believe there are children participating. It seems the martial arts tournament lacks prestige. Wouldn't you agree, little brat? The tiger man tugged at Goku's hair, playfully patting his cheek. Ha ha, is that so? Goku's eyes glimmered with a fierce red light, his expression tightening, 3 lines forming on his forehead as he grit his teeth, declaring, I've made up my mind. You must endure to the very end. Huh, what did you say? The tiger man was abruptly sent soaring into the air by a sudden gust of wind from Goku's punch, the air whistling past his ears. Feeling good, are we? In the blink of an eye, Goku appeared behind the tiger man, hands coming together, veins bulging. Boom, the brick shattered, dust swirling in the air. Goku, relentless, delivered a final blow. Kamehameha. A massive blue beam descended from above, akin to divine judgment, obliterating the arena. Phew. It seems my training is still insufficient. I've never seen Goku so enraged, Krillin remarked, pointing towards the tiger man's direction. He won't kill him, will he? Don't worry. Yamcha reassured Krillin. Goku knows what he is doing. Yamcha's words ring true. Sun Wukong did not slay the tiger man, but merely allowed him to sample a taste of defeat. The tiger man lay on the arena, gasping for breath as if on the brink of death. The referee stood frozen for a few moments, evidently startled, before descending beside the tiger man in his flying craft. You're not dead, are you? Can you still survive? The tiger man nearly coughed up blood, realizing the urgency of the situation without a doctor being summoned. Fortunately, he was a martial arts master. Otherwise, he might have met his end right there. Help! Before he could finish, he collapsed onto the ground, conveying a clear message. Without prompt assistance, he would surely perish. Hurry, doctor! Contestant number 1 emerges victorious. Good heavens, is this still a human? Is this what martial artists are like? Quick, take pictures. Yes, I'm aware. I'm snapping away. In my youth, I was renowned as the legendary photographer of Chioming Mountain. Next, we invite contestant number 2 to face contestant number 40. Finally, it was my turn. Let us go. Upon returning from the arena, Son Wukong extended his fist. All right, let us do this. Clint took a deep breath and extended his right hand. The clash of left and right hands culminated in their separation as Clint exited the resting area. The room was divided into two, with Clint's section adorned with a lion statue, facing off against a tiger statue across the way. Care for a bite? Yamcha tossed a corn stick, its kernels glistening with a golden hue. Is it roasted? Son Wukong effortlessly caught it. No, it's steamed. He had no time to wait for roasted corn. In his eagerness that morning, he could only purchase from a breakfast shop. Then I won't eat it. You have it. Son Wukong tossed the corn back, declaring it rather unpalatable. Hey, it's yours now, you caught it. Yamcha suddenly grinned mischievously, sending the corn stick back while retreating repeatedly. You rascal. Son Wukong felt relieved. It dawned on him that Yamcha had no intention of eating it and merely passed it to him. I concede defeat. Taking a few bites of the corn stick, he ultimately grimaced as he finished it. Not very tasty. I never expected it was you. Clint's eyes widened in disbelief. You're the disciple of Master Roshi, Wukong. Nam's previously puzzled expression transformed into one of clarity. So you're Wukong's junior. Come on. I won't hold back. Neither will I. Clint, with a slight bulge at his waist, assumed the stance of his self-created combat style. For the past 3 years, he had challenged martial artists worldwide, honing his skills to a solid foundation. Let the match begin. As the referee's voice echoed, both contenders launched their attacks simultaneously. Clint's speed was unparalleled, his fierce punches slicing through Nam's defenses, landing a devastating blow to his face. Nam's already lean visage became even more gaunt as he was sent hurtling away like a cannonball, soaring dozens of meters. Nam adjusted himself midair, lightly tapping with his toes to stabilize his body. So formidable. He had believed his training had reached new heights, propelling him back into the top 4. But he hadn't anticipated Clint's prowess. The Clint of today was worlds apart from the Clint of 3 years ago. Shockwave. Before Nanmu could devise a countermeasure, Clint had already positioned his hands on his waist, and the shockwave surged towards Nanmu's face. What? Nanmu's pupils constricted sharply, and he narrowly evaded the attack with an extraordinary maneuver. Clint leapt heavily, shattering the stone bricks beneath him and raising clouds of dust, akin to a bullet in flight. Excellent. Despite the disparity in strength, I possess my own means to contend with you. Crossing my arms protectively over my chest, veins protruded as if I were a cannonball, I surged towards Clint with ferocity. Crossed assault. Nanmu harnessed all his energy, transforming his hands into razor-sharp blades, reminiscent of the scythe of death. How could I ever fall for your grand technique? Clint chuckled inwardly. He was merely a meter away from Nanmu when his left foot bulged with energy, causing the stone bricks to shatter as he ascended into the air. His hands had long since gathered the Kamehameha energy, blue light cascading like the fiercest river, obliterating everything in its path. You've been ensnared. A second prior. No, it can't be. How could his foot suddenly be flooded with such immense energy? Like a bomb poised to explode? Is it possible? Returning to the present, Nanmu's previously somber expression transformed into a vibrant flush, his muscles swelling as if recalling the moves of Jackie Chan from 3 years prior. Chapter 43, The Decisive Outcome. Full power unleashed. That is my technique. He has actually learned it. In the Tiger Stone Lounge, Jackie Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could anyone learn such a move? Nanmu executed a feat impossible for an ordinary individual, dodging Clint's Kamehameha. Here it comes. This is my most powerful strike. Crossed assault wave. Nanmu crossed his hands, a golden light flickering between his arms. Buzz. This is bad. Clint braced his hands around his head, his body tense, bending at the waist, transforming into a sphere. Retreating turtle. The air was torn apart, a golden light streaking across the sky, striking Clint in an attempt to obliterate him. My heavens. Clint was sent flying hundreds of meters by Nanmu's blow. As the referee's voice resonated throughout the arena, Clint, covered in soot, opened his eyes, his lips twitching. He blocked it. What? Now it was Nanmu's turn to be astonished. How could Clint withstand that blow and remain standing? No. Is this right? Clint effortlessly rose, his hands coalescing blue light, the sphere gradually expanding. I concede. Witnessing Clint still brimming with energy, Nanmu had no choice but to admit defeat. Had Clint not been careless, I might not have even landed a hit. Nanmu executed his strategies and combat techniques flawlessly, yet his opponent was simply too formidable. Tianjin Fan, with utmost seriousness. Remarked that the most valuable talent lies in physical prowess. Mere strategy and combat skill hold no weight. Haha, I was careless. Klin, suppressing his fatigue, retracted the Kamehameha. His muscles relaxing as a sharp pain coursed through his mind. Victory for contestant number 2. As the announcement echoed, Klin leaped off the stage with great strides. Regrettably, the prowess of Nameless should not be confined to this point. Perhaps fortune is indeed a facet of strength. Son Wukong was taken aback upon witnessing Nameless unleash the Kikaho. Astonished at the significant growth in power over the past 3 years, even mastering such a technique. Martial arts superhero, may your village prosper henceforth. Haha, congratulations. Yamcha extended his fist, eager to experience the sensation himself. Haha, nearly fell victim to Nameless counterattack. Following the collision, Krillin experienced a surge of anxiety, recalling the match's details. Truly teetering on the brink of defeat. Now, may we invite contestant number 9 to face number 99. That Krillin, every time he gains strength, becomes insufferably arrogant. Jackie Chan exited the lounge, his eyes gleaming with determination. He would not take this lightly. Those who passed the preliminary rounds are all formidable martial artists. That old man. Lapis, puzzled, followed Lazuli's gaze to see Jackie Chan's departing figure. Just before leaving, Jackie Chan's aura suddenly surged, prompting those who had learned to sense energy to turn and focus on the direction of the elder's exit. He is indeed a worthy adversary, Lapis remarked, secretly astonished. His strength surpassed that of any previous opponent, seemingly of an entirely different caliber. How intriguing. Ha ha ha. Lazuli and Lapis exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling. It had been a long time since they had encountered worthy opponents. Shall we engage in a long-awaited spar this evening? Certainly. The eccentric siblings, Tianjin Fan, sweating profusely, witnessed the frenzied antics of this duo, feeling a twinge of embarrassment on their behalf. Jiaozi turned to share a look with Tianjin Fan, equally at a loss for words regarding the siblings' antics. Haha, it's nothing to worry about. Tianjin Fan patted Jiaozi on the head, dismissing their eccentricities as mere quirks not worthy of fear. The afternoon sun hung high, and the audience, drenched in sweat, purchased ice pops from local vendors. As time passed, Son Wukong and his companions overcame numerous challenges, finally reaching the top 8. Alas, Chiba Wang fell in the round of 16. Son Wukong shook his head. Next, we invite Jiaozi to battle Krillin. The two stood on the arena. The match commenced. Krillin took a few steps back, immediately taunting, "Oh, aren't you the disciple of Master Roshi? I never expected you to make it to the top 8. Ha ha ha. Baldy." Krillin's defenses crumbled instantly. "What did you say? Aren't you one as well?" "Not so." Jiaozi removed his hat, revealing a single hair that danced in the wind. "Aren't you still the same?" Krillin, resigned, admitted defeat. "I have hair. You do not." Before Jiaozi could finish, Krillin launched a sudden attack, swiftly seizing Jiaozi's body and throwing him several meters away. "You despicable scoundrel." Jiaozi had not anticipated Krillin's ambush. Haha, all is fair in war. Jiaozi halted mid-air, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters from Krillin in a defensive stance. "What? You didn't expect this, did you? I can fly?" The dumpling, brimming with confidence, gently swayed its index finger. A golden flash illuminated the arena as 3 waves of light targeted Krillin's head. "That's the whole wave," Jackie Chan exclaimed. "Humph, you actually know?" Tianjin Fan replied, somewhat surprised. "Of course. However, Krillin is not one to easily concede defeat." With a nimble somersault, Krillin deftly evaded the attack and retaliated with a shockwave. "Ah!" The dumpling's pupils constricted as it struggled to dodge and adjust its stance, not anticipating the swiftness of the bald-headed shockwave. "Huh, you were clearly on the ground just now." Krillin materialized behind the dumpling, delivering a powerful blow that sent it crashing down, followed by a Kamehameha wave. The dumpling fell from the air, having just regained its balance, but could not escape the Kamehameha, ultimately collapsing on the stage. Dumpling. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Losing was of little consequence. Tianjin Fan released his tightly clenched arm. His palm reddened. "Krillin is the victor." After a brief pause, the referee's voice resonated once more. "Now, may I invite Jackie Chan and Tianjin Fan to the stage." This was an exhilarating match, featuring last year's runner-up, Jackie Chan, against the invincible Tianjin Fan. "Show me all your skills. Let me witness your prowess." Tianjin Fan replied with a confident smile. Jackie Chan remained silent, adopting his stance. The match commenced. Tianjin Fan struck first, launching a straight punch at Jackie Chan, only to have it blocked by his left arm. Realizing his attack was futile, Tianjin Fan swiftly followed with a right kick, which Jackie Chan evaded once more. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, each countering the other skillfully. This is the multi-phantom fist, with Tianjin Fan's exclamation. Jackie Chan's hands glimmered with blue light as he prepared to unleash his attack. Right here, utilizing his third eye, Tianjin Fan quickly pinpointed Jackie Chan's true position and kicked him into the air. Impressive, young one. Humph. No action of yours can escape my sight. Jackie Chan's muscles erupted with power as he charged towards Tianjin Fan, launching a sudden assault. Anticipating this, Tianjin Fan pivoted, lightly tapping his toes to swiftly ascend into the air. New Crane School Sun Fist. What? A brilliant light flashed, inciting furious shouts from the audience. Are you kidding me? The spectators are all struck. Indeed, both Jackie Chan and the audience endured unparalleled damage, completely engrossed in the match. They were momentarily blinded by the three-eyed, bald-headed figure's dazzling technique. How exhilarating. Meanwhile, the audience, who had been watching the screen, secretly chuckled in relief, thankful they were merely spectators. Chapter 44. The disastrous defeat of Leapt. Tianjin Fan executed a handblade assault. Jackie Chan was struck in the back of the head, plunging into darkness and losing consciousness. The referee's control machine rushed in, pressing the reading device. 1, 2, 3. After a few seconds, Jackie Chan regained his senses, flipping over to stand once more in the arena. Ouch! Ouch! Truly, one must learn to respect the elderly. Jackie Chan groaned softly, gently massaging the back of his head to alleviate the pain. He rose once more. Jackie Chan stood up again. Who are you, really? Tianjin Fan sensed something amiss. Why tread down this nefarious path? You do a disservice to your own abilities. Sever ties with Master Crane at once. Silence. You speak nothing but drivel. If you don't cease, your life may very well be forfeit. Tianjin Fan had no interest in Jackie's futile words, relentlessly attacking with fists and kicks. What's wrong? Have your punches lost their potency? After exchanging blows with Tianjin Fan, Jackie, after a moment of persuasion, ultimately conceded defeat. Tianjin Fan emerged victorious. You scoundrel! Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth as he descended from the ring, his gaze clouded with confusion and a hint of incomprehension. Dazed, he returned to the locker room, hesitating for a moment before finally approaching Jackie. What does this mean? How infuriating! Jackie is lost. Yamcha was taken aback to see Jackie defeated by Tianjin Fan, reflecting on his 3 years of effort with a sigh. Whatever, winning or losing is not truly important. His years of toil were merely to prove that he was not inferior to others. My strength is not much less than Jackie's. Indeed, I may even surpass him. The next match features Yamcha against Leapt. Both competitors stepped onto the stage. The pretty boy who was toyed with by the old man in the last round. Leapt was somewhat surprised, not expecting this pretty boy to reach the top 8. What did you say? Yamcha, detest being called a pretty boy. The match commenced. Humph, rude little brat. Yamcha suppressed his fury, ultimately letting out a cold snort. Leapt remained unfazed, unafraid of the pretty boy. Suddenly, Yamcha launched a fierce attack with his wolf-fang fist, catching Leapt off guard and sending him flying. I knew it. Having not faced a worthy opponent, he must have grown complacent. What a fool. Lazuli covered her forehead, indifferent. Being struck once more was nothing significant. A loss is simply a loss. Leapt was unprepared for Yamcha's extraordinary speed, which was on an entirely different level from previous matches. How infuriating. Why conceal such potential? Leapt quickly adjusted his stance, executing a sidekick. Yamcha's eyes narrowed, skillfully evading, clearly having anticipated Leapt's movements. Useless. To be candid, Leapt's strength is not inferior to Yamcha's. Each of Leapt's attacks strikes like lightning, imbued with the power to shatter boulders. But what good is that? After dozens of relentless strikes, only a few landed, as Yamcha loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. With every failed attempt, Leapt's despair deepened. With each ounce of despair, his next moves revealed a greater vulnerability. Intent follows the tide. With a concentrated palm, the energy waves coalesced, and in a fleeting breath, he stood before Yamcha. Futile, utterly futile. Yamcha effortlessly evaded. For strength devoid of skill rendered the opponent akin to a mere infant wielding a great sword. Leapt had never encountered a worthy adversary. Pure force crushed all. Now, faced with an equal, he found himself unable to surpass Yamcha. How infuriating! Despite their equal prowess, he felt worlds apart from Yamcha, who remained relaxed and untroubled. Too weak. Far too weak. The opponent was as innocent as a child. Lapith's intent shifted the trajectory of his attack, striking Yamcha's back. Ha! Got you there. A confident smile crept across Lapith's face. Though Yamcha's skill surpassed his, he had still fallen victim to his cunning strategy. With a swift motion, he gathered a dozen energy spheres in his hands, revealing the prince's combat technique. Boom! Bang! An incessant barrage ensued, leaving Lapith drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. In mere seconds, he had expended all his energy reserves. Almost defeated by you. Yamcha conceded that he had been careless, nearly facing a counterattack, surprised by Lapith's hidden capabilities. Heh! With a cold chuckle, Lapith ultimately raised his hands in surrender. Judge, I concede. There was no choice. His energy was nearly depleted, and he lacked the strength even to move, his chances of victory extinguished. Surrendering like this. A child unable to defeat even a pretty boy. Ha ha ha, it's laughable. Lapith stifled his fury, calling for the judge to escort him away. He could not bear to remain there. Next time at the martial arts tournament, I will surely defeat you. This grudge is etched in my heart. The youth silently vowed. TSK, skill-crushing strength. Lazili could only exhale in defeat. Having anticipated a formidable opponent, yet the reason for loss turned out to be skill. My heavens. Now, we invite contestant Son Wukong to face off against contestant Lazili. Wukong. They are siblings. Just crush them. They are woefully inept. Upon returning to the lounge, Yamcha's first action was to express his disbelief. It was his first encounter with such poor combat skills. It was as though one possessed talent but lacked fundamental training. All right. Son Wukong strode forth confidently. Wow. Truly. I never expected to see such incompetence on the stage, really. It resembled a baby with a great sword. I could defeat him without even needing to see. Krillin felt an eerie familiarity with the boy's martial arts, as if he had trained in a similar style. Defeated. No worries. Lazili said nothing, like her brother. She too would face defeat. Exiting the lounge, she leaped lightly, swiftly arriving at the center of the arena. Oh, Son Wukong. The girl rarely displayed a smile. As if the icy peaks had melted away. The upcoming battle features last year's champion, Son Wukong, against the undefeated competitor, Lazili. The match begins. Number 18? I don't believe I have seen her before. He ponders where he might have encountered a girl with golden hair. Suddenly, a flash of realization strikes him. I remember now. Really? Lazili exclaims in surprise, astonished that after 4 years, her opponent still recalls her. How delightful. You are the weeping child from 4 years ago. Although this statement holds some truth, she feels a tinge of embarrassment at the thought that he remembers her so well. Enough with the pleasantries. Let me see how well you have honed your skills. No wonder when he saw numbers 17 and 18 during registration. He was puzzled as to how they possessed martial arts skills. It turns out it was his doing. How could he not have realized? Son Wukong thinks of Lapis, musing that while the lad learned his techniques, his execution remains lacking. It is certainly not a fault of my martial arts. That boy must simply be too lazy. Chapter 45. Lazili's disastrous defeat. All right. Lazili recognizes that this is not the time for reminiscence and immediately adopts a fighting stance, her gaze fixed intently on Son Wukong. Not daring to advance. Why does it feel like there are only vulnerabilities? Should I attack? Lazili feels beads of cold sweat forming. What's wrong? Are you not planning to come at me? Son Wukong smiles, thinking that since they are acquaintances, he might as well enjoy playing with her. Before Lazili can finish her thought, Son Wukong appears behind her in an instant, leaning close to her fair ear. Your technique seems to mirror that of your brother. Lazili's cheeks flush slightly as she instinctively recoils. The air she exhales brushes against her ear. Son Wukong, with an air of exasperation, remarks that despite drawing numerous diagrams, she hasn't learned a thing. He suddenly feels as though he is a teacher reprimanding a student. What? Lazili's pupils constrict. The disparity in their strength is overwhelmingly vast, rendering her unable to discern his movements with the naked eye. Son Wukong's tail whips through the air like a fierce tempest, and without any action on her part, she is sent flying. How am I supposed to fight? Lazili takes a few deep breaths, assessing her body, oddly noting that the force was not particularly great. Did he hold back? She swiftly adjusts her posture midair. Her shyness dissipating, her fighting spirit ignited. The intent quietly coalesces in her palm. Unexpectedly, the once crying child has blossomed into a graceful young lady. This is something Sun Wukong had never anticipated. He had merely acted out of kindness and had no idea that she had mastered martial arts. Arriving at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Fate is truly enigmatic. While Sun Wukong reflects on this, Lazuli becomes anxious. I can't see it all. No, wait. Are you truly not giving it your all? Oh dear, little Lazuli, are you attempting a sneak attack? Sun Wukong gently takes the young girl's delicate hand, effortlessly dispersing the intent she had gathered. Your purity is still insufficient. Is this level of energy merely a tickle for me? The tail gripped tightly around the girl's delicate neck, lifting her high into the air. Gasping for breath, Razuli clutched onto Sun Wukong's tail with all her might, attempting to pry it loose. Despite her efforts, she could not break free, resorting to feebly kicking her legs in desperation. With a sigh, Sun Wukong relented slightly, allowing her to breathe more easily. So weak, he remarked. To have reached this level is commendable. Do not squander your talent. In just 4 short years, she had developed a power surpassing that of Master Roshi, truly a remarkable prodigy. Yet, it was still insufficient. Krillin and Yamcha were also talented in their own right. Razuli, however, was disinterested in his words, feeling as helpless as a small insect, her struggles appearing pitiful. All she desired was victory, to triumph over Sun Wukong. Her competitive spirit burned within her like an unquenchable flame. Have you said enough? Razuli sneered, gathering energy for a Kamehameha wave. Since your technique failed to defeat me, I shall employ my own. In an instant, a flash of golden light illuminated the arena. That is my solar flare. Tianjin Fan, initially astonished by Sun Wukong's prowess, now found himself defenseless against Razuli's attack. No, I used it only once. You've stolen my technique. The Kamehameha wave engulfed Sun Wukong, crashing down upon him with tremendous force. Quite an impressive move, Sun Wukong exclaimed, genuinely delighted. The fusion of the solar flare and Kamehameha is truly astonishing. You have invigorated me. Humph. Razuli finally broke free from his grasp, huffing disdainfully. Why does the solar flare seem utterly ineffective? Conversations could only occur beneath the arena. In battle, she realized, Sun Wukong was relentless, regardless of who stood before him. Razuli extended her hand. Cut! Before she could utter another word, Sun Wukong swiftly kicked her off the stage. I'm not done playing yet. Stay with me a while longer. Razuli's garments tore apart. The once meticulously chosen attire now ruined beyond repair. Scoundrel! Razuli's heart ached at the sight. Her treasured top, a custom-made sports outfit, now in tatters. I wore it for just one day? You cad. I might be in trouble, Sun Wukong remarked, his expression unyielding and unconcerned. What is there to fear? After the match, I'll compensate you. With that, Razuli leapt into action, her eyes aflame with determination, and delivered a powerful punch to Sun Wukong's head. Die? To her surprise, Sun Wukong barely flinched. In a wild frenzy, Razuli unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face. Goodness, this is brutal, Krillin gasped, anxiously sweating for Sun Wukong. Yamcha looked on with concern, fearing that he might actually lose. Women can be quite terrifying. After 3 years of training under the guidance of Master Roshi, he had believed he would be unafraid of women. Yet, to his surprise, he still felt a tinge of trepidation. Meanwhile, Master Crane wore a satisfied expression, eager to take the place of Lazuli. Yes. Strike harder. That's right, attack here. Master Roshi lamented that his most promising disciple had grown too complacent. After such a fierce onslaught, defeat was inevitable for his pupil. I say, have you had your fun yet? He had expected Lazuli to conjure yet another miracle, but it seemed she was merely relying on brute strength. Grasping her mouth with one hand, her cherry-red lips transformed into a pout. Lazuli's eyes widened like gleaming coins, as she wildly swung her fists at Sun Wukong. Honestly, when have I ever deceived you? Really? Of course. Come find me tonight. Sun Wukong sighed. It's just a few pieces of clothing. Can't you afford them? Surely you don't believe I would steal? You promise. I promise. Upon hearing this, Lazuli smiled joyfully. Her objective achieved. It was merely clothing. She had never cared much for it. I'll come by at 8. All right. Hearing what she wanted, Lazuli flashed a sweet smile and turned to the referee, saying coldly, Hey, I surrender. Ignoring the referee's protests, she leapt back to the waiting area. After noting her surrender, the referee couldn't help but internally scoff, master of face-changing. After a fierce round of combat, the ultimate victor was none other than our champion, Son Wukong. Shall we anticipate whether he can secure the championship once more? Son Wukong raised his right hand and strode back to the waiting area. That woman is fierce. Congratulations. This was an inevitable outcome. Yamcha and Krillin were momentarily speechless, holding their heads in disbelief. Having spent time with him, they had come to understand a bit of his character. What could they do? Krillin thought that with Wukong's strength, he was even more audacious. Well, since we all made it to the top 4, shall we indulge in some barbecue tonight? I just discovered a fantastic barbecue place this morning. Yamcha raved, as if to say, if you don't go, you might regret it for a lifetime. All right, I'll bring a few people for you to meet. You know people? Since when? Krillin was taken aback. When did you meet them? I met them on the arena. Chapter 46, A Small Inferno. Oh yeah, you won. Bulma exclaimed as she rushed over with Launch, carrying a basket of fruits. Here, eat up to replenish your strength. Puar, hurry up. You really look exhausted. She glanced disdainfully at Puar. At that moment, Puar's ears drooped, and a look of dejection crossed his face as he dragged the camera, using what he claimed was the most powerful strength of his life. Yeah, Puar replied, panting heavily. What is up with this camera? It's ridiculously heavy. No mere cat could lift it. Oh, you're all here. After a period of guidance, Jackie Chan shed his disguise and transformed back into Master Roshi. Shall we go? How about barbecue today? Yamcha said, draping his arm around Master Roshi's neck, feeling an inexplicable sense of ease, as if a long unanswered question had finally been resolved today. All right. XN suffered a crushing defeat. Lapis sighed, finding it difficult to even land a hit on Yamcha. We are no worse than them. It's merely that our skills are somewhat inexperienced. Lazuli did not lose confidence. On the contrary, she brimmed with assurance. One day, she would triumph over Son Wukong. Beep. Beep. The phone in Lapis's pocket rang, revealing the location of the barbecue restaurant with a note. Come at 8. Who is it? Lapis wondered, puzzled by the new contact. That's mine. I want to get acquainted with them. They are formidable and eager to learn. Lazuli found a suitable excuse and snatched the phone back into her pocket. I don't want to. Lapis immediately flared up, suggesting he humbly learn from his rivals felt like asking for his life. At 19, Lapis valued his pride more than his life, especially since he had previously mocked Yamcha. How embarrassing would it be to seek advice now? Shall I go alone then? Lazuli said nonchalantly, as it wasn't her pride at stake. I'll go. Lapis declared, striding away decisively. TSK, such thin skin. She muttered with a scoff before hastily following him. That evening, moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a silvery glow over the capital city, where gold and silver intertwined. Walking through the bustling streets of the metropolis, Son Wukong and his companions arrived at a lavish barbecue restaurant. Is this the place you mentioned that is supposed to be delicious? It seems a bit ostentatious to me, Clin remarked disdainfully. Having frequented many such establishments, but finding few that truly satisfied his palate. Ah, this is different. Now let us hurry inside. The group entered the reserved private room and summoned a waiter. Bring us the entire menu, 5 times over, Bulma instructed with familiarity. By the way, who did Goku invite? I know. It must be that beautiful girl from the arena. Clin pondered and finally uncovered the flaw, smirking with amusement. Oh, really? Is that true? Bulma maintained a neutral expression. Given Goku's fierce demeanor, she found it hard to believe. We're almost there. After sending the message, Son Wukong remained silent, quietly seated. Is it true? Lan Shi gently tugged at Son Wukong's sleeve, inquiring softly. Son Wukong paused for a few seconds before answering. Yes, I met her years ago. I didn't expect her martial arts talent to be so exceptional. Wow. Clin was right. Bulma clenched her fists, her palms slightly reddening, her face devoid of any emotion. Merely a rigid mask. Is it true? Is it? The sharp nails pierced deeply into Son Wukong's flesh, leaving him unscathed. It had been a long time since Bulma had transformed into her sharp-toothed form, resembling a monster turned human, and now she finally reverted to her original self. Feed me. You scoundrel, she exclaimed, wildly clawing at him, leaving a series of white marks on Son Wukong's skin, clearly with considerable force. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, chuckling heartily. They were truly in awe of Son Wukong's composure as he calmly sipped his juice. I have already explained, Son Wukong replied, utterly unruffled and without a hint of guilt. The door to the private room creaked open, revealing a man and a woman. The man donned black attire, exuding an air of arrogance, while the woman, with her golden locks and elegant black gown, possessed an icy demeanor that accentuated her noble beauty, resembling a rare flower atop a frozen peak. "Greetings, I am Leslie." She introduced herself, striding directly towards Son Wukong's seat. "Make way." Leslie unceremoniously usurped Lan Shi's spot, who, with her innocent disposition, willingly relinquished her seat. "Is it because he commanded you to step aside that you complied? How pitiful." Bulma couldn't help but scoff. Meanwhile, Lapith's expression remained impassive as he hastily took a seat in a less crowded area, his body subtly trembling. Not only was he embarrassed for himself, but he also felt the weight of embarrassment for his sister, inwardly pleading, "Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me." How absurd. Bulma rolled her eyes. What kind of woman dared to vie for her man? "What do you mean by that?" Leslie retorted as she settled down, her previously anxious heart ignited by Bulma's words. "You think you're worthy of competing with me for a man?" Bulma boldly admitted without a shred of shame. Wow. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha exchanged knowing glances, their eyes ablaze with curiosity, as if a never-ending fire had been kindled within them. "Wukong, this lad is quite the fortunate one." At that moment, Lapith's trembling ceased, and his heart relaxed. "Oh my, sister, I feel your embarrassment," he thought. What should he do now that their romance was laid bare before everyone? "I didn't." Leslie's cheeks flushed crimson, her stammered denials growing fainter. She averted her gaze from Son Wukong, shyly turning her head away. "Her skin is so thin," Bulma privately remarked, wondering where Leslie's prior bravado had vanished to. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the waiter entered with a cart laden with barbecued delicacies, the aroma wafting enticingly into the air. "Enjoy your meal," the waiter announced. His arrival was like a splash of cold water, dousing the previously tense atmosphere, leaving behind only wisps of smoke. At that moment, Leslie kept her head down. Too embarrassed to look up, her face still aglow. "How shameful. I cannot bear to stay here." Lan Shi blinked her large eyes, seemingly indifferent to the situation, and even eagerly grasped the roasted lamb skewers, pointing at Son Wukong's mouth. "This is delicious." "Ah, Autumn." The cumin powder from the lamb fell onto her nose, causing it to itch. As Son Wukong received the skewer, his body stiffened. "Oh dear, so many little sisters." The golden-haired Lan Shi leaned close to Son Wukong's ear, a sinister smile creeping across her face. "Don't you agree, Wukong?" He shook his head, denying it. Lan Shi furrowed her brows, her menace intensifying as her sharp tiger teeth became visible. "Since the gun is ineffective against you, I shall resort to my teeth." Chapter 47. The intensity of war. The glint of her tiger teeth flashed coldly as her eyes fixated fiercely on Son Wukong's neck. "Ah, yum." Her sharp teeth, infused with a lethal aura, clamped down on his neck. "Ah, are you a dog?" This time, it was Bulma and Lotzi Li who were taken aback. Why does this feel so ambiguous? Saliva dripped from Son Wukong's neck, and no matter how fiercely she bit, she failed to inflict any harm upon him. From a distance, it resembled a beautiful woman with a child, a small horse pulling a large cart. "Hey, hurry, let go." Bulma and Lotzi Li simultaneously spoke up, each grasping one of Lan Shi's arms. "Release her." With their combined strength, Lan Shi and Son Wukong were instantaneously separated. "Hey, what are you doing? A bunch of pedophiles." Lan Shi exclaimed, utterly exasperated. "What did you say?" Bulma tugged at Lan Shi's collar. "You're the one." Lotzi Li, undeterred, decided to go all out. Thinking she had already lost face, so why fear losing more? "Doing such things openly, you are a shameless hussy." "What, you filthy girl? Say that again if you dare." "Am I not right? Filthy hussy. Damn you." Lan Shi's fury ignited instantly. She pulled out a submachine gun from her pocket and aimed it at Lotzi Li's forehead, threateningly stating, "Say that again if you have the guts." Krillin stepped back, casting a discreet glance at Son Wukong. "Hurry and stop this. Don't play dead." Son Wukong, having devoured dozens of skewers of roasted lamb, remained silent, deliberately diminishing his presence. "Absolutely not. Once you get involved, you won't stray far from picking sides. Though the situation isn't much better now." "Oh dear. Don't be angry. It's not good to act this way." Bulma hurriedly intervened. "This can't happen." "Heh, hussy. Whoever's angry is definitely one." Lotzi Li was unafraid, dismissing the toy weapon entirely. "Don't say that. Let's calm down for a moment." Bulma was sweating profusely. "Lan Shi, please don't shoot at the slightest disagreement." "Lotzi Li, don't retaliate." Her eyes darted around, silently urging Son Wukong to stop eating and step forward. "All right, let us eat first." Son Wukong rose appropriately, even though Lan Shi would not draw her weapon, nor would lazily resort to violence. A stepping stone was necessary at this moment. Do not be angry. Sun Wukong gently positioned the two women on either side of him, soothing their tempers with kind words until they finally calmed down. Humph. As long as she doesn't come after me, that will suffice. Lazili huffed, taking a bite of the lamb skewers handed to her and savoring the flavor. Delicious. This suits my palate. Lan Shi remained silent, finishing her skewer in one breath, her eyes still dark with discontent. Not too bad, Bulma chuckled, patting her chest in relief. That was a close call. They are like balloons, just a poke and they pop. Suddenly gripping Sun Wukong's tail tightly, she scolded. Why didn't you come over sooner to stop this? I was eating just now, Sun Wukong replied innocently, his mouth full of roasted meat, swallowing hastily. I think you did it on purpose. All right, let us all eat, Yamcha interjected, eager to avoid a repeat of the earlier scene. Indeed. The turtle hermit wiped the sweat from his brow. At my age, I shouldn't have to worry so much. Lazili cast a glance before burying herself in her food, indifferent to the turmoil around her. Your sister is being bullied. Want you come to support me? Lazili, in a fit of anger, snatched away the roasted meat Sun Wukong was enjoying and devoured it. Ah, Lan Shi, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Lazili. How bizarre. Sun Wukong watched helplessly as Lazili finished her meal, then offered her a napkin to wipe her lips stained with chili powder. Stop it right there. Bulma appeared beside them in an instant, veins bulging, and struck Crabhead with a fierce blow. Bang! Crabhead's head smoked as he collapsed onto the table. After the quarrel between Lazili and Lan Shi, surprisingly, there were no further disputes for several hours. A cause for celebration. Bulma instinctively distanced herself from Sun Wukong, feeling the danger posed by the two women. She dared not come any closer. Krillin and Yamcha shared the same sentiment. Goodbye, remember to stay in touch often. Lazili sweetly bid farewell, taking her brother with her. Phew, the troublesome ones have finally left. Bulma sighed in relief, leaving only the golden-haired Lan Shi behind. What could be done to transform her back into the blue-haired version? What's wrong? Golden-haired Lan Shi asked, puzzled by his sudden proximity. Fearing her temper might lead to unforeseen actions, Sun Wukong reached out and pinched Lan Shi's nose. Lan Shi tilted her head, confused. Achoo! Her nose suddenly itched, triggering an involuntary sneeze. In an instant, the golden-haired Lan Shi transformed back into her blue-haired counterpart. What was that? So it was this. Lan Shi playfully tossed her hair, smiling sweetly as she lifted Sun Wukong and began to walk back. As Bulma fell, dust rose from the ground. Was it truly that simple? It seems I must delve into the study of some sneeze-inducing machines. The hour struck 8 in the morning, and the long-anticipated finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament had finally arrived. The competition had reached its most fervent phase. Let us see who shall emerge victorious. We invite the disciple of Master Shun, Tien Shinhan, and the disciple of Master Roshi, Yamcha. What a remarkable turn of events. The majority of the top 8 contestants are indeed disciples of Master Shun and Master Roshi. Astonishing. With effortless ease, I will make you roll your eyes. Yamcha chuckled confidently, eager to demonstrate how he would vanquish Tien Shinhan. Humph, the true showdown begins now. Although Yamcha possesses commendable strength, Tien Shinhan surpasses him in both power and battle experience. New Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha bellowed, unleashing a flurry of hundreds of fist shadows that surged violently toward Tien Shinhan's face. Relying on his 3 eyes, Tien Shinhan evaded and swiftly retreated several paces. This is troublesome. Yamcha's speed is nearly on par with his own. Dodo Wave. Tien Shinhan swiftly pointed, and several key blasts appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Merely a trivial technique. Yamcha somersaulted gracefully, evading the Dodo Wave, and with a sudden kick, he appeared before Tien Shinhan in an instant. Prepare to receive my attack. In that moment, a torrent of hundreds of fist winds bombarded Tien Shinhan, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, his back arching under the pressure. For demon fists. Utilizing his 3 eyes, Tien Shinhan seized Yamcha's hands with both of his own. What? Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by this unexpected technique that granted Tien Shinhan an additional pair of hands. What sorcery is this? A reversal of fate has occurred. The referee's voice rang out with excitement. This is dire. If he cannot break free, defeat is inevitable. The disguised Master Roshi grasped the railing tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Dodo Wave. Tien Shinhan aimed for a swift resolution, unleashing a barrage of dodo waves with his remaining hands. Haha. Yamcha suddenly burst into laughter, bringing his feet together. I have expended all my energy. This is quite a challenge. Chapter 48. Goku battles Krillin. A flash of blue light erupted as the Kamehameha wave struck Tien Shinhan's head. Ever since the previous tournament when Goku used the Kamehameha at my feet, I have diligently studied it, and at last, after a year, I have mastered it. Yamcha smiled with pride, thinking, did you expect I had this technique? So what if you have 4 hands? Haha. Tien Shinhan panted, having grown too complacent. Dogo, use your psychic abilities. Master Shun, sensing the precarious situation, immediately commanded Dogo. Yes. Dogo's arm flashed with blue light, yet Yamcha remained standing, unaffected. What is happening? Dogo, you are too far from the ring to reach. This is infuriating. Hurry up. Master Shin urgently rushed with Dogo toward the front row of the audience. Haha, it seems you are about to lose. Yamcha once again concentrated the Kamehameha energy in his hands. Is that so? Tianjin Fan suddenly grasped Yamcha's hands once more, interrupting the Kamehameha. What? You can still move. It's your own carelessness. Solar Flare. Kamehameha. Tianjin Fan, disregarding everything else, unleashed his most potent technique. A brilliant light radiated as the hands behind him formed a triangle. This is bad. That's a Kamehameha. It's several times more powerful than before. He had hoped that Yamcha's training over the past 3 years would yield some change. But it seemed his careless nature remained unchanged. Master Roshi covered his forehead, exclaiming, that fool. A blinding flash occurred, and Yamcha was struck by the Kamehameha, instantly propelled away, landing 100 meters from the ring, spewing black smoke. Panting, Tianjin Fan felt relieved that this fool had been careless. Otherwise, it would have been a considerable waste of time. However, his energy was dwindling. As the referee counted down, Yamcha rose once again. Yamcha is back on his feet. Haha. Yamcha, dragging his weary body, had expended all his energy yet managed to withstand the Kamehameha. What? You can still stand. Are you an indestructible cockroach? Yamcha threw a punch, aiming fiercely at Tianjin Fan's head, but Tianjin Fan barely dodged and retaliated with a side kick. Yamcha evaded the kick as well, and, using all his strength, tightly seized Tianjin Fan's body. Fall down. The indomitable will drove Yamcha as he bit down fiercely on Tianjin Fan's neck. Ah, are you a dog or something? Tianjin Fan, in pain, unleashed a Dodon Ray. It seemed he was about to lose. Regrettably, Son Wukong noted that the two were evenly matched, yet due to Yamcha's carelessness, he would lose this battle. Boom. With the impact of the Dodon Ray, Yamcha finally succumbed. As the referee's voice echoed, Tianjin Fan emerged victorious. What a pity. Krillin shook his head. Krillin versus Son Goku. Krillin adjusted his martial arts uniform, his gaze resolute. Do not hold back. All right. Both competitors took their places. Yamcha sighed, reflecting on his carelessness. Was it his nature, perhaps something he never intended to change? Haha. I still have a long way to go in my training. Nanny, what is this? The Pilaf gang knelt in terror, huddled together. A rice cooker erupted in a plume of green smoke, gradually forming a figure with green skin. Haha, I am finally free. Demon King Piccolo laughed maniacally, proclaiming his long-awaited release. He aimed to conquer the world, to annihilate humanity. He intended to destroy everything that those who sealed him sought to protect. Hurry. Set up the camera. A dejected Puer adjusted the camera towards the ring, capturing the moment of Yamcha's defeat. The perspective shifted to Krillin and Goku. The match commenced. In an instant, both competitors vanished from their original positions, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Bang! Like the clash of steel, the fists of both combatants collided with resounding force. Quite impressive. It was rare for Son Wukong to offer praise. He chuckled. Today is unlike any other. With a surge of power, he launched a fierce counterattack, sending a shockwave of strength through the air. Krillin's pupils constricted, his brow glistening with sweat as it trickled down his chest. What are you dazed for? Son Wukong's figure vanished once again, reappearing in the blink of an eye to Krillin's left. Wow. Krillin's face flattened as he was sent flying by a single punch. In that moment, his body resembled a bouncing ball, rebounding several times on the arena, dusting his martial arts uniform with debris from the stone floor. As Krillin adjusted his stance and raised his head, he was startled to see a foot looming larger before him. Bang! Krillin was once again kicked several dozen meters away. How swift! The speed of the strikes was nearly imperceptible. Even the positions were elusive. This time, Son Wukong unleashed his full power, yet remained unhurried to determine a victor. Krillin utilized the momentum to leap into the air, buying himself precious moments to react. Where is he? Where? Krillin scanned left and right. Son Wukong's form flickering like a phantom, now to his left, now hundreds of meters away in the arena. What difference is there between this and a ghost? In truth, Son Wukong's speed was so extraordinary that it eluded the naked eye. Are you ready? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, Son Wukong had been hundreds of meters away, and in the blink of an eye, he mysteriously floated beside him. As he turned, a golden energy wave surged forth. The free-flowing wave, a technique invented by Son Wukong 3 years prior. Boom! Dust erupted from the arena as Krillin was once again knocked to the ground. How fast? Tien Shinhan gritted his teeth. The speed was overwhelming, barely perceptible to his human eyes. Can I truly win? It seems impossible. Of course you can. Master Roshi's unwavering voice resonated in Tien's ears, his faith in Tien unshakable. After all, his disciple is a genius. Ha! Krillin struggled to rise. His left cheek and hand struck by the energy wave. Blood trickled from his face down his arm, dripping onto the stone floor with a soft patter. He hadn't even unleashed a technique and was already devoid of any power to retaliate. It's over, Krillin. Son Wukong's silhouette materialized slowly. The Kamehameha wave poised in his hands. Krillin was flung from the arena, ultimately losing consciousness. Congratulations to competitor Son Wukong for his victory. Will he secure the championship once more? We shall witness. This is nothing short of a one-sided domination. Son Wukong's prowess is simply unparalleled. Should he be disqualified? I think so too. Other longtime fans voiced their opinions, as each of Son Wukong's matches were nearly impossible to follow, only discernible frame by frame through a camera. It is truly a challenge. As the referee's voice resonated throughout the arena, a dazed Krillin collapsed, only to be caught by Son Wukong, who carried him back to the resting area. From his waist, he retrieved 2 magical beans and tossed them to Yamcha and Krillin, instructing them to bite down on the beans. Thank you, what is this? It's astonishing. Yamcha exclaimed as his wounds vanished, the pain dissipating entirely, leaving him in a state of relief. Chapter 49, The Ultimate Champion Emerges. A place all martial artists yearn for, Karin Tower, is home to a sage revered as the god of martial arts. Is it truly that impressive? Yamcha pondered, secretly resolving that after the martial arts tournament, he too would ascend Karin Tower. Where is it? Where is it? Having consumed the magical beans, Krillin awoke from his faint and instantly leaped to his feet. So you've become this strong because you visited the tower of the god of martial arts. Krillin exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. If he too could go, could he become as powerful as Wukong? Almost, Wukong replied. I've made up my mind. I'm going. Krillin shouted. So am I, echoed Yamcha. Let us go. Now, please welcome contestant Son Wukong to battle against contestant Tien Shinhan. The referee's voice surged with excitement as the moment of the final showdown arrived. Son Wukong leaped from the resting area, standing tall in the center of the arena. Tien Shinhan, though aware of his slim chances, did not falter in spirit. It's not certain I'll lose, but if I lose my momentum, then I will surely be defeated. The magical beans could heal injuries. Tien Shinhan took the beans, curiosity piqued, yet consumed them without fear of poisoning. If one must resort to treachery to achieve victory, then their path is destined to be short-lived. Aren't you afraid I might poison you? What is there to fear? If you resort to poison, then you are no better than a coward. Tien Shinhan declared arrogantly. The pain that had previously ached in his body dissipated as a surge of energy enveloped him, restoring his injuries and gradually enhancing his strength. What a truly remarkable treasure. Tien Shinhan marveled, astonished that such wonders existed in the world. The match begins. With the referee's call, Son Wukong vanished from Tien Shinhan's sight in an instant. Though your injuries have healed, you are still no match for me. As he revealed himself, Tien Shinhan was sent hurtling through the air, rolling across the ground multiple times, his leg muscles straining as he soared dozens of meters high. I couldn't see him. Tien Shinhan's pupils contracted, veins bulging across his body. With his third eye open, he could hardly comprehend what was happening. Prepare to fall. Son Wukong unleashed his full power, gathering the Kamehameha wave for a thunderous explosion. A blue beam of light cascaded from the cosmos, unleashing a cataclysmic force upon the earth. Kamehameha wave. Utilizing the inertia from the instant transmission and the Kamehameha, Tien Shinhan narrowly evaded by a hair's breadth. Dumpling. Hurry. Tien Shinhan is about to lose. To the astonishment of Master Roshi, he had not anticipated that the turtle's disciple would be so formidable, surpassing his own master by 100-fold. Indeed, the flustered Chaozi replied, utterly unable to pinpoint Sun Wukong's location. He was simply too swift. A flash of blue light signaled the activation of superpowers. After unleashing the Kamehameha wave, Sun Wukong experienced a sharp pang in his belly. With a surge of energy, Chaozi's abilities evaporated instantaneously, proving ineffective. The nearly invisible energy sphere departed from Sun Wukong's form. In the blink of an eye, Master Roshi's body was pierced, collapsing into the audience seats. What is happening? His consciousness began to fade as blood flowed from his chest, falling onto the spectators. Master! Chaozi cried out in alarm. At that moment, Tianjin Fan was still lost in the shock of earlier events, completely oblivious to Sun Wukong's subtle maneuvers. All right, it's time to descend, Sun Wukong declared. Having enjoyed his time on the stage sufficiently, this personal showcase must come to an end. What do you mean? Before Tianjin Fan could finish his sentence, his consciousness blurred. Darkness enveloped him, and he plummeted from the air. Sun Wukong emerged victorious once more, claiming the championship. Sun Wukong is the greatest under heaven. The golden-haired referee piloting the flying vehicle grasped the microphone tightly, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Sun Wukong slowly descended, raising his right hand. Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! The audience erupted in fervent cheers. This was sheer domination. Honestly, he defeated his opponent in just a few moves. Bulma remarked as she pressed the shutter and set down her camera, exasperated. Incredible! Lan Chi shouted excitedly. So amazing! Wukong! She covered her ears, slowly distancing herself from Lan Chi, fearing her eardrums might burst. Goodness! Amidst the fervent roars of the audience, Krillin and Yamcha entered the loser's bracket. Ultimately, Yamcha's prowess edged out, leaving Krillin to secure 4th place in the martial arts tournament, missing out on the Super Soldier title and settling for a modest monetary prize. Standing atop the podium, Sun Wukong's smile was captured in a fleeting camera flash, immortalized in that moment forever. What a pity, I couldn't reach the top 3, Krillin sighed, feeling a twinge of regret over his 4th place finish. Here you go, Sun Wukong tossed the Super Soldier to Krillin, entirely unconcerned. For me. What about you? That could enhance your physique. Krillin gasped in disbelief, taken aback by Wukong's generosity. It's fine, I've used it already, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. Since absorbing the water of the gods, the Super Soldier was of no further use to him. Is that so? Krillin placed the Super Soldier into his pocket, astonished as he realized, wait, how did you acquire it? I took it. You just need to insert it directly, be sure to use it soon. Sun Wukong said, departing with his bank card, leaving a stunned Krillin in his wake. You managed to get the Super Soldier as well? You're truly remarkable. You mentioned the Dragon Balls are over here? Indeed. I shan't deceive you, the illustrious Lord Piccolo. The Pilaf gang sits upright, bowing in deference. As if you would dare. Lord Piccolo stormed into the laboratory and seized the Dragon Balls. He summoned the Eternal Dragon from miles away. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and daylight was eclipsed by night. Has Lord Piccolo finally acquired the Dragon Balls? How intriguing. Son Goku indulged himself in the fruits offered by Bulma. Hurry and regain your youth. Then split from Piccolo. I am eager to train with the Supreme Kai. This diminutive body is finally set to grow. He has long been dissatisfied with charming women in a child's form. Transforming back into youthful Lord Piccolo, he unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating the Eternal Dragon. Henceforth, the world shall be devoid of the Eternal Dragon. Lord Piccolo, radiating fury, proclaimed his resurgence in this realm. The Pilaf gang was left speechless, utterly perplexed. What madness is this? Why destroy the Eternal Dragon? Has it impeded you? Foolishness. On another front, calamity struck. Master Roshi, drenched in cold sweat, realized that Lord Piccolo had broken free from his seal. Veins bulged on his left leg, and the stone bricks beneath him shattered as he leapt hundreds of meters into the air. In a flash, Master Roshi stood beside Son Goku. Lord Piccolo has resurrected. He is a truly terrifying monster. Master Roshi gathered Krillin, Tien, and the others, trembling as he recounted the might of Lord Piccolo and the tales of Master Mateto. Please leave a comment. I seek a 5-star review. Chapter 50. Demon Sealing Wave Prey, impart your Demon Sealing Wave to me. What did you say? Impossible. That technique is exceedingly perilous. Master Roshi's veins throbbed, his complexion flushed. Can such a thing be used recklessly? What do you consider life to be? I merely wish to study it. Study is out of the question. It is far too dangerous. I am not like you. When you grow older, I shall teach you. For now, you are still too young. Your resolve too feeble. I fear you may conjure some monstrous aberration. Do I not know your character? Son Goku, do not treat me as a child to be deceived. Of course not. Am I a man of broken promises? Master Roshi immediately retorted, for he has always prided himself on his integrity. In his youth, he was renowned for his uprightness and selflessness, though he may have become a tad lecherous with age. After all, a flaw does not overshadow the gem. Master Roshi mused inwardly. It is indeed perilous. Bulma's heart was heavy with worry. She did not wish for Son Goku to risk his life in a quest to save the world. What if he were to perish? What does the world matter to Son Goku? He shall live as he sees fit. Krillin and Launch shared her concern. After all, this was an entity even Master Mateto could not defeat, only seal away. Merely an old specter from a bygone era. How dare he engage in discourse with me? Sun Wukong scoffed, emanating a formidable aura, his presence as imposing as that of a martial deity. The winds howled violently, reminiscent of a living god of war. Wukong! Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. In the face of such overwhelming power, even the formidable King Piccolo seemed insignificant, did he not? Old man, witness how I shall sever the head of King Piccolo. With that declaration, Sun Wukong leaped thousands of meters into the air, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Wukong, you must return alive. Lan Chi's heart brimmed with concern. What? Wait, Wukong! Master Roshi shouted in anger. To act recklessly before discerning the opponent's strength could lead to dire consequences. Fear not. He is indeed the strongest in the world, Bulma offered in reassurance. That reckless young fool. Master Roshi fumed, stomping his feet. King Piccolo was a perpetual shadow over him, influencing his assessment of strength. Perhaps Sun Wukong truly could prevail, for he was indeed mightier than the martial arts champions of old. Meanwhile, within 3 minutes, Sun Wukong arrived at the site of King Piccolo's spawning. The green-skinned figure, adorned with 2 small horns, unmistakably alien in form, was the rejuvenated King Piccolo, about to deliver his first offspring. Weakling! What? King Piccolo gasped in shock at this overwhelming power. Such peril loomed. He had not anticipated that the current masters of martial arts could surpass the strength of the one who had sealed him away by dozens of times. With a slight bite, he cracked open the egg, its fluid flowing back into his body. You are far too feeble to threaten me. To be wild when needed, proud when warranted, humble in moderation, and cautious as the situation demands. This was the second life creed of Sun Wukong. How boastful. Sun Wukong's finger twitched slightly, a smirk gracing his face. With a swift motion, a line of blood appeared on King Piccolo's arm, which fell to the ground a second later. Who are you? King Piccolo cried out in agony, clutching his severed arm. This power, it's impossible. Impossible. His grotesque visage resembled that of a dying demon, his struggles appearing utterly repulsive. Sun Wukong remained expressionless, his finger twitching once more. No. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill it. Just spare me. Sun Wukong's body suddenly froze, standing dazed in place. Indeed, as long as you do not kill me, I will grant you anything you wish. Hope flickered in King Piccolo's eyes, grateful for this selfishness. You are unworthy. By the way, you truly are weak, like a mere ant, easily crushed with a light touch. Would you not agree? King Piccolo's countenance turned ashen, as if plunged into an icy abyss. The mocking voice of Sun Wukong, akin to the whispers of malevolent spirits, sent the fear of King Piccolo soaring to its zenith. With a mere flick of a finger, it was Piccolo's legs that moved, causing him to plummet to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the grass crimson. Farewell, someone has offered a higher price, a callous voice echoed in Piccolo's ears, rendering his fate a predetermined death sentence. His green form, reminiscent of a watermelon vine, was severed by Sun Wukong's strike. I shall claim your head, Sun Wukong declared, departing like a bolt of lightning. A few hundred meters away, a mountain peak swayed under the force of a fierce wind, causing the trees to bend and twist. The corpse of King Piccolo was swept away by the gusts, while loose soil, seemingly recently excavated, was also carried off, leaving a patch of white ground. My child, do not seek revenge, He is far too powerful. Pursue your own desires, be it as a hero or a villain. My hopes. I am now anxious about Wukong's fate. Master Roshi paced back and forth, his impatience palpable. Indeed, Launch, nibbling on an ice pop, failed to notice the melting drops staining her attire. Have faith in him. Bulma, trembling slightly, retrieved the dragon radar from her old universal capsule. Why isn't the Dragon Ball showing? What has happened? Are you alright, Bulma? Krillin offered her a tissue. I'm fine. Yamcha's gaze was fixated on the sky, his unease intensifying. We should stand united. We cannot fight alone. He uttered these words, tinged with pride. Yes, yes. We cannot allow Wukong to face this alone. Puar shouted beside them. Whatever challenges arise, we shall overcome together. Do not worry. After all, I am the strongest. Son Wukong stood mysteriously behind Master Roshi, holding the severed head aloft. Ah, you scoundrel. You nearly frightened me to death with that head. Master Roshi turned in surprise, only to be met with shock. The gaze of King Piccolo was indeed terrifying. Haha, I knew you could do it. Yamcha exclaimed, excitedly clasping Son Wukong's shoulder. This is wonderful. We have successfully saved the world. Bulma shouted with enthusiasm. Hey, it was me, right? Haha, of course it was us. Son Wukong smiled, holding Bulma's fair hand. Indeed, with smiles returning to their faces, they celebrated their triumph in saving the world. In the capital, they roamed freely, vowing to consume everything in sight. Don't snatch. Just grab it. Just grab it. Ah, you. Wukong, eat this, it's delicious. What? I asked you what it is. Ah, protect the food. There's saliva on the vegetables. A group of little ones lay sprawled on the ground, having devoured all the food, leaving 5 individuals behind. Please give us a 5-star review. Please give us a 5-star review. Pictures of Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, and others were requested. Chapter 51. The Celestial Being Ah? More training ahead. Bulma lamented, expressing her exasperation, wondering how she could endure such a situation now and in the future. Rest assured, these last 3 years are crucial, declared Son Wukong with utmost seriousness. Alright then, goodbye Wukong. Do remember to visit often, waved Lan Chi. Certainly, certainly. Wukong's words echoed familiar to Bulma, stirring her curiosity. Navigating through bustling streets and throngs of people, they arrived. Said Lazili, steadfast with her brother in tow. Lazili implored to train alongside him, and Son Wukong acquiesced. Greetings. Mr. Wukong, I humbly seek your guidance, said Lapis with respect, initially filled with defiance. Lapis's perception shifted upon realizing that the martial arts he learned were the original creation of Son Wukong. His gratitude towards Wukong was boundless. Let us depart. Wukong nodded slightly, indifferent. They soared across oceans, forests, and deserts, finally reaching Karen Tower. Old friend, it has been quite some time. Greeted the wise Karen with a complex expression. Indeed, it seems heroes emerge young, he added. Perhaps, in hindsight, doing nothing at that time was indeed the right choice. Wukong, you have saved the world. Son Wukong merely nodded, devoid of emotion. It was merely a matter of convenience. The celestial being has summoned me. Upon arriving, he inquired, who are these two? Without hesitation, he entrusted the siblings to Karen. Wukong. Lazili clenched her teeth, bewildered. What do you mean? You promised me and then handed us off to someone else? Cat. Her trust shattered. She declared, I shall never believe you again. Behave. I will come to retrieve you in a few months. Wukong attempted to pat her head, but found it out of reach, opting instead to fly upwards. Humph. Lazili puffed her cheeks, skeptical. I assure you. The youth, earnest, retrieved clothing from the multifunctional capsule. See, I have already accomplished it. Very well, you must visit me often. Yes, certainly. Karen's beard twitched. How disgusting. Is this the human mating season? Lapis turned, whistling nonchalantly. Not my concern. Not my concern. Bidding farewell to Lazili, he employed the flight technique, arriving in mere seconds at the abode of the celestial being. With green skin and a visage akin to that of Demon King Piccolo, the celestial being stood before him. You have arrived, he stated. Indeed, you bear an uncanny resemblance to the Demon King, Wukong remarked. You are correct. Piccolo is my transgression. The celestial being confessed without reservation. Gazing at Son Wukong with a complex expression, he reflected on how a seemingly trivial decision had ultimately become pivotal in saving the world. A warrior of both righteousness and malevolence. You are indeed a paradox. Wukong, You have yet to fulfill the conditions I set forth. What do you mean? Although Son Wukong was aware of the truth, he feigned ignorance. Piccolo is still alive. Oh, but I personally killed him. How can you say he lives? The celestial being offered no explanation, merely turning away. I hope you encounter someone identical to me. If he bears grave sins, you must eliminate him. A glimmer of hope resided within the celestial's heart. I have fulfilled my promise. Henceforth, Bobo, you shall be his sparring partner. The celestial pledged 2 tasks, to restore the Dragon Balls and to find a master to teach him martial arts. Yes, my lord. The figure clad in black observed Son Wukong quietly. I am Bobo, the celestial's attendant. With a sudden, forceful punch, Son Wukong struck like a tempest. Not bad. Bobo deftly sidestepped, reappearing behind Son Wukong in an instant. Silently attacking without a word, such a lack of martial virtue. What do you need that for? Bobo remained speechless, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, what is the purpose of that? Your martial skills are solid, but they lack something essential. What is that? Son Wukong inquired, puzzled. It is the fusion of heart and technique. Although your skills are commendable, your heart is insufficient. You must be as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning. Your heart and body are misaligned, always a beat behind. Bobo shook his head. Again, Son Wukong charged once more. What is that? Bulma retrieved a potion from her bag. This is the Super Soldier Serum, a gift for you. This fellow truly. Gifts should be presented openly. Who does so clandestinely? How ridiculous. Bulma smiled sweetly. Just then, Launch opened the door and spotted a vial of Super Soldier resting on the table. Your gift, Wukong. Wow, a gift for me. Launch exclaimed joyfully, taking the potion and kissing it. Utterly delighted. Sister, how did this end up in your bag? Lapis asked, bewildered, as the potion was vigorously shaken. Hey, don't shake it, you fool. Lazuli's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, reverberating through the air. Oh really? Lapis jumped in surprise. What was that for? Humph. Lazuli wiped away her sweat, casting a fierce glare before turning back to her training. She was determined to seize the super sacred water. Haha. Son Wukong panted heavily, drenched in sweat. In stark contrast, Mr. Bobo stood still, showing no signs of exertion, illustrating just how effortlessly he handled Son Wukong. Not enough. Your techniques lack purity. Continue. Son Wukong rushed at him again. 6 months later, Krillin, Tin Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, their eyes resolute, clutched the pillar tightly, preparing to ascend. Under the guidance of Master Roshi, Tianjin Fan departed from the martial arts school. After half a year of companionship with Krillin, Yamcha, and others, a moment of surprise occurred. With a sudden thrust, Bobo was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing against a tree, which subsequently toppled. You have graduated. Bobo exclaimed, astonished. Has it truly only been 6 months? His battle with Son Wukong felt like an eternity, stretching on indefinitely. Unexpectedly, upon counting the days, he realized it had indeed been just half a year. Your progress astonishes me, and your future fills me with anticipation. Bobo spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Thank you. You are quite remarkable as well. Perhaps due to the genuineness of Bobo's words, Son Wukong displayed a rare politeness. I can no longer guide you. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone, and it is essential that you walk it yourself. He emphasized this crucial point 3 times. Haha, understood. Thank you, Mr. Bobo, Son Wukong replied. It is my duty, Bobo stated, shaking his head. This was a task entrusted to him by the deities, a responsibility he bore with honor. Son Wukong prepared to launch the universal capsule. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a colossal machine was revealed. The gravity room. This machine, completed long ago by Bulma, had remained dormant in the warehouse until now, finally coming into action. Chapter 52. Transformation time flew by, and before long, autumn and winter had quietly passed. Gurgling sounds echoed as Lazuli wiped the water from her mouth and carelessly discarded the bottle containing the super holy water onto the ground with a clang. Oh no, please, don't. Master Karen lamented, his face etched with sorrow. The young girl was such a spendthrift. What is the worry? It one tea break, Lazuli retorted, attentively feeling her body. Why haven't I improved? She wondered aloud. Because the super holy water is merely ordinary water. There is no enhancement to speak of. Master Karen revealed the truth. Are you deceiving me? Lazuli frowned, her anger igniting. Am I being made a fool of? I never said that. It was your little boyfriend. Son Wukong, who mentioned it. It's not my concern. Master Karen waved his hands in denial. Don't blame me. It was Sun Wukong who told you. If you have grievances, direct them towards him. Didn't you tell Tianjin Fan and the others that the super holy water enhances strength? I didn't hear that from Sun Wukong. He clearly instructed me to train here. Ah, well, acquiring the super holy water is a form of training as well. Your heart is simply not yet adequate. Master Karen shook his head, lightly tapping Lazuli with a wooden stick. If you cannot even control your heart, your training is still far from sufficient. Though Sun Wukong's thoughts were not entirely pure, his character was undeniably exceptional. Go ahead. There is nothing more I can teach you here. Your heart will be guided by Mr. Bobo. Master Karen turned to instruct the others. Understood, Lazuli replied. Leaping onto the rooftop, she gazed upwards, where clouds obscured the sky, hiding the divine palace. With a gentle leap, she soared into the air, utilizing her aerial techniques to ascend to hundreds of meters above. Klin, Tianjin Fan, Dumplings, Yamucha, and Lapis, the expression of a jester. Do you imply that my efforts over these days have been in vain? The crowd is left in silent despair. Had it not been for Lazuli, they would still be in the dark. What kind of gaze is this? Ascending Corinta and competing with me for the sacred water. These are all exercises that amplify your strength. You little ones are truly ambitious. Both power and heart require cultivation. The immortal Karen left a message, biting down hard on a piece of dried fish. The group of Tianjin Fan exchanged glances, eventually approaching the immortal Karen. Thank you for your unreserved guidance. It is merely my duty. Although she claims this, a slight smile graces the corners of Karen's mouth, clearly in good spirits. Return to your training. Do not stray. Lazuli traversed the vast clouds, a grand structure coming into view. Is Wukong here? Lazuli soared upward in an instant, standing before the abode of the celestial deity. A large machine? Does the deity also utilize such devices? Greetings. Mr. Bobo offered a salutation. Hello, this must be the palace of the celestial deity, right? Lazuli elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, exuding confidence. Indeed, may I ask who you are? Bobo inquired with curiosity. This is proof. Lazuli produced a bell from her pocket and tossed it to Bobo. Oh, however, to meet the celestial deity, you must pass my test. Lazuli immediately retorted. I have no desire to meet any celestial deity. I wish to see Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, a little boy with a tail. Bobo promptly faltered. If you do not meet the celestial deity, what need have you for the bell? In that machine, I have been guiding him for the past 6 months. Though it is no longer necessary. Bobo pointed to the enormous machine. Here, you wretched fellow. You promised in person. Yet I have not seen you even once in a year. You fool. Fool. Great fool. Though Lazuli's thoughts were rich and varied, her face remained expressionless. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Come out. Come out. As the girl's voice echoed like the chime of a bell, the youth training in the gravity chamber ceased his exertions. The red lights of the gravity chamber resembled the flames of hell. Within, the boy trained fervently. His once loose muscles now forged into unyielding strength. Oh dear, here he comes. The boy opened the gravity chamber door and slowly emerged. Sun Wukong? You are Sun Wukong. The diminutive figure of memory had vanished, replaced by a tall young man. His muscular frame was taut, presenting a perfect proportion. His calm face bore a hint of mischief, and his eyes sparkled like the moon and stars, seemingly capable of encompassing all things in the world, merely standing in place. His presence was akin to a towering mountain, commanding respect without a word. What? Do you not recognize me? So handsome, after a year apart. You have grown even more striking. Lazuli mused. Sun Wukong lowered his head and inhaled deeply at Lazuli's neck, captivated by the scent of roses. You have become even more beautiful, he remarked. The gentle breath beside her ear made Lazuli's cheeks flush slightly, a tickling sensation tingling in her ears. Don't say that. Why have you scarcely sought me out this past year? Her voice gradually weakened. You, too, must cultivate. Naturally, I would not wish to disturb you. Oh, so that is how it is. Your presence could never be a disturbance. With a faint belief in Sun Wukong's reasoning, Lazuli's smile radiated warmth. Reminiscent of ice and snow melting under the sun, she resembled a pure, crystalline flower, illuminated and shimmering in the sunlight. First and foremost, congratulations on passing Master Karen's training. After a year of cultivation, Sun Wukong felt he had grown immensely, not only physically but also in spirit and mind, a truly wondrous transformation. Most importantly, he no longer needed to look up to others. Placing his palm on Lazuli's head, He caressed her hair, the scent of roses intensifying. Humph. Her lips parted, and within moments, their mouths were separated, Lotzi wiping away the drool at the corner of her lips. That was so sudden. Her originally flushed cheeks were now even more vividly crimson. Haha, I couldn't help it. You are simply too beautiful. Just know that. I shall forgive you this time. The girl's voice trembled slightly, clearly overwhelmed with shyness, yet still exuding pride. It was impossible to be indifferent towards women. It had merely been a matter of physical maturity. In just a year, Son Wukong had matured entirely, exuding natural fervor. Come, let me see how your training has progressed. Son Wukong swept Lotzi into a princess carry, moving towards an open area. Ah, I didn't expect such proactivity after a year apart. Has he reached his adult phase? Wukong, you fool. Lotzi clung tightly to his neck. She then stepped down from his embrace, striking a pose opposite him. Her skills had vastly improved. She was now more formidable than ever. Come on. This time, I will leave you searching for your teeth. Lotzi declared with unyielding confidence. Chapter 53. 3 years in the blink of an eye. Son Wukong chuckled, unfazed. Atwell. After learning the Atwell fist from Son Wukong, Lotzi had not pursued the turtle school techniques, for her current prowess did not necessitate further study. Mastering the control of her energy alone could occupy her for a lifetime, rendering additional techniques unnecessary. Golden streaks crossed the sky like meteors cascading to the earth. Significant progress. Son Wukong commented, though his heart felt a touch of impatience. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he strode forward boldly, completely unconcerned. What? Upon being struck by the Atwell wave, smoke billowed around. Son Wukong emerged from the haze, completely unscathed, not a single hair out of place. And even his clothing remained intact. Impressive, indeed, one's prowess has significantly enhanced. In the blink of an eye, Son Wukong materialized before Lazili. Run! Lazili yearned to flee. Yet Son Wukong was swifter. Before her feet could even move, his arms ensnared her. Drawing near to her ear, he gently bit down. It seems escape is not in your cards. What a coward! Scoundrel, be silent. Under ordinary circumstances, Lazili would relish such attention, but in the throes of battle, it was a source of humiliation. Frantically, she struggled, her legs flailing like specters, stomping upon Son Wukong's feet with relentless fervor. He remained unyielding, increasing the pressure of his bite upon her ear. Let us engage in a fair fight. Lazili suddenly turned her head, her gaze earnest as she addressed Son Wukong. Very well. He released her, taking a few steps back. Huh. Lazili unleashed a powerful punch, its force seemingly unstoppable. Once again, Son Wukong effortlessly evaded her onslaught, each of her relentless attacks eluding his grasp as if she could never land a blow. Crash! A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Lazili was sent hurtling backward, shattering stone bricks and stirring up clouds of dust. Son Wukong retracted his tail. As the dust settled, Lazili lay unconscious upon the ground. Nearby, Bobo was drenched in cold sweat. Initially speechless at their sweet exchanges, he was now astonished by Son Wukong's ruthless display. Is she truly your beloved? A bead of sweat fell to the ground as Bobo swiftly turned and fled to the temple, not daring to look back. He gently cradled Lazili, a tempest of wind swirling around them, whisking away the dust from her garments. I have matters to attend to. I shall rest for a while. Son Wukong returned to the gravity chamber, pressing the switch, the screen displaying 40 times gravity. The golden sun illuminated the divine temple as night fell. Since Lazili remained unconscious, Son Wukong selflessly took it upon himself to assist her with a bath. Disrobing her, he placed the girl in the tub, her skin as pure as snow, smooth and delicate. Drip, drip, drip. At last, he completed washing her entire body, dried her off, dressed her in sleepwear, and laid her upon the bed. Son Wukong kissed her fair forehead. Good night. With a click, the lights extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. The following morning. Ah, Wukong, you foolish boy. A year later, the members of Lepidus completed their training and arrived at the Divine Palace, while Lepidus stealthily entered her sister's chamber. Here, Lazili bestowed upon Lepidus the majority of her savings accumulated over the years. Splendid. Lepidus exclaimed excitedly, inhaling the scent of the money. He had endured an entire year in Corinta, boredom nearly consuming him. At last, he had it. Now he could purchase an abundance of items. The conditions set by Lazili, 1 year hence, if he refrained from training in the Divine Temple, he would receive 70% of the fortune. 1 year later, within the gravity chamber, the pristine white sheets were stained with crimson, a delicate quilt covering the two entwined figures. Sun Wukong held tightly onto Razali. Their bodies pressed closely together. As Razali detached herself from Sun Wukong's embrace, she tidied up the remnants of the previous night, her legs trembling slightly. With composure, she took out a magical bean and consumed it. In an instant, the ache in her thighs dissipated, and her trembling ceased. Rising, she chided. "It's all your fault for keeping me up so late." Razali playfully stepped on his Sun Wukong's face to rouse him from his slumber. Sun Wukong blinked groggily, showing no urgency to dress. The princess lifted Razali into her arms. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed from the bathroom, shadows dancing through the curtains. Plop, plop, plop. After a considerable time, the sound from the bathroom ceased, and Razali emerged, having dried off. Sun Wukong dressed and approached the sink to brush his teeth and wash his face. Razali, now donned in her carefully chosen attire, joined him at the sink, her delicate feet firmly stepping on Sun Wukong's. "What's wrong? Look what you did." Razali revealed faint red marks scattered across her skin near her exquisitely sculpted collarbone. "I can't wear the outfit I had prepared. Luckily, I brought several changes." "Haha, my apologies," Sun Wukong replied. "I beg your forgiveness." Razali smiled sweetly, easily forgiving him. As they brushed their teeth, Sun Wukong handed her a toothbrush laden with toothpaste. After a while, the two ventured out of the gravity room, where 5 individuals had been eagerly waiting. "Hey, are you ready yet?" Bobo inquired of Sun Wukong, not for a moment doubting the abilities of the others against the formidable Piccolo daimyo. Rather, it was Sun Wukong's astonishing growth over the past 3 years that left him contemplating whether anyone in the galaxy could rival Sun Wukong's prowess. Of course. Sun Wukong nodded, acknowledging that alongside his bond with Razali, his strength had surged remarkably. All his latent potential had been unleashed, and it was estimated that his combat power now reached a staggering 1 million, if not greater. When he unleashed his full aura, a tempest swirled around him, tearing through the clouds and shattering the earth as if heralding the apocalypse. Not only would Piccolo daimyo be no match for him, but even if the Divine and Piccolo were to merge once more, they would still fall short against Sun Wukong's current might. 3 years had passed, participating in the martial arts tournament to test his strength? Perhaps not. Krillin waved his hand dismissively, for he had never been able to match Sun Wukong before, and certainly could not now. Half a year ago had left him astounded, as that overwhelming presence felt like an abyss, seemingly endless. Tianjin Fan and the others had no desire to spar with Sun Wukong, for they were simply not on the same level. Nevertheless, they had made significant gains. Even the weakest among them, Jiaozi, boasted a combat power of 500. As night fell and a gentle rain began to fall over the imperial city, they wondered, where could the others be? Why haven't they arrived yet? "It was agreed that I would participate in this current martial arts tournament," Bulma lamented. "Indeed. Why hasn't Goku returned yet?" Lan Chi's expression was fierce. That insufferable Goku. He promised to keep in touch, yet it has been 3 long years without a word. I shall teach him a lesson. Ah, truly. You all have become quite beautiful over the years. Master Roshi blushed profusely, inching closer. "Get away from me, you old fool," Lan Chi exclaimed, sending Master Roshi flying with a swift slap that shattered 3 walls before he finally came to a halt. Dust-covered and disheveled, Master Roshi remarked, "Your temper remains as fierce as ever, but I still prefer the blue-haired version of you." At his words, Lan Chi erupted in fury, channeling her energy to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Boom. Master Roshi's garments were torn apart, leaving him charred and gasping on the ground. Chapter 54, Bulma and Lan Chi. "Humph. Do you now recognize my prowess?" Lan Chi tossed her hair back, her expression one of disdain. After injecting herself with the super soldier serum and training diligently for 3 years, she had successfully mastered the energy wave technique. In contrast, Bulma had not trained at all. Aside from her transformation technique lasting longer, she had made little progress. Nonetheless, she cherished the gifts from Goku, which filled her with vitality for any endeavor. Truly wonderful. "Look, my balloon," a little girl cried, tears welling in her eyes as her balloon was caught in the branches above. "I'll help you get it." Bulma rushed to comfort the girl, tiptoeing in an attempt to retrieve the balloon. "Oh no, I can't reach it." Just as she prepared to leap, a large hand descended and retrieved the balloon, returning it to the girl. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister. The girl's tears vanished as she joyfully bounced home. It's been a while. You've matured quite a bit. In just 3 years. Bulma had transformed from a girl into a stunning woman. Who are you? Bulma asked, perplexed. Goku removed his hat, revealing his hair. It's Goku. Lan Shi was the first to react, rushing to embrace him. I can't believe how handsome you've become. Bulma soon followed suit, pushing Lan Shi aside to poke and prod Goku's abdomen. Oh my, you have abs now. If I were to marry Goku. Bulma's face flushed with embarrassment. Lost in daydreams. Hey, why are you running so fast? Lazuli pouted, filled with irritation. This greedy man, wanting more even after having me. What a scoundrel. Moments later, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha arrived. By the way, you all need to sign up quickly. Time is running out. Don't worry, I'm the champion. I don't need to register or participate in preliminaries. Quite the privilege, wouldn't you agree? We are among the top 8 and need not participate in the preliminaries. Why didn't you tell us sooner? We've been waiting here for nothing. After chatting for a considerable time with Master Roshi and Bulma, moments slipped away, and the gentle rain gradually ceased. The sky, once shrouded in clouds, was now marked by a streak that revealed a myriad of twinkling stars. At 11 p.m., preparations were underway for the martial arts tournament, specifically for Son Wukong's exclusive aid, the Red Ribbon Army. You've grown up, you can't sleep with us anymore. Bulma remarked. Then I shall sleep with Lazuli, came the reply. Bang, bang, bang. No one can sleep with you. Son Wukong collapsed to the ground, smoke wafting from his head. Indeed, the originally blonde Lan Shi had been transformed back to her blue-haired self by Bulma's invention. Gazing at Son Wukong with a naive expression and flushed cheeks, Lazuli, having battled alongside Son Wukong twice, lay soundly asleep in her bed. All right, I understand, Son Wukong conceded. That's more like it. Bulma expressed her satisfaction. Well, fine, Lan Shi said, her face filled with disappointment. What sort of expression is that? Bulma silently critiqued. With a chuckle, Son Wukong remarked, just because you tell me not to go, does that mean I won tea? Don't joke. I've never been that obedient. At 1 a.m, Son Wukong stealthily approached Bulma's bed and gave it a slight shake. What are you doing? Why aren't you asleep? Bulma murmured. Her eyes barely open, still heavy with sleep. Shoo. Bulma's eyes widened as her mouth was covered. Their lips met in a passionate kiss as Son Wukong's hands roamed freely, their gazes locking. After a considerable time, Bulma stammered, you, but was again taken down by Son Wukong. After a while, Bulma, breathless, lay in Son Wukong's embrace, her finger tracing circles on his chest. Sleep now, he said, gently massaging her neck, warmth radiating through her body. How comforting, what is this? A little magic from the heavenly cult. An hour later, Son Wukong returned to his own bed, his breathing audible. Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her as she tucked herself in, reflecting on the earlier events. Her eyes closing as she drifted into dreams. The moonlight illuminated the ceiling, its purity tainted only slightly with darkness. Sensing the other's breaths, Lan Shi opened her eyes, dark circles evident beneath them. I'm not asleep, she whispered softly, rising gently. She turned to see Bulma with her eyes tightly shut, her lashes fluttering as if she had fought a great battle. Taking careful steps, Lan Shi felt like a thief burdened with guilt. With each movement, her heart raced. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart quickened, and her fair complexion flushed deeper. Finally, her delicate feet reached Son Wukong's bedside, and her pale hand cautiously grasped his larger one. Lan Shi turned once more, wary of Bulma. As Bulma lay there, her breathing steady and a sweet smile gracing her lips. It seemed she had indulged in a delightful dream. With determination, Lan Shi bit her lip, threw aside the covers, and leapt onto Son Wukong's lap, her head colliding against his chest. The sudden impact jolted Son Wukong awake, his eyes wide as he fixed his gaze upon Lan Shi. I didn't mean to. Lan Shi's words were scarcely audible, whisper soft like a mosquito, requiring her to lean in close for him to catch even a hint of sound. Yet, Son Wukong's senses were remarkably acute, and he heard her clearly. Emotions surged like a tide. With exuberance, he enveloped Lan Shi in his arms, holding her tightly. Lan Shi gasped, instinctively clutching his waist, their bodies fitting together intimately. Is there something you need from me? Lan Shi furrowed her brow, pondering until she finally found a suitable reason. Just as she was about to speak, in that fleeting moment, Son Wukong invaded her lips, sweet and tender, the scent of lavender melting at the point of contact. Lan Shi's eyes widened, akin to chimes in a gentle breeze. Their lips parted. How annoying. You didn't even wait for me to finish. Lan Shi murmured. Her fair cheeks flushed, her voice soft and shy. I want to sleep. I'm so tired. Son Wukong held Lan Shi close, resting his nose against her, savoring her essence. I'm not tired. Lan Shi exclaimed suddenly, her gaze earnest. The unexpected outburst illuminated the dim room like a flash of golden light. Realizing her volume, Lan Shi tensed, instinctively tightening her legs around Son Wukong's waist. The blue-haired and black-haired individuals exchanged glances, ensuring no one had been disturbed, before relaxing once more. Phew. Lan Shi's previously taut muscles slackened, as if mountains had settled upon plains. Following this incident, Lan Shi scarcely dared to utter a sound, allowing Son Wukong to guide her movements. All right, this position is perfect. Once they confirmed their comfort, he placed a hand upon Lan Shi's head, initiating a hypnotic trance. A wave of hypnotic energy swirled within her mind. Lan Shi's eyelids fluttered until, utterly fatigued, she succumbed to sleep. The rhythm of her breathing became steady, and Son Wukong, feeling a touch of reassurance, employed the same hypnotic technique on himself. Chapter 55. Piccolo. The sun shone brightly, filtering through the curtains. Lazuli, having rejuvenated overnight, felt a surge of vitality. Her spirits lifted. Yet, she was unprepared for the grand surprise Son Wukong had in store for her. Scoundrel! 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 She had assumed Son Wukong was merely jesting. But to her utter dismay, he had acted upon his words. How infuriating! Get up! Get up! As she threw aside the covers and beheld Lan Shi's visage. Her face flushed crimson. Good heavens, it was you, you wretched harlot, who betrayed me. You shameless woman. With all her might, she stomped on Son Wukong's face, rousing him from slumber. What's wrong? What do you think is wrong? Lazuli's fury intensified as she continued to point accusingly at Lan Shi. With an expressionless demeanor, Son Wukong gently placed the closely nestled Lan Shi onto the bed and swiftly donned his attire. Bulma also awakened, her face instantly reflecting shock. You all. After a thorough explanation from Lazuli, Bulma's previously muddled consciousness abruptly cleared. How greedy can you be? Absolutely not. You, scoundrel, can only marry one. Bulma's sharp teeth sunk fiercely into Son Wukong's cheek, venting her pent-up fury. There is no law that mandates one must marry only one. According to imperial law, the number of wives a man can have depends solely on his prowess. Son Wukong earnestly elucidated the legal statutes with utmost seriousness. That is unacceptable. Lazuli was unwilling. And as for Bulma, why should she share a man with that harlot? Absolutely not. Silence. Even if the law permits, I will never agree. Bulma held steadfast to her traditional beliefs, resolutely refusing to allow her man to have multiple wives. Reflect on your actions. Fuming, Bulma stormed out of the room, leaving cracks in the walls and debris falling around. You should also ponder your choices, me or those other women. Lazuli seethed, a sinister smile gracing her lips, as if to say that failing to choose her would bring consequences. Following in Bulma's footsteps, she exited the room, leaving only Wukong and Lan Shi behind. They are truly terrifying. Lan Shi, who had long awakened, clung tightly to Son Wukong's waist, her eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly pitiful. Son Wukong embraced her gently, intending to offer comfort. Just marry me, won't you? With their personalities, they would undoubtedly become even more unruly post-marriage. Choosing me would be different, for I am gentle. Son Wukong suddenly froze. No? Why does it feel a bit like green tea? Do not worry, I will handle it well. After Son Wukong and Lan Shi finished washing up, they left the room. Lan Shi bit her lip lightly, her gaze harboring emotions she had never felt before. I do not want you to resolve it. It would be best if those two women quickly gave up on you. Only then can I possess you all to myself. After uttering this, Lan Shi returned to her usual demeanor and approached the mirror, determined to adorn herself beautifully, outshining those other women. Her lovely blue hair resembled the moon, pure and pristine. Humph. How annoying. Lan Shi hurriedly retrieved hair dye from her bag, transforming a strand of golden hair into blue. Meanwhile, on the other side. Hello? Violet. Master. I am here. The sultry voice of Violet resounded. Bring out what has been prepared. Yes. Violet immediately summoned the researchers to commence their work. Son Wukong had long been prepared for this affair. Originally intended for partial deployment, it was now a substantial infusion of ideas. First, let us have breakfast. After purchasing breakfast, Sun Wukong returned to the martial arts competition room. As today was the preliminary round, there was no need to participate in the contest. Creak. Here is the breakfast I brought you. Wonderful. Lan Shi hurriedly rushed over to take the bag, her hands brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, "Hug." Sun Wukong lifted Lan Shi and placed her on the chair. "You eat first." All right. Sun Wukong then took out his phone, which displayed a furious message. Damn it. Damn it. Calming herself slightly, Bulma searched on her phone. Why do men have the right to marry multiple wives? The results overwhelmingly endorsed the idea of polygamy, with nearly every comment and video echoing the same sentiment. This revelation shattered Bulma's composure, prompting her to curse vehemently. Doubt crept in. Was she too antiquated in her views? Meanwhile, Lazili experienced a similar frustration. No matter how she searched, the results mirrored Bulma's. Was it truly correct to marry several wives? The answer was a resounding yes. This was indeed Sun Wukong's scheme. In an age where smartphones were ubiquitous, no one could escape the barrage of information. Once he set his mind to it, the information one received would only perpetuate itself, overwhelming the recipient until their perspectives were gradually altered, even accepted. Wukong. Lan Shi's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. What's wrong? Will you marry me? Lan Shi's tone was earnest, tinged with a hint of huskiness. Of course. I promise. A sweet smile spread across Lan Shi's face. He had never lied to her, and he wouldn't start now? The initial anxiety vanished, replaced by a sense of ease and joy, leading him to consume several more bowls of food. After being interrupted by Lan Shi, Sun Wukong shut off his phone, no longer contemplating the matter. Piccolo should be arriving soon. I wonder if he dares to show up after I effortlessly defeated him? He was well aware of the little schemes devised by the Demon King Piccolo. After all, he had been the one to let him go. As time trickled by, Bulma and Lazili seethed with anger. Damn it, why is everything like this? Is there no end to it? I can't stand watching your videos. Dark clouds once again overshadowed the clear sky, and a light rain began to fall. Today is payday. Let us go eat fugu together. The little girl immediately jumped up, embracing the man joyfully. That's wonderful. I've been wanting to eat it again. The girl reminisced about the delectable taste from a year ago. You must thank Daddy properly, you know. The woman lifted the little girl, placing her on the man's shoulders. Thank you, Daddy. Let's go? Ha ha ha. The little girl spread her arms wide, feeling like a fighter jet as she perched on her father's shoulders. Be careful, the woman cautioned, supporting the girl. Piccolo, expressionless, took several steps back, inexplicably agitated, and kicked a stone away in frustration. Clang. The metallic clang resonated as the traffic light was severed by a stone, crashing to the roadside. Oh no! Help! Help! The urgent cries echoed from the street. Upon closer inspection, Piccolo saw an elderly woman struck by the fallen traffic light. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted the light and rescued her. Thank you so much, young man. The woman expressed her profound gratitude, retrieving some fruit from her bag as a token of appreciation before limping away to the hospital. Chapter 56. The enemy attack. Watching the woman gradually distance herself, a green light flickered from Piccolo's arm, and a delicate glow infused into her being. I'm healed. No more pain in my rear, and my foot is fine. Even my minor ailments have vanished. She fell to her knees, bowing her head in gratitude. After decades of faith, had the divine finally manifested? Finishing an apple, Piccolo shook his head and departed from the scene. Sun Wukong. The image was abruptly severed, vanishing from Piccolo's grasp and appearing in a nearby trash bin. This time, he had no intention of participating in the martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong was formidable, exceptionally so. The odds of victory were slim. How could he avenge his father? With his current strength, he might not stand a chance. He would have to outsmart him instead. Piccolo was confident in his intellect. Just wait, Sun Wukong. Lan Shi regained her innocent and lively demeanor after tearing that piece of paper. She became increasingly attached to Sun Wukong, frequently seeking kisses and hugs. He remained unchanged, engaging in affectionate moments with Lan Shi or meditating in solitude. Presently, his martial skills were intricate, and there were hardly any techniques worthy of demonstration that matched his prowess. He needed to develop more potent techniques, ones that encompassed multiple attributes. In terms of martial knowledge and skill, he was nearly unparalleled. With no mentors to guide him, he could only explore and discover on his own. Kamehameha Universal Shockwave Dragon Claw, Follow My Heart, Key Bomb, Key, Puppet Transformation Technique, Cognitive Reconstruction, Multi-Shadow Clone Fist, and many others remained unmentioned. There was no rush. He would ponder it slowly. He relished the process of creating martial arts, which brought him immense fulfillment. Wukong, aren't you sleeping yet? Lan Shi clung to Son Wukong like an octopus, wrapping herself around him. Of course, I'll sleep. He embraced Lan Shi and drifted into slumber. Was Son Wukong right here? Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, his expression as dark as the depths of water. With this, success was assured. He produced a small bag from his waist, containing a fine pink powder. Its effect, inducing deep sleep, making awakening consciousness exceedingly difficult. What could it matter if one possessed extraordinary abilities? They were still but flesh and blood. When Son Wukong fell into a profound sleep and his energy dwindled to its lowest, it would be the opportune moment for Piccolo to strike. 1 hour later, observing from a distance of 10 kilometers, Piccolo gazed through the transparent curtains, his eyes seemingly unseeing. The moonlight illuminated Son Wukong's serene visage, his breathing steady and his expression calm. Beside him, Lan Shi rested her face against his chest, rendering her features indistinguishable. A moment's patience would yield no harm. Caution was always prudent. Piccolo fixed his gaze intently on Son Wukong, his toes tensed with anticipation, ready to flee at the slightest sign of detection. 3 hours passed, and Piccolo felt a slight easing of tension. It appeared that both Son Wukong and the blue-haired woman had succumbed to slumber. Lowering his energy to its minimum, he approached his destination with remarkable swiftness, finally reaching the ground floor. He crept slowly towards the room where Son Wukong lay, pausing to attune himself to the rhythmic breaths within. There seemed to be no cause for alarm. Gently, Piccolo placed a fine powder at the threshold, utilizing his unique physical abilities to disperse it inside. Son Wukong, prepare to meet your demise. Do you require assistance? A faint voice echoed in the dark, silent corridor, piercing the stillness like a flash of light illuminating the entire world. Cold sweat streamed down Piccolo's brow as he stiffly turned, confronted by an increasingly large hand. With a thunderous crash, the building shook as walls shattered, and Piccolo was propelled like a cannonball, hurtling hundreds of meters away. A clever scheme, but futile against me. Son Wukong, ever the audacious sleeper, was not merely confident in his strength. He possessed an innate, formidable soul that granted him premonition of impending danger. This was why he had detected Piccolo's presence. In the blink of an eye, Son Wukong appeared behind Piccolo. What? How can you be this powerful? In my memories, you were never this formidable. Father, you have deceived me. The disparity between Son Wukong's current strength and what Piccolo had inherited in memory was staggering. Piccolo maintained a calm facade, yet despair gnawed at his insides. Merely the release of Son Wukong's aura rendered him immobile. Years ago, I ended your father's life, and now, you shall meet the same fate. A tranquil voice resonated, causing Piccolo to shudder, breathless. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather a realization of having been ensnared. The energy bomb surged within him, his body swelling as if filled with an endless tide of gas, ultimately transforming him into a colossal sphere. So weak. It seems you cannot even contend with Tianjin Fan. Piccolo scoffed, unwilling to concede. In his mind, aside from Son Wukong, he was the mightiest being in this realm. Yet, he did not explode. The energy dissipated at an astonishing rate, and his form gradually returned to normal. Why? I came to assassinate you. Why spare me? 3 years ago, I made a pact with the celestial being. The condition was that if the demon king Piccolo exhibited goodness, I would let him live. But I am far from benevolent. Piccolo had never considered himself good, perhaps even a touch wicked. I embrace my nature. Son Wukong uttered a final remark before vanishing into thin air, leaving Piccolo alone to ponder. Of course, my temperament is not to be trifled with. Should you return, I shall eliminate you completely. Is that so? I have no need for such threats. Piccolo scoffed before departing. You shall come to regret this, Son Wukong. I will show you that, apart from you, I am the mightiest on this planet. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone mused, is it over? Just a green-skinned creature, nothing more. Time to rest. There's a competition tomorrow. Good night, my dear. As time flowed, the sun shone brightly, heralding the commencement of the top-tier competition. Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and their companions took a day to rejuvenate, basking in the sunlight as they arrived at the martial arts tournament. The competition followed a strict elimination format. and the participants swiftly overcame their rivals, advancing easily into the top 16. The first contender faced off against the 70th. The referee's voice resonated across the arena, clear even from 3 kilometers away. The opponent was a delightful young girl, her features exquisitely defined, with bright, clear almond-shaped eyes that sparkled like a starry sea. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, while her skin, smooth and delicate as jade, radiated purity and charm reminiscent of a quintessential heroine from a novel. Son Wukong. She smiled sweetly, donned in a martial arts uniform crafted specially by the Ox King, resembling a qipao, yet modestly tailored. Kiki. Son Wukong recognized her instantly. How wonderful. You remember me. Just as Kiki wished to reminisce further, the referee's voice interrupted. Chapter 57. The Innocent Maiden. Before you stand Son Wukong, the champion of 2 consecutive martial arts tournaments. Son Wukong. Son Wukong. Son Wukong. In this digital age, the title of martial arts champion had spread like wildfire across the globe. Son Wukong's name was known to all, hailed as the strongest man in the world. Most present were his fervent admirers, drawn to his strength, regardless of gender. Could the champion Son Wukong seize victory once more and become a 3-time champion? Let us await the outcome. The competition commenced. Kiki's face flushed crimson. At such a pivotal moment, how dare he interrupt? May you remain single for eternity. Do you recall our promise? Son Wukong's gaze remained serene. Of course. Kiki replied gently, recognizing him as her future husband, handsome and powerful. Come on. Son Wukong beckoned, signaling her to attack. With a fierce cry, Kiki unleashed her full might. While her strength was commendable, her technique was lacking. Faced with Kiki's fervent assault, Son Wukong evaded effortlessly, as if engaging in play with a puppy. Hit me with your best shot. Kiki, fueled by determination, unleashed a powerful energy beam aimed directly at Son Wukong. Impressive. She can wield the Kamehameha. Son Wukong's pupils constricted slightly, acknowledging that Chi-Chi possessed quite remarkable talents. Of course. For these past years, I have striven to become your wife. Upon uttering these words, Chi-Chi's face flushed with color, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. As if declaring, the promises of our youth are sincere, do not dismiss them as mere childhood whims. So, are you now willing to marry me? Son Wukong maintained his easy demeanor, effortlessly swatting away the dazzling light that struck the arena behind him, causing stones to shatter in abundance. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before Chi-Chi. I am willing, she exclaimed, her cheeks crimson as she shyly covered her face. To confess in such a setting was indeed overwhelmingly embarrassing, yet undeniably romantic. What is that fellow doing? Master Roshi remarked, perplexed. He could not recall that this individual was known for idle chatter. Something about the two seemed amiss. The girl's martial prowess felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of the turtle school technique. I sense something is indeed off, Pu'er concurred. With years of insight into Son Wukong's character, he was certain that the monkey harbored feelings for that woman. Otherwise, he would not waste time, preferring swift resolutions. The precedent was set with that woman, Zelie, mirroring today's events. After the match, there would be time for discussion. Son Wukong felt he had lingered on the stage long enough. It was time to conclude. Just as Chi-Chi finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept her off her feet, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself outside the arena. Truly, he is my man. Only such a valiant figure deserves to be my husband. Despite being treated so roughly, she held no resentment, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for their life together after marriage. Once again, Son Wukong emerges victorious, declared the referee, followed by the resounding cheers of the audience. Wow. Son Wukong. Son Wukong. The seasoned spectators of the martial arts tournament were astonished. 3 years had passed, and the once boyish contender had transformed into a young man. It seemed the championship of this tournament might once again fall into his grasp. Lighting a cigarette, they mused on how swiftly time had flown. 6 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. All competitors, whether seasoned martial artists or former champions of previous tournaments, found themselves unable to rival him. King Chiba, a former champion, having endured defeat, regained his confidence through 3 years of training. He re-entered the top 16, only to be effortlessly defeated by Son Wukong, treated as merely an obstacle along the way. His resolve shattered, he stumbled out of the tournament in a daze. Namu re-entered the top 16 through sheer skill, only to be vanquished by Lapis. Yet, he found satisfaction in his achievement, The prize for reaching the top 16 was substantial, enough to improve the living conditions of his village. His family would soon experience joy, as the days of hunger would fade away, making room for a forthcoming era of happiness and health. The competition grew increasingly intense, and aside from dumplings, all participants advanced to the quarterfinals. Tianjin Rice stood upon the arena, imposing like a towering mountain, without assuming any particular stance. The match begins. Who are you? In Tianjin. The three-eyed figure indeed was not a mere decoration. He instantly recognized the individual before him as a masquerader. Who am I? Naturally, I am Loki, the man declared, revealing a sinister smile, exuding an overwhelming aura, his presence as chilling as that of an unparalleled demon. Tianjin Han let out a cold snort, his entire being erupting with energy as a tempest swirled within the arena, a concentrated energy sphere forming in his grasp. Boom. In the next moment, the energy sphere struck the man's cheek with such force that the surrounding stone bricks shattered instantly, dust scattering in all directions. Is that all? The man remained unscathed, his garments merely dusted with a hint of debris. Is that so? Taking advantage of the smoke that obscured the man's vision, Tianjin Han utilized the afterimage fist to position himself behind his opponent. Sensing the strength of his adversary, Tianjin Han did not dare to underestimate him. He formed a triangular stance, channeling his energy outward. Kamehameha. A colossal shockwave surged from Tianjin Han's hands, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The man's pupils contracted as he was propelled backward, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. However, the vast range of the energy cannon left him no avenue of escape. With a thunderous crash, the arena within 100 meters was obliterated, revealing the underlying soil. Spitting out blood, the man's garments vanished, revealing his true form. It was none other than Piccolo. Who would have thought Tianjin Han would employ such cunning? Launching a surprise attack from a visual blind spot? That's right. The eyes of Master Roshi bulged, resembling enormous bells. Piccolo. Wasn't he slain by Son Wukong? He was indeed killed, but this is the child of the Demon King Piccolo, born before his demise. Son Wukong replied nonchalantly. You scoundrel! Why did you leave behind this menace? Master Roshi exclaimed, his frustration mounting as he clutched Son Wukong's clothing tightly, his eyes wide with fury. Why are you so carefree? It's not my fault. I didn't notice it back then. I only realized now. Son Wukong offered a casual excuse. You are the Demon King Piccolo. Were you not slain by Son Wukong? Tianjin Han retreated several hundred meters. Heh, defeat me first, then we shall see. Piccolo ceased concealing his strength, unleashing his full power as he divided into three identical forms, surrounding Tianjin Han. Utilizing the instant transmission technique, Tianjin Han ascended to a height of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, his arms extending from behind him in an eerie manner. For demon fists, the three Piccolos unleashed 6 beams of laser energy, which swiftly caught up and struck Tianjin Han. Seizing the moment of distraction, the 3 Piccolos ensnared him completely. Boom! With a deafening roar, the stone bricks shattered again, extending several hundred meters, marking their total destruction. As the explosion subsided, the green-skinned figure lay unconscious in the earth, and Tianjin Han emerged victorious. Tianjin Han had already employed the afterimage fist, hiding behind Piccolo and seizing the opportunity for a decisive blow. Your strength indeed surpasses mine, but you cannot withstand this strike. This was Tianjin Han's self-destructing clone technique, a powerful method devised to vanquish Son Wukong. Ever since understanding Son Wukong's capabilities, Tianjin Han had ceased to harbor illusions. Nonetheless, he continued to refine the self-destructing clone technique, not anticipating that the first to fall victim would be the Demon King Piccolo. Congratulations to the Tianjin Rice contestant for achieving victory. Chapter 58 follows Chapter 60, and Chapter 59 features the most beautiful bride at the wedding. Heh, Son Wukong scoffed, as if he were unaware. Take your time, he remarked, ascending into the sky. Surely, he would remain single for the next 3 to 4 years. Humph, I can definitely do it, he asserted confidently. After extending invitations to several individuals, Son Wukong finally completed his task and returned to the manor in the imperial capital. The wedding venue was expansive, yet the banquet was modest, consisting of merely 1 table. How is it? Lazili casually inquired. Mission accomplished, Son Wukong declared, embracing Lazili. As time passed under the radiant sun, the forest remained lush and vibrant. However, on this day, ferocious beasts collectively relocated. trampling vast swathes of flora and leaving behind countless dark footprints. Soon, it was time for the wedding, with Tianjin rice and Krillin gathered together. Who would have thought that it would be that little rascal Wukong who married first? Here I am, still a single dog, Yamcha lamented. To this day, he was no longer afraid of women. Rather, he frequented various hotels. Come on, still a single dog? Krillin scoffed. Yamcha was already quite the handsome fellow. And as a top 8 contender in the martial arts tournament, he had become even more sought after. Countless women sought to share his bed, one after another. Ha ha ha. Yamcha chuckled awkwardly. The brides made their entrance. 4 brides appeared simultaneously, accompanied by a cacophony of fireworks and confetti cascading to the ground. The wedding proceeded slowly, with bustling ceremonies and guests enjoying a hearty feast. As time passed, the orange sun began to set, and guests gradually departed, leaving behind a scene of disarray. In the bedroom, Chi-Chi's eyes widened, her face flushed with a rosy hue. The next morning, Chi-Chi, embodying the ideal wife, was the first to rise. Just as she got up, her legs trembled uncontrollably, causing her to fall. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, performing a backflip and regaining her balance. The 3 female companions arrived. Donning their attire, Son Wukong opened his eyes, realized all was well, and closed them again. After an exhausting night, he desperately needed to recuperate. Get up! Gold-haired Lan Shi shouted angrily, tugging at his face. Throughout the night, she had to pinch her nose each time, with her personality changing over 100 times in one night. She nearly experienced a mental breakdown, even mistaking herself for blue-haired Lan Shi at one point. What are you doing? That's too rough, Lazuli protested, unwilling to see Son Wukong harmed. Exactly, Chi-Chi chimed in. Are you not hitting my husband in the face? You too. Gold-haired Lan Shi's fury erupted, her entire body trembling. It's not you. Don't talk nonsense here. If you have the ability, try it yourselves. Enough. Son Wukong patted gold-haired Lan Shi's head and carried her out of the room. The remaining individuals focused their attention on the pristine white mattress, where faint bloodstains could be discerned. Is it still needed? Bulma questioned, lacking the experience. Leave it be. Let us get a new one, Kiki remarked nonchalantly. Taking advantage of their distraction on the bed, Lazuli stealthily followed behind Son Wukong. Suddenly, the girl wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, her hands exploring mischievously. Hee, let's tidy up first, she said. The blonde Ringy, who had been fuming moments prior, felt her face flush crimson. Lazuli teased, Son Wukong, weren't you the loudest just now? Kiki inquired, did you hear any sounds? Not at all, Bulma replied. Her gaze fixated on the sheets, remembering that it was her first time. Perhaps it would be best to keep it hidden. Is that so? Kiki dismissed the matter lightly. The old man from the capital possesses exceptional skills. The soundproofing is impeccable, not a single noise escapes. Always trust in the quality assurance of the 9 clans. In the capital, within the royal palace, a voice announced, My lord, I have brought you the little dancer you requested. Violet sat regally in the king's chair, exuding elegance and charisma, embodying the essence of a supreme empress. Son Wukong embraced Violet, playfully nibbling on her delicate ear. Don't be in such a rush. The king collapsed, the crimson table worth billions becoming even more vibrant. As a drop of water fell to the ground, it heralded the arrival of spring's blood-red hue. Take your time to heal. I shall go have a look, Son Wukong declared as he exited the palace. Yes. Violet's flushed cheeks gradually returned to normal. In a dimly lit basement, despair consumed Xiaowu, her complexion pale. A year had passed since her capture. During this time, all her needs had been met, save for her freedom. I wonder how King Pilaf is faring. Why hasn't he come to rescue me? Despite her inner pleas for calm, thoughts surged like mushrooms after rain. She had harbored resentment towards King Pilaf, towards Ashu, blaming them for not coming to her aid. But most of all, she loathed her captors. Long time no see. A calm yet familiar voice echoed from outside. Who is it? Xiaowu sprang to her feet, scanning her surroundings in search of the voice's owner. Who are you? She asked in a panic. Of course, it is I. Son Wukong suddenly appeared, sweeping Xiaowu into a princess carry. You are Son Wukong. Xiaowu's face turned even paler. This is it. The legendary demon. My life is over. I'm going to die. King Pilaf, help me. Someone save me. Seeing Xiaowu in a state of utter turmoil, her eyes darting anxiously, her once supple lips now ashen, he pressed closer. Xiaowu widened her eyes, sensing a faint sweetness on her lips. He has intentions towards me. caught in a whirl of mixed emotions. Xiaowu felt both relieved to be alive and frantic at the thought of her first kiss vanishing so easily. More importantly, Sun Wukong seemed indifferent to her feelings. To him, she was merely a plaything for his amusement. No. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, 3 hours passed. Xiaowu, covered in wounds and with tears welling in her eyes, appeared utterly pitiful. You promised. You will do what you ought to, she insisted, urgency lacing her voice. Yes, I understand. You are always welcome, she assured hastily. Finally, a life of happiness had begun. Though there was a price to pay, it was ultimately for the better. In Chapter 60, after Sun Wu and Sun Lingyi trained Xiao Wu, Chi-Chi, with unwavering determination, sent countless battle invitations, and eventually, she became pregnant. One fateful night, Lan Shi experienced a profound moment. After 10 months, Chi-Chi's child was born. It's here. It's a boy. The bull demon king exclaimed, cradling the child with uncontainable joy. Chi-Chi emerged, pale and weak, supporting herself against the door. Have some fairy beans, Sun Wukong offered, producing the beans he had prepared earlier. After consuming them, Chi-Chi's pallor vanished, her complexion returning to a healthy glow. What shall we name the child? Bulma queried as she approached, holding the infant. With his jet-black hair and the distinctive tail of a scion, names such as Sun Wukong and Sun Wulian were suggested. That sounds unappealing. It should be Son Gohan, remarked Lotzi. Sun Wukong's smile faltered. What a dreadful name. Why not call him Son Gohan instead? It would honor my grandfather. Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight at the idea. What a splendid name. Chi-Chi exclaimed, suddenly animated. What's so good about it? Let us choose another. Sun Wukong protested, unwilling to name his son after a deceased person, deeming it inauspicious. I really like it, they echoed. After a voting process, Sun Wukong received 2 votes against Bulma's 3, and with that, he conceded, resulting in the name, Sun Wufan. A month later, Lan Shi's child was also born, possessing the same dark hair and scion tail. Following a day and night of family deliberation, the infant was named Sun Lingyi, with Bulma's voice carrying the majority, having consumed 5 bottles of water in the process. Done. It's settled, exclaimed the gaunt old man and the handsome young man standing together, their eyes gleaming with excitement, their gazes fixed forward. Inside the glass enclosure, a man lay on the ground, breathing heavily, his wounds bleeding profusely, staining the floor crimson. Every part of him, hands, feet, head, was grievously injured, his life force dwindling. Yet, he continued to struggle, as if something clung tightly to his existence, refusing to let it end. It hurts so much. I feel terrible. Please, just kill me. I can't take it anymore. His once slow struggles morphed into violent convulsions, his body shaking uncontrollably in response to his anguished cries. In a fleeting moment, the man circled around the glass several dozen times, his speed steadily increasing. However, as the concentration of golden gas in the laboratory continued to rise, the man's wounds suddenly erupted with a spurt of blood, which then curiously coalesced. Ultimately, every wound on the man's body healed miraculously. Once more. With the voice of the handsome young man echoing, the man suddenly burst apart with a resounding crack, his blood splattering like juice, staining the entire glass surface. After the individual clad in white cleaned up the mess, dozens of others were gradually brought in, each with fatal wounds, their blood completely drained, evidently freshly inflicted. The handsome young man waved his hand, releasing a strange golden light, and all the fatal injuries of these individuals astonishingly healed, their blood replenished. As if the earlier blood extraction had merely been an illusion. It succeeded, this time it truly succeeded. For years later, in a lush forest with streams flowing and within the hollow of a giant tree. We're home. Mom is waiting for us to have dinner. Dad, I don't want to go. I want to play a little longer. Sun Lingyi protested, not wishing to return for a meal. Me too. Me too. Sun Wufan thought. If his sister wasn't going back, why should he? Why should he return? Shut up, you little brats. Sun Wukong, not one to indulge them, grasped their tails. Instantly, the siblings felt weak all over, collapsing to the ground. Dad is so despicable. Let go of my tail. Sun Lingyi weakly exclaimed. Despicable. Despicable. Sun Wufan joined in the chorus. Despicable, despicable, despicable. Ignoring their cries, he tightened his grip on their tails and soared toward home. How infuriating. Dad is so despicable. Yes. Exactly. Be quiet. You've been chattering this entire way. Sun Wukong, feeling impatient, delivered a series of light smacks to their backsides, turning them a rosy hue reminiscent of a monkey's rear. Wow, that hit me. I'm going to tell Mom. Tell Mom. Sun Lingyi was the first to cry out, and Sun Wufan, momentarily stunned, quickly responded, wow, I want to tell Mom too. I'm going to tell Mom. It was quite the predicament. He hadn't even struck them hard. Seconds passed, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to the grand estate. Why are you crying? Wukong. Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, brandishing a large pot, and upon seeing the two little ones with tear-streaked faces, she immediately grew angry. Just a little tap. And look at how they reacted. Now they're crying. Sun Wukong shrugged it off. Children of that age crying was perfectly normal, so there was no need for concern. Don't you have anything to say? Relax, it'll be fine in a bit. It's not a big deal. You're just too worried about them. Sun Wukong embraced Chi-Chi, gently comforting her. You do have a point. Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson as she entrusted her child to Lan Chi's care and pulled Sun Wukong into the restroom. A meteor streaked across the sky, crashing onto the grasslands and creating a vast crater spanning 1,000 meters. What was that just now? A farmer, hastily driving a blue car, leaned out to investigate. What a surprise. It was not a meteorite after all. The circular spacecraft in the crater slowly opened its door, and a figure emerged. With long black hair and a tail draped around its waist. It was none other than the Scion Raditz. How could the humans of this planet still be alive? Raditz's fury ignited upon mentioning Kakarot. Stay back, the farmer exclaimed in panic, raising his gun to aim at Raditz. Humph. A mere nuisance with a power level of only 5. Raditz scoffed, striding forward confidently. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet soared forth. Child's play. Raditz effortlessly caught the bullet and tossed it back at the farmer. Instantly, the farmer's head was struck, leaving a gaping wound as he fell, blood streaming from his forehead. Such a foolish race, Raditz sneered. There is an energy fluctuation. Who could it be? Kakarot? Using his scouter, Raditz detected a power level of 400 ahead, located 600 kilometers away. With a surge of energy, he raced towards it at full speed. Chapter 58. End and beginning after Piccolo lost consciousness. The referee summoned assistance for him, while Tianjin Fan chose not to pursue further, turning away. The remaining contenders entered the top 8. Krillin faced Yamcha, employing cunning tactics to outsmart Yamcha and secure victory. An unnamed contestant battled against Lapis, only to be defeated by a single blow. Lazili went up against Sun Wukong, who easily triumphed after dodging several of Lazili's attacks. In the semifinals, Krillin faced Tianjin Fan, unleashing a devious surprise attack with his key sphere, ultimately leading to Tianjin Fan's defeat by a narrow margin. Sun Wukong battled Lapis, knocking him out in 3 moves to claim victory. In the final showdown, Sun Wukong faced Krillin, who conceded defeat, acknowledging he could not possibly win. If the outcome was known from the start, why not surrender immediately? Did he seek torment? Let us congratulate contestant Sun Wukong once again for winning the championship, becoming the first ever 3-time champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. As the referee's voice echoed, the audience erupted in a fervor, and discussions continued even after Sun Wukong's departure. After taking photographs, one was placed in a frame at the martial arts tournament venue. Inscribed, 3-time champion Sun Wukong. What about the photos of the previous champions? The Empire deemed the previous tournament champions to lack prestige, and thus annulled the titles of the first 20 tournaments. As for your photographs, you have 3 because you were the champion of the inaugural tournament, which the Empire did not annul. Now it is settled. You are also the champion of the second tournament, the blonde referee explained softly. The champions of the previously held martial arts tournament have all been rendered invalid, leaving only the first 3 photographs. Oh, is that so? Sun Wukong paid it no mind. It is perhaps for the best. The legitimacy of those champions is hardly worth elaborating upon. A month later, after introducing Chi-Chi to other girls, she felt a pang of sadness but voiced no objections. In her perspective, it was quite normal for a strong man to take multiple wives, as long as he cherished her above all. Bulma, however, was outraged. She had believed that after collecting the Dragon Balls, her interactions with the little girl Chi-Chi would cease, only to discover that the young girl, so astute for her age, had become engaged. The little one truly had ambitions. Lazili's complexion deepened with embarrassment. She had thought there were merely 3, but now there was an additional contender. Sun Wukong. You incorrigible universal scoundrel. Lan Chi, now with blue hair, could only swallow her grievances, her eyes brimming with tears, too timid to voice her feelings. Oh dear. How has another one appeared? Upon learning some information, Chi-Chi's confidence surged. She insisted on dragging Son Wukong to obtain a marriage certificate and even planned a wedding a month later. Hearing this, the three women became anxious. Disregarding the number of participants, if Chi-Chi weds Son Wukong first, wouldn't she become the matriarch of the household? I can accept your marriage. But you must vow never to take another wife beyond these three, Bulma declared emphatically. All right, I promise. Son Wukong stood at attention, his expression earnest. Bulma nodded in satisfaction. After her experiences online, her worldview had shifted considerably, and her aversion to polygamy had diminished. Moreover, solidifying the position of the eldest wife granted her significantly more influence in future matters, such as the marital home and children. I want to marry you too. Lan Shi instantly raised her hand and rushed to embrace Son Wukong's waist. Since Bulma had taken the step, she was determined not to lag behind. You all. Lazuli clenched her fists, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, despair creeping in. With three women already agreeing, what was she to do? Would Son Wukong cast her aside if she refused? Just then, Son Wukong's voice resonated beside her. Marry me, and I shall treat you well for a lifetime. I will never take another. His calm tone enveloped her, stirring ripples within her heart, making it race uncontrollably. All right. Gently, she succumbed, unable to deny Son Wukong's plea. As the three women faltered, their earlier bravado dissipated. Son Wukong's words had rendered them powerless. Why are you looking at me? Feeling the disdain of the three women, Lazuli panicked. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes filled with affection as she wrapped her arms around Son Wukong's neck, pulling him towards the three others. As if to say, they are bullying me. Help me seek vengeance. All right, let us eat first. Son Wukong was in high spirits, having resolved his greatest dilemma, almost craving to consume several hundred bowls of rice. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he first met Bulma's parents, Dr. Brief and Panchi. Truth be told, it was Son Wukong's first encounter with Bulma's parents in reality. Who would have thought that Bulma could actually get married? Panchi was somewhat astonished. Indeed, it was quite unexpected. Dr. Brief felt the same way. Shut up. Don't make it sound like I couldn't get married. Bulma transformed into her sharp-toothed form. After a brief exchange with her parents, she set off with Chi-Chi to the home of the Ox King. Upon learning that his illustrious son-in-law, Son Wukong, had arrived, the Ox King arranged a grand feast with 100 tables to welcome him. Upon discovering that Son Wukong intended to marry 4 women, the Ox King was taken aback, questioning if he could handle such a situation. However, he refrained from saying much, reasoning that a man of valor could manage a few more women without issue. Son Wukong indulged in a lavish feast, patting his belly, feeling only half full. His body demanded an abundance of energy. After a conversation with Son Wukong, the Ox King agreed to leave the mountains to care for Chi-Chi, intending to play with their future children as well. Son Wukong, along with Lazuli, Chi-Chi, Launch, and Bulma, proceeded to obtain their marriage certificates, choosing to hold the wedding in the imperial capital. This city was also where Bulma resided, and they planned to celebrate their nuptials at a grand estate located 100 kilometers outside the city. Violet had designated this area as Son Wukong's marital residence. In the surrounding woods, streams flowed gently, accompanied by the flight of numerous birds, while fierce beasts roamed freely. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex, a ruler of the dinosaur age, was a commonplace sight. Naturally, they dared not approach the estate, as countless ferocious creatures had perished there, staining the earth with their blood. It was a hellish place, a region deemed utterly perilous by the forest's predators. What? You're getting married in a week? Krillin exclaimed in despair. I don't even have a girlfriend. And you have 4 wives. Is the disparity really that vast? The droughts claim the thirsty, while the floods drown the soaked. This world is utterly unfair. Of course, Son Wukong said, handing the wedding invitation to Krillin before turning to leave. You should hurry to settle down. You're not getting any younger. Damn it, don't underestimate me. I will definitely find a wife within 3 months. The Third World Martial Arts Tournament will not be detailed here, as it merely serves as a point of interest for Krillin, which would be rather dull to recount. Thus, we shall skip over it. Hee. Chapter 61, Raditz. Chapter 59-60 follows Chapter 57. What is that? Lazuli's pupils constricted, sensing a strange aura rushing toward her. A formidable presence from outer space? A golden light flashed before her eyes, disappearing within a few breaths. Ah, Lazuli sighed in relief. Thankful it wasn't he directed at her. Her attire was spared. Within the grand estate, what was happening? Chi-Chi's vibrant hue faded, yet her spirit remained undeterred. My brother is coming to visit me. Son Wukong appeared invigorated, though his eyes shimmered with a lethal intensity. How could a mere lowly scion be worthy of my brotherhood? He strode through the living room, scooping up the two little ones and returning them to their respective rooms. Wukong, I am soon to be wed. Ha ha. Krillin excitedly retrieved an invitation from his bag. Now you cannot mock me, can you? 2 years prior, Krillin had triumphed in the World Martial Arts Tournament, gaining widespread acclaim. Countless young women pursued him, drawn by both wealth and the allure of strength. Standing behind Krillin was his wife, Jialuan, with fair skin, large dark eyes, and a sweet smile. Please take care of him, Mr. Wukong, Jialuan beamed, her eyes sparkling. She was a fan of Krillin and equally enamored with Son Wukong, exclaiming, your battles are truly magnificent. Son Wukong's gaze was piercing as he looked through Jialuan at Krillin. Haha, that's just her way. Isn't she adorable? Krillin had long since grown accustomed to her enthusiasm. Congratulations. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness. Thank you, Jialuan exclaimed, embracing Krillin's arm. You must come in a month. Krillin's face flushed, clearly unaccustomed to such attention. Of course, how could I not? Kakarot. A beam of golden light surged towards them, arriving moments later above Son Wukong's head, hovering in the sky. Ah, you've grown. I recognized you immediately, Kakarot. You look just like your father. Raditz descended slowly from the heavens, standing before Son Wukong. Kakarot, what is the meaning of this? Why have the humans of this planet not been exterminated? What are you dawdling about? Raditz bellowed. Hey, there's no Kakarot here, so stop shouting, Krillin responded cheerfully, waving at the dark-haired giant. Come on, let's go. Don't get drunk and start claiming kinship. He is my brother. What? He is your brother? Gasped the onlookers. Chi-Chi and Lan Chi emerged from the room, their faces etched with astonishment, having never encountered this individual before. Son Wukong stepped forward to explain. It's good that you remember. It saves me some effort. Listen, we have located a planet that can be sold for a high price. It may be a bit challenging for 3 of us to conquer a planet, but with your combat prowess combined with mine, we will undoubtedly succeed. That sounds quite promising, Krillin mused. Let us swiftly obliterate this planet and depart. What? Destroy this planet? The crowd tensed. Raditz could be dealt with, but with Son Wukong's involvement, it would spell certain doom. He would never join you. You barbarian. Chi-Chi shouted, unafraid. What did you say? Don't think that just because you are Kakarot's wife, I won't dare to kill you. Your proposal is enticing. Yet I must decline. Son Wukong pointed at Raditz's head, exclaiming that whether he agreed or refused, he would inevitably accompany him. Raditz sneered, oh really? Just you? How dare you? Son Wukong reached out with one hand towards Raditz, who twisted his body in an attempt to evade. However, Wukong was swifter, seizing Raditz by the neck and lifting him above his head. You truly are pathetic, brother. Kakarot, Raditz shouted in shock. Why is your strength so formidable when your battle power is merely 100? Raditz gathered all his energy, conjuring hundreds of energy blasts from his hands. Boom, boom. Thousands of energy blasts struck Son Wukong's face, enveloping the surrounding forest in smoke. Wukong, Wukong. The crowd cried out, immediately generating a gust of wind that dispersed the fog. Son Wukong emerged unscathed, not even a speck of dust on his attire. Rest assured, my dear brother, you lack the power to threaten me. Son Wukong's expression turned menacing. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Kakarot, we are family. Spare me. As the oxygen grew scarce, Raditz's cheeks flushed crimson, his strength waning, and his consciousness fading. I beg you, Kakarot. Spare me. Raditz was certain that Son Wukong harbored a deep-seated desire to kill him. If he did not plead for mercy, he would surely perish. With a chuckle, Son Wukong released his grip, not out of compassion, but to toy with Raditz. After all, he was no virtuous character. Yet, if Raditz truly departed, perhaps he could let him go. Huh. Raditz relaxed his neck, oxygen flooding back to him, his previously flushed face returning to normal. Thank you. Raditz fled rapidly, recognizing he could not defeat Son Wukong and was forced to retreat in disgrace. Why couldn't he detect Kakarot's battle power? Could it be that he possessed a form of concealed strength? Raditz was astonished that he had escaped so easily. The crowd shouted at him, you scoundrel. They had thought Son Wukong was showing mercy, only to realize he was merely playing around. Beep beep beep. Hello, is this Prince Vegeta? Raditz shouted urgently. Yes. What is it? Kakarot. I cannot defeat him, and he has hidden power. You worthless fool. You can't even handle a lowly warrior. And you claim to be a superior fighter. Vegeta scolded, biting into a piece of meat. What a disgrace. After all these years. Still at a measly battle power of 1500, and now you can't even best the brother of a lowly warrior. What use are you? Yes, I am deeply sorry. Raditz replied, bowing his head and groveling on the ground. Humph. You return at once. Understood, Prince Vegeta. The screen abruptly went black. Kakarot, you will pay for this. Raditz roared in fury. He was unexpectedly defeated by a mere low-ranking warrior, a sheer humiliation. I must say, if you still dare to harbor resentment against me, you truly are amusing. What? Who are you? Stop your pretentious antics and show yourself. Raditz glanced around, spinning 360 degrees to unleash his most formidable attack, the prince's battle technique. Boom, boom. Thousands of energy blasts erupted from his hands, creating a tempest that ravaged the surroundings, obliterating everything within a 10-mile radius in an instant. Chapter 62. Vegeta Hehe, who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that you are about to perish. A peculiar voice reverberated in Raditz's ears, an excruciating roar, as if he were enveloped by a cacophony of jarring noise. Before Raditz could complete his sentence, his body began to swell rapidly, resembling a gigantic balloon. With a thunderous bang, the balloon seemed to be pierced, resulting in a sudden explosion. The grass was annihilated. Rocks crumbled, and the entire 10-mile area was obliterated by an unknown blast, erasing all traces of existence. The energy bomb. You could have lived, but alas. Hundreds of kilometers away, Goku lay in the embrace of his wife, enjoying a massage. What caused your mood to suddenly brighten? Launch whispered softly. Well, a minor nuisance has been resolved. Brother? Don't make me laugh. Goku has never acknowledged that worthless brother. An unknown planet. Raditz has perished, killed by some mysterious means. Humph, that fool. Shall we avenge Raditz? Does he deserve it? It must have been that Kakarot who did it. He surely learned plenty of magic on that planet, Vegeta scoffed. However, I might as well meet this Kakarot. He could prove to be a valuable addition if his strength is commendable. To have easily slain Raditz, his combat power must be around 5,000. Just right. I am curious to see the utility of magic. Destination, Earth. The Grand Estate. Training at the age of 4? Are you joking? Bulma seized Goku's collar. I never saw you exercise as a child. Are they still your children? Indeed. No. Chi-Chi hurriedly exclaimed. Isn't it too early? Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Lazuli voiced her opposition, while Launch nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Very well, but they must train alongside me. Goku pondered. It indeed seemed a tad premature. Training and cultivation are not the same. Physical training increases energy, while cultivation also enhances energy, merely differing in pace. This suggestion is commendable. The family meeting concluded with a focus on cultivation. The next morning, hurry and get up. Goku rose early, carrying the still slumbering children outside, accompanied by Lazuli. Since Chi-Chi married Goku, her martial arts training had lapsed for quite some time. To her, my husband is the strongest in the world. Why should she train? Launch and Bulma each pursued their own interests. Lazuli, as ever, has been enamored with cultivation since her youth. Son Wukong is not only her husband, but also her rival and aspiration. No, I don't want to. Sun Lingyi pleaded with her mother. Please, I beg you, spare me. Unlike her, Sun Lingyi has little interest in cultivation. She prefers combat over the mundane practice of training. Cultivation is dreadfully boring. She declared, I must go? In contrast, Sun Wufan, influenced by Sun Wukong since infancy, has developed a fondness for cultivation, though he too finds fighting rather tedious. The two siblings are indeed like water and fire, their personalities remarkably eccentric. Lazuli lifted Wufan with her left hand and tossed Lingyi to Sun Wukong with her right, urging him to educate their daughter. No. As Lingyi was thrown, she immediately struggled and soared skyward in a fit of rage. She flew 10 meters away but suddenly halted, only to realize that she was tethered by a gas rope around her ankle. Bad daddy, I know all about you. She huffed. Reluctantly, Sun Lingyi resigned herself to her fate, flying to rest upon Sun Wukong's neck, wrapping her arms around his head and shutting her eyes. Still not satisfied with your sleep? You need more rest after all this time? Sun Wukong was well acquainted with her habit of clinging to his head during her slumber, Otherwise, she would cry, large tears streaming down her cheeks. An hour later, hey, this is taking too long, Piccolo exclaimed impatiently, pointing at the sun. 3 years prior, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Son Wukong, a conflict that had since been resolved. Today marked Piccolo's promise to Son Wukong to train the two little ones in wilderness survival skills. The duration, 3 months. With an extension of another 3 months if they failed. Don't mind those details. We will waste plenty of time ahead. Son Wukong chuckled as he tossed Lingy to Piccolo. Here, help me train her. She dislikes cultivation, so mold her into a competent warrior. He then seized the quiet Wufan from Lazili and tossed him to Piccolo as well. You want me to babysit? I won't raise them for you. What do you mean? We are friends. Take good care of them. Son Wukong laughed heartily, swiftly steering the conversation away. This is the gravity chamber, just as I promised. He tossed a universal capsule to Piccolo and turned to leave with Lazili. Wonderful. Daddy isn't watching us. Son Lingy shouted gleefully, quickly darting away from Piccolo's grasp. But sister, we need to train with Piccolo. We can't play. Son Wufan immediately seized the collar of his sister's outfit. Let go. Let go. Brother, I want to play. It hurts. Son Lingy, finding herself unable to break free, looked up at Wufan with tearful eyes, sparkling like stars. I'm sorry. That must hurt, right? Son Wufan promptly released her. Hee. Son Lingy smiled proudly, filled with self-satisfaction. Witnessing the entire process, Piccolo smacked his forehead and shouted in anger. Come here, you two. Grabbing the back of the two little ones' collars, he transported them several kilometers away to a desolate wilderness. For the next 3 months, your training will take place here. And you are not permitted to use flight. Is that understood? Lazili expressed some concern. Although the two children were not her own, her affection for Son Wukong extended to his offspring. It's fine, I'll be watching. This is merely a preliminary challenge. It's not much different from a vacation. Son Wukong remarked nonchalantly. With their innate combat power of 200, the siblings felt no fear of any environment on Earth. In his earlier days, he had roamed the martial world with that same power. If they could not even pass such a trivial trial, he would really have to question their intellect. After all, they possessed extraordinary talents that could be considered monstrous. Under normal circumstances, they could dominate this universe within a decade or so, of course. That was merely the lower limit. Who knew where the upper limit lay? Now it's our turn. Lazili initiated a surprise attack, launching an energy blast at Son Wukong during his momentary pause. Look at my flying dragon claw. The two then engaged in a fierce struggle, tumbling from the dense foliage into a thicket of tall grass. The forest shook as the grass, taller than a person, was flattened. Yet they continued their playful brawl without a care for appearances. Yield. Son Wukong tightened his grip around Lazili's fair neck. Absolutely not. Lazili exerted all her strength and resistance, but ultimately fell to Son Wukong's prowess. Chapter 63. The arrival of Vegeta. Time passed swiftly, and a month had gone by. From hunting dinosaurs in the wilderness to pursuing peculiar whales in the ocean, and then to capturing venomous insects in the tropical rainforest, the siblings gradually adapted to their unusual lifestyle. Son Wufan glanced around, his abdomen contracting, energy surging within him, and a sound reverberated for miles. Piccolo uncle! Piccolo uncle! The shrill voice echoed throughout the rainforest, causing insects hidden among the leaves to plummet. A dark shadow descended from above, and upon closer inspection, the frog realized it was nothing short of paradise. Thank you, Mother Nature. The frog's tongue flicked out, capturing dozens of insects to satiate its hunger. I've told you countless times. Keep it down. Piccolo was reluctantly forced out of his tree hollow, dark circles under his eyes evident. The two siblings had called for him dozens of times over the past month. Sleep was impossible, and training was even less so. He desperately needed a moment of rest. Although his body was fine, he needed to replenish his mental energy. Yes, brother is too loud. Son Lingy joined in the ruckus and casually fired an energy blast, obliterating the nearby trees and leaving a swath of forest utterly destroyed. You are the most troublesome. With a swift strike, Piccolo rendered her unconscious. Over the course of 3 days, he unleashed hundreds of energy blasts, creating deep craters spanning hundreds of kilometers, each one a testament to her mischief. The troublemaker, Son Lingy. The noisemaker, Son Wufan. Piccolo felt overwhelmed, silently wishing for the 3 months to pass quickly. He truly did not want to babysit these two little rascals any longer. He's coming. The children exclaimed in unison. At the grand estate, Chi-Chi inquired, "Where are the kids?" "They're with Piccolo," Son Wukong replied. "What? You let Piccolo take them? Bring them back to me." The golden-haired Lan Shi shouted furiously. "I knew it." Bulma adjusted her black-framed glasses, resignedly throwing up her hands. "Lazili, can't you do something about this?" Lazili nervously fiddled with her fingers. "Can I say I'm having fun?" As time passed, after 3 months of training, the two little rascals had transformed into fierce little warriors, embodying the essence of a demon clan fighter. "How do you like that? You give me 2 chubby kids. And after 3 months, I return to you 2 elite warriors," Piccolo bellowed to those behind him. The siblings' eyes sparkled with determination, their energy surging as they shouted in unison. "Yes, Lord Piccolo. Father, we greet you." Son Wukong slapped his forehead, bewildered. "Is this how Piccolo taught you? This is so awkward." "Well, you both did exceptionally well. I am quite pleased." "Oh well, Piccolo is just an 8-year-old child. A bit of youthful exuberance is normal." Not far away, Piccolo felt his cheeks flush, instinctively stepping back and clearing his throat. All right, disperse quickly. That Lord Piccolo was not my doing." "Yes, Lord Piccolo. I'll take my leave," Piccolo hurriedly declared, ascending into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yay! The plan was a resounding success. The 2 little rascals exchanged triumphant smiles and clapped their hands in joy. "So, you 2 are just playing with Piccolo?" After 3 months of training, Son Wukong initiated a training regimen for the little ones. In the first month, they engaged in a grand sibling tournament, where they were required to battle each other at least 100 times within 2 months. In the third month, they would face martial artists from around the world to broaden their horizons. In the 7th month, they would embark on a cosmic destruction mission led by Son Wukong to desolate planets, practicing energy control, learning how to achieve maximum destruction with minimal energy expenditure. Days turned into weeks, and a year slipped by quietly, in an unknown expanse of space. Within a circular spaceship, Vegeta opened his eyes, gazing intently at the approaching Earth. At the grand estate, "Oh, is that so? Have they arrived on Earth? I see. It has been a long time since I engaged in warm-up exercises." Son Wukong sneered, calling out internally, "If there is something fun, come quick." In an instant, from 1,000 miles away, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others turned their gazes toward the direction of Son Wukong. What could possibly be so intriguing to evoke such amusement? Yamcha embraced Pu'er, and within mere seconds, he had covered a significant distance towards Son Wukong. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the rest set aside their tasks and hastened over with utmost urgency. In the brief span of a minute, everyone had gathered. Son Wukong sat casually on the sofa, taking a bite of an apple, and spoke nonchalantly, "An alien has arrived. Do you have confidence?" The group exchanged determined glances. They were the most formidable martial artists in the world. Fear? Never. Suddenly, a circular spaceship streaked through the Earth's atmosphere like a meteor, descending rapidly into the heart of the city. Vegeta and Nappa emerged from the vessel. The ground beneath their feet was damp with soil, mingled with the aroma of grass and the fetid scent of earth. Upon witnessing the aliens disembarking, the townspeople erupted into fervent discussions, hundreds of them gathering in a cluster. "Humph, I despise greeting such insignificant pests," Nappa grumbled, flicking his fingers lightly, unleashing a wave of energy that erupted from beneath. The city was instantly devastated. Wherever there were structures, Nappa obliterated them, creating vast craters. On the other side, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, "What immense energy!" The group, long anticipating this moment, included Son Wukong, Krillin, Sun Lingyi, Sun Wufan, Lazuli, Tien Shinhan, Dend, Yamcha, and Piccolo. "Let us go," Nappa Vegeta said, quickly scanning the area and confirming several high-energy entities in the nearby rugged wilderness. "They're coming." Yamcha gasped in alarm. That short fellow possesses tremendous power. 2 energy signatures approached, growing larger as they hovered in midair. "So, you are Kakarot. You resemble Bardock remarkably." Vegeta descended slowly, looking down upon them. "Speak of everything regarding Earth, and how to cultivate magic. Perhaps I might spare your life, Kakarot." Vegeta had no intention of wasting words. He unleashed his full power, a tempest swirling around him, distorting the air itself. What overwhelming energy! Sun Wufan staggered back, eyes wide with fear, and Sun Lingyi mirrored his reaction, hiding behind Lazuli, her body trembling slightly. The others fared no better, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. "Humph, do you think you are worthy?" Son Wukong erupted with a golden aura, appearing before Vegeta in an instant. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted as the power levels surged to 3,000, then 4,000, culminating in a loud explosion from the detector. The combat power stabilized at 22,000, while Vegeta himself barely reached 18,000. Hey, is this the Scion Prince? Even I, a lowly warrior, surpass you. You are truly pathetic. Shut your mouth. Son Wukong's voice resonated like a haunting echo from the depths of hell, reverberating in Vegeta's ears. Vegeta's blood surged in an instant, veins protruding from his forehead as he concentrated his most formidable technique, the Gallic gun. Within mere seconds, the sky darkened, tempestuous clouds gathered, and flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings with a violet glow. Wherever the Gallic gun passed, everything crumbled, reduced to dust. Chapter 64. Defeat and Escape. Kakarot dares to challenge Prince Vegeta. He truly has a death wish. Nappa remained unfazed, retrieving a glass vial from his pocket and giving it a shake. Indeed, 6 seeds remained. You are fortunate, for I shall savor tormenting you until your last breath. Nappa planted the seeds, extending his arms wide. Let the game commence. 6 plant warriors emerged from the earth, diminutive in stature, with green skin and red eyes. Is that so? It seems we have been underestimated. Yamcha shed his casual attire, revealing an orange martial arts uniform, the same one he had always worn. Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu stood behind Yamcha, their once concealed auras erupting into a brilliant white flame. Go, entertain yourselves with them. At Nappa's command, the plant warriors began to encircle them from all directions. A bunch of insignificant pests. At that moment, Lapis suddenly appeared from behind Lazuli. 6 years prior, he was but a slender youth. Now, he was muscular, his expression hardened. I thought you wouldn't show up. Lazuli crossed her arms, her icy demeanor betraying a hint of amusement. Lapis let out a hearty laugh, unleashing his energy and instantly breaking through the encirclement of the plant warriors. Hey, stealing kills, how despicable. The 4 were taken aback. Do you have any idea how long we rehearsed this formation? You simply cut in. You two can handle those plant warriors. Lazuli gathered her energy for a devastating attack, and with a resounding boom, she surged forward, her purple brilliance akin to a cataclysmic explosion. You join in too. The 4 exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling their mightiest energy waves. Kamehameha, Dodon Ray, Super Energy Wave, Spirit Slash. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors flashed. And as Nappa turned to flee, his legs remained rooted in place. Lazuli and the others' assault had already reached him. Boom. This was the most devastating blow Earth had ever witnessed, obliterating 100 meters without leaving a trace. Although the area was small, the sheer power was so overwhelming that Nappa could not even utter a cry before he was entirely annihilated. He seemed to vanish without a trace. Damn it. Lapis cursed under his breath, hastily retreating several hundred meters, preparing to unleash his most potent technique. Ultimate destruction. A thunderous roar echoed as dust swirled, and the ground's crater expanded several-fold. Truly, these seasoned fighters are impressive. They nearly ended my life. In mere seconds, Nappa was declared deceased. At that moment, the plant warriors stood with wide eyes, frozen in place. What do we do? The boss seems to be dead. What now? Run. The vegetative beings scattered in all directions, diving into the ground like acrobats, burrowing dozens of meters deep in mere moments. Brother. Lingy and Wufan exchanged a glance, their hands coming together to unleash their most formidable technique. Demon-breaking flash. In an instant, everything within a 10-kilometer radius was obliterated. Even those vegetative beings that fled to depths of 10,000 meters were not spared. Under the radiance of the purple light, their bodies were crushed, their cells annihilated, vanishing entirely from this realm. On the other side, a thunderous crash resounded as the Gallic gun was sent flying by Son Wukong, striking the ground behind him and causing a 100-meter expanse of rock to shatter and scatter. Is that all you've got? The minute fragments that struck Son Wukong turned to dust as he casually flicked his hand, indicating his nonchalance. At that moment, Vegeta realized that Son Wukong was significantly more powerful than he. Should he transform into a great ape? Suddenly, several voices interrupted his thoughts. Daddy, go for it. Defeat that little prince. The 2 youngsters nearby cheered for Son Wukong. What? That useless Nappa can't even last a few minutes. The opponent's attire remained pristine. clearly indicating that Nappa was merely an easily manipulated pawn. It seems your companion is not so impressive after all. He couldn't even hold out for a minute. Son Wukong appeared mysteriously beside Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. When did he? Before Vegeta could react, Son Wukong's figure reappeared, this time moving with even greater swiftness. His fingers, now claws, tightly gripped Vegeta's cheek. Damn it! Vegeta struggled vehemently, but no matter how hard he tried, Son Wukong remained steadfast as a mountain. Shut up! Son Wukong soared into the air, leaping high before bringing Vegeta's face down forcefully against the ground. Instantly, rubble, rocks, and trees collided with Vegeta in a tumultuous embrace. Haha, exciting, isn't it? Daddy has taken flight, Lingy remarked. Indeed, Daddy has flown away, Wufan replied. Bang! You two are nothing but parrots. The two little ones fell to the ground, smoke rising from their heads. Sister, you are too rough. This is not how children should be taught, Robbie's interjected sternly. Exactly. Mommy is mean. The two youngsters chimed in unison as they quickly hid behind their uncle. Oh, do you have any clever tricks up your sleeve? Lazili's expression darkened, emanating a menacing glow, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. How frightening. The two little ones clung to each other, tears welling in their eyes. On the other side, as the speed intensified, Vegeta's already battered body endured even greater torment. A prince? Merely a worthless being. Worthless prince. Worthless. Useless. Vegeta's eyes blazed crimson, and a white aura enveloped him, radiating an energy more formidable than ever before. Get lost. He bellowed, his power surging exponentially, creating a potent repulsive force that emanated from his very being. Trees and stones in proximity to Vegeta were violently cast aside. The power has certainly increased, but it is still insufficient. Goku remained steadfast, unfazed, even retrieving a mint from his pocket to pop into his mouth. Vegeta roared once more, his white aura exploding with renewed vigor, the repulsion intensifying. Within 100 miles, everything was swept away, animals scattered in search of sanctuary. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder cracking as golden lightning flashed intermittently. A colossal tornado wreaked havoc a kilometer away, while, beyond 10,000 meters, titanic waves, unseen for millennia, surged towards the shore. Under the influence of Vegeta's aura, the world resembled an apocalyptic tableau. Yet, mere moments later, Vegeta collapsed, his eyes rolling back as he fell to the ground, and the world returned to normal. I thought you were unleashing your ultimate move, but is this all? You got my hopes up for nothing. Irritated, Goku seized Vegeta by the neck and, in a few breaths, arrived at his spaceship, tossing him inside and activating the controls. Now go, and I hope next time you can give me a real thrill. He had reigned supreme on Earth for far too long and yearned for a truly exhilarating battle. Suppressing his power always felt unsatisfactory to Goku. Boom. The spaceship gradually ascended, whooshing away from Earth in mere seconds. Chapter 65. The spaceship. Is it truly wise to let him go? Lazuli emerged behind Goku, her expression cold and devoid of emotion, subtly tinged with menace. He is indeed useful. Is he? Next time, you'd best eliminate him. His strength is no trifling matter. Don't let it slip. Rest assured. That won't happen. Goku and Lazuli returned to the spot where Nappa had perished. Would you like to embark on an adventure in space? Adventure. They widened their eyes, astonished at the mention of a spaceship. Indeed, it is the spacecraft Bulma constructed. After some explanation, it was revealed that the vessel Goku had previously used to arrive on Earth had been transformed by Bulma into a grand spaceship capable of traversing the entire galaxy in just a few days. We're going, the two young ones exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, their curiosity piqued by the prospect of the unknown. All right, and what about you? I will go. Piccolo was the first to raise his hand, equally intrigued by the cosmos. Seeing Piccolo take the lead, others followed suit, eager to participate. The mundane affairs of Earth had become monotonous. They yearned to witness the wonders of other planets. With no fear of the unknown, only an abundance of curiosity filled their hearts. Any uncertainty arises from a lack of firepower, yet their arsenal is undeniably formidable. Fear is utterly absent. All right. The crowd heads home, preparing for an arduous journey. The Grand Estate. What? You intend to take them on a cosmic adventure? Chi-Chi gasped in astonishment. How splendid. I wish to join as well. Lanchi exclaimed excitedly. In that moment, Chi-Chi and Lanchi formed two contrasting images, one dejected and the other radiant. Enough of that. You too. Son Wukong's eyes darted about, signaling that it was time for your entrance. Bulma nodded, indicating, leave it to me. Oh, fret not, Chi-Chi. With Wukong by your side, his strength is unparalleled. Rest assured, you shall return safely. Indeed, with the mightiest martial artists of Earth accompanying you, there is certainly no danger. Lazuli concurred. Quan Chi and the two little ones nodded vigorously, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Chi-Chi quickly shielded her eyes, exclaiming, how dazzling my eyes. Understood. Make sure to depart early and return promptly. Aren't you going? Son Wukong approached Chi-Chi, gently caressing her cheek, his expression tender. Well, the senzu beans require care. What if I leave and perish in a few days? Chi-Chi took a few steps back, her movements flustered and her cheeks slightly flushed. The three women behind her stifled laughter. Chi-Chi remained as easily embarrassed as ever. What are you doing? Am I wrong in saying this? If the senzu beans perish, what will happen to the children's hunger? A year ago, nearly all 10,000 senzu beans had been consumed. Son Wukong summoned the Dragon Balls, wishing for a vast senzu bean plantation. However, the cultivation conditions are quite stringent, and the robots Bulma is currently developing cannot plant them. Reliance on Chi-Chi is imperative. Very well, I've said to find someone, yet you insist on doing it yourself. Mind your own business. I'm doing it willingly. What others do pales in comparison to one's own efforts. Essentials must not be taken lightly. Inside the spaceship. Kakarot actually spared me. Vegeta's gaze was blank. Disbelief etched on his features. How infuriating. How infuriating. Vegeta's veins bulged as he slammed his fist onto the control panel, crackling with faint purple arcs of electricity, slightly altering the spaceship's flight path. How infuriating. Kakarot. To think he would let me go. How could he? Vegeta felt a profound humiliation. He had been defeated by a mere lower-class warrior. And yet, his opponent chose to spare him. Did he consider him insignificant? Did he believe he posed no threat? Kakarot, you shall regret this. I will personally defeat you. Vegeta silently vowed that one day he would vanquish Kakarot and humiliate him thoroughly. He declared him too weak. You are utterly ineffectual now. I shan't accept your life. It is meant for you, the defeated. Regardless of Vegeta's wild imaginings, the spaceship continued its journey, heading towards the Frisia Force's base. After several days, the spaceship finally reached its destination. A colossal spaceship looms above the planet, resembling a suspended steel behemoth. Beneath it, the entrance bustles with a constant flow of individuals, with numerous vessels entering and exiting. Emerging from the spaceship in a disheveled manner, Vegeta gasps for breath. Lord Vegeta, an elderly researcher, clad in black-rimmed glasses, hastily assists him, swiftly escorting him to the treatment room. After a flurry of activity, the old researcher exhales in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, a naive researcher ambles by. Senior, why are you so anxious? He is not dead, after all. Are you foolish? What if he were to die? How would you explain it to the higher-ups? He is Vegeta, a significant figure with a power level exceeding 10,000. But it doesn't concern us. We could simply ignore it and claim we didn't see anything. The researcher replies, still perplexed, scratching his head. Sigh. Never mind the accountability. Even if we manage to heal him, what if Vegeta's temper flares and he decides to eliminate us? There are countless low-ranking staff like us. With a mere wave of his hand, we could be obliterated. The old researcher shakes his head and departs. Having worked here for decades, he has witnessed colleagues either perish or suffer dire fates, leaving few survivors. His own continued presence is attributed to his wisdom. The researcher silently notes this. His notebook filled with the old researcher's insights, concluding with the phrase, seek not glory, but rather avoid blame. When will this life come to an end? He sighs, retreating to his quarters. This is the reality for the researchers of Frisia's army, abducted from countless planets to aid in the development of formidable weapons. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they are destined to remain aboard this spaceship for eternity. After a prolonged period, Vegeta slowly opens his eyes, shattering the glass encasing him with a single punch, green liquid spilling forth as he steps out. Lord Vegeta, all your injuries have completely healed, and your spaceship has been repaired, the old researcher exclaims urgently. Where has Lord Frisia gone? Vegeta inquires, checking his body and stretching. According to reports, the king has departed. Has he already gone there? The Grand Manor. After 18 days of preparation, everyone gathers. Are we ready? Bulma tosses a universal capsule onto the ground, unleashing a cloud of smoke as a massive spaceship, several hundred meters long, materializes. What a colossal craft! Krillin exclaims, stepping back in awe. How many years did it take to create this? Stop overreacting, Piccolo remarks, entering the spaceship alone. The others follow suit, disregarding Krillin's astonishment. Hey, wait for me. Krillin hastily boarded the ship, anxious not to be left behind. This spacecraft, after Bulma rambled on with her ingenious ideas, perfectly integrated with her brilliant mind. Truly impressive. What a remarkable stroke of genius. Son Wukong cheered from the sidelines, even brandishing a support stick to rally her on. La Zili felt a twitch on her forehead, clutching the two little ones as she retreated to the bedroom, daring not to look back. An hour later, Bulma's lecture finally concluded, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Well spoken, but let us refrain from such lengthy discourse next time. The spacecraft boasted dozens of rooms, equipped with robots dedicated to cleaning, a modest supply of Earth food, and an ample stock of senza beans. It was evident that before reaching Namek, they would primarily subsist on senza beans. Son Wukong, Lan Chi, and La Zili sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, the 20-fold gravity pressing upon them. Faint glimmers of golden light flickering around the three. The gravity chamber comprised 4 rooms, with others similarly exerting themselves in training, preparing for the challenges ahead. What was initially presumed to be an ordinary journey transformed dramatically the day before departure when Son Wukong revealed their true intent to confront extraterrestrials. Why didn't you mention the extraterrestrial confrontation earlier? Thus, everyone swiftly transitioned into training mode. King Frieza and Vegeta seem to have defected and come to our side, said Zabo, holding a detector. Humph, those reckless fools dare to openly betray me, Frieza replied darkly, a cold smile creeping across his face. Indeed, Vegeta appears to be growing impatient. If he dares to approach, I shall twist his head off. Dodoria stood behind Frieza, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. Frieza lounged lazily in his floating vehicle, casually gesturing as dozens of Namekians perished in an instant, nearly wiping out the entire village. Huh, just a mere monkey dares to betray me? My strength has only grown mightier. It would take Vegeta a millennium to pose a threat to me. I owe it all to that monkey from 20 years ago. Without his encouragement, my combat prowess would not have flourished. Once I wish for eternal youth, my power shall ascend even further. Frieza erupted into an ecstatic laugh. But the murderous glint in his eyes intensified. Father, you must be cautious, warned Dodoria, his pupils constricting. Was it just his imagination? Or did King Frieza seem even stronger than before? Head this way. After a fierce battle with Vegeta, Son Wukong had become attuned to Vegeta's energy signature, allowing him to sense his location across the cosmos. Received. The robot promptly maneuvered the spaceship. After 3 days of travel, they drew ever closer to Vegeta. Vegeta has halted. It appears we have arrived. Son Wukong moved with effortless grace. Although he had yet to fully master the Super Saiyan transformation, he faced the formidable Frieza, whose battle power exceeded 100 million, with remarkable ease. Closing his eyes, Son Wukong immersed himself in the contemplation of his cellular structure, then his bones, hair, and internal organs. The method to transform into a Super Saiyan was surprisingly simple. It was not solely fueled by rage. What's wrong? You're not planning to confront Frieza, are you? Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, King Kai shouted in frustration, that is the Emperor of the universe. With your talent, it won't be long before you can defeat him. Why seek danger now? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he recalled how, 5 years prior, Son Wukong had come to his planet to train. In merely a month, he had mastered the Kaioken technique. The spirit bomb took him 5 months to learn, a feat King Kai had initially thought would be quite challenging. Unexpectedly, this boy, with his untainted heart, managed to learn it against all odds. King Kai was genuinely astonished. Such talent, as long as he remained alive, would surely lead him to become a supreme Kai with ease. Surely, this boy can handle it, right? Perhaps he can. Do not worry. That trivial Frieza does not concern Son Wukong. Well then, just be careful. King Kai realized he could not dissuade Son Wukong, and with a sigh, he returned to his dwelling. Suddenly, a purple figure twisted violently, exploding midair. Humph. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, retracting his hand with ease. On another front, a loud explosion echoed as a scouter shattered from the ear of Zarbon, crashing to the ground. Lord Frieza, Vegeta's battle power appears to have reached 22,000. Humph. Let me see my latest scouter. Dodoria, skeptical, responded. What? Vegeta's battle power is 24,000. The tremor in Dodoria's voice was palpable as he stepped back in alarm. That kind of power could easily annihilate me. There's nothing to be surprised about. Vegeta is a seasoned warrior and has learned certain techniques on Earth. It's quite normal, but it's just 24,000. The two of you together can handle it. Frieza scoffed dismissively as the spaceship entered the atmosphere. It descended rapidly like a meteor, the steel hull glowing with heat, its speed gradually diminishing. Finally, it hovered midair, slowly descending, displacing the Earth below and creating 4 deep craters in the ground. Go find the elders of the Namekians, Son Wukong declared before departing, vanishing in an instant with a swift burst of speed. The others exchanged glances, with Piccolo taking the lead, sensing the familiar energy of the Namekians, reminiscent of a long-ago experience. Keep up, Bulma thought for a moment before hastily grabbing the 2 children and following suit. Although Piccolo had once been malevolent, after years of understanding, his cool demeanor and calm nature assured them he would not engage in irrational actions. He must have had a lead. The others, aware of the situation, took flight, minimizing their energy output as they soared into the sky. Upon their arrival at the atmosphere, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming, abyss-like essence reminiscent of a hellish chasm. This malevolent aura sent shivers down their spines. Merely standing on Namek, they felt a suffocating presence bearing down upon them. Fortunately, being weaker than Goku was the very reason they dared to set foot on Namek. Meanwhile, was Frieza's power truly 530,000? Goku, relying solely on his physical prowess, continuously scaled numerous peaks. Each exertion transformed the muddy ground into deep craters, with earth flying in every direction. Could it be that my perception has faltered? I distinctly recall the measurement units from 20 years ago, so why was it that Goku, born with an innate ability to sense energy, had long since conducted his own clandestine measurements of those units? Could it be? Goku's expression shifted, his gaze turned steely, and his aura became even more restrained, akin to a solid rock. It must undeniably be so. Chapter 67. The Elder on the Other Side. Piccolo, utilizing his unique perception, successfully detected a faint, elusive signal. Traversing hundreds of peaks and covering thousands of kilometers, he finally reached his destination. Why? Piccolo pondered, perplexed. Why did this feeling grow increasingly familiar? Could he also be an alien? Observing Piccolo standing dazedly in place, the others halted, cautiously scanning their surroundings. What is wrong with you? I'm fine. It just feels oddly familiar, comforting, as though I've returned home. Piccolo's reverie was interrupted. Regaining his focus, he leaped to the highest point. What shall we do? Krillin hesitated slightly. You stay here. Lazuli and Lapis exchanged a glance, resolutely leaping forth together. The sibling duo possessed the greatest strength, making them more likely to survive in the face of danger. We cannot remain passive. We'll observe from a distance, and should anyone attempt a sneak attack, we'll provide immediate support. Bulma transformed into a dragon, seizing the 2 youngsters and soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Her gaze sharp and unwavering as she closely monitored Piccolo and the others. Mom, I want to go, Sun Ling exclaimed, eager to participate. Me too. Sun Wufan hesitated for a few seconds, worry occupying his thoughts, before his resolve solidified. No, you would only bring unforeseen trouble upon them. Bulma refused. Although their combat power had reached 1,000, it was still far from sufficient. You have arrived. The Elder is already aware of this matter. A figure resembling Piccolo emerged from a white dwelling, causing goosebumps to rise across Piccolo's skin. A prophecy. The Elder's extraordinary perception is remarkable. I don't know, Piccolo explained, a bead of sweat trickling down. The 2 siblings exchanged glances, conveying their trust. Yet their muscles tensed in readiness to flee at the slightest sign of an ambush. I am Nail. You are a Namekian like us. Upon encountering Piccolo, Nail was instantly struck by a sense of familiarity. Having regained his composure, he unexpectedly engaged in further conversation. The Elder? Indeed, we are all offspring of the Grand Elder, who is an ancient Namekian. Naru led the group into the white circular chamber, where a colossal chair loomed at the center, occupied by a towering elder. His sparse white hair framed his closed eyes, and if one did not observe closely, it would be difficult to discern the faint glimmer of wisdom emanating from the narrow fissures of his eyelids. You are the child of Katats, the Grand Elder remarked in surprise, as he had assumed Katats had returned. What brings you to me? Piccolo now realized that he, too, was a Namekian. I have little time left. I hope you can vanquish the foes invading this planet or drive them away. I apologize, but I am powerless, he replied. For with a battle power of merely 6,000, how could he possibly defeat hundreds of thousands of adversaries? Was he to rely on some miraculous enhancement? As for saving lives, that malevolent aura was drawing ever closer to the other Namekians. They were not far from death. Assimilate with me, Nehru interjected, his gaze resolute, his spirit aflame, not for any other reason than the survival of their race. Nehru, the Grand Elder, was taken aback. He had never envisioned such a plea from him. Grand Elder, we have reached a dead end. If he truly is a prodigy of the Dragon Clan, let him merge with me and defeat Frisia. Nehru bellowed in fury, resolute in his determination. With each passing day, the essence of his kin dwindled. If his death could usher in peace, then so be it. Is that so? The Grand Elder remained silent for a few moments before slowly nodding, for his children were on the brink of extinction. Had it not been for his prophecy, they might have begun the assimilation process long ago. Hey, you haven't considered my opinion. Piccolo frowned. Would he still be himself after the assimilation? It will not affect you adversely. The sole benefit of merging is an enhancement of combat prowess, Nehru hastened to explain, having sensed Piccolo's apprehension. After a brief moment of contemplation, Piccolo nodded, thinking that such an opportunity was indeed rare. If you do anything that compromises my identity, I will personally end your life, he declared, extending his left hand. Of course, that's just idle talk. Nehru nodded and reached out his hand, the instant their hands met. A radiant light erupted from within Nehru, his essence merging with Piccolo's. A flash of white light enveloped them, and Nehru vanished, while a tremendous energy surged within Piccolo, intensifying to a magnitude 100-fold. Razzle and Rappy stood in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Is this real? Has he truly enhanced so dramatically? This assimilation is astonishing. Has he bypassed centuries of training? Even Son Wukong could not achieve such power. The sheer might was overwhelming. What has Piccolo done? The onlookers rushed to provide support, only to burst into laughter and exclamations of joy upon entering the room. Ha ha ha! This is magnificent! Piccolo shouted to the heavens, the exhilaration within him swelling uncontrollably as he felt the boundless power coursing through him. At that moment, he felt invincible. The Grand Elder fell silent for a few moments, eventually revealing a look of satisfaction, nodding with a gentle smile. Come forth, my child. Piccolo, perhaps emboldened by his formidable strength, approached the Grand Elder. Excellent, excellent. The Grand Elder placed his palm upon Piccolo's head, his excitement growing more palpable as he closed his eyes. What is that? Bulma inquired, while Lazuli stepped forward to elucidate. Oh, I didn't realize Piccolo was an alien, a Namekian at that. My goodness, the potential for assimilation is exponentially astounding. Your potential is immense, the Grand Elder proclaimed, releasing his hand with a benevolent smile. I cannot fully unlock it all. No sooner had the Grand Elder's words faded than Piccolo's aura surged once again. The mere release of his energy sent colossal waves crashing against the shore, fracturing the land and spreading at an alarming rate. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, the air swirling violently, causing the onlookers to break into a cold sweat, standing rigidly in place. Ha ha! Now even Son Wukong cannot defeat me. Piccolo laughed maniacally, his expression twisted, fangs glinting menacingly, an overwhelming aura of malevolence radiating from him. In that moment, Piccolo was oblivious to the world around him, feeling as if a mere touch of his finger could shatter the very planet, transforming it into a fragment of a colossal asteroid in the cosmos. Uncle Piccolo is terrifying. This isn't the Piccolo we know. The two little ones trembled in fear, clutching each other tightly, tears brimming in their eyes as they hid behind Bulma. Cough, cough. Upon hearing the children's cries, Piccolo coughed a few times, immediately regaining his composure and adopting a more aloof demeanor. It is natural for one's power to surge so rapidly, leading to a loss of emotional control. As soon as he finished speaking, Piccolo appeared before the two children at an almost imperceptible speed, delivering a playful yet firm punch to each of them. Wow! They both exclaimed, wincing in pain, smoke billowing from their heads as they clung desperately to Bulma's legs. Please leave a 5-star comment. Please leave a 5-star comment. Please leave a 5-star comment. Chapter 68. Frisia's intuition. Is it truly acceptable to bully children like this? The tension in the air dissipated as the onlookers regarded Piccolo with disdain. Cough. Piccolo cleared his throat, his green cheeks slightly flushed, hastily shifting the subject. What was that you did, Grand Elder? Ha ha ha. That was merely one of my abilities, designed to assist you in unlocking your potential. Observing the interaction between Piccolo and the others, the Grand Elder felt a deeper sense of joy, his expression growing increasingly benevolent. Is that so? Have you also found friends, and those who care for you? That is truly wonderful. After unlocking Piccolo's potential, the Grand Elder inadvertently began to sense Piccolo's memories. He had not intended to pry, but it was an instinctive response. By the time he realized, it was too late. Come forth, children, let me help you unlock your potential. The Grand Elder beckoned to the group. It will not affect you, it won't. In any case, I do not have many days left to live. The Grand Elder smiled and interrupted Piccolo's words, expressing his desire for him to swiftly defeat the enemy and then resurrect his children. Whether it was the Grand Elder's sorrow for his children or his boundless compassion, Piccolo fell silent for a few seconds before nodding his agreement. As Krillin's potential began to manifest, the others could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. One could not help but wonder if Goku would succeed. After the three women had their potential awakened, they inevitably thought of their husbands. Time passed, and it was the turn of the two little ones. However, after the Grand Elder patted their heads, he suddenly opened his squinted eyes. Your potential is immense. I am unable to fully unleash it. Compared to Piccolo, they were indeed stronger. How unfair the world is, to be gifted with such innate talent from birth. But is there any fairness in this world? Moments later, two powerful energies surpassed everyone present except for Piccolo, and the white aura suddenly expanded tremendously. A wave of pressure enveloped the surroundings, cracks instantaneously spread across the ceiling, and the ground trembled ominously. The overwhelming aura resembled an insurmountable mountain peak. Goodness, is this even right? The attendees were astounded. The awakening of potential had directly eclipsed the power they had painstakingly cultivated through relentless effort. What on earth did they consume? How did their battle powers surge suddenly by several times, even hundreds of times? Vegeta's hair stood on end, his eyes filled with disbelief. What on earth had that Namekian from Earth ingested to experience such a meteoric rise in power? Did they truly consume a miraculous dragon that grants wishes? And what about that little one from the Kakarot family? Could it be that he too had partaken of such a miraculous dragon? No, he could no longer remain idle. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his gaze fiercely directed toward the position of Frieza's army. Frieza had already located the fifth Dragon Ball and had slaughtered the Namekian villages. How infuriating! Was he to wallow in impotent fury? Vegeta smashed a rock with his fist, yet his rage only intensified. He had already killed Dodoria and seized a Dragon Ball. But now it seemed all he could do was prevent Frieza from acquiring the Dragon Balls, unable to fulfill his own desires. Hey, Vegeta, it seems you are in a bit of trouble. A sudden voice echoed in his ears, causing Vegeta's body to stiffen as he mechanically turned around. It's you, Kakarot. How did you come here from Earth? Vegeta took a few steps back, his eyes wide with lingering terror, his heart filled with both murderous intent and fear towards Kakarot. Of course, you brought me here. What? Vegeta felt a chill run down his spine. His expression twisted in fury. This was half of the galaxy. Kakarot could sense his energy. It must be understood that the key sensing technique he learned from Earth could only detect the energy of an entire planet. Only those who had mastered key sensing could comprehend the vast disparity between his and Kakarot's strengths, akin to dust against the stars. Are you starting to feel fear? Ha! Son Wukong's gaze was indifferent, yet his smile radiated with an unsettling brilliance, devoid of genuine warmth. If this marked the loss of resolve, then even the opportunity to challenge him would be non-existent. A being stripped of courage cannot transcend their own limitations. Vegeta snorted, refraining from responding, but silently etched the words into his heart, biding his time for a future reckoning. I shall make Kakarot kneel before me and sing of his defeat. Contemplating for a few moments, Son Wukong's expression turned malevolent, his eyes glinting with mischief. Hey, Vegeta, how about I distract Frieza for you? This way, you can seize the Dragon Balls. Really? Vegeta's mind raced, striving to decipher Son Wukong's intentions. Indeed, after all, I have always been a man of my word. All right. Vegeta recognized the malice in his opponent's proposition, yet what if it actually succeeded? He was determined to seize any opportunity that presented itself. Ha 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 ha, I eagerly anticipate this. Son Wukong chuckled with intrigue, swiftly moving to confront Frieza. Vegeta furrowed his brow, as long as Kakarot diverted Frieza's attention. Sabo's current combat prowess would be insufficient to conquer him. What was Kakarot planning? Why did he harbor an ominous premonition? As Son Wukong closed in, Frieza instinctively reacted, attempting to evade. However, Son Wukong was already before him, his finger aimed at Frieza's neck, which he narrowly avoided. A sharp pain surged through him as Frieza clasped his head, his expression icy. "You wretched monkey! How dare you ambush me?" His gaze fixated on the severed horn on the ground, his murderous intent escalating, his face contorting in rage. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that the cosmic emperor Frieza was but a diminutive fool? Knowing my identity, you still dared to strike? Frieza clenched his teeth. Meanwhile, Sabo discreetly retreated to a safe distance, not daring to utter a word. I have no desire to explain. You are unworthy of my words. 5 claw marks slashed through the air, imbued with lethal energy, instantly leveling the ground beneath. Frieza attempted to retaliate, but as he drew near, his expression shifted dramatically, yet it was too late. The claw marks severed his 3 fingers with ease, which fell to the ground, blood staining the grass. The pain coursing through his body extinguished his arrogance, leaving a grave countenance. Monkey! Frieza instantly transformed into his second form, unleashing a torrent of energy. His deadly beams of light spiraling forth. Dozens of formidable purple flashes surged toward him. Unhittable! Unhittable! Son Wukong played as if it were a game, effortlessly evading each of Frieza's attacks, even performing a whimsical dance in the process. Boom! Despite firing hundreds of death beams, Frieza's efforts were futile, his forehead bulging with veins. He refused to squander any more time, his body tensing slightly as he transformed into his ultimate form in a heartbeat. Chapter 69. Final Form, Is It Necessary? Transforming directly into the final form, Son Wukong hurriedly made his escape. Don't run, Earth Splitter. Frieza, in an instant, became furious, joining his fingers to condense a surge of purple energy, and with a fierce wave, unleashed a colossal wave of blade-like energy that swiftly pursued Son Wukong. It seems Frieza's power has significantly increased, exuding an extraordinary aura. I must further test Frieza's strength. Son Wukong slightly shifted to the left, evading once more, and in the blink of an eye, fled 1,000 miles away. Sabo, remain here. Guard the Dragon Balls. With that, Frieza transformed into a purple orb of light, chasing after Son Wukong, leaving behind a trail of violet energy in the sky. Yes, Lord Frieza. Sabo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, remaining within that energy, his heart racing with trepidation. Suddenly, an excruciating pain radiated from his back to engulf his entire body. Sabo came to his senses just as he caught sight of his assailant, bombarded by a multitude of energy blasts. Boom, boom. Dust erupted, obscuring his vision. After the ambush, Vegeta unleashed several hundred energy waves, culminating in the devastating final flash. Is that all? The Dragon Balls are mine. Vegeta swiftly leaped towards the Dragon Balls, which gathered together, shimmering with golden light. Only one Dragon Ball remained to fulfill a wish. Suppressing his excitement, Vegeta casually shot an energy blast into the ground, burying all 5 Dragon Balls. Now, only I know their hidden location. Oh, thank you for revealing the location of the buried Dragon Balls. Sabo's energy wave surged, primed for launch, and before Vegeta could react, he was struck. Boom. Ha ha ha. I am one of the rare, transforming races in the universe. Sabo's formerly handsome visage grotesquely swelled, his face covered in warts, his corpulent figure resembling that of a toad-like alien. Die! Vegeta panted heavily, the pain in his back constantly hindering him, making the flow of his energy increasingly arduous. He gathered his utmost power into a final flash. In that moment, darkness enveloped the world, as if everyone had vanished, leaving only him standing alone. Final flash. A thunderous roar erupted, embodying his unwavering resolve to triumph over others, sweeping forth with unrelenting force. What are you blabbering about? Sabo waved his left hand, effortlessly deflecting the final flash, which collided with a village in the distance, instantly engulfing it in a blinding purple light, leaving devastation in its wake. Nanny, it was deflected. Vegeta's pupils constricted. I'll simply slap you. With incredible speed, Sabo closed in on Vegeta, delivering a stunning slap to his shocked face, sending him flying hundreds of meters. You might have found the Dragon Balls and hidden them beneath the village haven to you? Zabo's face gleamed with pride, as if he had orchestrated the entire scenario from the beginning. However, what is this? Is it already over? You are too swift, aren't you? Zabo's gaze was laced with intrigue. Vegeta's vision darkened. His pupils rolled back as he collapsed onto the gravel-strewn ground. Humph. A wicked smile danced upon Zabo's lips as he reverted to his original form, extending his verdant hand below. Quite impressive. As Zabo's smile grew increasingly malevolent, his movements became more vigorous. Meanwhile, Goku and Frieza found themselves on an open expanse. It seems you wish to engage in a little game with me. Oh, are you aware that I lured you here intentionally? Naturally. You are likely the very crutch upon which Vegeta has betrayed me, are you not? Is Vegeta not currently in the company of Mr. Zabo? At this juncture, Frieza paused for a few moments before a sinister smile crept upon his face. Unfortunately, Mr. Zabo is a shape-shifting extraterrestrial, far beyond the meager combat power of 24,000 that Vegeta possesses. I fear Vegeta has succumbed to slumber on the ground. Oh ho 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 ho. With this thought, Frieza's spirits soared, erupting into a quintessential villainous laughter. Regrettably, you are mistaken. Goku had already gathered the Kamehameha wave in advance, and with a hearty shout, the azure light surged towards Frieza. Haha. Frieza scoffed dismissively, swatting the Kamehameha aside effortlessly. Such insignificant energy cannot possibly defeat me. Oh ho 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 ho. Frieza was in no rush to enact his lethal intentions. Rather, he resembled a child deprived of toys, delighting in the torment of the insects scuttling beneath him. He sensed that the energy emanating from the monkey below was less than a tenth of his own, yet within this universe, it was remarkably rare. Oh dear. I inadvertently struck a member of the Ginyu Force. Frieza flicked a switch, his grin growing ever more sinister. Why has that Scion monkey been silent since earlier? Could it be? Frieza suddenly realized, a deadly beam shot forth, piercing through Goku's head. Damn it. Monkey. A barrage of several hundred death beams, imbued with lethal intent, descended upon Goku, who was left untouched. It was merely an afterimage. How dare you? How dare you toy with me? The more Frieza contemplated, the more furious he became, unleashing a relentless torrent of death beams that obliterated the surrounding landscape. Mountains crumbled, the earth shattered, and trees vanished without a trace. Frieza remained unsatisfied, gathering energy in one hand. He intended to annihilate the entirety of Namek. Enough, he mused, pausing for a few moments. His smile faltered, the murderous intent palpable, energy radiating from his body like a demon risen from the depths of hell. Your goal is the Dragon Balls, is it not? I await your arrival, Frieza retracted his energy, pivoting swiftly to depart. Goku observed from 1,000,000 kilometers away. His expression grave. This power does not resemble 1 billion. It seems I must prepare for what lies ahead. With a slight turn of his head, Son Wukong's penetrating gaze, unlike that of an ordinary mortal, pierced through the waterfall, traversed the peaks, and penetrated the forest, ultimately resting upon Zabo and Vegeta. In an instant, a flash of golden light erupted, and Sabo's devilish smile abruptly froze, his body collapsing to the ground. A gasp. Over 100 miles away, Zabo struggled for breath, blood gushing from his throat, staining the vibrant grass beneath him. It appeared he still clung to life. Son Wukong had no intention of striking again. After all, Zabo was merely a feeble opponent, and he had deliberately spared his life. A sudden curiosity struck him. He wished to witness Vegeta's expression upon awakening. However, was Piccolo exhibiting extraordinary prowess? His battle power had surged alarmingly. Yet, this added an element of intrigue. Son Wukong chuckled lightly, having gauged Frieza's battle power, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief within. Everything was under his control. Frieza's combat strength was estimated to be around 400 million, still manageable from several hundred kilometers away from Frieza's military encampment. Uncle Piccolo, should we notify Dad? Son Wufan's palms were slick with sweat, his entire being taut with tension. The aura emanating from Frieza had suddenly intensified many-fold. A bead of sweat trickled down Sun Lingyi's forehead, though not as overwhelmed as Wufan. She too felt the pressure. The sentiments echoed among the younger ones, reflecting the thoughts of all present. There was no denying it. The disparity between them and their adversary was insurmountable. Chapter 70. The Arrival of the Ginyu Force. Is it that I do not wish to? I yearn for it as well. But how do we establish contact? Shall we provoke Son Wukong directly? he would surely be annihilated by Frieza. Piccolo's face was a canvas of exasperation, his green skin appearing even more verdant. Laughter erupted, and the group suddenly grasped the gravity of their situation, the atmosphere thick with embarrassment as they wished for a hole to swallow them whole. In that moment, the ambience was as frigid as an iceberg, frozen in hesitation. Lapis glanced at Lazuli, who in turn looked at Bulma, who surveyed the others. Were they truly to remain idle? The Grand Elder's lifespan was nearing its end, and if they did not seize the Dragon Balls soon, they would soon turn to stone. Guardian, have the Dragon Balls been fully collected? Piccolo's thoughts traversed countless stars in the galaxy, reaching the Guardian's temple on Earth. Yes, they have all been gathered. Shall we make a wish? The Guardian's eyes were dim, reflecting a complex array of emotions. Was their extinction nearly upon them? He hoped they could endure the impending crisis. Is Son Wukong a Super Saiyan? His adversary is Frieza, the most formidable force in the universe. Not yet. Follow my lead. Piccolo contemplated for a few moments before deciding to wait until the Namekian Dragon Balls were collected. What if Frieza lost his sanity and obliterated the planet upon resurrecting the Namekians? They could only seize the Dragon Balls to relocate them to another world. After all, their current strength was insufficient to vanquish Frieza. Piccolo recounted the recent conversation with the deity. Bulma pondered deeply, her expression grave. First, we must acquire the second Dragon Ball. Then find a way to divert Frieza's attention before sneaking into the spaceship to steal the Dragon Ball. Upon hearing this, the others were enthusiastic about the plan. Recognizing its high probability of success, they all raised their hands in agreement and leaped forth, traversing vast stretches of desolate land in a remarkably brief period. Splash! Splash! Krillin plunged into the water, sending ripples across the lake's surface. Armed with the waterproof Dragon Ball radar, he quickly spotted the Dragon Ball lying at the riverbed. Found you, he exclaimed, releasing a few bubbles as he hurriedly employed the technique of flight, rising toward the surface. I've got it. Just as Krillin emerged from the water, Yamcha covered his mouth and nose, prompting Krillin to flail in panic. He was on the verge of losing his breath. Don't speak, there is someone nearby. Instantly, Krillin ceased his struggles, regaining his composure. He gently tapped Yamcha's hand, signaling him to release his grip. Yamcha nodded and loosened his hold, instead wrapping his arm around Krillin's waist and guiding him away from the village. Back at their hiding place, Sabra declared, Frieza has never set foot here. It must have been Vegeta who annihilated this village and concealed the Dragon Balls here. His conviction was palpable, as if he would stake his entire family's life on it. Oh ho 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 ho. Mr. Sabra, I trust your wisdom. Frieza reverted to his diminutive first form. Yet his energy surged more violently than ever, reflecting his foul temper. Please wait here. Allow me to handle this task. After bowing, Sabra ascended slowly into the air, radiating a blinding light that rendered him almost unbearable to behold. Run. Hurry. Piccolo's pupils constricted as he urgently directed the others behind him while cradling the two small children. In the instant Sabra unleashed his power, Piccolo retreated 10 miles away. Sabra concentrated thousands of small energy spheres, launching them in all directions. Surely the Dragon Balls can withstand this attack? What? How can they run so fast? Within mere seconds, the group had reached their limit at 5 miles, for any further distance would require the use of ki. However, if detected by the sensor, death would be imminent. And looming above was Frieza. Boom, boom. Thousands of energy blasts rained down, obliterating everything within 10 miles. Rivers ran dry, and the desolate landscape erupted, leaving only a field of stones. Wow. The group exhaled a cloud of despair as they fled in haste. Once they were 10 miles away from Frieza, they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. How dastardly. Bulma's face was grim, her grip tight on her clothing. I will make Frieza pay for this. Launch lay on the ground, her face darkened, appearing utterly wretched. Meanwhile, time passed, and Sabra searched repeatedly, but still could not locate the Dragon Ball. Mr. Sabo, may I inquire about the Dragon Balls? Frieza, unable to contain his fury any longer, felt the veins on his forehead bulging, radiating an aura of murderous intent. In an instant, Sabo found himself enveloped by this ominous energy, his body rigid with fear, paralyzed, and unable to move. Your Majesty Frieza, please allow me to explain, no? I implore you, grant me another chance. Yet before Sabo could finish his plea, a deadly beam pierced through his body, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. I have no desire to hear any more of your drivel, Frieza replied coldly, turning away. If it weren't for the capture of Vegeta, Sabo would have met his end long ago. The task you could not accomplish shall be entrusted to the Ginyu Force. As Frieza departed, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Was he truly killed just like that? It seemed rather typical, after all. That is how the villains in television dramas tend to operate. Indeed, those deemed worthless are often disposed of. Holding the Dragon Ball above his head, Krillin exclaimed, "Who cares? We have successfully acquired the second Dragon Ball. All that remains is to seize Frieza's Dragon Balls." Piccolo's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. Inside Frieza's spaceship, the tyrant seethed with rage. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta lay submerged in the latest healing chamber, his eyes tightly shut, gritting his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and shattered the glass with a mighty punch. The emerald waters gushed forth from the breach, wreaking havoc upon the specially designed floor. "Humph! Did you think I would recover from my injuries so swiftly?" Vegeta declared as he made his way to the changing room, discarding his soaked battle suit for an old one. This ship only contained the outdated attire. Frieza, the Dragon Balls you have toiled to gather are now mine. Ha ha. Sensing Frieza's energy in the far-off east, Vegeta excitedly roamed the ship, unleashing energy blasts that further ravaged the already chaotic interior, transforming it into a scene of utter disarray. No, they aren't here either. Panic set in for Vegeta. Where on earth had Frieza hidden the Dragon Balls? As Vegeta fervently searched, 5 shooting stars descended from the heavens, their speed increasing. Oh no! Vegeta realized the urgency to escape, but it was too late. With 5 resounding booms, 5 large craters appeared nearby, and the circular spaceship gradually opened its doors, releasing a cloud of smoke. Curse it! Why has the Ginyu Force arrived? Could it be that Kakarot's power level drew them here? As the smoke cleared, 5 figures arranged themselves in formation, performing a grand entrance dance. Lord Frieza, we express our gratitude to the readers for their support. Chapter 71. The Sharpening Stone. After the Ginyu Force had stood there for a few moments, still no one came to welcome them. Ahem. After a moment of awkwardness, the Ginyu Force returned to their usual demeanor. Lord Frieza was absent. Guldo pressed a switch to scan the eastern region. Bang! The detector could not withstand the explosion, causing a ringing in Guldo's ears as he frowned and shook his head, quickly regaining his composure. Who told you to search like this? Who is it? Jinyu scanned the ship and was astonished to discover a weakling with a power level of merely 5 inside. The attention of the other team members was drawn, and they surrounded the ship, energy gathering in their hands. Was it a rare alien capable of manipulating power levels at will? The Ginyu Force advanced step by step. How infuriating! Vegeta was still not accustomed to sensing energy and found it challenging to conceal his presence completely. What to do? Aren't you coming out? In another second, we shall destroy this ship. Jinyu threatened menacingly. Of course, that was unlikely. If they truly did so, Lord Frieza would undoubtedly reprimand them. As the Ginyu Force drew ever closer, Vegeta's heart raced in his chest. Suddenly, a frog hopped past the Ginyu Force next to the ship. Humph. So it was just a frog. Guldo kicked the frog away. Was that the source of the 5-point power level? Jinyu then pressed a button, leading his team away. Thank goodness. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief as he emerged from the changing room. His desire to seize the Dragon Balls dissipated, replaced by the urgency to escape before the Ginyu Force returned. After waiting a few minutes and sensing that the Ginyu Force had moved far away, Vegeta finally stepped out of the ship. 100 miles away. I knew someone was here. Guldo smirked darkly. It turned out to be Vegeta. Hee. How about we play a little game of kickball this time? Jinyu's eyes gleamed with malicious delight. Excellent idea. I concur. The Ginyu Force accelerated towards Vegeta's direction. What? Didn't they leave? This is bad. It's a trap. Vegeta's veins bulged as he flew westward. Where's Kakarot? In a frenzy, Vegeta's mind raced to locate the direction Kakarot had fled. Yes, to the south. Just as Vegeta turned around, unfortunately, the Ginyu Force had already surrounded him. Hey Vegeta, where are you off to? Jinyu taunted. Of course, you're afraid of us. Thinking of going home for a nap. Ha ha. After a bout of hearty laughter, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly grim. Die for me. He launched a charged energy cannon at the weakest member, Guldo, intending to bypass him. Hee. Guldo dodged Vegeta's attack with astonishing speed. Damn it. Time has stopped. Huh. A righteous ambush. Gi's fist struck Vegeta's head with tremendous force, sending him flying. Huh. I'm also catching the ball. Super Raikam's powerful kick landed squarely on Vegeta's chest. Wow. Vegeta, dazed and confused, felt a crack as his sternum shattered. Blood gushing from his mouth. His internal organs were pierced by fragments of bone, blood flowing in reverse, teetering on the brink of death. Raikam, this move is merciless. I can't even play anymore. Bart, in a fit of rage, exclaimed. Apologies, apologies, villain. I shall treat you to chocolate Christmas. Now that is more like it. Captain Ginyu intervened appropriately, for it was imperative not to let Vegeta perish. Very well. Spare his life. Ginyu was exceedingly cautious, since Lord Frieza had spared Vegeta. There must be a compelling reason. If Vegeta were to be killed, it would spell trouble. Thousands of kilometers away, Vegeta had brushed with death twice in a single day, significantly enhancing his power. Goku opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating the vast expanse, witnessing Vegeta being returned to the medical bay. A glimmer of golden light flickered from within him, his aura dissipating without a trace, as solid as a rock. With a battle power of 200,000. Once he recovers, the Ginyu Force shall face dire consequences. I shall observe for a while. It is prudent to let Goten and Trunks undergo some training. The Ginyu Force is merely a sharpening stone. Well done. Truly deserving of being my general. Frieza rarely displayed a smile. Indeed, he was incomparable to that useless Sabo, who, after being ambushed by Goku, couldn't he even inform me in time. Truly a waste. Of course, if you are pleased, allow me to perform a celebratory dance for you. Ginyu bowed extravagantly, exuding confidence and composure. No, let us wait until after the wish is granted. Watching Ginyu dance is akin to enduring a tedious defense presentation. Well, how regrettable, Lord Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza's forehead bulged with veins, his anger surging within. Restrain yourself. Restrain yourself. Meanwhile, Krillin, utilizing the binoculars he had brought, meticulously observed the spaceship. What is happening? Bulma shook Krillin. It's Frieza, and several alien beings who can dance, resembling the superheroes on television. In Krillin's mind, the notion of posing superheroes had formed in the wake of the internet's proliferation. Superheroes? Piccolo snatched the binoculars, sensing the powerful auras of the five beings, observing closely. His eyes suddenly widening. Their most troublesome trait was not their ki, but rather the special abilities they had inexplicably acquired one day. A gift from the universe to certain life forms. Gift? What is that? The two little ones scratched their heads, bewildered. The others shared the same confusion, gazing at Piccolo with innocent eyes. It is akin to magic, yet distinctly different. It is a higher form of power than magic. This extraordinary ability could very well render one the most formidable being on their home planet. Is that not invincibility? More potent than magic, indeed. Yamcha found himself utterly perplexed. However, it is not so. While it surpasses magic, it is not insurmountable. Countless fragments of knowledge raced through Piccolo's mind, and he already possessed a strategy. Merely a fortunate recipient of a gift. Watch as I do away with you all. For a rare moment, Piccolo exuded the aura of a great demon king, casting a chilling atmosphere akin to a millennium of frost. Cough, cough. Feeling the weight of scrutinizing gazes, Piccolo's cheeks flushed slightly. What are you staring at? Listen to the plan. Stop daydreaming. After a thorough explanation from Piccolo, the group finally discerned the weakness, though it may have been better left unspoken. Isn't it just a sneak attack? Frieza, Frieza, come forth, come forth. Frieza. Chapter 72. Who is the murderer of Gula? Which fool does not recognize the illustrious name of King Frieza? Oh ho ho ho. So it is that Namekian come seeking revenge against me? Frieza stepped down from his pram, sauntering towards Piccolo. Has he come to surrender the Dragon Balls? Ginyu, bring this esteemed Namekian a chair. Yes, Lord Frieza. Ginyu turned and departed. Piccolo snorted coldly, his expression impassive. Frieza was further convinced that Piccolo had come to capitulate. That expression, that demeanor. I cannot believe you claim vengeance. Moments later, Ginyu descended from the spaceship. Please. Once Piccolo was seated, Frieza elegantly took his own seat, his tail swaying leisurely. Oh ho ho ho. Esteemed Namekian, where are the Dragon Balls you possess? Well, that is, Piccolo's expression turned grave as he placed his fingers between his antennae. In hell. You shall descend to hell. Piccolo's gaze turned icy, murderous intent surging forth as he pointed at Frieza. Special beam cannon. Piccolo's fingertip coalesced into a spiral energy wave, launching a fierce assault. Bang! Frieza, in his first form, had no time to evade and was pierced through the chest by the special beam cannon. You wretched Namekian! Frisia's energy erupted, swiftly transforming into his ultimate form. Fortunately, the Frost Demon's vitality is formidable, otherwise he would have truly succumbed to this Namekian's hand. Upon this realization, Frisia's murderous intent surged, and he unleashed his energy, deflecting Piccolo's second attack. What? He poured all his strength into the special beam cannon, only to be forcefully rebuffed. This aura is utterly terrifying. Far away, Son Goku suddenly opened his eyes, fixated on Piccolo's location. A combat power of 10 million cannot eliminate Frisia's 300 in a heartbeat? I truly must teach that Piccolo a lesson. Why wield the special beam cannon so feebly? It is hardly lethal. If Piccolo were aware of Goku's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly run off to voice his complaints. How can I comprehend that Frisia, despite having been pierced through the chest, remains remarkably agile? It is indeed more astonishing than the resilience of the Namekians. At the moment when Piccolo was engaged in battle with Frisia, the siblings Lazuli and her brother led their companions in a surprise assault against Jinyu. Jinyu cried out in anguish as his arm was severed by an unseen sharp force, falling to the ground. Die! Roared Lapis, as he concentrated his energy in his left hand. Dragon Claw. The marks left by his claws seemed capable of slicing through anything, cleaving Jinyu's body in twain. Lapis turned and bellowed. You all go and eliminate the others. Bulma, seek out the Dragon Balls. The individuals behind him wore cold expressions, burying their emotions deep within, as a wave of murderous intent washed over them. Quite impressive. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fray, Son Goku descended nearby in a fleeting moment, yet he refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe quietly. Goku, 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 Goku. At that instant, the voice of King Kai echoed from a distant realm, traversing vast distances. What is it? Son Goku sensed that King Kai's emotions were in a state of disarray at that moment. He directed his thoughts back to King Kai's planet, striving to stabilize his emotions. It's Frisia. King Kai's panic began to ebb slightly, yet his agitation remained palpable. He has killed Gula, an entity even mightier than Frisia. Gula? Indeed. 5 years ago, Frisia's power surged inexplicably, resulting in the demise of his brother Gula. King Kai trembled, his eyes wide with terror. Very well. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Damn it. This has gone awry. No worries. Just be cautious. King Kai's mental connection abruptly ceased. Curse that Namekian. Frisia seethed with rage. First it was the Scion monkeys, and now it was those Namekians. What do you take me, Frisia, for? A jest? I am the Emperor of the universe, the mightiest being. In an instant, energy erupted from Frisia's being, causing Namek to tremble perilously. Dark clouds enveloped the entire planet, while the seas roared, unleashing towering waves. The wastelands were instantly beset by thousands of tornadoes, the land quaking as it teetered on the brink of collapse. Namek was nearing its ruin. What? Frisia not only survives a blow, but thrives as well. How is it possible that he has become several hundred times more powerful? Kaioken, 20 times. 2 years prior, Son Goku had imparted King Kai's ultimate technique to him. At that time, Piccolo had been filled with reluctance, yet the Kaioken proved remarkably effective. The Senzu bean nestled within Piccolo's abdomen began to stir. Should he sustain injury, the bean would vanish instantaneously to heal him. Die, you Namekian. Meanwhile, on another front. What is this? Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. Am I still alive? He sensed his body returning to its former state, energy surging within him. A power greater than ever coursing through his veins. Marvelous. Even if the entire Jinyu force united, they would still be unable to overcome him. Crash. The glass shattered once more, and liquid poured forth. I must act swiftly. That presence outside belongs to the Namekians of Earth. Vegeta sensed imminent danger and burst forth from the spaceship, only to be met by the familiar faces of Kakarot's friends. Oh, it's Vegeta. If you wish to survive, you'd best step aside. Lazuli scoffed, her energy significantly stronger, yet who among them lacked hidden cards? Did she truly believe her fury was all she possessed? Sensing the presence of Son Gohan and Son Goku, Vegeta snorted disdainfully and leapt out of the spacecraft. Jinyu, nearing death, extended his left hand, tears welling in his eyes. He was truly on the brink of demise. Humph, you shall perish. Krillin remained cautious, granting no opportunity for his adversaries. Such a prodigious warrior, should he underestimate them, would find himself flirting with death. The Kamehameha charged, the azure light surging forth. The captain of the Ginyu Force had met his end. Son Gohan turned away, unable to bear the sight. How revolting! Sun Lingyi remained unfazed, her demeanor as tranquil as still water. Let us depart. Bart, Guldo, Jeez, and Recom, alerted by the commotion outside, immediately adopted a wary stance, employing their unique gestures to communicate. Someone is out there. Jeez, it seems the captain of the Ginyu Force has been ambushed. Recom, should we flee? Bart, wait. What about Guldo? The three glanced around, only to realize that Guldo, who had been beside them moments ago, had vanished in an instant. This scoundrel had slipped away. Kamehameha, energy slice, demon flash. Before the trio could comprehend how their location had been discovered, they were struck by a joint assault from Lazuli and her allies. Their anguished cries echoed as they were obliterated under the onslaught of the energy waves. Chapter 73, Palunga. 10 miles away, Guldo gasped for breath. I never expected such a formidable captain of the Ginyu Force to be annihilated in an instant. What an unfathomable power. The moment Ginyu perished, Guldo utilized his time-stopping ability to escape 10 miles away. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. I am truly fortunate. Vegeta emerged from behind Guldo, unexpectedly encountering the remaining members of the Ginyu Force. What? You are Vegeta. Guldo's head was severed by the golden flash, tumbling to the ground, blood staining the grass. His eyes wide in disbelief. Did you ever foresee this? Vegeta's murderous intent surged. He had nearly been slain, vividly recalling every moment of agony and resentment. The hatred for his own weakness burned within him. Who would have thought you would meet your demise at my hands? It is your weakness that brings forth your downfall. Vegeta gathered energy into a ball with one hand, aiming it at Guldo's head. Bang! A flash of golden light illuminated the scene, and Guldo's head vanished within the energy wave, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Bulma, wielding the dragon radar, searched beneath the spacecraft with Tien and Kaiatsu. Found it, she exclaimed, releasing an energy blast that created a deep crater in the ground. Soil flew into the air, revealing 5 shimmering Dragon Balls. Wonderful. Quickly call Piccolo to retreat. Bulma shouted with excitement. This might be a bit problematic, Tien remarked, looking up. Kaiatsu followed suit, raising his gaze. In the sky, Piccolo, utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken, still found himself outmatched by Frieza, his body torn apart repeatedly, yet miraculously restored. Thankfully, he had enough Senzu beans. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. With each clash between Piccolo and Frieza, a Senzu bean was consumed. Curse it. Where on earth is Goku? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Piccolo thought anxiously, the 100 Senzu beans in his stomach dwindling. If Frieza continued his onslaught, he might truly end up in hell. Quite tenacious, unlike the other Namekians who are far less resilient. Frieza sneered, targeting Piccolo. Unleash the deadly beams. 100 purple flashes erupted from his fingertip. Piccolo attempted to evade, but it was futile. After dodging several beams, he was struck by 3, causing his speed to falter. Frieza's eyes glinted with amusement as he unleashed 50 more deadly beams. Suddenly, Goku appeared, hands a blur as he deflected all the death beams. Finally arrived. Piccolo sighed in relief as he consumed his last Senzu bean, his injuries healing. Apologies for my tardiness. I'll handle him from here. Piccolo swiftly sensed Bulma's energy and transformed into a white light, departing. Monkey, you dare show up again. Frieza entered a frenzied state, muscles bulging grotesquely, resembling a monstrous figure from a horror game. I shall show you my ultimate form. He made no attempt to stop Piccolo's escape, remaining fixed on the spot, intent on annihilating this bothersome monkey and seizing the Dragon Balls to obliterate the Namekian planet. Energy surged within him, veins bulging as he released a fierce roar. Frieza entered full power mode. Oh my, his battle power can still increase. This was dire. Goku's base battle power was merely 5 million. However, it was easily manageable. Oh ho ho ho. Do you see? The perfect body and the most formidable power in the universe. Frieza declared confidently, arms wide open, his gaze chillingly triumphant. To make it clearer for you, my current battle power is 750 million. Tremble in fear. Oh, despair. Lose your sanity. The more Frieza contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his entire body trembling slightly, his tail swaying joyfully. Get away from me. Goku struck Frieza's body with a powerful punch, launching a series of relentless attacks. Yet, Frieza did not evade. Instead, he spread his arms wide, as if everything was under his control. Humph. Goku's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he unleashed his dragon claw. A glimmer of a claw mark flashed by, sending chills down Frieza's spine, prompting him to instinctively move his body at lightning speed. Suddenly, Frieza's left arm fell from the sky, blood pouring from his body. Humph, what a pity. Goku casually shook his hand. Overconfidence could lead to great misfortune. Ha ha ha. This time, Frieza was no longer laughing. His arrogance had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming murderous aura that engulfed his heart. In that instant, a punch that transcended all limits. Boom. Goku's head exploded, a mist of blood erupting in the sky, cascading down like fireworks. The spectators' pupils constricted in shock. For a moment, everything fell silent. Those on the ground forgot to utter a sound. After a brief pause, Goku, the thunder roared through the heavens, followed by an overwhelming sense of despair. He had actually been defeated. Bulma's eyes were vacant, disbelief etched on her face. Lazuli and Launch soared into the sky, desperate to check on their beloved's body, but were intercepted by Piccolo. Use the Dragon Balls first. We can wish Goku back. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, everyone began to regain their composure. Yes, the Dragon Balls can revive him. There was still hope. And the Namekian Dragon Balls, as long as they wished for Goku's revival, they could then transfer him back to Earth using the Namekian Dragon Balls. A wave of hope surged among them. Bulma retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls and handed them to Piccolo. Impossible. Even Kakarot has fallen. Vegeta's eyes widened in horror as he stepped back, fear etched across his face. If Kakarot was dead, could he still seek revenge? Could even a Super Saiyan not defeat Frieza? Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. Piccolo recited the Namekian incantation taught by the Elder to fulfill his desire. Meanwhile, Frieza wiped the blood from his fists, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You didn't actually think I would give you a chance, did you, monkey? Frieza, having fought Piccolo multiple times, was well aware of the green bean nestled within him. With each one that vanished, the Namekian's injuries would heal. Even a fool could deduce that. He also knew Goku possessed such a unique item. Frieza toyed with a green bean in his hand, one he had seized from the Namekian's abdomen. Piccolo had been unable to react in time and lost it, even believing he had merely digested one too many. With a thunderous roar, the already overcast world grew even darker. A bolt of lightning struck the spacecraft, and a mysterious green creature emerged from the Dragon Ball. It was the eternal dragon, Porunga of Namek, the dragon that grants all wishes. Frieza's heart soared with joy. After arduous searching, he had found it effortlessly. Oh ho 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 ho. Fortune smiles upon me. Chapter 74, The Arrival of the Super Saiyan. Frieza swallowed a senzu bean. His muscles swelled, and his body rapidly healed at an astonishing speed. Remarkable. To feed these insects is truly a waste. Greed spread through his heart, and Frieza's aura grew increasingly dark and malevolent. This was rightfully mine. It was merely taken from me by these pests. Now, I demand its return. Hurry up. Bulma urged anxiously. Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth, ready to make a wish. Humph, humph, humph. Frieza instantly stood before Piccolo, exuding elegance. Oh, do you wish to resurrect that monkey? How unfortunate. He paused momentarily, his tone reminiscent of the depths of hell. Did you fail? Oh ho 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 ho. The Dragon Balls are mine, and you? Die. With a single punch, he struck at Piccolo, wielding immense power, a murderous intent surging forth. Piccolo felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his heart freezing in despair. This time, there was truly no chance left. Ah, interesting indeed. Do you truly think you can kill me? A familiar voice rang out beside Piccolo, belonging to a golden-haired, blue-eyed man, enveloped in a golden aura, firmly grasping Frieza's arm. A base combat power of 10 million. Is it Goku? The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, astonished that he was still alive. Piccolo's resilience had multiplied exponentially. Son Goku. His power has increased considerably. Even his hair has changed color. Piccolo's face turned a deeper shade of green as he hurriedly retreated several dozen meters. Above a mountain peak, Vegeta's eyes bulged, gripping the rocks tightly. A Super Saiyan? This is the true Super Saiyan. An invincible warrior born every 1,000 years. The Super Saiyan. Vegeta's voice echoed throughout the world, heard by Bulma, Piccolo, and the Grand Elder alike. Far away, the Grand Elder opened his murky eyes, his heart racing with excitement. Is this the legendary invincible warrior? The Super Saiyan? Of course, Frieza also heard this. Humph. Merely a legend. Frieza scoffed dismissively, his gaze laced with intrigue. He sensed that Goku's energy was on an entirely different level. Is that so? Goku smiled mysteriously, launching a punch that sent Frieza flying. In an instant, dozens of mountain peaks were shattered, followed by a barrage of energy blasts. But it is nothing. Frieza sneered, his index finger gathering a supernova, annihilating Goku's energy blasts one by one. Kamehameha wave. Goku had already appeared behind Frieza, the Kamehameha wave charging and ready to unleash. I have already stated, it is merely mediocre. Frieza's muscles tensed, and he absorbed Goku's Kamehameha without sustaining any harm. Following this, he launched a vicious punch. Wow, that hurts, Goku exclaimed, never having encountered such an adversary. A look of exhilaration spread across his face as his muscles quivered, and his desire for battle intensified. Come forth. Goku unleashed his full energy, instantly gathering hundreds of Kamehameha waves. Ha ha ha. Your energy purity is exceedingly low. Frieza made no attempt to evade, allowing the waves to strike him. Boom. In an instant, a towering cloud of smoke erupted, enveloping the entire land. Super Kamehameha wave. Seizing the opportunity while the smoke lingered, Goku prepared his most formidable strike, vowing to vanquish Frieza in this very place. Oh ho 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 ho. Futile. Futile. Your every attack cannot possibly harm me. Frieza reveled in the overwhelming superiority of his power, finding it utterly delightful. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the sacred temple, dark clouds gathered in the sky as thunder roared. Above the temple, the dragon hung in the air. Mr. Popo, it is Lord Kami. The dragon has revived all the Namekians that Frieza has slain. As you wish, the dragon declared, transforming into 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the earth. On Namek, the slain Namekians slowly opened their eyes and raised their hands. We are revived, revived. What is happening? Is it the dragon? Has someone used the dragon to bring us back? That cannot be. Our dragon can only revive one person. Could it be that the Dragon Balls scattered in other locations have revived us? Regardless, the Namekians rejoiced in their resurrection. They embraced one another, tears of joy glistening in their eyes as they shared their exhilaration of surviving the ordeal. At Elder Guru's residence, have we truly been revived? Hurry and use Purunga. I can hardly hold on. The Elder's face tightened, his energy surging as he struggled against the impending death of his mortal form. Piccolo, hurry. Perhaps hearing the Elder's voice resonate across the distance, Piccolo turned back and addressed the dragon. My first wish is, aside from Frieza, let everyone on Namek be transported to Earth. A flash of red light enveloped Purunga as he bowed his head. Goku and Vegeta refused to be transported. The others may proceed. What? Why? The 5 shouted in a panic. At that moment, Goku's thoughts reached them. You all return first. I must kill Frieza on Namek. After a brief silence, Goku reassured them. If I perish, then use the Dragon Balls to revive me. This statement acted as a calming balm, as everyone understood that at least Goku still had a fallback. Agreed. If one cannot prevail, they should contact the King of the Worlds, and we shall immediately wish for your return. With a flash of crimson light from Purunga's eyes, apart from Frieza, Son Goku, and Vegeta, there remained no other souls on Namek. Vegeta was now piloting the spacecraft, suspended high above. Should the planet meet its demise, he would swiftly depart. Let you leave for now. After battling with Piccolo, Frieza, and Goku, he had naturally learned to sense energy. The moment the Namekian was resurrected, he was aware of it. As for why he did not prevent Piccolo from making a wish, it was undoubtedly because he knew their stronghold, rather than wishing it present. Frieza yearned to eliminate Son Goku on the spot. This monkey has thwarted me time and again. I shall surely extinguish this Scion monkey. Earth, once I have slain Son Goku, I shall arrive post-haste. Despair now. Frieza arrogantly lifted his head, his gaze filled with disdain, a smirk gracing his lips. 20 years ago, I obliterated planet Vegeta. At that time, a monkey dared to impede my efforts, a mere egg striking a stone. Ha ha ha. How amusing. 20 years ago you slaughtered countless Scions, and 20 years hence, it shall be I, a Scion, who brings about your demise. Though our powers are disparate, Goku's fighting spirit remains unyielding, even intensifying. Oh ho ho, you are indeed confident, but such confidence is futile. And why is that? Because my battle power stands at 750 million. Frieza once more extended his arms, gazing upward, scornful of all existence. Die, monkey. I am no longer inclined to engage in this child's play. I shall unleash the most formidable strike, harnessing the might of countless tomes. In that instant, the world fell silent, the winds ceased, the rivers halted, and the ground stilled. Everything seemed destined to vanish beneath the weight of this singular blow. Boom. Goku was utterly unable to evade, struck by Frieza's fist, reduced to a bloody mist, leaving behind but half a corporeal form. Chapter 75. At this moment, I am the strongest. For years prior, congratulations to my deity, merging spirit, energy, and will, to become the immortal god of ages. The gaunt old man was none other than Dr. Gero. At this moment, he knelt before the dark-haired youth, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as if witnessing the birth of an eternal being. The dark-haired youth was none other than Son Goku. At this moment, he toyed with the lives contained within the glass dome. With a mere wave of his hand, all life within the dome vanished, transforming into a golden essence that returned to Goku's grasp. Thus, this plan concluded. Gero, I am quite satisfied with your assistance. After extensive experimentation, Goku had finally unified energy and life. Henceforth, as long as energy endures, life shall persist eternally. Goku snapped his fingers, and a surge of energy instantly flowed into Dr. Gero's being. Wow. Dr. Gero's physique underwent an immediate process of reverse aging. The age spots that once marred his visage gradually vanished, and his bald crown began to sprout hair. The withered, dull skin shed away, revealing a complexion as delicate as freshly fallen snow. The afflictions that plagued him disappeared, and his mind became crystal clear. In a mere matter of seconds, Dr. Gero transformed into a robust and handsome young man. Gero, take a few days to rest and focus on your experiments with artificial beings. As for the project on Chi and life, there is no need to pursue it further. From now on, as long as you remain loyal and unwavering, you shall be one of us. The underlying message was clear: devote yourself to your work, but refrain from any other pursuits, lest your life be forfeit. Yes, I understand, my God. Clearly, Dr. Gero was oblivious to the subtext, consumed instead by fervent enthusiasm. I am grateful. These measures ensure the safety of your family. Do you understand? Son Wukong concentrated several spheres of golden energy and placed them into Dr. Gero's hands. I understand. Thank you immensely for your benevolence. Dr. Gero bowed deeply multiple times, his eyes still brimming with fervor and gratitude. What is happening? Can the legendary warriors, the Super Saiyans, truly be incapable of defeating Frieza? Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat. Is this correct? Could it be that this is merely a figment of the Saiyans' imagination? Were the ancestors who defeated Frieza merely myths? Perhaps the Saiyans, accustomed to subjugation, had unwittingly conjured fantasies in their minds, which someone then inscribed on stone tablets. And thus, the legend was born. A wave of despair washed over Vegeta's heart, yet he did not depart. Instead, he remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Kakarot's lifeless form. Perhaps it was a final fantasy, a refusal to accept defeat, or perhaps the bitterness of shattered dreams that lingered. He, Vegeta, would see the conclusion, even if it cost him his life. He had witnessed Kakarot being slain by Frieza with his own eyes, yet he was still trapped on Namek. Stand up, Kakarot. Humph. Son Wukong, vanish into oblivion. Frieza elegantly wiped away the bloodstains, standing poised. It was time to seize the Dragon Balls. The little insects must tread carefully. Suddenly, blood and flesh surged toward the remnants of Son Wukong's body. 1 piece, 1 drop. 10 pieces, 10 drops. A whirlwind erupted around Son Wukong's form as the blood reassembled, the flesh repaired, and his power surged. Did you truly believe you could kill me? Son Wukong's body returned to normal, unscathed. His voice was calm. With outstretched arms, Son Wukong's eyes gleamed with disdain as he unleashed his energy. In an instant, chaos reigned over the heavens and the earth, and Namek faced yet another monumental crisis. What does this mean? Frieza squinted his eyes. This is not good. Son Wukong's strength seems to rival my own. Thank you for facilitating my transformation. Now, I bestow upon you your demise. Son Wukong chuckled coldly. Did you really think my Dragon Claw was mere decoration? Do you believe your defenses can withstand me? Had it not been for the Scion's near-death enhancement of combat power, he would have long since eliminated the worthless Frieza. Does he truly believe that a power level of 750 million is impressive? In reality, there were numerous opportunities for him to vanquish Frieza, yet he refrained from doing so. The reason lies in this. Once the potential of his body is fully expended, the ability to enhance combat power through near-death experiences ceases. Son Goku was not taken aback by this outcome, for he had already gleaned this knowledge from the animation previously. During the Cell Saga, Vegeta had clearly indicated that near-death enhancement merely triggers one's latent potential and is not a flaw in the system. Combat power, 750 million. With the energy of the Super Saiyan retracted within, the crisis on Namek was instantly dispelled. Huh, you and I are evenly matched. Are you truly confident of your victory over me? Frieza was drenched in cold sweat, desperately attempting to calm Son Goku, for he had no desire to meet his demise. Is that so? In an instant, Son Goku appeared behind Frieza, unleashing a formidable punch that sent him hurtling into outer space. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, I have triumphed. It is well known that Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. As long as Frieza escaped into the cosmos, Son Goku would be unable to pursue him. Yet, Son Goku's murderous intent surged, and with just a few instantaneous movements, he stood before Frieza in the blink of an eye. How can your speed be so extraordinary? Are we not of equal strength? Frieza gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening as he shielded his head with trembling hands. Even within the realm of 750 million, there exists a disparity. With a single punch, Son Goku sent Frieza crashing back to Namek. Frieza soared through thousands of mountain peaks before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a chasm thousands of meters deep. Blood gushed from his battered body, and he could barely muster the strength to rise. How could this be? Is this right? Moreover, what manner of strength does Son Goku possess? How can he penetrate my energy? By what means can he breach my defenses? Frieza was utterly incapable of withstanding the lethal truth behind Son Goku's every strike. From this moment forth, I shall be the strongest. Son Goku descended slowly from the heavens, hovering above Frieza's head. Damn it, die already. Frieza had, mere moments prior, gathered a death beam in his hands, poised to unleash it. In an instant, several death beams surged forth, infused with boundless malice. Son Goku neither dodged nor flinched as the death beams struck. He rebounded them back. Frieza was struck by his own attack. His already ravaged body teetered on the brink of death, blood drying up, consciousness fading. Has he fallen after only a few exchanges? Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. After having been killed by him twice, he thought he could perish so easily? Not a chance. Casting a Senzu bean from his pocket, it disintegrated into powder, penetrating Frieza's body. Instantly, blood poured from his abdomen as the powder reached his digestive system. Gulp. Frieza's battered form began to heal at an astonishing speed. Ha ha ha. How does it feel? With one foot planted firmly on the crown of Frieza's purple crystal head, the shoe grinds down with a humiliating intensity. How infuriating. How despicable. Frieza, engulfed in impotent rage, channels every ounce of his energy into the super death beam, vowing to obliterate Son Goku once more. A mere trick. Unlike before, the death beam appears to Son Goku as if it were a snail's crawl, utterly insignificant. The energy is dispersed, and the flaws are numerous. Frieza cannot even employ basic combat techniques. You are destined to be annihilated. Once again, the monkey of 20 years ago proclaimed this. And now the monkey of 20 years hence echoes the same. Do you Saiyans not see your faults? Your malevolence and brutality treat all living beings as mere animals, slaughtering them at will. Should you not be eradicated? Chapter 76. Frieza's supernova explosion. What on earth is this fellow babbling about? Son Goku, with a furrowed brow, thinks to himself, is this right? You were the one who attempted to kill me twice. Now it is your turn, and yet you call for help? Boom. Son Goku seizes Frieza's head, lifting him to the apex. Weakness is the original sin. The downfall of the Saiyans occurred this way, and your demise shall be no different. Frieza's weary eyelids burst open, and he propels himself away from the planet at an unimaginable speed. In mere moments, the massive Namek gradually shrinks, ultimately becoming the size of a basketball. Saiyans cannot survive in the vastness of space. Why, in the cosmos, does Son Goku appear before him in mere seconds? With a fist following closely behind? Boom. Frieza attempts to defend with energy, but it proves futile. Son Goku's power and scathe is fully unleashed upon his abdomen. A strange energy surges from the outside, rampaging and ravaging his flesh. His innards are pierced, the sounds of his organs gradually stalling, and his vision becomes increasingly blurred. I feel as though I am nearing death. Fear not, for I shall treat you well, especially considering your earlier kindness. A voice, calm and gentle, whispers in his ear. However, to Frieza, it feels like the torturous depths of hell before the end. Please, I implore you, spare me, Mr. Son Goku. I will reform. Frieza is consumed by fear, desperate to survive, to live. Please, as long as you let me go, I am willing to do anything. Each second of torment inflicted by Son Goku feels like an eternity to Frieza, as if he has endured decades of suffering. This is an unbearable adjustment for the pampered Frieza. The agony of today surpasses centuries of experience. Son Goku's serene countenance breaks into a smile, and under the radiant golden light, he appears as a sun god descended upon the earth. However, let me impart a lasting lesson. Son Goku pauses momentarily, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Here's the deal. If you can withstand 3 of my attacks, I shall let you go. All right. I will not employ that strange technique. Frieza exclaimed with delight, convinced that as long as he refrained from using that peculiar move, he would surely endure. Poor Frieza remained oblivious to the fact that Goku's murderous intent had not waned in the slightest throughout their encounter. Why had Kakarot returned? His power now surpassed Frieza's. Was it the Scion's innate talent? It seemed that even on the brink of death, his combat strength surged. Vegeta piloted his spacecraft into the cosmos to observe the unfolding battle. In his eyes, Kakarot, upon his resurrection, toyed with Frieza as one would with a mere rodent. He could not possibly believe that Kakarot and Frieza were evenly matched. The first move, Goku unleashed a radiant blue light, akin to a planetary explosion, striking Frieza. Indeed, he had not resorted to that technique. Feeling the force in his abdomen, Frieza noted that his body had not sustained grievous injury. Excellent. If he could withstand the final 2 attacks, he would survive. Frieza's heart swelled with joy. The second move, Goku, channeling a colossal force within his fist, prepared to strike. Boom. With tremendous velocity, he landed a brutal blow to Frieza's head. Frieza collided with Namek at superluminal speed, akin to a sharp needle piercing a balloon. Boom. Boom. The once fragile Namek erupted violently. A radiance surpassing that of the sun illuminated the cosmos, casting its glow across the universe. Vegeta turned pale as the explosion engulfed him, hastily employing his energy for defense. Yet it was too late. A surge of crimson light washed over him, and the spacecraft could not withstand it. Exploding in the vastness of space, a shadow emerged from the wreckage, drifting through the void. It was none other than Vegeta. Frieza's speed had not diminished. Rather, it intensified. Boom. The planet hovering near Namek was instantaneously pierced. Boom. Frieza, imbued with a unique energy, would cause the planet to explode the moment he reached its core. Was he still alive? His combat power had multiplied several times, and his vitality had proven remarkably resilient. Goku hung in the starry expanse, his gaze narrowed. Yet, he was still not a worthy opponent. He spread his arms wide, and a surge of energy emanated from his core, gradually expanding. The crimson orb erupted like a supernova. Within it swirled countless explosive energies. Upon contact, one's essence would react and intertwine with that of the supernova, ultimately transforming into a magnificent firework of the cosmos. I have received it. I have received it. Frieza's heart brimmed with hope, his face alight with exhilaration from a near escape. It is too early to rejoice. The battle is not yet finished. Goku's thoughts echoed in Frieza's mind. Are you prepared? I am ready. Frieza's eyes shone with determination, his mind devoid of distractions, filled solely with the thirst for life. Then brace yourself. With those words, the supernova erupted forth. A supernova explosion beyond Namek surged forth with an immense force, approaching with great intensity. Hold it back, Frieza implored, channeling every ounce of his energy in an attempt to resist. Oddly enough, the supernova did not explode. Instead, it diminished under Frieza's might. One Namek, half a Namek, a colossal rock. Eventually, it vanished entirely. Frieza remained suspended in the air, panting heavily. I have fulfilled your conditions. Excellent. I trust you have reformed. You may go. Should I encounter you committing evil again, I shall not spare you. Thank you, Mr. Goku. I shall indeed turn over a new leaf. Frieza rejoiced, astonished that the other party truly honored their promise. He had anticipated they were merely toying with him, a trick he himself had often employed. With the last remnants of his energy, Frieza departed from Namek, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Of course, our next meeting will be different. he mused. After all, I am the most trustworthy of all. Goku's murderous intent surged as he gently grasped the direction in which Frieza had departed. We shall meet again, Frieza. This time, I shall not let you escape. His thoughts thundered into Frieza's mind like a bolt of lightning. Wait, Mr. Goku, no? You mustn't do this. Frieza's body began to expand dramatically, growing larger and larger. Half of a Namek, a whole Namek, a supernova. You promised me. Boom, 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 boom. For the first time in millennia, the dark expanse of the galaxy was illuminated by a brilliant light, casting its glow across the cosmos. Frieza's body erupted, sending shockwaves across hundreds of planets. Some worlds would feel the repercussions for eternity, departing from their ancient orbits to embark on an interstellar journey. I made a promise. Did you not hear me say that our next meeting would be your end? I knew you were up to no good. Goku maintained a stoic expression, yet within, he felt an overwhelming joy. Chapter 77. Cell. A lifeless body drifted through space, its aura dimmed, its visage pale, as if teetering on the brink of death. Vegeta? Goku was taken aback. You didn't return to Earth, and I said nothing. You followed me to observe the battle, and I remained silent. But to survive the explosion of Namek? You truly are fortunate. In truth, Goku had not intended to obliterate Namek. It was merely an accident that sent Frieza into the planet's core. Namek was already on the verge of destruction, and Goku had merely facilitated the inevitable. Ha ha. As they say, out with the old and in with the new. Ha ha ha. Consider yourself lucky. Goku departed from that starry expanse. As his speed increased, the stars seemed to race, converging toward him in a celestial competition. A radiant golden light enveloped Vegeta's body, transporting him to a vibrant planet teeming with life. Let Goku return to Earth. A flash of crimson light from Porunga interrupted as he declined the request. Decline. The crowd gasped in astonishment, questioning the rationale behind such a decision. What could possibly be so appealing about that desolate wasteland of Namek? Had he been rendered senseless by Frieza's onslaught? Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed. I might return in a year. I wish to acquire knowledge from the cosmos. Goku's thoughts resonated within the minds of those present. Very well. Indeed, leaving us on Earth while you frolic through the universe. The three women could only express their exasperation. Through Goku's masterful oratory, he eventually pacified his wives. Now, what should be done with the remaining two wishes? Piccolo turned to the gathered crowd. As they exchanged glances, it became evident that no one harbored any particular desires. Piccolo nodded and approached the Namekians. What about you? The Namekians murmured among themselves, wishing to return to Namek after learning of Frieza's demise. Yet, mere minutes after arriving on Earth, their home was lost. They resolved to wish for a new planet with a beautiful environment, reminiscent of their former Namek. As for the final wish, which seemed inconsequential, they opted for the return of the dragon. In a game against Cell, Gohan fell short, ultimately succumbing to absorption. Surprisingly, Cell did not obliterate Earth. Instead, he departed without causing further chaos. Years passed. Cell traversed the universe, hunting and absorbing countless formidable warriors, leaving his mark on every planet inhabited by the strong. Convinced of his unparalleled strength, he felt invincible, unmatched within the cosmos. Just as he embraced his solitude, memories of the time machine resurfaced, the very device he had stolen from Trunks. Thus, he returned to Earth, the place of his origin. If you wish to prevent the demise of those you cherish, you shall construct a machine capable of traversing time. Cell grasped Bulma by her collar, forcing her to witness the terror etched on the faces of her loved ones. I never intended to kill you. I have never been a bloodthirsty individual. Will you truly spare them? Hope flickered in Bulma's eyes. Of course. A promise is a promise. I am deeply sorry, another version of you, Goku. Tears welled in Bulma's eyes as she turned to Trunks, her resolve unwavering. But I have compelling reasons to act this way. In the vast expanse of the universe, a brilliant aurora danced across the night sky. Is this where the King Kai resides? Indeed, it took me 3 long years to locate it. Thank you, esteemed King Kai. Now that is more like it. A smile crept across King Kai's face as he turned away. The aurora wanders through this celestial expanse, completing several grand circuits in merely a single day. At last, it arrives at the planet Yatarat. Sun Wukong, exuding an aura of power, has just set foot on this world, surrounded by an array of peculiar species. The unusual beings regard him with hostility, revealing their spleeto to demonstrate their strength. Who are you? Sun Wukong's nonchalant voice reverberates across the planet. Let this gentleman through. Yes. A dozen green-skinned beings emerge from the crowd, their heads shaped like droplets of water. Greetings, sir. Please follow me. Sun Wukong nods and accompanies the green-skinned beings through a technologically advanced entrance. Before him stands a colossal green-skinned elder, adorned with 2 horns, exuding an air of calmness, a visage that unmistakably radiates benevolence. Greetings, sir. I am the elder of this planet. The elder rambles on extensively, and upon Sun Wukong revealing his identity, the elder's eyes light up with unrestrained joy. To his astonishment, he is the benefactor who vanquished the Jinyu force, and thus he extends a warm welcome, even orchestrating a grand banquet in his honor. When Sun Wukong expresses his desire to learn the art of Spalito, the elder readily consents, generously stating that he is free to learn in any manner he wishes, even to remain on this planet indefinitely. Thus, Sun Wukong resides on Yatarat, immersing himself in study. Are you implying that instantaneous movement is not merely a skill, but rather an application of qi? Indeed. It is merely a manifestation of our spirit's movement or an illusion of increased quantity and size. The green-skinned beings revert to their original forms, their bodies expanding from diminutive figures to towering giants. Such techniques are effortlessly mastered by any inhabitant of Yatarat. If you can comprehend the structure of the spirit, you shall undoubtedly unlock the path you seek. I implore you to teach me. As time flows, Sun Wukong's days are filled with purpose, significantly enhancing his proficiency in the manipulation of qi, particularly under the attentive guidance of Little Green. Mr. Wukong, your foundation is exceptionally solid. In just 3 months, your mastery of instantaneous movement surpasses even that of the Yatarations, Little Green exclaims in awe. Sun Wukong's command of Spalito rivals that of the elder, perhaps even exceeding it in subtlety. Thank you for the compliment, Sun Wukong bows, expressing gratitude for Little Green's diligent instruction over the past months. It is thanks to your guidance that I have made such progress. No need for thanks, it is my duty. Little Green waves his hands, insisting that it is all due to Sun Wukong's own efforts. Upon mastering instantaneous movement, Sun Wukong does not hastily depart. Instead, he chooses to continue his studies. He hovers high above, his consciousness emanating from his body, observing the myriad wonders of the planet. This time, his focus is no longer solely on Little Green, but rather on all the inhabitants of Yatarat. At this moment, Yatarat falls within his observational scope, every movement upon the planet captured in his gaze. Half a year has quietly slipped away, with just 6 months remaining until Sun Wukong returns to Earth. Sun Wufan and Sun Lingy are now 5.5 years old. Initially, they were not required to attend school, but at the insistence of their family. Krillin was overjoyed, indulging in dozens of bowls of rice that very evening. Just moments after receiving the news, the entire household was aware of his wife's pregnancy. Lapis, as ever, diligently trains in the deep mountains, reaping substantial rewards from this cosmic journey and glimpsing higher vistas. Engaged in rigorous training, he consumes a senzu bean with each session. Piccolo, steadfast as always, hones his body in the desolate wilderness. His physique is as solid as rock. He sits motionless, commanding boulders to orbit around him with sheer willpower. A month later, today marks the official school day for the 2 little ones. Wufan and Lingy don their exquisite uniforms, escorted by Chi-Chi as they enter the campus. Hello, classmates. I am your teacher, Miss Orange. The homeroom teacher approaches the children with a sweet smile and gentle words. Today marks the beginning of your first semester here. Sun Wufan listens attentively, while Sun Lingy, feeling bored, stifles a yawn, her eyelids drooping as sleep beckons. I'm so tired. This learning is truly dull. Naturally lively, Lingy has inherited her mother's spirited temperament, tinged with a hint of ferocity. After class, as she anticipated, there was nothing to look forward to. No slides or games of eagle-catching chicks. She was utterly disinterested. This is so annoying. Can't I skip school? It's really boring. After several hours of torment, school finally ended. Sun Lingy breathed a sigh of relief upon stepping out of the school gates. The air felt remarkably fresher. Chi-Chi waved her arms, signaling, "Children, I'm right here." The 2 little ones rushed to her side and entered the luxurious car. Inside, it was resplendent, adorned with exquisite decorations. Mom, can't you let me skip school? It's really boring. No. What else would you do at your age without school? Chi-Chi's immediate response was to refuse. Then she earnestly addressed Lingyi's aversion to school. Every day, you cause chaos at home. The animals scatter at the sight of you, as if they've encountered a little demon. Lingyi has been notorious for her mischief since infancy, whether scolded or punished. Her nature has never changed. The constant cries of the animals only add to their own annoyance. Please, please, I beg you. Despite Lingyi's repeated pleas, Chi-Chi remained steadfast. Ask the other 3 mothers. If they agree, then I will too. Son Lingyi's eyes instantly sparkled as she leaped from her seat. Is it true? Of course it is. Would I deceive you? Yea. The naive Son Lingyi failed to notice the cunning glint in Chi-Chi's eyes, oblivious to the trap set by the adults. Son Lingyi's first visit was to Lazili, for her mother adored her the most. Lazili readily agreed, declaring, sure. Clearly, the plan was unfolding successfully. Next, Son Lingyi approached Bulma, only to be met with refusal. Instead, Bulma presented a test paper, claiming that if she scored 80 points, she would be excused from school. Son Lingyi eagerly responded, no problem. Little did she know, this marked the beginning of her nightmare. As time passed, she returned to kindergarten the following day. After 3 months of diligent study, she finally achieved a score exceeding 80, earning Bulma's coveted no-school reward. Only her mother, Lanchi, remained. Excitedly, she approached Lanchi to convey her intentions, but was met with outright rejection. No amount of persuasion would sway her. As time slipped away, dawn broke. Son Lingyi crumbled, having pleaded with Lanchi all night without success. On her way to school, she felt as lifeless as a corpse, engulfed in despair. Life seemed utterly devoid of meaning. This world was too harsh. I shall create a world without school. Classmates, silence. Please observe me. The teacher's voice poured forth, incessantly imparting knowledge ranging from the evolution of ancient humanity to the advancements of modern science. Knowledge flowed from the teacher's lips as effortlessly as drinking water, clear and comprehensible. The mundane information was forcefully injected into her ears, aggravating Son Lingyi, who was already disheartened from her 3 months of effort. Noticing her distraction, the teacher called on her repeatedly, and after the 5th time, her frustration ignited into an overwhelming fury, suffusing the atmosphere with her repressed emotions. To hell with school. Get out of my way. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the campus as Son Lingyi could no longer contain herself. Her long black hair shimmered, as if on the brink of an explosion. Ah, school, perish. With that furious cry, a golden aura erupted from her, transforming her from black-haired and black-eyed to golden-haired and blue-eyed. The Super Saiyan had arrived. Her gaze was icy, and an unnameable pressure emanated from her, instilling fear in those around her. Ah, run. In an instant, her classmates scattered in panic. The teacher hesitated for a moment, but primal instincts kicked in, and after a few seconds of contemplation, she fled. What is money compared to life? Before departing, she hastily activated the fire alarm. Sister, Sun Wu Fan attempted to intervene, but Son Lingyi paid him no heed, unleashing a wave of energy that traveled miles. Step aside. I shall destroy this place. In the skies, Son Lingyi ascended, her hands gathering the luminous energy of the demon-breaking flash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of light surged forth, transforming the expansive kindergarten into a desolate ruin within mere seconds. Fortunately, the people evacuated in time. Otherwise, casualties would have been inevitable. With a sense of satisfaction, Son Lingyi reverted from her Super Saiyan form and departed with grace. However, upon returning home after a day of joyous exploration in the wild, she was met not with a feast, but with the ominous presence of her mothers. Activate bloodline suppression. Wow. Son Lingyi hastily fled her home, sprinting for her life across the earth. Meanwhile, Goku, indulging in a lavish banquet, remained unfazed, accustomed to such chaos. If her sister went a day without a scolding, her nose would soar to the heavens. Son Lingyi, halt. Stop. You rascal. Stand still. Ultimately, even after transforming into a Super Saiyan and circling the earth thousands of times, Son Lingyi was captured by her mothers. Please, I truly cannot bear this any longer. Spare me this time. Her eyes sparkled, tears glimmering like tiny pearls. Not a chance. Come here. After a night of scolding, Son Lingyi lay in bed, feeling utterly drained, as if all her strength had been sapped away. Due to her destruction of the kindergarten, she was granted a year of vacation, perhaps a silver lining amidst the chaos. With a contented smile, she drifted into a deep slumber. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and birds chirped in celebration. Chapter 79. The Spirit Tree. Suddenly, a shadow appeared outside the window, sending the birds into a panic as they scattered in all directions. Transforming into a Super Saiyan so easily? Piccolo's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Son Lingy. Is it truly so effortless for the legendary warrior to change forms? This seems rather juvenile. Ah, wait. If I were to provoke Goku slightly, with his innate talent, might he also achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo's eyes lit up with determination as he made his decision and flew directly to the kindergarten. Upon entering, he found Goku, his small face serious and fully engrossed in his studies. Without hesitation, Piccolo employed a few minor spells to hypnotize everyone present, including Goku. Currently, the combat power of the two youngsters hovered around 2 million. Should they transform into Super Saiyans, that figure would soar to 100 million. Ah, is school over? Goku's pupils glazed over, his tone languid. Indeed, I am here to fetch you. Piccolo uttered a benevolent falsehood, lifting Goku effortlessly and transporting him to a desolate area several hundred kilometers away. Today marks the commencement of your graduation training. Piccolo's gaze was icy, his demeanor exceedingly serious. Yes, King Piccolo. The demon warrior Goku responded with enthusiasm. Excellent. You appear quite spirited. Piccolo nodded in satisfaction. Let us begin. Yes. Goku immediately set about searching the wilderness for animals to hunt, preparing for his graduation assessment. However, he was somewhat perplexed as to why his sister had not arrived. Had she already passed the test? After several days of hunting, Son Wukong had met the assessment criteria and, exhilarated, set out to find Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo! Uncle Piccolo! His voice resonated across the expanse, yet Piccolo remained unresponsive. As Son Wukong's urgency intensified, his footsteps quickened, defying the vow against flight. Uncle Piccolo! Uncle Piccolo! Time passed, and he searched repeatedly, his voice growing hoarse, as if his very spirit were waning. He soared over tropical rainforests, traversed the humid marshlands, and flew past towering urban landscapes. Yet still found no trace of Piccolo. Just as despair began to envelop him, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from his home, prompting Son Wukong to hastily utilize his flight technique to return. Roar! A colossal beast erupted from the ground, adorned with sharp rocks on its back, and possessing a singular, enormous blue eye, reminiscent of a star in the cosmos. Destruction awaits, humanity. How dare you ravage nature so? It bellowed. I am the wrath of nature. The catastrophe known as Godzilla, born from the age of dinosaurs. Everyone attack. Lazuli, Chi-Chi, Lan-Chi, and Bulma exchanged glances before unleashing their might against Godzilla. Yet their efforts were in vain. Godzilla remained unscathed, retaliating with a particle beam that left them bloodied and unconscious on the ground. How infuriating. Just then, Piccolo arrived and immediately engaged Godzilla in battle. The sky echoed with explosive sounds, but ultimately, Piccolo was overpowered, falling victim to Godzilla's quantum beam. His severed head tumbled to the ground at Son Wukong's feet, blood spilling forth. Uncle Piccolo! Son Wukong staggered back, his gaze dimmed, teetering on the brink of despair. Images of corpses surged into his mind like frames from a film, while cherished memories flickered through his consciousness. You dare to kill them. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder crackling. The winds howled wildly, and Son Wukong's formerly ebony hair transformed into radiant gold. The translucent white aura morphed into golden light, surging forth from within him. Crack! Crack! The ground shattered beneath him, and in the blink of an eye, Son Wukong appeared before Godzilla. Die! He cried, Dragon Claw. 5 beams of golden light flashed, and Godzilla had no time to scream before being reduced to mere fragments. Huh! The demon-breaking flash emanates from my hands, annihilating Godzilla to the point where not even ashes remain. In the real world, I did it. Piccolo's pupils constricted as he swiftly rose, retreating at high speed to avoid being inadvertently harmed. Is this what it means to become a Super Saiyan? How exceedingly simple. Originally believed that extreme conditions, coupled with rage, were necessary to transform into a Super Saiyan. Is mere anger sufficient? Or must one attain some extraordinary condition? At this moment, Son Gohan tightly shut his eyes, an aura swirling around him. Upon opening his eyes, they radiated a cold ruthlessness. Gohan is me. Is that Uncle Piccolo? You're alive. The icy expression on Gohan's face instantly vanished, replaced by innocence as he hurriedly embraced Piccolo. You must have had a nightmare. Come, let me treat you to a feast. A super scion, you say? I shall cultivate you into an exceptional warrior. If the previous training was child's play, then the forthcoming trials for Goku and Gohan shall be an inferno of relentless rigor. In the vastness of outer space, a colossal metallic beast hung amidst the stars, its machinery employing radar for detection. Report. This planet possesses cultivation potential. Indeed, after scouring hundreds of planets, have we finally found one? A man, bearing a scar upon his face and an ominous demeanor, clutched a seed in his hand. If Krillin were present, he would surely be astonished by how closely this man resembled Goku. Lord Darius, shall we descend here? A soldier approached, speaking with reverence. Let us proceed. Darius replied with a smile, though to his subordinates, he appeared as the most fearsome demon in existence. Yes, the soldier trembled, hastening to obey the command. Fearing for his very life, the spaceship pierced through the atmosphere, transforming into a crimson meteor as it descended to Earth. 3 days later, why has the forest withered? Lapis trained within the tropical rainforest, his muscular physique a testament to power and perfection. Is this the place? A vast expanse of forest has succumbed to decay. Lapis's eyes widened. What is this? I recall this tree did not exist just days ago. Towering trees rooted in this land pierced the skies, standing defiantly against the earth. I must observe further. Lapis concealed himself among the clouds, his gaze fixed intently upon the tree, eager to discern its true nature. Lord Darius, the fruit of the tree of might is nearing maturity. Goku? No, this is another scion. Lapis was taken aback. Did all scions bear such resemblance? Humph. No need for your input. Darius scoffed, swatting the soldier aside as he strode toward the tree of might. I do not require your guidance in my endeavors. I would not dare. The soldier shrank back in fear. Humph. Darius scrutinized the tree, locating a slightly ripe fruit within its branches. With a sudden leap from the ground, he seized the fruit, harvesting it. Ha ha ha. The energy contained within this fruit is astonishing. Darius devoured it in one bite, his muscles swelling dramatically as his battle power surged exponentially. Chapter 80. The spirit of justice. The energy has increased, not merely doubled, but multiplied several times over. Lapis stood in awe, his gaze piercing and fixed intently on Dales. A surge of greed erupted from the depths of his eyes. What a waste it was to bestow such gifts upon this worthless scion. Crack. The moment Dales consumed the fruit of the spirit tree, a crimson figure shot down from the clouds. There was no time for words, only a ferocious assault. The tenfold Kaioken dragon claw. Cautiously, Lapis unleashed his most formidable technique. Determined to ensure a decisive blow, Dales could hardly react. In an instant, 5 beams of golden light flashed, and his body was marred by 5 crimson lines. This tree is mine. As Lapis's words echoed, Dales's whole form crumpled to the ground, shattering into 5 fragments. The minion's last utterance was silenced by utter annihilation, leaving no trace behind. Hooray! Hooray! Lapis is incredibly powerful. He took out his phone, struck a pose, and reveled in his triumph. Of course, this was a private indulgence. Being seen by acquaintances would spell social disaster. Wait, why did all the flora and fauna here seem so abnormally withered? Could it be? Lapis looked up, his expression filled with complexity. He pondered whether he had just condemned this precious tree. Such effortless power came at a cost. If he did not destroy it, Earth's vital essence would likely become the tree's banquet. Better to obliterate it. After all, his sister still needed to live on Earth, and his friends were here too. Damn it! How selfish of me! How could I commit such an act for the sake of power? Lapis slapped himself, the glimmer of greed vanishing from his eyes, replaced by anger at his previous hesitation. How dare this malevolent entity attempt to obliterate Earth before the great Lapis? You have sealed your fate. With a thunderous shout, Lapis unleashed his energy, a pure essence like no other. Ultimate destruction. A wave of violet light streaked across the sky, imbued with righteous energy. The very fabric of the earth began to emanate vital essence, transforming into specks of white light, merging into the ultimate destruction. It felt as though the world was crying out, uniting to lend him strength. Boom. Under the unparalleled force of ultimate destruction, the spirit tree collapsed. As if withering like dried leaves, its essence dispersed into gentle white light, returning to every corner of the realm. Withering vanished, and vitality resonated through the heavens and the earth. The once dark and desolate grass gradually regained its verdant hue. In the distance, the waterfall rejuvenated, while fish frolicked in the river. Multicolored flowers bloomed anew, revitalized by the influx of vital essence. Starved bees buzzed joyfully around, dancing amidst the blossoms. Indeed, this felt delightful. With arms wide open, embracing the world, he inhaled the freshest air, as if his soul had been purified. From withering to rejuvenation. It was as if he had traversed the cycle of nature itself. Lapis's energy surged dramatically, the aura of righteousness exploding from his being. Is this what true justice feels like? My strength has multiplied manifold. The spirit bomb? It seems I have acquired the knowledge. Drawing in my breath, I circled a few times around the remnants of the spirit tree. Behold, this is what I have salvaged. Squeak. As Lapis stepped back, a peculiar seed came into view, emanating an aura of mystery. What is this? Holding it in my hand for a closer inspection, this object appears unlike anything found in the mortal realm. Perhaps a fragment of the divine descending to earth. Is it from that tree? If so, I must apologize. Dear tree brother, I was rather impudent just now. Please forgive me. Cackling. Suddenly, I felt the spirit bomb slip away from me once more, transforming into a beam of white light. I found myself at Son Wukong's abode in an instant. Knock, knock. A flurry of urgent knocking resounded, awakening Lazili from her slumber as she carelessly tossed aside a cucumber. What brings you here? Lazili exhaled a breath, and the door lock clicked open. Grabbing some beverages and a box from the refrigerator, she placed them on the table. What is it? Unscrewing a bottle cap, she handed it to Lapis and opened the box, tossing the container of fresh fruits onto the table. Lapis gulped, striving to calm his excited heart. I have something extraordinary. Placing the seed on the table, he shared a mysterious smile. This is the most splendid treasure aside from the Dragon Balls. Oh, Lazili's interest was piqued. Her usually composed brother was visibly exhilarated by this seed. What purpose does it serve? Could it be that this seed holds a significance in Lapis's heart even more special than the magical beans? You will find out soon enough. Lapis grinned enigmatically and hurriedly departed, returning shortly with a universal capsule in hand. I made it a point to inform you right away. He paused slightly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Lazili. I get it. You can choose any items from the Nintendo games, right? Such a gaming fanatic. Hee, you understand me well. Without further ado, let me show you this treasure. A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing a spaceship towering above the ground, as the two entered the technologically advanced control room. Activating the radar, we set our sights on a vibrant planet teeming with life. Yes, I am currently scouting it for you. Please hold on. The circle spun for a few seconds. Among countless planets, a target has been located for you. The spaceship slowly ascended, soaring several meters before zipping away from Earth with a whoosh. A beam of white light streaked across the starry sky as the spacecraft traveled at superluminal speed to its destination. After several minutes, we finally arrived. The iron behemoth roared, engulfed in high temperatures, transforming into a shooting star. Boom! The meteor collided with the planet, scorching the Earth in a blaze of red heat, incinerating the forest in flames. Strange creatures were instantly roasted by the intense heat, leaving behind a tantalizing aroma. The iron behemoth was only slightly dusted and scathed. Let us proceed. Two figures leaped together, transforming into a beam of white light, and arrived in a vibrant forest. They cast seeds into the soil, and within mere seconds, tender sprouts emerged. What is this? Hee. Take a good look. It is almost certain that this is the spirit tree, and Lapis was ecstatic. I shall surpass Son Wukong and become the strongest in the universe. Lazili took a step back. Ever since reading the novel, her demeanor had become rather wild. Yet her self-awareness seemed to have been devoured by a dog. The tender sprouts twisted slowly, savoring the energy that was more delectable than that of Earth. Their bodies grew rapidly, greedily absorbing all that this planet had to offer. In just a few dozen minutes, the spirit tree had blossomed into a towering giant, casting its shadow over a vast expanse of the forest. The two swiftly utilized flight to retreat several meters. After 2 days, the spirit tree had flourished, its branches adorned with plump, red fruits. The surface was uneven, resembling the moon, scarred by countless meteorite impacts. As time passed, the planet's energy was nearly depleted, teetering on the brink of destruction. A day went by. The fruits of the spirit tree ripened fully, and among them, 2 stood out in a deeper crimson, akin to droplets of blood. Chapter 81, Super Saiyan Full Power. What a splendid opportunity. Lapis leaped high, plucking the crimson fruits with both hands. In an instant, their blood surged, and the desire for these fruits erupted within them. They sensed that consuming these would undoubtedly bring about indescribable changes. Exchanging a glance, their hearts consumed by greed, they devoured the fruits simultaneously. The flesh slid down their throats, and energy began to dance throughout their bodies. The essence within them was transformed by this influx of power. Their muscles surged, and their aura erupted. Two beams of white light flashed across the darkened planet, their strength multiplying by several tens of times. Lapis, exhilarated, moved his body and struck towards the distance. Boom! The distant planet was obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion. Why do I feel that this brother resembles a villain? Is it merely an illusion? Sister, what's wrong? It's nothing. We must quickly gather these fruits. This planet is destined for destruction. In just 3 seconds, they collected all the spirit tree fruits and returned to their spaceship, which then traveled at superluminal speed back to Earth. After more than half a year, Son Wukong sat in meditation upon a sharp rock. Instantaneous movement. A technique requiring the perception of energy to execute. Why can't I teleport within my own sensing range? His figure was 10 meters away, yet he returned to his original position in an instant, gradually opening his eyes. The principles of space were quite simple. To him, space appeared like a flower. A slight parting revealed its mysteries. He instantaneously moved to a neighboring planet of Ardlat. Son Wukong stood beneath the starlit sky, gently waving his index finger. Crash! The planet shattered into countless fragments, transforming into meteors. The power of space? Is it divine power? No, it's a mundane technique. Son Wukong has yet to master the divine energy, and thus cannot transcend levels to wield the power of the gods. Crack! The cosmos did not shatter. Rather, it was the nearby planet that succumbed to destruction. The planet lamented, "Alas, it seems he has only grasped the surface of this skill." Shaking his head, Son Wukong realized that this technique was merely effective against physical warriors. Faced with Majin Buu, he would stand no chance of victory. However, when contending with the legendary Super Scions, it was akin to a father effortlessly besting his son. It seemed that the Dragon Claw technique would soon be obsolete. With a sigh, Son Wukong reflected on how swiftly time passes. Once, his formidable power warranted caution in its use. Yet now he found himself lagging behind in this ever-evolving realm. Was it due to his soul traversing countless timelines that he possessed an extraordinary comprehension of space and time? Of course, this was merely his own conjecture. He had an inkling that perhaps he would not need to learn the angel's ultimate mastery in the future. After all, the divine techniques belonged to others. Why not forge his own? Pointing towards the void, a rift appeared before him. With a gentle step, Son Wukong vanished in an instant. Although navigating the space beyond the universe was challenging, within the cosmos, he was as comfortable as a fish in water, with everything firmly within his grasp. King Kai exclaimed, "Oh no, don't eat that. Stop." He hurriedly guarded his provisions, unfazed by Son Wukong's attempts at persuasion. His resolve was unwavering. If this black hole consumed any more of his food, he would be left to suffer on nothing but the frigid winds. In merely 3 hours, he had enough sustenance for an entire year. He absolutely could not allow this black hole to devour another morsel. You're quite stingy, aren't you? A grand King Kai like yourself fretting over such trivialities? Son Wukong relented, cleaning up the dishes and setting them aside. There was no denying that King Kai's hospitality was commendable. The food was remarkably fresh. Divine cuisine indeed had its own exquisite flavor. If you're so skilled, then don't eat. If you want to eat, then fine. Anyway, it's nearly gone. He then produced a collection of jokes from his pocket and tossed it to King Kai. Here, I promised you a full compilation of humor. Hey. King Kai caught it, carefully preserving the precious gift. I suppose you have a bit of a conscience. But what brings you here? I distinctly recall someone expressing disdain for this desolate place. King Kai nonchalantly adjusted the bookshelf, which held countless humorous tomes gifted by Son Wukong. Well, I came to spend some time with you. With that, Son Wukong disregarded King Kai entirely, reclining on the grass and drifting into a contented slumber. Really? Can't you converse with me at all? As King Kai, I too experience loneliness. With that, King Kai retreated indoors, picking up a book of jokes and immersing himself in its pages. A short while later, laughter erupted from him. The sun shone brightly, its rays filtering through the leaves to illuminate Son Wukong's face, softening his fierce demeanor under the warm glow. Bang! he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His black hair and eyes instantly morphed into golden locks and azure irises. The golden aura was abruptly retracted within, revealing nothing. Achieving full power as a Super Saiyan was effortless, yet mastering the Super Saiyan 2 transformation remained elusive. Thanks to his early training in ki control, concealing his energy felt as natural as drinking water. Hey, no training. I'm quite vulnerable here. Perceiving a sudden surge in Goku's energy, King Kai cautiously peeked out. Fear not. It won't happen, he assured, as Goku began to flicker in and out of sight, seemingly on the verge of vanishing forever. This fellow is flaunting his instant transmission before me, is he? King Kai chuckled softly, taking a sip of his cold beverage while continuing to observe. On Earth. I'm back. The man spread his arms wide, his expression serene. Long time no see, he mused. Merely half a year had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. The silhouette against the starlit sky suddenly vanished, leaving behind faint ripples in the void. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the White House was bathed in a golden hue. Lingy, call your brother down for dinner, Chi-Chi said, removing her apron and loosening her hair tie. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist. After 6 years, she remained as radiant and charming as ever, evoking a desire to embrace and savor her presence. Why not just eat a Sinza bean instead of a meal? Lingy pouted, tossing a bean into her mouth. I'm on my way. Lingy's small form erupted with energy as she hurried to summon her brother. Haha, that child, remarked the blue-haired Launch, covering her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. A bit mischievous perhaps, but I adore Lingy's vivacity. Goku grasped his chopsticks, picking up a piece of meat that was a feast for the senses. Right? We feel the same. Chi-Chi and Launch exchanged knowing smiles. Ah, you're back. The two women exclaimed in shock, quickly shouting towards the rooftop. Lingy Wufan. Come down quickly, Dad's home. Dad's back. Having just called for her brother, Lingy bounded down from the 4th floor, executing a graceful arc as she leaped onto Goku's shoulder, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Daddy, guess what? Lingy chirped like a lark, her words tumbling forth without pause. Ha ha ha, surprise. Unexpected, I senti it? Goku, rarely displaying such joy, gently lifted Lingy from his shoulder. It's only been half a year, and you've both gained quite a bit of weight. Chapter 82. The time-space shuttle. At that moment, Wufan descended from upstairs, taking a seat at the dining table with a mysterious smile. Dad, you have no idea, Nanny. Just half a year apart, and you both have transformed into Super Saiyans. Excellent. Truly, my children. He placed his large hands atop their heads, ruffling their hair with vigor. Ah, let go. My hair will get messy. Lingy swiftly escaped Goku's embrace, fiercely protecting her tresses. Ha ha ha. Two girls covered their mouths to prevent their food from bursting out. Perhaps it would be better to take you for a buzz cut. That would be more appealing. Daddy, it was my brother who made me do that. It was not my own intention. While enjoying their meal, Wu Fan remarked. After a bout of playful scuffling, everyone had finished dinner. After spending 2 hours in the hall, the two little rascals were sent back to their room by Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi and Lanchi whispered softly in Sun Wukong's ear. The spirit tree fruit. It turns out that Bulma and Lazili were not at home to research the spirit tree fruit they had brought back a month prior. Did you know? Now it was the two girls' turn to be astonished. This fruit could exponentially enhance one's combat power with just one bite. He actually knows. Could he be related? Perhaps a little brother-in-law. A relative who killed his brother-in-law? What does that mean? What expressions are you wearing? Ha 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 ha. Oh, it's nothing. Is that Scion also your brother? Chi-Chi quickly shifted the topic. Which Scion? It must be Dale's, right? The one who looks remarkably like you, with a scar on his face. Lanchi recalled Lapiz's words, her arms unconsciously fidgeting. Oh, you mean Dale's. That lowly Scion. Then there's no problem. As her words fell, Sun Wukong suddenly chuckled mischievously and snatched Chi-Chi and Lanchi away. That night, amidst a storm of chaos, in a distant realm of time and space, the passage of time varied from one dimension to another. Likewise, the processes and outcomes were profoundly different. After 3 years, with Bulma dedicating 12 hours daily to her research, she finally completed her work today. This is what you wanted. Can we let them go now? Cell took the universal capsule and tossed it to the ground, instantly enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Of course, this was contingent on the absence of any errors. As the smoke dispersed, Cell gazed upon a time machine more advanced than the typical time-traveling device, nodding in satisfaction. But now I need to test it. Upon saying this, Cell summoned dozens of small cells to embark on time travel. All right. Bulma was drenched in cold sweat. Fearing to act rashly, would he truly honor the agreement? Or would he simply eliminate us once he got what he wanted? Bulma's mind raced, her heart pounding. Even if there was the slightest chance, she would cling to it tightly. The time machine abruptly vanished from sight, and after several hours, it returned to its original location. A small cell trembled as he opened the door, reporting to Cell on the authenticity of the time machine. What? The evil Shenron? Super Saiyan 4? Fusion technique, Vegeta? Did Gohan defeat me in that timeline? What transpired moments ago in the unknown realm of time and space was indeed remarkable. Originally, there were dozens of small cell beings. Yet now only one remains alive, while the rest have met their demise. How intriguing, utterly fascinating. Ha ha ha. Cell spread his arms wide, a frenzied glint sparkling in his eyes. As an overwhelming aura surged from his being. All of you shall become my sustenance, propelling me towards becoming the ultimate life form. Bulma was taken aback, hastily retreating a few steps. Is he mad? What prompts such a sudden bout of maniacal laughter? Could it be that the androids created by Dr. Gero are still imperfect? Are there still numerous genetic flaws? Where's my energy? Cell ceased his laughter, a blank expression overtaking his features as he addressed Bulma. Here, take it. Bulma hurriedly handed over a universal capsule to Cell. With malicious intent blazing in his eyes, Cell aimed a hand at Bulma. Wait, energy is finite, and without timely replenishment. Would I not be trapped in this time and space for many years? If this realm lacks Bulma, would I be condemned to remain here forever? Cold sweat trickled down Cell's brow. That was close. I nearly killed the sole creator of the time machine. You will honor our agreement, won't you? This was Bulma's source of confidence. Should you end my life, you shall remain in this time forever. For the energy is only sufficient for 2 more travels. Should Cell take his own life, replenishment would be impossible. Cell now realized that the information Bulma had provided was surely fabricated. Or perhaps all of it was true. But in what order? How perplexing. Should he eliminate her and depart, he might be forever trapped in this time. Of course, I am a person of my word. Cell stepped into the time machine, a murderous intent enveloping him. You wait. The day I master the art of memory retrieval will be the day of your demise. With the press of a button, the time machine whirred to life and vanished in a flash. Ha ha ha. Bulma, who had been as calm as a lamb, suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Surely, you did not believe I had not taken precautions? Indeed, the android is a flawed creation, devoid of intellect. Bulma hurriedly dashed home, rummaging through the storage room until she finally unearthed a red button nestled within a green toy box. Die, Cell, she screamed, eyes ablaze with fury. As she pressed the button with fervor, she was determined to avenge Sun Jun and the others. The time machine plunged into the temporal tunnel, while Cell savored his afternoon tea in serene delight. Indeed, this was the epitome of exquisite extraterrestrial meat. With each bite, the flavors exploded in his mouth, saturating the air with a rich aroma. Naturally, only he, as a superior android, was worthy of such indulgence. Suddenly, a crackling arc of electricity erupted from the machine, causing Cell to snap his eyes open in disbelief. Impossible. I had thoroughly inspected everything. It is utterly impossible for any explosive devices to be present. When did Bulma? Before Cell could finish his sentence, the time machine was enveloped in a flash of crimson light, departing from its original temporal tunnel and venturing into the unknown. If Bulma were here, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Bombs? Am I that foolish?" Such thoughts are the lowest of the low. I am a genius, never treading the conventional path. The time machine shook violently, careening through countless timelines as if in search of someone capable of vanquishing Cell. However, Bulma's calculations were destined to fail. As some gods of destruction or supreme Kais sensed the disturbance but chose to ignore Cell, thinking, "It is not my timeline. Why should I concern myself?" After a prolonged journey through time, the energy of the time machine was entirely depleted, leaving Cell stranded in an unknown realm. That wretched fool. How infuriating. A murderous intent surged within Cell's gaze. Yet, clearly, your calculations were flawed. Huh? No one has come to slay me. Chapter 83, The Legendary Super Saiyan. During this temporal odyssey, Cell sensed numerous figures that instilled fear within him, even some whose auras were imperceptible, gods. Only deities possess such abilities. After a moment, Cell regained his composure, calming all his emotions. My strength is far from sufficient. In the 8 years since he had slain Gohan, his potential and physique had reached a certain limit. The rate of his power increases had slowed considerably as time wore on. At this moment, his strength was at its pinnacle. It would be exceedingly difficult to achieve any further enhancement. This was precisely why he had implored Bulma to construct the time machine, to break through his limits. Super Saiyan 4? Here I come. The time machine transported Cell to a distant planet, which was certainly not Earth. What is this place? Is this even Earth? However, it seemed that two energies were present, Scions. After speaking, Cell's figure vanished in an instant, utilizing instant transmission to reach his destination. Hey, you must be a Scion, right? The individual possessed black hair and dark eyes, with drooping eyelids as though lost in contemplation. His gaunt, pale visage suggested a life of hardship. Yes, I am Broly. Upon encountering such a pathetic Scion, Cell thought, you must be a disgrace to your race. He then promptly disregarded Broly, as such trash was hardly worth his attention. He had no interest even in killing Broly. Broly quickly sees him. That extraterrestrial must possess a spaceship, and then we can escape this place. An elder emerged from a cave, his hair a silvery white, eyes clouded with age. Humph. Cell scoffed coldly, not allowing Broly any opportunity to act. A scarlet flash pierced the air as his father's throat was swiftly severed, a burst of crimson erupting into the atmosphere. The head fell to the ground, rolling to rest at Broly's feet. How could the weak presume to challenge the strong? Although Cell lacked a spaceship, it did not imply indifference. Father. Despite the fact that his father had somehow exerted control over Broly, he was nonetheless his father. There were emotions involved. Fear not. Shortly you shall join your father below. Cell had no interest in the tender bonds of father and son. If you love him so dearly, why not descend and keep him company? With a subtle flick of his finger, the Kamehameha surged forth with ferocious intensity. The azure light violently engulfed Broly. Through the relentless assault of the blue energy, Broly, relying on his formidable physique and innate talent, managed to survive under Cell's onslaught. Something feels amiss. The dormant instincts honed over years suddenly surged to life, compelling Cell to retreat several hundred meters. Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, his black pupils swiftly shifting to a vibrant green. Boom. Broly let out a thunderous roar, the green aura erupting with such ferocity that the world momentarily faded into darkness. In the next instant, the spot where Cell had stood shattered into countless fragments. Is this a jest? How is this different from the other Super Saiyans? Cell staggered backwards, taking to the skies. Super Broly unleashed a powerful punch, catching Cell off guard, who had no time to evade, and was violently smashed into the glacier. This creature's aura is overwhelmingly savage. It is truly brutish, akin to a colossal gorilla. Emerging from the ice, Cell's bones cracked and creaked, seemingly unaffected by Broly's assault. Upon seeing that Cell still drew breath, Broly's fury erupted anew. His strength escalated at an astonishing rate. 1 punch, 10 punches, 100 punches. The power continued to swell, seemingly boundless. That infernal gorilla. Cell's body swelled dramatically, enveloped in crackling lightning. The aura cloaked the entire planet. The heavens dimmed, trembling violently, as if the world were on the brink of collapse. Lightning fast, Cell vanished from his position, reappearing behind Broly in the next heartbeat. The Kamehameha wave erupted from his hands, an unstoppable force striking Broly's back. Broly let out a pained cry, shattering the glacier and plummeting to the ocean floor. Phew. Cell wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, eyes fixed intently on the direction in which Broly had fallen. What manner of power is this? Is it a mutation among the Scions? In the next moment, Broly surged forth once more from the depths, infused with an even greater strength. His previously slender form had expanded, buoyed by an explosive aura, resembling a bodybuilder after a decade of training. He possessed power surpassing that of Gohan. Gero stood, bewildered, fixated on Broly, searching for something elusive. Not bad at all, he chuckled darkly, his voice resembling a cacophony, as Broly's rationality faded into oblivion. The vibrant green of his pupils vanished, leaving only the stark white of his eyes. Luminous energy enveloped him as his hair surged wildly. An inexhaustible power burgeoning from within. Gero launched yet another ferocious assault. Bang, bang, bang. The sky reverberated with explosive bursts as the two combatants exchanged blows high above. each strike resonating with palpable force. Initially, Broly's strength paled in comparison to Cheru's, yet after 3 grueling hours of combat, the tide began to turn, with Gero being relentlessly pushed back by Broly's onslaught. Strangely, despite the fierce exchange, Cheru's skin remained unblemished, devoid of any signs of injury. Come on, keep going. Let me experience your limits. 3 hours later, Broly's power had quadrupled since their initial encounter. What a remarkable gift. With a thunderous roar, Broly's strength surged to its zenith. His muscles slowly contracting. Though still growing, the rate was but a fraction of its previous velocity. Is this truly your limit? Gero, who had been serving as Broly's punching bag, maintained a stoic expression, yet an undercurrent of excitement was discernible. Is surpassing Super Saiyan 2 your utmost potential? Gero repeated, this time tinged with a hint of disappointment or perhaps regret. What could this mean? After 6 hours, Broly regained his composure, finally sensing something amiss with Gero. I was born with the cells of the strongest warriors in the universe, granting me immense potential and rapid growth. Fool, what does that matter to me? Broly spat blood, staining Cheru's visage, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. You are merely a synthetic creation. How could you possibly possess the strength to defeat me? Heh, Gero wiped the blood away. What I mean is, it is the cells of the strong that lead to both triumph and defeat. I can no longer ascend. Gero erupted with energy. This time the lightning was unlike any before, a vivid purple. It was Cheru's ultimate lightning form. Become the sustenance that allows me to transcend my limits. Only you can enable my breakthrough. A beam of green light surged forth from Gero, expanding to envelop the entire planet. You have nowhere left to escape. Chapter 84. Purple lightning. Gero, what is this? Broly sensed the imminent danger and transformed into a green light, fleeing with trepidation. His entire being trembled, foretelling a dreadful fate. Useless, useless. I have woven an inescapable net across this planet. Purple lightning. Gero spread his arms wide, confident of victory. This mutated scion was now beyond escape. Huh. With a thunderous roar, Broly confronted the green light at the eastern edge of the planet. Alone, he charged toward the luminescence, delivering a powerful punch. However, the strike that had been effective against the formidable cell proved futile against the green light, which instead clung tenaciously to his body. With frenzied determination, Broly tore at the green light, his fury intensifying. Yet, his efforts were in vain, as the light infiltrated his nostrils, ears, and mouth. Time passed, and he found himself completely enveloped by the green radiance, his arms succumbing heavily to the ground. Broly's demise was declared. This power shall be bestowed upon me. The green light surged into Cell's form, becoming wholly absorbed. At the Red Ribbon Army's base, Dr. Gero knelt, declaring, my God. This is the newly developed soldier of the gods. No need for that. Let others utilize it, Goku replied, keenly examining the soldier of the gods before tossing it back into Dr. Gero's hands. He had no desire to enhance his physique, but sought instead to understand how the S cells could transcend their limits. His energy was steadily growing, moment by moment, as was his physical form and inner vitality. Take your time to study it, Goku said, instantaneously teleporting away from the laboratory, leaving Dr. Gero bewildered by the sudden departure. S cells. Can I bypass Super Saiyan 2 and 3? Goku pondered while hovering in the air, lost in thought. His consciousness delved into the S cells, which immediately began to react violently. Boom. The Super Saiyan emerged. This was the very reason Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan without relying on rage. As his thoughts ceased, the cells regained tranquility, flowing slowly within him. If the S cells could evolve, did it imply the potential for a transformation even more potent than Super Saiyan Blue? It is important to note that the S cells are the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Once the S cells surpass their limits, it would signify that a Saiyon's transformations could become erratic and uncontrollable. After all, if one exceeds their limits, transformations may spiral out of control. What use is it to transform into a being like Broly, who loses all reason to gain strength, lacking technique and relying solely on brute force? Would one merely headbutt Jiren, a master of skill? Ultimately, it was worth a try, Goku mused, exuding confidence and composure. If I fear this or that, I might as well return home to my mother for comfort. However, Goku's consciousness once again penetrated his physique, scrutinizing his transformations. Why has there been no discernible change? My body is undeniably the most formidable in this universe. Logically, if his physique had improved, His potential should have risen as well. And the S cells should have evolved too. Why did it still feel stagnant? It shouldn't be like this. Although the S cells were marginally stronger than before, they proved to be of little consequence. Nevertheless, Goku harbored a premonition that success was imminent. With a flash, he instantaneously vanished from his original position. In Bulma's laboratory, the question arose, how do you feel? Lazuli devoured the entire fruit of the spirit tree in one swift motion. Her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster hoarding grain. Remarkable, her energy surged, exceeding threefold. Bulma gave a thumbs up and delicately bit into a piece of the fruit. They had conducted extensive research, yet remained baffled by its principles. This left Bulma feeling disheartened. It was her first encounter with failure, and the sensation was truly disconcerting. What on earth is this composed of? Why does it share zero genetic similarity with Earth? Let me have a taste. Suddenly, Son Wukong appeared, forcefully snatching the spirit tree fruit from Lazuli's mouth. His tongue pursued fiercely, prompting Lazuli to retreat repeatedly, her energy intensifying dramatically. A wave of pink filled the room. Hey, I'm still here. Don't ignore me. Bulma, initially in a daze, finally snapped back to reality amidst the chaos caused by Son Wukong and Lazuli. She joined the fray. The chairs and stools in the lab were of poor quality, creaking and groaning since earlier, which was quite bothersome. Skipping 1,000 words. So, you are researching this? Son Wukong had consumed a dozen spirit tree fruits, his blood circulating vigorously, muscles resonating, his body transformed by the influx of new energy. His strength had multiplied by dozens. After all, his energy had increased, and his essence rose in tandem. Why stop eating? A flushed Lazuli presented the spirit tree fruit near Son Wukong's mouth. No need. It's no longer effective for me, he replied, shaking his head in refusal. It wasn't that he had developed a resistance to the spirit tree fruit. Rather, his energy no longer required such nourishment. Absorbing it would not enhance him, but rather hinder him, becoming a burden. After all, his energy was already distinct from traditional forms. Have you developed a resistance? Bulma hastily noted this in her journal. Pretty much, I'm the only one. Really? Of course. This is divine food, quite exquisite. Wait, this is food for the gods. Lazuli was astonished by the fortunate opportunity. Both women expressed disbelief. Then why is the king of the universe so weak? Is he the lowest among the deities? How pitiful. They pitted the king for a few seconds before shifting their focus. So it's been a while since we. Ha ha ha. Another whirlwind of activity ensued. Son Wukong, with a carefree demeanor, walked away, leaving a mess in his wake. This fellow has become quite fierce. Lazuli's hair was in disarray. I understand this. He seems inexhaustible, with no end in sight. Bulma nodded in agreement fervently. In the empire of the red satin, the capital, the master hasn't visited me in quite some time. What could he be doing? Violet slightly tightened her legs, lost in thought. Little Dance shivered, moving a few meters away from Violet. She certainly did not wish for that. Recalling that day, her legs still ached faintly. It was a moment she would never forget. Each time she awoke, her entire body was damp. How could you not miss me? Suddenly, the figure of Son Wukong appeared, pinching the cheek of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's pupils constricted, filled with caution. Of course, I miss you. You are my favorite. Her delicate lips planted a fervent kiss on Son Wukong's cheek. Master. Violet quickly rose to her feet, embracing Son Wukong tightly, inhaling deeply the essence that enveloped him. Hee. Violet reveled in the moment. One must admit, her master's scent was indeed delightful. Thus, 2 patches of grass were trampled and shattered by a wooden stick. Chapter 85. The Arrival of Cell. Time flowed on. The vibrant green leaves turned to shades of yellow, transforming into a spirited little tree. It had been 2 months since Son Wukong returned to Earth. His days were still spent wandering between Chi-Chi and Violet, alongside his training. A white crystal spun at his fingertips, occasionally emitting a cracking sound, akin to the shattering of glass. Daddy! Daddy! Sun Lingy darted through the sky. She certainly did not wish to find me. Son Wukong's expression darkened as he snapped his fingers toward the heavens. Suddenly, a pitch-black door appeared before Sun Lingy, and after a moment of darkness, she found herself in Son Wukong's grasp. What is this? It turned out to be Father, quite frightening indeed. Lingy crossed her arms, her little face scrunching in displeasure, signaling her anger. Son Wukong flicked a finger against Lingy's forehead. She immediately crouched down, tears welling in her eyes as she covered her forehead. Humph. I will run away from home. With that, Lingy stormed off, quickly taking flight away from home. Dozens of miles away, she exclaimed, "Yay, no school for me." She even painted a little figure in the clouds to express her excitement. This child. Son Wukong waved his hand, signifying his understanding of Son Lingyi's exhilaration. After all, he once harbored thoughts of blowing up a school, only to see those dreams realized by his daughter. Truly my daughter. A genius indeed. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sky darkened. Ominous clouds gathered, and thunder roared. In the next moment, a fine drizzle began to fall. What is this? Son Wukong felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over him, as if a heavy stone had settled in his heart, foreboding that he might soon be cast aside by the world. A tremendous thunderclap illuminated the entire realm. Is this a premonition of danger? In over 20 years of battling opponents, he had never encountered such a situation. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The fine rain intensified, and a fierce wind swept through, bending the vegetable leaves in the yard down to the ground in a close embrace. What is wrong with you? A voice filled with concern emanated from behind, as Lotzi gently massaged Son Wukong's shoulder. The urgency grew palpable. Son Wukong lifted his gaze, his eyes radiating an enigmatic power that transcended countless distances, honing in on the target. Was he speaking in riddles, perhaps bewitched by the magical beans? You should have departed with Bulma, Krillin, and the others aboard the spacecraft. There is a grave danger looming on Earth. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced furiously, blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace. Let us go. At Son Wukong's thunderous command, Lotzi's hesitation evaporated instantly, and she hurled the spacecraft with her slender waist. Hurry here with the Dragon Balls. This time, the voice resonated differently, like a clap of thunder echoing in Krillin, TNS, and others' minds. In an instant, all thoughts shattered, leaving only one singular intent: to bring everyone to Son Wukong's abode. Hooray! No school today. Ling, bewildered, rejoiced at the prospect of escaping school. Adults, however, harbored myriad thoughts. Countless possibilities flashed through their minds. Yet before any news could emerge from Son Wukong, the spacecraft ascended slowly, whooshing away from Earth. Conceal your energy. Do not let it be detected. A mental command enveloped the minds of everyone aboard the spacecraft, compelling them to suppress their auras. With that, Son Wukong closed his eyes, remaining still, fully attuned to the cosmos beyond. He was determined to uncover what malevolent force lay in wait. Foreboding danger? I am immortal. How could I possibly fear? Am I to be intimidated by you? Where shall we head next? Krillin cautiously reassured his wife, Jalen, beads of sweat inadvertently trickling down his forehead. First, let us proceed to New Namek. Bulma promptly activated the spacecraft, the steel behemoth enveloped in searing heat, smoke billowing forth. Maximum power to the spacecraft. Whoosh. In a burst surpassing the speed of light, they set course for Namek. The spacecraft jolted violently, prompting Bulma and Launch to grip the handrails tightly, striving to maintain their balance. Within mere minutes, they arrived at New Namek, and as the spacecraft touched down, the figures within transformed into beams of white light, racing towards the current Grand Elder, Muley. Dragon Balls. Gather the Dragon Balls. Yes. Muley, momentarily stunned, quickly realized they were the saviors of the Namekian people. Bring forth all the Dragon Balls. Under the Grand Elder's command, the Dragon Balls were swiftly collected. Boom. A resounding thunderclap announced the dazzling arrival of Porunga. It recorded every action Son Wukong took on Earth and presented it in a live broadcast. As you wish. Porunga flickered with crimson light, signifying ease. The air rushed with fervor, and a massive screen appeared in the sky, measuring hundreds of meters. On the other side, in the distant expanse of the galaxy, far beyond Earth, a sense of foreboding enveloped Gero as he sensed the absence of Bulma's presence. He was reluctant to remain trapped in this temporal universe. Yet, there stood Son Goku, his existence a stark contrast to Bulma's absence. After assimilating Broly, Gero's cells and genes underwent a profound transformation, evolving in an ineffable manner. His perceptual abilities had also metamorphosed, although Goku emitted no energy. Gero could still discern his precise location. Was it possible that Goku had slain Bulma? To his dismay, even Gohan's aura was nowhere to be found. Despair washed over Gero as he fixed his gaze upon Goku, realizing how drastically he had changed in this dimension. Goku abruptly opened his eyes, casting his gaze skyward. Why hide if he had revealed himself? A surge of murderous intent enveloped him, transforming into a colossal hand that swiftly descended upon Gero. "Come down," he bellowed, his energy escalating as the massive hand morphed, growing to half the size of Earth itself, a divine retribution from afar. "A mere triviality," Gero scoffed, unleashing a burst of energy that obliterated the enormous hand, scattering it into countless starlit fragments, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading to the Earth. In that instant, Gero utilized instant transmission to appear before Goku, his demeanor as dark as the depths of the ocean, brimming with malevolence. "I had great expectations for Bulma's presence on Earth. Yet you took her life. I shall demand your life in return." "Are you a fool?" he thought. "What absurdity is this, a synthetic being avenging Bulma?" Had Bulma and Gero formed an alliance in a dimension unknown to him? The very thought repulsed him. Goku spat onto the grass, his expression contorted in disgust. "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" Typically, a normal individual would refrain from such inquiries. But was Gero truly a normal being? Chapter 86. Enemies from another dimension. "I am Gero. Perhaps you are unaware of me." With an elegant retreat, he brushed off the dust from his attire, adopting a poised stance. "You ventured into this dimension to surpass your limits, only to be ensnared by Bulma and brought to my realm? Indeed. Pray, why did you slay Bulma? How polite of you." Goku held his forehead, trying to suppress a laugh. Had this fool divulged everything? Or did he possess absolute confidence in his strength? Gero offered a disdainful smile, his eyes gleaming with malice, having already condemned Goku to death in his mind. "It seems you were indeed the one who caused her demise. Regardless, even if you had spared Bulma, I would still have seen your end. Indeed, even without Bulma's death, Goku's annihilation held no justification, much like humanity's dominion over the demise of ants." With measured steps, Gero approached Goku, towering over him. "Although your foundation is stronger than it was 8 years ago, it remains insufficient." With a resounding crash, the voice of Cell reverberated as his energy erupted violently, sending Goku hurtling through the air. Cell's cells exuded a peculiar aura, one that Goku had distinctly sensed from Gohan, Frieza, and Vegeta, thus rendering it familiar. Yet, there was something else within Cell. What could it possibly be? It seems Cell's strength is limited. Utilizing instant transmission, Goku vanished in the blink of an eye. Uft! What an opportune moment. Blood spewed from Cell's mouth as he hastily transformed into his lightning form, retreating several hundred meters. Impressive, indeed, that he could react so swiftly. The Super Saiyan emerges. Goku shook off the bloodstains, his golden hair and azure eyes exuding a chilling demeanor. The golden aura contracted, concealing his energy. Super Saiyan 1 at full power. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. "You green-skinned insect. Ha 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 ha. Quite formidable. It seems I must reveal my true prowess." Cell, exuding confidence, spread his arms wide, muscles tensing as the fury within him ignited a collision of cells. In an instant, thunder roared and silence enveloped the world, with Cell standing as the sole beacon of light. Crackle, crackle. "Behold, this is my ultimate form. Is this a transcendent level beyond Super Saiyan 2? It is indeed a vast chasm." Goku's pupils constricted, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Who could have imagined Cell, once so feeble, had ascended from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3 in just 8 years? How laughable. He might as well crash into the sun and end his existence. Ha ha ha. "Is this your strength? Your limit? Ha ha ha." Goku even mimicked Cell, arms outstretched, declaring, "This is my limit. Ha ha ha." With a crimson aura enveloping him, Cell's gaze turned cold, his murderous intent surging, seeking death. The ultimate lightning Cell unleashed a furious explosion, hands clasped together, energy coalescing within. Ultimate Big Bang. Die. In the face of such a formidable assault, Goku did not evade. Instead, he charged forward. Boom. In that instant, every human on Earth was swept away, succumbing to the shock waves in an instant. Within a mere second, they all perished. The scene depicted the silhouette of the Super Saiyan engulfed in golden light, ultimately vanishing from sight. What to do? Krillin's face was etched with worry, his mind in disarray. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, there was no possibility for Goku to escape with his current strength. Yet, he confronted it head-on. Bulma exhibited no sorrow. Rather, she was intrigued by Cell's mention of parallel universes. Goku's wives too showed no signs of distress, calmly indulging in snacks. They understood that Goku would never perish. Others exchanged glances, silently turning away, each harboring a singular thought. Does Son Wukong possess any hidden trump cards? The dust settled as Cell elegantly bowed. After dealing with Son Wukong, he sought an object akin to the Dragon Balls to facilitate his departure from this timeline. However, in the fleeting moment it took for Cell to pivot, the space distorted, resulting in a myriad of shards. Crack, crack. Half of Cell's form shattered into countless diminutive particles. Even his blood was not spared. In the blink of an eye, Cell regained his composure and evaded the impending attack with utmost swiftness. Son Wukong, Cell roared, refraining from retaliating and instead retreating billions of kilometers away from Earth. Alas, the shattering had been evaded. In the instant of the assault, Son Wukong invoked his divine might to enter his personal space, yet it proved futile as the space was obliterated. He had forgotten that the power of Super Saiyan 3 could indeed rupture space itself. At this moment, beads of sweat dripped from Cell's body, his previous arrogance vanishing as he realized he had nearly met his demise at the hands of this foe. The energy surged, and with a splatter, fluids erupted from his wounds, regenerating half of his body anew. Was he not yet dead? How absurd. Son Wukong chuckled, exuding confidence and composure. Convinced he had everything under control, even Super Saiyan 3 could not best him. Shatter. Son Wukong remained motionless as Cell's position suddenly contorted. The cosmos echoed with the sounds of hundreds of mirrors fracturing. Yet, in a fraction of a second, Cell reacted, dodging the shards with remarkable speed. You find yourself at a loss, do you not? Humph. Cell smirked, stretching his arms wide, surveying from a vantage point. Yet, upon closer inspection, Cell's pupils remained fixated on Son Wukong. At the slightest change in the atmosphere, he would flee. Is that so? I fear not. Your strength is truly pitiful. Son Wukong's tone shifted as murderous intent surged towards Cell. A coward deserves only to cower and flee, does he not? The two stood amidst the cosmos, unmoving for an extended period. Uncle Piccolo, why has father ceased to move? Son Wufan, filled with anxiety, could not help but sweat for Son Wukong. This is due to their equal might, making it difficult to ascertain a victor. Piccolo released the 20-fold Kaioken, breathing lightly. Equal might. The onlookers were astonished. Although reluctant to admit it, Son Wukong was indeed at a disadvantage, with speed and strength far inferior to Cell's. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Incorrect. Piccolo shook his head, his pupils reflecting Son Wukong's radiant form. While Cell's speed and power surpassed Son Wukong's, the damage potential was misaligned. Son Wukong's attacks were of a unique nature, capable of bypassing Cell's energy defenses and directly assaulting his corporeal form. Once Cell was struck, he could either lose half his body or be completely obliterated, reduced to mere shards of glass. Chapter 87. Ultimate Lightning, Cell's Desperation. At that moment, Son Wufan posed a question. Why not engage in ranged attacks? Wouldn't that enable him to strike father? At this moment, Sun Lingy interjected, brother is right. Cell's speed far surpasses that of our father, making it quite effortless for him to land a strike. However, this assertion faltered, for Goku's reflexes were vastly superior to Cell's, rendering it impossible for Cell to strike him. Any attempt would merely deplete his energy in vain. Krillin, having released the 20-fold Kaioken, could barely discern the unfolding events. The range of my brother-in-law's techniques is vast, he noted. Cell could only narrowly evade, not daring to approach, forced to remain several planets away. Yet, due to Cell's incredible speed, Goku found himself unable to launch an attack. Both combatants were locked in a stalemate, awaiting an opening from the other. Leapt speaks the truth. Son Goku is indeed grappling with this dilemma, as manipulating space is no trivial feat. Each offensive maneuver exacted a tremendous toll on his stamina, which was precisely why he had initially ambushed Cell. After executing several spatial techniques, his energy was nearing depletion. He could muster but one more attempt. Should he proceed in this manner, Goku would be courting death, for with his energy extinguished, his soul would inevitably return to the underworld. Cell, too, was reluctant to make a hasty move. His energy expenditure was no less than Goku's, and each evasion drained a considerable portion of his strength. As for forcibly shattering the space with energy, that was absurd. Setting aside the issue of stamina, given Goku's reflexes, such an action would be tantamount to inviting demise. The two were now locked in a deadlock. Goodness, this version of Son Goku is formidable, resembling an insurmountable mountain. Cell pondered his next steps, feeling a creeping fear as his fighting spirit waned. At that moment, he had lost the will to continue battling. This peculiar technique demanded an enormous expenditure of energy merely to evade. If it persisted, he would surely be shattered. What to do? What to do? Countless what to do echoed in Cell's mind, cold sweat trickling down his spine, soaking him through. Suddenly, a subtle yet ominous sound reached Cell's ears, sending waves of pressure crashing over him, nearly provoking an explosion of anxiety. Crack, crack. It came from Goku's abdomen. With a keen gaze, Cell observed the peculiar movement within Goku's belly, as if it were engaged in some clandestine activity. Oh no, this is bad. Run, run. You're doomed, Cell. Goku unveiled a grin, his pearly white teeth contrasting with a smile that seemed to emerge from the depths of despair. As dozens of senzu beans were digested, the life energy within them surged back to its zenith. Indeed, it was the senzu beans. Their life energy composed Goku's essence, and he could absorb it. As an unparalleled healing elixir, the senzu beans held immeasurable life energy, precisely what Goku lacked. As Goku's words fell from his lips, Cell launched himself at full speed, desperately fleeing this accursed place. Was it not said that an energy level surpassing 20 would enable one to crush? Why did he not experience this? Instead, he was reduced to a mere dog, fleeing in utter disgrace. The fabric of space shattered. In an instant, dozens of planets were ensnared, disintegrating into shards of glass, reflecting the brilliance of the sun. Oh my! The ultimate lightning being Cell, utilizing formidable perception, executed an instantaneous movement, departing from the galaxy. Seeking to escape? Where could you possibly run? Son Wukong employed instantaneous movement, closely tailing Cell, even surpassing him in speed. What? Even if you possess instantaneous movement, it should not be swifter than mine. This is absurd. Instant teleportation requires sensing one's aura, does it not? The previous incarnation of Son Wukong misled me. What a worthless form of instantaneous movement I have learned. For I need not sense an aura. Crack. The space fractured like a tidal wave, rushing towards Cell. My life is forfeit. In a moment of dire urgency, Cell utilized his final instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. Regardless, you shall not escape my grasp. My hand crushed the spatial mirror in my palm, following Cell's silhouette through instantaneous movement. However, this time it was leisurely. He intended to utterly shatter Cell's fighting spirit, instilling in him a tremor at the mere sight of him, to extinguish his will to survive. Son Wukong spread his arms wide, his eyes glinting with amusement, as though savoring a delectable dish. Floating away, Piccolo slapped his forehead, brimming with exasperation. The favorable winds have led to such folly, have they? One day, you shall rue this moment. Krillin and Yamcha paid little heed, for this was an old habit of his. Son Wukong had always been this way during his training. How nostalgic those days were. Upon arriving at the planet, Cell hastily fled, advancing toward his ultimate goal. This shall be the end. Son Wukong toyed for a brief moment, the playful spirit dissipating, leaving only an insatiable thirst for blood. Space. Fractured. My final hope. Cell severed his own arm and cast it forward. In the next 0.01 seconds, the shattering enveloped Cell's head with a crack. Cell's body fragmented into one piece, then 100, then 1,000,000, scattered upon the ground. Even the cells transformed into shards of glass. What use is this? Oh no, a predicament. Son Wukong harnessed all his energy, employing shattering to obliterate the path ahead. I am sorry, Son Wukong, but it is too late. The Aridalians, known as the most difficult extraterrestrials to kill, possess feeble strength, yet are remarkably resilient. A green light flickered across Cell's form. His body merely required a minimal amount of energy to restore itself. Such is the nature of the Aridalians. Their vitality is extraordinarily robust. They can be deemed the indestructible pests of the universe. You failed to absorb earlier, and now you attempt to do so. Surely, there must be some restriction? Son Wukong was utterly unconcerned. Even if their life force is resilient, how long can they withstand his onslaught? At this moment, it was Cell's turn to fall silent. Indeed, Son Wukong was absolutely correct. Even if it is difficult to defeat him now, what does it matter? It is still merely a matter of a few moves for Son Wukong. What can Cell possibly do? There are certainly limitations. 3 years ago, he created a technique capable of devouring the cells of others and merging them into himself. When combined with other abilities, it yields remarkable results. However, he can only merge twice in his lifetime, and he has already exhausted his final fusion. Cell is now on the brink of death, although you have demonstrated commendable abilities. Even igniting a desire within me, this is where it ends. With a crack, the space around Cell shattered, and he too was caught in the chaos. No, I refuse to accept this. I do not wish to perish. I am the strongest being in the universe. I aspire to become or surpass a divine entity. I cannot die yet. In his desperate situation, Cell unleashed a burst of courage, fiercely striking against the destruction, attempting to halt the fragmentation. Chapter 88. Transcending Ultimate Lightning. Cell's limits are broken. Huh. Do you truly believe that a mere shout can bestow you with formidable power? That is rather ludicrous. Is it not? Do you really think you are the protagonist? Is your strength reliant solely on your cries? Laughable. Laughable. Son Wukong turned away, preparing to utilize instant transmission to depart. It is finally over. Wukong has triumphed. Krillin, stretching his stiff body, turned to those behind him. Let us hurry and leave in the spaceship. Of course, with Wukong's strength, he will not falter, no matter what he encounters. Yamcha was the first to dash towards the spaceship. After all, Wukong has always been someone one can rely on. Hey, Yamcha, wait for this old man. And wait for me too. Krillin turned to his wife, extending his arms. I will carry you. The tense atmosphere among the Namekians instantly dissipated, replaced by joyous laughter. Yamcha generously invited everyone to his home. Tonight, we shall drink to our heart's content. Son Wukong. A tremendous roar caused the Namekians to stiffen, their pupils dilating in shock. So, what is happening? You were right. All I need to do is shout, and my power surges forth like a tidal wave. I am invincible now. Son Wukong finally understood the previously unknown aura. Cell had actually devoured the legendary Super Saiyan. Has Cell now become the new legendary Super Saiyan? No. Are you cheating? You cannot write a story this way, can you? Are you simply made invincible? Is this the result of merging the genes of Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Broly? Has a powerful transformation occurred? Oh, can you deduce this in just a few seconds? You are indeed more extraordinary than the Son Wukong of other timelines. Had it not been for the assimilation of the Arad aliens, my next target would undeniably have been you. A verdant glow enveloped my being, as a golden-green aura crackled with electric energy, not merely gold, nor purple, but a mesmerizing amalgamation of both. Cell's muscles surged with an extraordinary intensity, multiplying exponentially in a most peculiar manner. His aura escalated at a breathtaking velocity, seemingly without limit. In mere seconds of standing on this planet, Cell had brought it to the brink of annihilation. Cell's boundaries shattered. Thanks to you, I would have never realized that this mutated Saiyan was, in fact, the legendary invincible warrior among Saiyans. Nor would I have awakened this unparalleled power. Cell now felt invincible, believing that with a mere touch, he could reduce the entire universe to ruins. However, this was rather precarious. As Son Goku prepared to flee, his pupils constricted, and he abruptly dodged to the left. What an awe-inspiring force. In truth, Son Goku's naked eye could scarcely perceive Cell's strike. His reaction was solely due to the effects of his soul fusion. The fact that I, Son Goku, could respond in such a state. Indeed, I concede that you are the mightiest in the parallel universe. Cell had encountered numerous versions of Son Goku through the time-space machine, including many Super Saiyan 4s, yet this particular variant was unlike any he had ever seen. Thank you for the compliment, but I must apologize. Son Goku's aura surged as he unleashed his full power, shattering the surroundings. In an instant, countless fragments surrounded the entire planet, gradually encroaching upon Cell, seemingly intent on obliterating him completely. Your technique has become ineffective against me. I have long since developed immunity. Cell scoffed, unperturbed by the impending destruction, allowing the chaos to engulf him. Flee. Son Goku instantaneously teleported away from the planet, transforming into a shooting star amidst the cosmos. Futile. Cell's entire being quaked as his aura erupted violently, obliterating the fragments entirely. I told you it's useless. Cell transformed into a streak of light, closely pursuing Son Goku, relishing the thrill of a cat-and-mouse game. What the hell? Has Cell truly become invincible after consuming a Broly? Son Goku had once thought such a narrative too implausible to be penned by any author on Earth. What now? Should he truly allow Cell to end his life once? Though his aura remained unextinguished, he would not be spared from pain. Who would willingly endure such torment? I am immortal. Even if the legendary Super Saiyan were to arrive, he would still receive a few resounding slaps from me. Hell, what is this? No escape in sight? Cell's eyes gleamed with ferocity as his aura surged once more. Son Goku cursed inwardly. His own aura had intensified several-fold. Was this not nearing Super Saiyan 4? Could he still contend? Your strongest technique, the shattering blow, has become obsolete. Do you possess any other tricks? The mocking voice of Cell echoed in his ears as Son Goku offered a wry smile. There was no recourse. His power disparity was insurmountable. Smack. Boom. Clap. Son Wukong unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet there was no semblance of technique. Instead, it resembled a wild and unrefined form of boxing. He thought to himself, strike as many blows as possible, for the alternative is to face a relentless onslaught. However, Cell merely scoffed, for Wukong's efforts bore no fruit, not even tickling his adversary. With a thunderous blow, Cell sent Wukong hurtling across the cosmos, crashing violently into a distant planet. Boom. A celestial body met its demise. Wukong was repeatedly battered by Cell, akin to a game of billiards. Boom. Boom. In frustration, Wukong attempted to retaliate, yet his efforts were utterly futile. He found himself being forcefully dragged across the surface of the planet, his face scraping against the ground. Ah! Wukong's anguished cries echoed as torrents of blood pooled upon the ground, the volume of his suffering astonishing. Ha ha ha! Wukong! How I relish your cries of despair. Cell's mocking laughter reverberated within Wukong's mind, igniting an inferno of rage within his very soul. With every ounce of strength, he struggled to rise and resist, but still, he was mercilessly tormented. Wukong's dignity lay shattered in the wake of this battle. The invincible aura he had cultivated through countless struggles dismantled. Ha ha ha, victory belongs to me. A mere stroke of fortune can render all your efforts meaningless. The strength you painstakingly honed, Wukong, pales in comparison to the luck of another. Ha ha ha, how utterly absurd. What do you know of martial arts? What do your techniques matter? They are all mere nonsense. To hell with fortune. To hell with the legendary Super Saiyan. To hell with your genetic fusion. These words obliterated the last vestiges of reason within Wukong, unleashing not merely fury, but a primal rage that surged from his very soul. The essence born from his fusion radiated a chilling aura into the surroundings. This was an uncontrollable magnetic field, casting its influence upon every star in the galaxy. King Kai realized the gravity of the situation. This was a radiation that could affect all living souls. He hurriedly tossed a humorous tome back onto the shelf and activated his abilities to discern. Who is it? Who possesses such a formidable spirit? Please let nothing be amiss. This is my domain. King Kai silently prayed.